My name is Song Sawan. I found myself in an unfamiliar world after a sudden rainstorm cleaned the streets of Seong City. Standing there, soaked and confused, I realized I had somehow traveled through time. In my hand was a bag of fatty intestines from a demon boar, and all around me were ancient buildings and lively streets filled with humans, demons, and even immortals. This world was like nothing I had ever known. The body I now inhabited belonged to a woman who worked at the demon refining platform's washing room. Her job wasn't glamorous. She cleaned the corpses of demons to remove the residual foul energy, so their remains could be used safely. The job was dangerous, and most workers didn't survive long because of the lingering corruption. Yet for many desperate people, this job was a lifeline. The memories of this woman were overwhelming. Her father had died fighting demons, and her mother had passed shortly after, leaving her in debt and the target of cruel gossip. People called her cursed, and even her fiancé abandoned her. With nowhere else to turn, she begged for this perilous job, hoping to pay off her debts before her own inevitable end. As I stood in the rain, the weight of her memories brought tears to my eyes. I shared her sorrow and felt her despair. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck a fellow worker in the street, and the crowd jeered, blaming him for his own misfortune. To avoid drawing attention, I hurried into a nearby shop, using my last coins to buy a fire starter. Then something extraordinary happened. My vision blurred, and I saw a cosmic scale hanging in the air, its black and white parts shimmering with energy. A gray mist lay on the scale, and words appeared in my mind: residual energy, 3 taels and 4 chien, exchangeable. I blinked, unsure if what I saw was real or a figment of my imagination. What was this world trying to show me? It seemed the journey I had stumbled into was just beginning. After hiding from the rain in a corner shop, I finally understood what I was seeing: a cosmic scale that only I could see and touch. Somehow, I had signed a unique contract with this heaven and earth scale. It could weigh strange things in the world, and I could sell them. For instance, the foul energy clinging to me from working in the demon refining platform. The scale extracted it, and when I sold it, I gained 30 years of life. Yes, 30 whole years. I was stunned. The moment the lifespan flowed into me, I felt completely refreshed, as if all my exhaustion had vanished. While most people working in the washing room lose years off their lives, I actually gained them. Just a few days of work had given me such a windfall. Long life seemed closer than ever. Though honestly, I didn't want immortality, I just wanted to go home. But since returning wasn't an option, I figured I might as well make the best of this new life. The rain stopped, and I returned to my home in Jishanfong with my bag of demon boar intestines and gray uniform. Neighbors either avoided me, calling me a cursed star, or showed pity. Aunt Jean, a kind woman, even gave me warm buns to eat, though she insisted I throw the intestines away. I knew they were clean and edible. Back home, as I struggled with my things at the door, my former fiancé, Wang Yi, suddenly appeared. He looked at me, shocked at my disheveled appearance, and asked, "How did you become like this?" The classic line from someone who had abandoned me when I needed him most. Smiling coldly, I replied, "Working in the washing room with demon energy does that to a person. But haven't you changed too, Wang Yi?" My words pushed him into a corner, and when I suggested he could have fought harder for our engagement, he panicked and ran off, looking as though a ghost was chasing him. The scale appeared again, this time holding a strange grayish, blue mist labeled as human desire, 1 pound, 3 taels, and 7 chien. Wang Yi's mixed feelings for me were so strong they could be sold. Instead of selling immediately, I returned home, shut the door, and sold it through the scale. In return, I received a cultivation technique called Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra. It was profound and mysterious, perfect for blending in and adapting to any skill. Chuckling at the absurdity of it all, I heard a noise from the corner of my courtyard. My goose, proud and pristine with its snow, white feathers and red beak, strutted out of its pen like it owned the place. Life in this strange world might just be full of surprises. My quiet little courtyard in Jishanfong was unexpectedly filled with laughter, mine, and the loud honking of my white goose, Dubai. This silly goose was rubbing its head against my leg one moment and jumping away in disgust at the smell of the demon boar intestines I was carrying the next. I couldn't help but laugh harder. Despite its antics, Dubai was my only companion now. It had been brought home by my father, who thought its supposed lineage from a mystical goose made it the perfect guard. Now, with my parents gone, it was just me and this goose against the world. Stroking its smooth feathers, I whispered, "From now on, it's just the two of us. We'll live quietly, work hard, and survive." I set to work in my small kitchen, lighting a fire and preparing a simple dinner: sweet potato porridge and fried intestines with pickled vegetables. The smell was so enticing that even Dubai, who had turned its beak up at the intestines earlier, drooled as it watched me cook. I teased, "Didn't you dislike this? Why are you salivating now?" After eating, I decided to experiment with the heaven and earth scale. Placing the plate of intestines on it, I received a response: "Demon boar intestines, spicy and fragrant, can be exchanged." Without hesitation, I sold it, receiving a small, round pill in return. It was a vitality-boosting pill, perfect for building strength in early cultivators. That night, I took the pill and practiced the sitting forgetfulness sutra. The results were astounding. I could already sense energy gathering in my dantian. The next morning, I felt refreshed and ready for work. Dressed in my washed and dried gray uniform, I walked through the city. The sight of my uniform made people and even stray dogs steer clear. It had a unique aura of repulsion. Even the usual troublemakers didn't dare approach me. At the demon refining platform, I joined the other workers in the washing rooms. This time, I was assigned to the secondary washing area, where the atmosphere was lively. Some of the older women chatted about working to save for their children's futures, while the younger men shared cruder stories about their exploits in the city's pleasure districts. One of them, a scrawny, sharp-faced man, bragged about spending his wages on a woman who supposedly clung to him until dawn. His laughter was cut short, though, as he suddenly collapsed mid-sentence. When someone checked him, they screamed, "He's dead." The room fell silent. The dangers of working in this place loomed over us all, yet here I was, quietly holding onto the secret of my heaven and earth scale. It seemed my journey had only begun. A death in the washing room shook everyone. It happened so suddenly, so simply. One moment a life existed and the next it didn't. The supervisor came with guards, dragged the body away, and told us calmly, "Everyone dies. Just focus on your work while you're alive." It was as if the person who died had never existed. The eerie detachment of it all chilled me to the bone. The room grew silent, hands trembling as we worked, each of us grappling with the reality that death here could be swift and without warning. Stories said people in the washing room rarely survived more than 3 to 5 years. Seeing it happen made even 1 or 2 years feel like a blessing. At the end of the day, I collected my wages, 100 copper coins, and felt a slight relief. For a commoner, it was a high salary. I planned carefully. Spend 20 coins at the market for grains and vegetables, save the rest to repay debts, and start stockpiling food. Slowly but surely, I wanted to prepare for whatever might come. At the bustling market, the usual chaos surrounded me. Butchers yelling, vendors selling vegetables, and beggars asking for scraps. I moved through the crowd in my gray uniform, which kept people at a safe distance. At a street corner, an old storyteller, Mo Lao Guai, was recounting tales of grand battles between immortals and demons. His vivid words held the crowd spellbound, though his temper flared when people interrupted him. As the crowd dispersed, I noticed someone trip Mo Lao Guai deliberately. He lost balance, but I caught him just in time, saving his wooden bowl while his stool flew and hit the culprit on the foot. The troublemaker yelped in pain, glanced at my uniform, and bolted, shouting, "She's from the washing room." The bystanders scattered too, avoiding me as if my presence carried misfortune. But what surprised me was my heaven and earth scale activating again. A faint green mist appeared on the scale, labeled 8 points of hermit chi. The great hermit hides among the common people. Exchangeable. I glanced at Mo Lao Guai. So, this mysterious hermit-like aura came from him? What exactly was his story, and why did he carry this peculiar energy? For now, I decided to keep quiet and observe. My life in this strange world was becoming more unpredictable with each passing moment. Today, I discovered something incredible about Mo Lao Guai, the old storyteller I helped at the market. When my heaven and earth scale appeared after assisting him, it measured a mysterious energy called 8 points of hermit chi. For a moment, I panicked. Was he a hidden master? Could he notice my scale? But the thought faded quickly. The scale is far beyond this world, untouchable and unseen by anyone here. Still, I kept my distance, not wanting to attract more attention. After returning his bowl, I lowered my head and walked away. Behind me, I heard him muttering about how I seemed like a kind and sensible girl, wondering how someone like me ended up working in the washing room. His words struck a chord, but I didn't look back. At the market, my gray uniform made people avoid me like the plague. Vendors didn't even let me approach their stalls, shouting, "Tell me what you want. I'll toss it to you." Despite the cold treatment, I bought vegetables, grains, and a few supplies, keeping an eye on prices to plan my budget. Every copper counted as I saved for the future. Back home, Dubai, my goose, greeted me with enthusiasm, flapping its wings and honking loudly. Its antics made me laugh, a welcome break from the day's tension. After unpacking my groceries, I eagerly turned to the scale. Selling the hermit chi granted me a new spell called a drop in the ocean. It's a technique to fade from attention, a perfect skill for staying unnoticed. I memorized it immediately, thrilled by its potential. Then, I sold more of the lingering demonic energy I'd collected, earning 40 years of lifespan. The scale even rounded up, an amusing quirk. With renewed energy coursing through me, I prepared dinner, sold more items to the scale, and experimented further. A roasted yam, for instance, exchanged for a pound of rice. The possibilities seemed endless. As night fell, I sat in my courtyard, listening to Dubai's triumphant honks after its meal. My laughter joined its calls, filling the quiet evening with warmth. For the first time in a long while, amidst this strange world and my struggles, I felt a flicker of hope. Life here might be tough, but with the heaven and earth scale by my side, I had a chance to carve out something extraordinary. You sold an old garment and got a piece of linen. You sold a worn-out oil lamp and got a broken stone from the roadside. Well, you sold a kitchen knife that had seen years of use and received a fine iron dagger. You sold a bowl of mixed grain porridge and earned a bushel of glutinous rice. You sold a can of well water and got a bucket of mountain spring water. You sold a bundle of dry firewood and received a basket of charcoal. Song Suan tried to sell various things with great interest. Finally, when the 6th sale was completed, the scale of heaven and earth suddenly sent out a message. It turned out that including the 8 points hermit spirit and other items she had sold before, she had made a total of 10 sales today. However, there is a limit to the number of times that Tyndillion can be traded each day, which is exactly 10 times. Song Suan finally stopped with a sense of unfulfilled desire. She could trade 10 times a day, which was not a small amount. As long as she persisted for a period of time, it would be enough for her to store some of her necessities such as food, clothing, housing, and transportation into the Tiandi scale. Having food in hand will keep you at ease, and this is also a kind of security. Song Suan said to the big white goose, "Big white, the common people of China have a characteristic. Do you know what it is?" Big white goose, quack, quack. Song Suan, do you want to know? Hee hee, I won't tell you. The big white goose flapped its wings and flew 3 feet high. Quack, quack, quack. Goose feathers flew up, and people ran quickly in the yard. At the beginning of the SI hour, Suyang City went under curfew. As the night deepens, the drizzle begins to linger with the autumn wind. In Jishinfang, Song Suan practiced diligently at home. Gradually he forgot about himself and the world, and was oblivious to worldly affairs. In the seemingly peaceful Suyang City, all kinds of strange things are rampantly growing in the dark corners. The Xiandeng Division's demon-slaying guards were already severely short of manpower, and the needle of the demon hunting compass was spinning madly. A demon suddenly appeared in a wealthy family's house, and more than a dozen people died before they were finally found out. It turned out that the new concubine of the owner secretly worshipped a fox demon in her boudoir. Night Watchman was drained of his essence in the middle of the night, and after investigation, it was found that it was his clepsydra that gave rise to the demonic thoughts. A scholar who read at night was so obsessed with reading that he wanted to kill his wife. The demon-killing guards tied him up and found out that what the scholar was reading was not a book, but a demon in a painting. There are too many of them, and the existence of monsters is of all kinds and strangeness. If these monster-catching stories were to spread, the people of Suyang City would surely have something new to talk about every day and night, and they would never be able to keep up. In the backyard of Su's house in the north of the city, there was a streak of corpses, and the scene was extremely tragic. The raindrops dripped onto people's bodies. The demon-killing Lieutenant Zhang Ping held the dead fox demon in one hand and kicked away the corpse of a police officer in front of him. He said in a hoarse voice, "Okay, pack up and go back to settle down. The sacrificed will be compensated with 100 taels according to the old rules." After saying that, he turned around and left with the fox corpse. The rain rippled under his feet. Some of the police officers behind him had numb expressions, while others had their eyes rolling. "Brother Zhang, wait for me." The new demon-killing Captain Tao Feng hurriedly followed. The two of them walked away in the rainy night, one in front of the other. Tao Feng said in a frightened tone, "Brother Zhang, this fox demon is too powerful today. I'm afraid it must have practiced for 100 years and is close to spiritualism." Zhang Ping remained silent. Tao Feng continued, "Our brother Zhang is really the best. He can easily capture a fox demon with 100 years of practice. His move of breaking blood sword is like thunderbolt, shocking the heavens and even gods and ghosts." The flash of sword light. Tao Feng became more and more excited as he spoke, praising Zhang Ping to the utmost, but Zhang Ping became more and more silent. Until Tao Feng sighed again. "In the past half-month, more and more demons have appeared. If you are not careful, a bunch of them will breed. The Qingguang formation can only prevent the big demons from entering the city. Those small demons are like mice. I don't know how they got in. It's really annoying." Zhang Ping suddenly said, "That's not right." "What?" Tao Feng was a little confused. Zhang Ping said, "It's not that the demons have started to increase in the past half-month, but since the beginning of this year. Tao Feng was new this year, and he didn't know that the Demon Slayer guards in previous years were actually a leisurely office." Zhang Ping's voice was mixed with the sound of rain, with an indescribable ambiguity and hoarseness. It started at the beginning of the year, when the Hengshui Dragon King was angry and did something. Tao Feng didn't hear clearly, so he asked, "Brother Zhang, what did you say?" Zhang Ping paused, and suddenly a thunderbolt struck the sky. Boom! Under the white light, the sky was upside down, and heavy rain poured down. Song Sawan woke up from a state of oblivion in the middle of the night. When he opened his eyes, he saw a flash of white light outside the window, and a big white goose clucked in surprise, rushed out of its nest, flapped its wings in the yard, and became a drowned goose. Song Sawan carried it back into the house in the rain, put on a straw raincoat, and hurriedly climbed onto the roof to pick up tiles to repair the house. There is no way. It's raining heavily outside and drizzling inside. If I don't repair it in the rain, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. The big white goose was peeking out of the doorway, calling anxiously. "Ha!" Song Sawan said, "Be good and wait patiently." While picking up tiles to repair the house, I heard the neighbors on both sides were woken up by the heavy rain. There were all kinds of exclamations and voices from the neighbors. "Oh my God! Why is it raining so hard? There's water in the house. Dad, get up and fix the roof. Wow. Basta, what's wrong with you?" In the distance, there seemed to be a long and mournful howling, cutting through the rain. The rain stopped until daybreak. A ray of early sun appeared in the east, lighting up the clouds and breaking through the dawn with thousands of golden rays of light. The streets and alleys were still flooded and wet. Song Soo-won took his own oil paper umbrella, asked the big white goose to look after the house, and then went out to work. Walking on the street, I heard neighbors talking. The eldest of the Fong family is dead, and the one from the Gua family was carried back last night, covered in blood. I heard there were claw marks all over his body. Paw prints? Hiss. Is this the same as the one from the Song family? Was he killed by a monster? Yes, it's the same as before. Someone from above came and gave them 50 taels of compensation. Song Soo-won walked through the discussions of the people. The drop in the ocean she had practiced last night had already produced initial results. No one noticed her, and everyone was busy talking among themselves. She then understood that the shrill howling in the rain last night was because another minor official had died in Jishinfang. In Suyong City, the rampant evil spirits have made the job of a quick-shift clerk a high-risk occupation, second only to that of a handyman in a laundry room. Yes, laundry chores are more dangerous. Song Soo-won arrived at the laundry room and heard manager Woo say to another manager after he finished calling out the names, "There are 5 people missing from the grass washing room and 3 people missing from the partition room." The city patrol officer reported that they are all dead. Another manager, who frowned and said, "These servants always die every time there is a thunderstorm. It's really troublesome. Well, transfer 3 more people from the second washroom." They discussed human life indifferently, and then Song Soo-won and 2 other new servants were transferred to the grass washing room. This was Song Soo-won's first time entering the grass washing room. The grass washing room was filled with the corpses of demons that had not yet been cut up. To be honest, the picture is quite shocking. Especially when Song Soo-won touched the corpse of a fox demon, the scale of heaven and earth automatically appeared again. Song Soo-won's hand bounced off the fox demon and he looked around, feeling somewhat thrilling. It was not for any other reason, but it turned out that at the same time she came into contact with the fox demon, the other servants in the grass washing room also began to come into contact with the demon corpses assigned to them. One of the servants was given a pitch-black clepsydra, which looked only the size of 2 palms. The pitch-black body of the clepsydra was covered with dark purple veins that looked like blood vessels. Its appearance was already weird and terrifying. The servant picked up the clepsydra with both hands and dipped it into the grass-cleaning liquid. The next moment his feet suddenly slipped and he suddenly fell forward without knowing how. "Ah!" A servant on his right screamed. With a sound of splashing water, the clerk who was washing the clepsydra fell headfirst into the water tank in front of him. Song Soo-won was standing on his left side and watched helplessly as the man's exposed feet suddenly kicked upwards. He just kicked it like that, and then the person in the water tank became quiet. "Ah! Ah!" There were screams again in the grass wash room. Several servants even squatted on the ground, holding their heads and crying in fear. Manager, who rushed in with his guards. One of the guards reached out and pulled the person out of the water tank, then threw him to the ground. "He's dead." Manager, who frowned and said, "We need to recruit more people. What a hassle." "You." He pointed at Song Soo-won next to him. It wasn't because Song Soo-won was conspicuous, but mainly because he was nearby. Song Soo-won's cultivation time is too short. She can't even be considered to have entered the door. At most, she can reduce her presence. As for making people ignore her under any circumstances, she still has a long way to go. Manager, who assigned Song Soo-won to take over the task of cleaning the evil clepsydra, and then the guards carried the dead servant away. There were still people crying in the grass wash room. Manager, who said impatiently, "Why are you crying? If you don't want to do it, just leave immediately. If you don't want to leave, then work hard. If you can't finish today's work, I will beat you to death later." As he spoke, he pulled out a whip from his waist and swung it to the ground with a snap. What kind of power is this? The servants all fell silent, and Song Soo-won was also shocked. Manager, who looks like he has a big belly, but it turns out he has the skill. While Song Soo-won was silently cleaning the fox corpse, he couldn't help but secretly compare his own situation. In terms of cultivation techniques, The Zhuang Heart Sutra that Song Suwan practiced should be a very high-level immortal heart method. She now also has a wisp of true qi, and according to the realm classification of the immortal cultivation system, she has entered the stage of drawing qi into the body. Refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into emptiness, refining emptiness into Tao. These are the 4 major stages of cultivation in the Tao of immortality. Drawing qi into the body is only the first stage, and one has not even truly entered the qi transformation stage. With this level of cultivation, no matter how advanced the foundation of the technique is, one can only be a rookie. What's more, Song Suwan lacks any methods of attack and doesn't know any escape techniques, talismans, or other immortal methods. Alas, it is really far from it, too far. Song Suwan suddenly felt terrified and worked even harder, secretly making up his mind. The world is so dangerous. If I don't live in danger, who will? She lowered her head and washed the entire 4-foot-long fox corpse clean. Then she mustered up the strength to fish it out of the water tank and hung it on a drying rack nearby. The water used to wash the demon corpse dripped down, and Song Suwan's hand brushed across the eyes of the fox demon that refused to close until its death. The next moment, the scales of heaven and earth appeared again. Hey, this. Nothing appeared on the scale this time, but a vague scene like an old movie came into Song Suwan's mind. What? The protagonist in the picture is a wild fox in the mountains. It originally knew nothing about human affairs. It only knew how to run around in the mountains, sleep with the earth in its arms, and eat the essence of the sun and the moon. Until one day, it accidentally fell into a hunter's trap and was on the verge of death. It was rescued by Cui Nyang, a peasant girl who passed by while collecting herbs. Cui Nyang was a simple and kind-hearted farm girl. Although her life was hard, she was never greedy. When she saw the little fox was pitiful and cute and seemed to have intelligence, she could not bear to see it get hurt. Not only did she release the little fox from the trap, she also secretly took it home, fed it, and treated its wounds. Over time, the feelings between the man and the fox grew deeper, and they gradually even began to feel like they wanted to stay together. The accident happened suddenly, and that day is one that the little fox will never forget in his life. A group of aggressive slaves rushed into Cui Nyang's house, and a bridesmaid dressed up said, "Young lady, you are so lucky. Our North City Suyuanwai has a relationship with you, and is willing to take you home as his 7th wife." What do you mean by Madame Ru? Isn't that a concubine? Cui Nyang would rather be the wife of a poor man than the concubine of a rich man, so she naturally didn't want to do that. But she had never expected that her brother had a huge gambling debt and was just waiting for her to pay it back. How could she refuse? Her parents cried. Her brother urged her. The gongs and drums started. The suona sounded. Cui Nyang was covered with a pink veil and was helped into the sedan chair. The little fox had little magical power and his injuries had not yet healed, so he could not fight against the many powerful slaves. He could only hide under Cui Nyang's skirt, get into the sedan chair with her, and then suffer the ravages of fate. From then on, the gorgeous and luxurious courtyard became the abyss that Cui Nyang fell into. She was angry and unwilling at first, then dazzled, and then indulged in madness. Yes, this world is so full of flowers and splendors. Why can't she indulge in it? They robbed her, and they suppressed her, humiliated her, looked down on her, and tortured her. In those times when she was ridiculed, in those days and nights when she was treated as a plaything, she was obviously dressed in splendor, but she often had to endure hunger and expose herself to the snow. What kind of justice is this? Since there are only vicissitudes in the world, she would rather feed her heart to the demon. The little fox with low magic power grew up quickly under Cui Nyang's painstaking feeding. Weird things started happening to the Su family in the north of the city, and one enemy after another died mysteriously. Until Cui Nyang's resentment grew, and the little fox's evil spirit filled the Su mansion, the Xiandeng division was alarmed. That night, the little fox devoured Cui Nyang's flesh and blood, and fought a desperate battle with the demon-killing guard holding the blood-breaking knife. The demonic energy was boiling and surging. The little fox was as swift as the wind, its sharp claws everywhere. The demon-slaying captain picked up a police officer behind him and threw him towards the little fox. The sharp claws scratched the body of the police officer, who screamed in pain and blood splattered 3 feet high. The demon-slayer captain's long sword turned forward, drank the man's hot blood, and in an instant the sword light surged, and the blood-breaking sword came out. In the little fox's world, this knife is the last light it can see. After that, the world returned to darkness. It was as if there were still Chui Nyang's laughter and crying, as well as the faint words of the demon-killing captain. The sacrifice will be compensated with 100 taels according to the old rules. What? The little fox didn't understand, and it was too lazy to understand. It died, along with Chui Nyang in its belly. Next to the drying rack, Song Sawan, who had been reading this video like a kaleidoscope, was suddenly stunned, his heart beating like a drum. Some previously ignored information is struggling to break through at this moment. Did the jailer die for killing the demon or for sacrificing the knife?
Cui Nyang esse obsession.
It turns out that although Chui Nyang is dead, her obsession remains on the little fox. The little fox swallowed her into its belly, which was a demon eating people. But if we read it carefully, just focusing on this part of the story, is the one who eats people really a demon? Perhaps for Chui Nyang, falling into the belly of the little fox at the last stage of her life was a kind of relief. A mass of flesh and blood when coming, a mass of flesh and blood when leaving. What joy is there in life, and what fear is there in death? In the grass washing room, Song Sawan cleaned up the body of the fox demon and began to clean the evil leaking pot. The Zhuang Heart Sutra flowed silently in her body. Through the little fox's perspective, she clearly saw the life of this little demon, but what she felt seemed to be the vicissitudes of life in the human world. Everything is Tao, and the world has its own Tao. Sit and forget the Heart Sutra. Cultivate both nature and life. Cultivate true qi and true heart. There were ancient sages who attained enlightenment in one day and became immortals instantly. Although Song Sawan could not reach this level, he was clearly touched at this moment. The medicinal power accumulated from taking the qi-strengthening pills previously was all dissipated at this moment, and then was drawn into the qi ball in her dantian. Refining essence into qi, and qi gathering into liquid, this is the qi transformation stage. Song Sawan suddenly broke through to the first level. The spirit in the Naiwan palace between his eyebrows shook, and his spiritual orifice seemed to be about to open. Her expression was blank, even numb. Just like everyone else in the grass washing room. After all, they had seen too many dead bodies, and no one knew if they would be the next. They were too worried and afraid, and gradually became numb. When the devilish clepsydra was scrubbed, the scales of heaven and earth reappeared. The pain of time, the resentment of human nature, 1 pound and 3 ounces of resentment can be sold. Oh, there is also an image, but this time it is fragmented and blurry. What is it? It is the dark, deep night, the endless dripping sound, the endless shadows. Someone is shaking, someone is crying, someone is howling. We can't survive. The whole family is starving to death. Master, I can no longer support my second brother's studies. He hasn't had a single bite of food in 3 days. Go to Hades. Why don't you just go to Hades? All of you should die. Clang, clang. The clepsydra tipped over, and everything fell silent. Song Sawan felt a layer of cold sweat on his back, and then looked at the leaking pot in front of him. After washing it with grass, the hideous meridians on the pot seemed to have dimmed a little, and it felt icy cold in his hands. Song Sawan's heart felt as if it had been washed by water, with a cool feeling slowly surging and everything becoming icy and clear. In the small city of Suyang, demons seem to be everywhere. Is it because the demons in this world are too powerful, or is it God's will? No, it is the demons in people's hearts, and it is the world that forces people to become demons. At 5 p.m., Song Si got off work and went to the vegetable market again. This time, she deliberately bought some things that were not often found at home. They are not expensive, just some cheap bits and pieces, mainly for the purpose of taking them back to try out the diversity of the Tiandi scale. At the east corner of the market, Lao Chen, who sells tofu pudding, is still selling it, but I didn't see Lao Mo. There are also other people telling stories, and they are basically stories about street nights. Listening to them can help you deepen your understanding of this world. Song Suwan heard someone mention again. The old Liu family in Qianming Street, the one who runs the cloth shop, has an amazing son. He has been training hard in the martial arts hall since he was a child. He has experienced skin, tendon, and bone training. The Demon Slayer guards, once they enter, they are officials, the 9th rank lieutenant? Yes, an official position. From now on, you will be different from the rest of us. The Liu family will soar to the top. Don't think the 9th rank is too low. No matter how low it is still an official, and officials are different from clerks, and even more different from ordinary people. To be honest, it's hard to have a concrete concept without seeing it with your own eyes. The cultivation systems in this world are rich and varied, and ordinary people often hear new things. There are roughly several types of things circulating in the market. 1 is practicing martial arts, 2 is reading, 3 is cultivating immortality, and 4 is practicing Buddhism. Practicing martial arts sharpens the body and refines the blood. Once the blood is formed, it is considered a top master in the eyes of ordinary people, and it has the capital to fight against demons. This is also the peak that a martial artist in the acquired realm can reach, the internal organs refining stage. As for the return to the innate from the acquired, that is a completely different realm that ordinary people cannot access, and it is difficult to understand. Apart from the most popular martial arts, scholars practice their talents. This talent is not like qi and blood, which is tangible and can be grasped. Talent needs occasional inspiration and occasional inspiration. This thing is a bit ethereal and difficult to grasp. Most of the scholars are weak and powerless, but if they can have a flash of inspiration and develop talent, those stories of reciting poems to stop the enemy, turning talent into soldiers, and commanding thousands of troops with a pen will become reality. As for the specific realm of talent, is there any level division? Don't ask. I just don't know. Ordinary people cannot access this thing, and Song Suwan currently has no way of understanding it. As for cultivating immortality, it is something even more ethereal than studying. In the stories about searching for immortals circulating in the market, we only hear that if one wants to cultivate immortality, one must obtain at least 1 inch of immortal bone. Where does the sacral bone come from? I also don't know. Seeking immortality depends on encounter. Searching for immortality depends on fate. Don't enter without fate. The same is true for Buddhism. Ordinary Buddhist temples can be found everywhere, and there are many monks, but most of the monks actually practice martial arts. Those are called martial monks. However, it is difficult for ordinary people to meet and find true Buddhist practitioners and masters. They may not be really rare, but due to the circle issues, ordinary people just can't see or find them. For someone like Song Suwan, who relied on a scale of heaven and earth to enter the realm of immortality in just a few days, it must be said that such an opportunity is hard to find in the world. It's a pity that he only has magical powers but no way to attack. After comparing them again and again, Song Suwan still doesn't know the difference in combat effectiveness between the Qi induction stage of the immortal cultivator and the okay, no more delay, go home, and open the blind box. I hope this time I can get something to improve my combat power. This world is too dangerous. In Jishinfang, the time in the Song family's courtyard is just like yesterday, and the big white goose is still as warm and soothing. Song Suwan washes his hands, burns incense, and opens the blind box. You sold 1 pound and 7 ounces of demonic energy and gained 200 years of life. You sold the Fox Demon's seductive essence for 1 tael and 3 coins, and obtained the unconventional Taoist technique, the Void Magic Sword. You sold Chui Nyang's obsession, human desires, hatred and resentment, love and separation. 3 pounds and 4 ounces, and obtained the puppet technique, using a person to replace a dead body. You sold the suffering of time, the resentment of human nature, and 1.5 pounds of resentment, and obtained the unconventional Taoist technique of escaping at night. Pieces of information flooded into her mind, and all kinds of magical skills blossomed in her heart. A smile appeared on Song Swan's face. The big white goose didn't know why she was smiling. It just flapped its wings and clucked to accompany her. It was so wonderful that Song Swan was immersed in the subtle mysteries of all kinds of magical skills. Let's first look at the Void Demon Sword. This Taoist technique is named after the sword, but in fact it is not a sword technique, but a very strange and bizarre Taoist technique of the devil's heart. The Void Demon's sword does not cut the flesh, but only kills the evil thoughts. If there is no demon in the human heart, this sword is useless. As long as there is a demon in the human heart, once the sword is drawn, it will cause demons to grow in the heart and phantom demons to appear one after another. If the person who is stabbed by the sword can withstand it, he may be able to improve his state of mind, stabilize his soul, and reach a higher level. From this perspective, the Void Demon's sword seems to be a positive auxiliary skill. But in reality, the inner demons triggered by the Void Magic Sword are often magnified by multiples. There are already very few people in this world who can face the inner demons of the same level head-on. How many people can successfully survive this demonic calamity when facing the inner demons with doubled magic power? The Void Magic Sword is a real sword that can pierce the heart. Awesome! Song Swan carefully memorized the secrets of practicing this Taoist method in his heart, but he let out a long sigh after memorizing it. Fortunately, she has mastered this technique. After practicing it, her resistance to inner demons will be enhanced. Otherwise, even if she was asked to face this move herself, Song Swan thought to herself, it would be difficult to resist it. Human hearts are too complicated. Who can be sure that there are no evil thoughts in their hearts? Perhaps only newborn babies can retain true purity. Song Si finished memorizing the Void Magic Sword in the evening and then watched the puppet technique of Li Dai Tao Jiang. This magic is not only mysterious, but also bizarre. Find a 100-year-old peach branch, and then find a 100-year-old plum tree. Use special spells to establish a blood connection with the two trees. Then water them with blood every day, injecting 2 years of life into each day. Repeat this ritual for 49 days, and you will get 2 wooden puppets. Put the peachwood puppet in a secluded place and hide it properly, and carry the plumwood puppet with you. This pair of puppets can protect the master from fatal harm. At the most dangerous moment, the Li wooden puppet died in place of its master, and the Tao wooden puppet summoned its master back to his hiding place, thus replacing one thing with another. Simply put, this is a death substitution technique. A death substitution technique that requires burning one's lifespan to practice. Song Swan was a little excited. What's the big deal about burning one's lifespan? She has plenty of lifespan. This magic technique is a perfect match for her, haha.
Ha!
The big white goose flapped its wings, flew half a foot high, and hovered heavily in front of Song Swan. It seems to be saying, Wan, what is so happy about you?
Why don't you share it with me?
Song Swan hugged the big white goose and rubbed it, sharing his joy with it. Ha ha ha. Dabai, from now on, I will walk with the wind. Do you understand? Do you understand? Big white goose. Quack, quack. It struggled to stretch out its wings from Song Swan's arms and fanned Song Swan's face with puff, puff, puff. Ga. Song Swan, ha ha. Dabai, you won't understand. You're so cute. How could you possibly understand? Finally, take a closer look at the side door Taoist technique of escaping at night. This is a method of escaping. This method of escaping can only be effective in places with shadows. The night will bless it, doubling its speed and concealment. Of course, this does not mean that it cannot be used during the day. After all, even in the daytime, wherever there is light, there will always be shadows. However, if this technique is performed during the day, the effect will be weakened compared to at night. Even so, it was still wonderful. Song Swan was in a good mood. After opening the blind box, he started the next step, stir-frying the pork intestines. The monster offal she brought back today was pig monster intestines. Most of the pig monsters in the laundry room were artificially raised on the monster refining platform. A batch of them had to be killed every day. They were the main material for refining qi and blood pills. Song Sawan took out the pig intestines, fried them till fragrant, and exchanged them for a qi-enhancing pill. Put the zhuangqi pills in temporary storage, and then start selling the various odds and ends bought from the market today. You sold a sewing kit and received a roughly stitched human skin mask. You sold a peachwood hairpin and received a low-level evil-repelling talisman fragment. You sold a bushel of grain and received a basket of stone cakes. You sold a purse and got a basket of rags. You sold a kite and received a low-level light body talisman fragment. All the remaining trading opportunities of the day were used up in one go, leaving not a single bit behind, and Song Sawan developed a new direction for the Tiandi balance. She suddenly thought about it. A peachwood hairpin and a kite could exchange for the fragments of the evil-repelling talisman and the light body talisman respectively. What if 10 peachwood hairpins or 10 kites were used together? Could they be exchanged for the complete evil-repelling talisman and the light body talisman? Or, if 10 were not enough, 100 could be used? However, although these small things like hairpins and kites were not valuable, she could not afford to buy them with her current wealth. How can I quickly earn enough money to spend freely? Song Sawan pondered while taking out the rough human skin mask from the storage space of the scale. She tried to stick it on her face, and then looked at herself in the mirror. A pale face that seemed to be pieced together from fragments suddenly appeared in the blurry bronze mirror. Under the dim oil lamp, the dense marks of stitches on the face were so eerie that it made people tremble. The big white goose, which was originally pacing aside to digest its food, suddenly turned its head at this moment and was caught off guard. Its eyes met this face.
Ha!
The goose cried loudly and shrilly. Geese fly and jump, and their goose feathers flutter. In the east courtyard, the lady from the Tian family, who lived next door to the Song family, couldn't help but exclaimed, "What is this young lady from the Song family doing? Killing geese in the middle of the night?" She was holding a dustpan and seemed to want to go to the wall to take a look, but her husband stopped her immediately. "What are you doing? I've heard that her family is unlucky. If you look over there, aren't you afraid that the bad luck will spread to you?" Mrs. Tian immediately said in a coy tone, "It's because her goose is too big and a young lady like her can't finish it in one go." In the end, I didn't dare to suggest going to the next door to ask for goose to eat, as I still felt taboo about it. In the courtyard west of the Song family, someone also sighed, but with pity in his voice. This young lady of the Song family has become more and more strange since she went to the laundry room. Now she even wants to kill the goose. I wonder how long she can hold on. The laundry room has indeed become Song Sawan's best shield, allowing her to achieve an alternative way of hiding herself from the city. Song Sawan calmed the goose down and then buried his mind in cultivation, without saying a word all night. There can be many sources of a person's confidence, but strength must be the most important one. No matter what, you will never go wrong if you work hard at practicing and never slack off. For the next period of time, Song Sawan's life began to officially enter a regular routine of going to and from work. Home, laundry, market, home, that was her daily route. It seems mediocre, numb, and boring, but in fact, for Song Sawan, such a life is busy, uplifting, and full of fun. She arranged her schedule very tightly. Exchanging her anger for longevity was a daily necessity, and the chi-strengthening pills were also replaced daily. The rest of the basic supplies also had to be replaced daily. As for some special kinds of chi, you don't encounter them every day. She was not in a hurry even if she couldn't meet Song Sawan. The existing spells and techniques were enough for her to learn. It would be a waste of time to bite off more than she could chew, so she should learn what she had now first. Her main task was to first collect the 100-year-old peach and plum tree branches. After a period of observation, she already knew how to obtain them. Song Sawan thought about it for a long time and realized that she actually had many ways to make money. Some of the more daily-oriented ones, such as sugar making, salt refining, liquor distillation, etc., can be considered as high-quality projects which are not difficult to implement and can quickly achieve large returns with small investments. It's a pity that in this world, making money is not considered a skill, but keeping the money is the skill. Whether it's salt, wine, or sugar, in short, if you're not afraid of death, just go for it. Song Soo-won felt that there was really no need for her to make life difficult. She was determined to live a comfortable life, but she had to go out and spend money. What was she trying to do? However, she was really short of money now, and there were things that needed to be done. Salt, wine, and sugar can't be touched, but there are always things that can be touched. When he got off work that day and returned home, Song Soo-won once again sold out his anger in exchange for extra life. You sold 8 taels and 4 cents of resentment and gained 80 years of life. With the 80 years of life recorded today and the accumulation from the previous period, Song Soo-won has a total of 1,230 years of remaining life. This is not vague data, but a clear feeling. The more times Song Soo-won used the heaven and earth scale, the closer she felt her connection with it became, and the clearer she could perceive many things. For example, the remaining lifespan, and everything contained in the internal space of the celestial scale. Song Soo-won sold a serving of stir-fried pork intestines as usual in exchange for a qi-enhancing pill, and then waited for nightfall at home. The big white goose was running quickly in the yard with its neck held high. Song Soo-won was sitting under the eaves, throwing corn kernels with his hands. The big white goose would quack and take one after another. Every time it caught one, it would flap its wings happily, obviously very satisfied with this game. Until nightfall, thousands of lights were lit up one after another in the city, and the light and shadows embellished the dark side of the night. Song Soo-won returned to his room and changed into black clothes. She put on black clothes, a roughly stitched human skin mask, and finally a cloak. She used the time and night escape technique, and in an instant, her entire body disappeared into the shadow of the night. The big white goose had just finished adjusting its food and was lying lazily in its goose cage. It was unaware that its owner, who had just returned to the room, was right under its nose and floated away like a wisp of night wind. South of the city, Lukwon Street. The bright lights flickered under the starlit night sky. The night market on Lukwon Street was bustling and noisy, with wine flags waving, dancers whirling, children running, and wealthy customers calling servants and spending huge sums of money.
Good.
One more, one more. In front of the restaurant called Zuxianju, there was a sudden burst of loud cheers, and in front of the high 3-story platform, there were dancers spinning and flying. Their figures were graceful and slender, and their leaps and turns were like those of a flying swan. They were definitely not human dancers, but fairies from heaven. More and more people were attracted to the scene. They were dazzled and could not help discussing, "This is not an ordinary dancer. I heard that she is a female disciple of Cheonghwa Pavilion." When she was traveling in Songling County, she was invited to Suyong by Zuxianju. Zuxianju is really amazing. They can even invite female disciples from Cheonghwa Pavilion. I wonder if Zuxianju can also invite one of the 8 great masters from Cheonghwa Pavilion? That's wishful thinking, isn't it? It's extremely rare for us to invite 3 or 2 disciples from the upper sect, and you still want to see the 8 great masters? Why don't you go home tonight and ask your wife to raise your pillow 3 inches higher? Go away.
How can you talk like that?
People burst into laughter, and the crowd surged, and the threshold of Zuxianju was almost trampled down. However, no one noticed that there was actually a restaurant not far away, diagonally opposite Zuxianju. This restaurant was also 3 stories high, and the 5-bay facade was also built spaciously and grandly. It was a pity that the entrance was deserted, and even the row of lanterns under the eaves only had one lit. A cold light illuminates a person sitting alone in the lobby. This man's name is Yen Hanzhong. He is the owner of Dingfenglu. He is also a scholar, and a down-and-out scholar. The ancestors of a Yen family were actually quite wealthy and even produced a congenital warrior, leaving behind a considerable fortune in Suyang City. Unfortunately, the descendants were not up to par. Since the death of the ancestor Xiantian, only 10 years have passed, and this huge family business has been ruined. Only this restaurant is left, and Yen Hanzhong is struggling to support it. Yen Hanzhong could hardly hold on any longer. He sat in the lobby, but suddenly opened his mouth without any warning.
Cough.
Cough, cough, cough. Yen Hanzhong coughed heart-wrenchingly, tears streaming down his face, and shadows shook in the hall. Yen Hanzhong just curled up in the chair, holding his chest, like a dying fish trying to save itself, struggling in vain.
Sister.
He murmured, I'm afraid Hanzhong can't hold on any longer. You stay in the Su family, and live well. Having said this, he tugged at his wide sleeves and pulled out a piece of white silk. Yen Hanzhong is going to hang himself in this hall. He hopes that after his death, he can turn into a fierce ghost and eat all those who covet the last property of the Yen family into his belly. He is powerless in life and only wishes for revenge after death. The night wind blew, and the dim lanterns swayed faintly under the eaves outside the door. Yen Hanzhong stuck his head into the lock made of white silk, his feet hanging in the air. In an instant, the feeling of suffocation was overwhelming and overwhelmed him. Yen Hanzhong. He underestimated the pain of death. He had clearly made up his mind to die, but when death really came, he instinctively struggled again. There were flashes of white light in front of his eyes, and his soul seemed to be torn and swaying as if it was about to leave his body. Yen Hanzhong let out a silent roar from his throat. Ah! His head was tilted back, his eyes were wide open, and the dark red bloodshot almost burst his eyeballs. In his dying struggle, he saw a black shadow like smoke falling from the beam in front of him. What is it? The shadow seemed like an invisible wisp of wind, or a visible piece of gauze, which swung in front of him in the night, and the white silk broke.
Bang!
Yen Hanzhong fell down and hit the ground heavily. But he didn't care about being thankful for surviving the disaster or being upset that he didn't die. At this moment, all emotions had to give way to fear. He couldn't control his hands and feet, backing away repeatedly and trembling, saying, You are what?
What?
Who? Or some demon. A dark shadow floated and approached him. An ethereal voice without any emotion sounded in his ears. I am the most just and righteous nameless God. Give your soul, wealth, and loyalty, and you will get everything. This. Yen Hanzhong opened his eyes wide. His brain, which was occupied by fear and confusion, finally became clear at this moment. The shadow said that if he gave his soul, wealth, and loyalty, he would get everything? What kind of everything? Including revenge? In fact, he had nothing to lose. He didn't even want his life. It was just that becoming a ghost after death was ethereal. On the contrary, if he could grasp the opportunity in front of him, who knows if it would be a turning point? Yen Hanzhong jumped up from the ground in an instant, trembling all over. He said, I have wealth, I have. He rushed from the front hall of the restaurant into the backyard at high speed. In the dim light, he rushed into a room in the backyard and rummaged through the drawers. Under the bed, in the cracks of the wall, in the mezzanine of the cabinet, Yen Hanzhong searched and found several boxes. After opening them all, he found that most of them were empty, but in the few boxes that still had things left, there was only silver light. After collecting all the silver, there were about 350 taels, as well as the house deed and land deed of this restaurant. Yen Hanzhong felt ashamed and uneasy again. These are all I have. What can I get in exchange? The black shadow had been following him like a shadow. At this moment, it suddenly rolled up, and the silver in the box disappeared in an instant. Then a porcelain bottle and an old, yellowed note with messy handwriting fell into the box. Pregnancy pill. In Luquan Street, Yen Hanzhong clenched the porcelain bottle in his hand in the night, and a belated ecstasy surged in his heart. His elder sister has been married into the Su family for 10 years. As the eldest daughter-in-law of the eldest house, she manages the family business, handles the housework, respects her parents-in-law, and is friendly to her younger brothers and sisters. She can be said to have done everything well. She should have had the right to speak in the Su family. The Su family is also one of the few innate families in Siang City. Isn't it easy to protect the Yen family? But the elder sister has been childless for 10 years. In the past 2 years, the eldest son of the Su family has taken concubines one after another. Among them, a concubine from the Qin family is now pregnant. The Qin family has risen in power. More than half of the suppression suffered by Yan Hanzhong even came from the Qin family. Isn't the Qin family so arrogant just because of a pregnant belly? But what if the elder sister can also be pregnant? Not only that, there is also a recipe next to the pregnancy pill. Yan Hanzhong recognized that this was a MSG recipe. The recipe clearly stated that this substance was the essence of the 5 flavors and could be used in any dish. It could greatly enhance the flavor and freshness and turn decayed food into something magical. As the owner of a restaurant, Yan Hanzhong could understand the value of this thing. As long as the formula is correct, this thing will be the best fulcrum for him to get out of his current predicament. Of course, Yan Hanzhong actually knew that the reason why the Qin family dared to bully her so blatantly was ostensibly because her elder sister was at a disadvantage in the dispute over wives and concubines. But in reality, how could he know that there was no tacit approval from the Su family behind this matter? A legitimate wife who has lost her family and has been childless for many years. It is a waste to occupy the position. But there is no rush. Take your time. He has this adventure today, so what if he has to sell his soul in the future? Just give him a chance and let him rise. The night was dark, but Yan Hanzhong's heart was pounding. Under the dim light, he clenched the MSG formula and pregnancy pills in his hands, but found that the black shadow that was floating beside him had disappeared without a trace. Yan Hanzhong was a little panicked and quickly asked tentatively, God, are you still there? There was no response, so Yan Hanzhong looked around again but found nothing. He quickly chose a direction and bowed from a distance. Disciple respectfully sends you off, God. As for the true body of the god whom he respectfully sent away, Song Suan had of course left long ago. There is no need to have too much contact with the tool. She is just an ordinary demon washing servant. What is the so-called most just and righteous nameless god? Does it have anything to do with her? In Jishinfang, Song Suan returned home quietly. The big white goose did not notice her departure and naturally did not notice her return. It was sleeping soundly in the goose cage. Song Suan leaned over to take a look at its silly sleeping appearance, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yan Hanzhong was a qualified toolman. Not only did he readily provide generous money, but he also allowed Song Suan to collect 2 different kinds of energy. So, after Song Suan returned home, he could open the blind box again. She returned to her room and hid the 350 taels of silver she had collected in her closet and the wooden box under her bed. Then she washed her hands, calmed her mind, and summoned the scales of heaven and earth. The first kind of qi. There is great fear between life and death, human desire, hatred, worry, and fear. 3 caddies and 7 ounces can be traded. Sold it in exchange for first level of divine power and Taoism, infinite strength. To put it simply, this is a powerful magical power that increases strength. Strength, it is so simple and unpretentious, yet so indispensable. Good, very good. Song Suan wanted to laugh, but held it back. It was late at night, and everyone was asleep. Why should he laugh? He could just be happy in his heart. The second kind of qi. All things have spirits, and we can all believe in them. 1 pound and 9 ounces of willpower can be used to buy things. This ball of energy is quite interesting, as it actually comes from the power of Yan Hanzhong's faith. Song Suan pretended to be a god and casually fabricated an unnamed god who was impartial and righteous. His original intention was just not to expose himself, but who would have thought that he could actually collect the power of faith from Yan Hanzhong in this way? She tried to sell it, and then got a colorless and transparent pill the size of a longan. Wish power pill, made by the will of believers. This is pure grade. After the pill is made, it is not affected by cause and effect, and taking it can help accelerate cultivation. Song Suan held the wish pill in his hand. He felt it was warm, cool, and comfortable, like a jade bead. She pondered over the information she had just obtained, and for a moment her mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. There were still 6 chances left to trade in the Tianyi balance that day, so Song Suan kept thinking while using up all the remaining 6 chances. On one occasion, she sold a basket of pomegranates and received a fertility pill in return. This is how the pregnancy pill given to Yan Hanzhong came from. This thing is extremely difficult to obtain for ordinary people, but for Song Sawan, it is just a matter of a basket of pomegranates. She put all the supplies she had sold, including the pregnancy pill, back into the scale of heaven and earth, and then took the wish power pill and the energy strengthening pill and began her practice for the day. The pure grade wish power pill is not affected by cause and effect and has no side effects, so Song Sawan plans to give it a try to see to what extent this thing can actually help in spiritual practice. After practicing all night like this, it was dawn again. At dawn, the crowing of roosters in the distance parted the clouds in the sky, and rays of light sprinkled down to the earth. Inside the Song family courtyard, the big white goose also poked its head out, raised its long neck, and sang loudly. Quack!
Quack!
Quack, quack! Song Sawan woke up and looked inward. He felt the true energy in his body flowing like the water in a mountain stream, lively and harmonious. It flowed into his dantian and became a clear pool. The pool was 3 feet deep, and its capacity was more than 10 times that of yesterday. Wish power pill. This is not a wish power pill at all. It should be called 10 times experience pill. No, it should even be called 100 times experience pill. Refining essence into qi, Song Sawan felt that her cultivation in the qi transformation stage had made a great progress. If the qi and mana were calculated by years, she would have at least 50 years of cultivation now. She felt more confident to survive, which was really pleasing to the body and mind. The big white goose came over quacking, urging him to eat. Song Sawan squatted down and hugged it affectionately, but the big white goose screamed, "Quack! Quack, quack, quack!"
Ha! Ha!
What's going on? Is the little thing suddenly being pretentious? Soon, Song Sawan discovered that it was not the big white goose being pretentious, but she was actually sweating and excreting a thick layer of dirt. The smell, the lethality. The big white goose cried angrily, "Quack! Quack!" Song Sawan ran away in shame and quickly fetched water to wash. The result of the sudden increase in power overnight was to cleanse the essence and marrow, remove the turbidity and retain the purity, but it was hard for the big baby white goose. Song Sawan immediately took a bath, changed clothes, and started a fire to cook. After finishing, she gave a bowl of food to the big white goose, kept a portion for herself, and took the rest to the next bedroom and placed it in front of the tablet of Song Yud and his wife. Since coming to this world, Song Sawan has developed a feeling that she is indistinguishable from the original owner. She inherited her body and her memories, and naturally, she also has to take on her responsibilities and obligations. Although her will was based on the Song Sawan who traveled through time, how could she know that the Song Sawan in this life was not her two sides? Song Sawan stood in front of the tablets of Song Yud and his wife, and after paying homage, he was silent for a moment and then whispered, "Dad, Mom, time flies so fast. In a blink of an eye, I almost forgot what it was like when you were still around. Have you reunited in the underworld? Are you practicing merit for the next life now? If there is an afterlife, I hope you too can be born into wealth, grow up in leisure, be safe and healthy, and live a happy life." She was a little unable to continue speaking, but certain words and certain things were still weighing on her heart. From that day on, she saw through the eyes of the fox demon the scene of the death of the petty official under the broken blood knife, and learned that the pension for the official who caught the demon was not 50 taels, but 100 taels. From that moment on, her heart was in turmoil. This matter is unfair, and the waves are endless. When people live in this world, protecting themselves is certainly something they must do, but there are also some things that they cannot avoid doing. Song Sawan said, "Dad, Mom, don't worry, I understand, I know what to do. I won't be anxious either, but I can start preparing." After sunrise, Song Sawan said goodbye to the big white goose and went out to work, still bringing her umbrella with her. Walking through the alleys, I see the bustling life and listen to the gossip of neighbors. For example, Guo Laosan's family was also miserable. The mainstay of the family was gone. After the funeral, most of the 50 taels of pension was gone, and his son Dalong dropped out of school.
Ouch!
Guo Laosan, also a clerk in the express class, died not long ago while trying to catch a monster. His funeral was a big deal, and the pension was exactly the same as when Song Yud died, also 50 taels. Whenever Song So-won heard news about his family, he would always stay a few more steps and listen a few more words. The neighbors said, "What's so miserable? How can it be compared to the Song families? The eldest son of the Gwa family just can't study anymore, but as for the Song family, Song Yud is dead, and his wife is also dead, leaving the little girl all alone. She was also broken off from engagement, and she still owes a lot of debts. She has no choice but to work in a laundry room to pay off her debts." That's true. How can anything good happen after entering the laundry room? In 2 or 3 years, he will die sooner or later. TSK, this whole family is going to be wiped out. Haha, if you ask me, this is all the fault of Mrs. Song Yud. Her husband died, and she got sick. So, what if she got sick? She even spent so much money on medical treatment. If it weren't for this, the Song family wouldn't have owed so much debt.
Bah.
How can you talk like that? Who could be thinking of being sick or something? Aunt Jinhua came out with a basket on her shoulder. She started spitting and her voice was loud. "You are so kind. Why didn't you lend the Song family more money? Who knows, if they had a few dozen more taels of silver, the man wouldn't have to die, and there wouldn't be any need for you to make sarcastic remarks here, right?" Aunt Go, who was spat at by Aunt Jinhua, put her hands on her waist and was about to refute Aunt Jinhua, but suddenly she felt a chill on her back. The chill was so spooky that she couldn't help but look back, and this time she met Song So-won's dark and deep eyes. It was really like a dry well or a cold pond, and even more like a bottomless pit, so deep that one could not feel the bottom. Aunt Ge felt inexplicably flustered when she looked at it, and she said, You are so kind, I won't say any more to you." Before she finished her words, Aunt Go wiped her hands on her apron and left in a panic. As she walked, she couldn't help but mutter, "I'm not afraid of anyone. I don't want to bother with that unlucky dying man." Humph, humph. Aunt Go left, and the scales of heaven and earth in front of Song So-won reappeared. Human desires, greed, anger, and fear can be exchanged for 3 taels and 2 coins. Aunt Ge actually provided Song So-won with 3 taels and 2 cents of human desire, and in addition to the 2 emotions of anger and fear, she also provided an element of greed. What is greed? Why do we have greed? Where does this greed come from? Song So-won stared at Aunt Ji's back and suddenly thought of something. Aunt Jinhua saw Song So-won and hurried forward to express her concern. Song So-won replied, "Don't worry, Auntie.
I'm fine.
I'll save some more money and pay it back at the end of the month." Aunt Jinhua immediately said, "Why are you so anxious, kid? Everyone knows your situation. Who can rush you? You can't be like this. You might as well use the money you saved to replenish your body. Save for 2 months, and then quickly withdraw from that place." Song Si listened to her chattering quietly, and when she finished, he asked softly, "Aunt, if my family had a few dozen more taels of money, would my mother really not have died?" This statement was actually mentioned by Aunt Jinhua herself just now, but when Song So-won asked this, Aunt Jinhua suddenly paused for a moment, as if she was choked by something. After a moment, she sighed and said, "It's possible, and it's not possible. Who knows? Good child, let's not think too much about the past. We still have to look forward to the future." Song So-won nodded and said, "Yes, I will. Don't worry, Aunt." Having said that, there isn't much else to say. But what is very interesting is that the scale of heaven and earth reappeared at this time, collecting a group of 7 emotions and 6 desires from Aunt Jinhua. Human desires, love, worry, fear, 7 taels, and 3 cents can be traded. Aunt Jinhua's emotions towards Song So-won are very complicated at this moment. In addition to love, there are also worry and fear. Why is this? Song So-won already knows that the Tiandi scale will not collect other people's emotions at will. The premise of collection must be, this person has strong emotional fluctuations because of Song So-won. When these emotions reach a certain amount, the Tiandi scale will collect them. In other words, in daily interpersonal interactions, general emotions are actually difficult to meet the collection standards. Aunt Jinhua and Aunt Ji's performance today are thought-provoking. Song Sewon actually already had some guesses in her mind. She sighed secretly and said goodbye to Aunt Jinhua. This time, Aunt Jinhua did not chase her to stuff her with pancakes. Song Sewon went to work as usual, washing monsters and collecting evil spirits. In this way, a thin man with a mediocre face appeared in the alley. With the blessing of being a drop in the ocean, Song Sewon walked out of the alley slowly in this image, and then, like every other mediocre person in this world, he merged into the crowd inconspicuously. She went to Qianming Street, where there were several spiritual material shops near the demon refining platform. The so-called spiritual material store mainly sells various spiritual items and also sells some low-level talismans or low-level magical tools that ordinary people can also use. Of course, high-end families also sell it, but Song Sewon has no way of knowing how high-end the so-called high-end is. She chose a spiritual material store called Minji and stood outside to observe for a while. There were some warriors who didn't look too wealthy coming in and out, and there were also well-dressed young men from wealthy families passing by with slaves and servants. After a while, Min's magical instrument shop became a little quiet, and Song Sewon walked in silently. There was a clerk sweeping the dust lazily with a duster in his hand. He didn't even raise his eyes when Song Sewon walked into the shop, until Song Sewon asked, "Hey, buddy, do you have 100-year-old peachwood?" The guy straightened up suddenly and noticed someone coming in. He smiled more. "Hey, this is 100-year-old peachwood. 1 tael for 1 tael. How many taels do you want, sir?" 1 guan of money is equal to 1 tael of silver. By this calculation, 1 kilogram of 100-year-old peach would cost 10 taels of silver. Compared to ordinary people, this is truly a sky-high price. However, peachwood has the effect of warding off evil spirits, and 100-year-old peachwood is even rarer, so this price cannot be said to be unreasonable. Song Sewon only felt that he had previously gained 350 taels of windfall and thought it was already good, but he didn't expect that he was still poor. He had to buy even if he was poor, so Song Sewon spent 100 taels of silver and bought 10 kilograms of peachwood. He also asked about the price of 100-year-old plumwood. Plumwood is not as expensive as peachwood, only 5 taels per caddy, so Song Sewon also bought 10 caddies. In this way, both peachwood and plumwood are finally in his hands. After returning, Song Sewon can start carving puppets and practicing the art of replacing lives, using the peachwood as a substitute. Before sunset, Song Sewon left Min's spiritual material store. After leaving, she did not go home directly but walked around the alleys nearby several times. It was not until the sky gradually darkened and deep night fell that Song Sewon made sure that no one was following him. Then he found a secluded place to change his clothes and attire back to his original state. A drop in the ocean still blessed her, and Song Sewon carried her bag without any sense of existence and returned home quietly. After returning home, I cleaned up first and then sold all the earnings of the day one by one. You sold 1 pound, 3 ounces and 2 cents of resentment, and gained a lifespan of 130 years. You sold a pot of chicken wrapped in pig monster belly and received 2 cheese strengthening pills. Yes, that's right, 2 strengthening pills. The offal that Song Sewon got from the laundry today was the fat belly of a pig monster. After she got home, she had a sudden idea and did not stir-fry the intestines as usual. Instead, she took a plucked chicken that she bought yesterday and made a proper belly-stuffed chicken. This can be considered a hard dish. Song Sewon wanted to try this method to see if Tyndilliang could come up with any other response. The result was very surprising. After selling a dish of chicken with belly stuffed in it, I actually got 2 qi-enhancing pills. Zhuangqi pills are also a type of qi and blood elixir. Song Sewon checked the prices of the elixirs in Minji's spiritual materials store today. The lowest grade qi nourishing pill costs 10 taels of silver per pill at Minji's spiritual materials store. As for the Zhuangqi pills, they are of an even higher grade than the Yangqi pills. Minji's spiritual materials store sells them for 50 taels of silver per pill. How much does a chicken cost? No more than 50 cents, but an extra strengthening pill is worth 50 taels of silver. According to the clerk at Minji's spiritual materials store, Don't think it's too expensive, sir. No matter how expensive it is, it can still be bought with silver. You know, some spiritual items cannot be bought with real gold or silver. You have to use yuanju. What is a yuanju? Song Suan asked casually, but unfortunately the guy himself didn't know clearly. After boasting about his knowledge, he only gave a vague explanation at the end. Hey, yes, it's a good thing used by the big shots.
Anyway, it is said that
one yuanju can be exchanged for 1,000 taels of silver. Wow, compared to this, it's really amazing. Song Suan suddenly felt respect for the vastness of the world and the infinite wealth. At the same time, she also remembered the name of this boastful young man. The shopkeeper called him Sanzuzi. Sanzuzi and shopkeeper Min are another window for Song Suan to connect with this vast world. Song Suan continued to operate the scale of heaven and earth. You sold human desire, greed, anger, and fear, 3 taels and 2 cents, and obtained a low-level illusion, turning stone into gold. Turning stone into gold. This is a low-level illusion. It cannot really turn stone into gold. It is just deceiving your eyes. Oh, a trick of the eyes. A necessary skill for some legendary charlatans? After silently memorizing the trick of turning stone into gold, Song Suan chuckled at the time. This little spell may seem a bit tasteless, but it doesn't matter. There are no bad spells, only people who don't know how to use them. Song Suan continued to sell while memorizing and pondering. You sold human desires, love, worry, and fear for 7 taels and 3 cents, and obtained the elementary Taoist technique, the dream entering technique. A series of mysterious mantras flooded into Song Suan's mind. She was surprised and happy. She couldn't help but move her feet slightly and clench her fists. It turned out to be the art of entering dreams. What a magical thing! Song Suan pondered it carefully and smiled silently. In the middle of the night, Song Suan put down the peachwood puppet he had just carved, changed into black clothes, put on a human skin mask, and once again used the time and night escape technique, turning into a wisp of night wind and leaving the house. This time, she planned to find Aunt Ge to have a good exchange of feelings. Aunt Ge's home is also in Jishenfang, about 1.5 streets away from the Song family. It has a small courtyard with 5 rooms, and its overall area is more than half larger than that of the Song family. Aunt Ge gave birth to 3 sons and 2 daughters and finally raised 2 sons and 1 daughter. Now her eldest son is married and has given her 2 grandsons and 1 granddaughter, so her family can be considered prosperous. There is only one downside. There are so many people in the family that even a small courtyard with 5 rooms is inevitably crowded and noisy. The teeth are rubbing against the tongue, and there is no peace every day. There is no solution to this problem unless you become rich suddenly. It was late at night, and a gust of night breeze blew to the window of Aunt Ge's house. Aunt Ge slept a little uneasily. Her husband snored, and she had to sleep with her eldest grandson, who was 10 years old. The 3 of them slept on a narrow bed, which was very crowded. Can you please sleep well? Aunt Ge was scolded so much that she was half awake. She didn't know if it was a dream or not. She just muttered habitually, "It's so sleepy, so sleepy. Why don't you give me a big room and make a big bed for me? I will let you sleep on the edge of the sky." Huang Gui, Ji's husband, said, "I've given you the money from the dead 3 times, but you kept it and didn't touch a cent. Did I ever say that I couldn't let you make a big bed?" Aunt Ge complained, "You didn't get much silver in 3 visits. You did get 3 taels when you went to Old Song's house, but you only got 1 tael each time afterwards. What can you do with it? Your second son doesn't need money to marry a wife? Your younger sister doesn't need a dowry when she gets married? It's the same thing to divide the money, but they get 5 taels, and you only get 1 tael. How can you not be embarrassed?" The complaints were not over yet when suddenly Aunt Ge felt dazed and a strange yet familiar figure slowly appeared in the darkness and sat down at the head of her bed. The figure was not scary at all. On the contrary, it was quite beautiful. However, when Aunt Ge saw the visitor, she felt her heartbeat quicken and a sense of fear rose from the back of her neck. Moreover, A strange force seemed to press on her body as the visitor sat at the head of the bed. Aunt G's limbs were weak, and she was covered in cold sweat. She felt like a fish on a chopping board. She screamed in fear. You are Lu Ernyang. Are you a human or a ghost?" The woman sitting at the head of Aunt G's bed turned out to be Lu Ernyang, the wife of Song Yud who had died. Lu Ernyang blinked her eyes, and 2 lines of blood and tears dripped from the corners of her eyes, hitting Aunt Ge bit by bit, causing Aunt Ge to feel a dull pain in her heart. She felt that what was falling on her was not drops of blood, but a heavy hammer. Aunt Ge couldn't get up, couldn't breathe, couldn't even struggle, and could only shout in despair. "Second aunt, please don't blame me. It's not that I want to covet your family's money. I really have to take it." Captain Yu took the lead in taking it, and the masters in the household wanted a share. Who dared not take it? She admitted it, and the force of the blood drops hitting her became even stronger. Aunt Ge screamed and begged for mercy, but in a moment, she called out a series of names. These were basically the petty officials who were on the same mission as Song Yud. The leader, Yu the captain, was actually Aunt Jinhua's husband. As Aunt Ge shouted, the wind blew the trees outside the window, casting shadows all over the ground. On the same bed, on the other side, Aunt Ji's husband Huang Gui was also trapped in a nightmare, but the screams he uttered were different from those of Aunt Ge. "Brother Song, I didn't want to harm you." It was the demon slayer Captain Zhang Ping. His blood-breaking knife needs to drink the blood of a living person every time to increase its power. "It was he who harmed you." "I don't want to. I'm afraid, and I'm living with my head on the line." That night, the stars were low. The person who was talking in his sleep cried and sighed, and the courtyard of Aunt G's house gradually became quiet. A wisp of night wind drifted from the side, rolled up some fallen leaves, and suddenly disappeared under the starlight. Only a golden shadow was left under the window of Aunt G's room, looming in the night, as if it was there and not there. That was a piece of gold that Song Siwan left behind with his Midas touch. Since both Aunt Ge and Huang Gui felt that they had no choice but to covet the pension, let them face the helplessness of being rich more often. There are many things in this world that cannot be distinguished clearly. Song Siwan also thought that she was not a judge and could not control the fairness of the world. But since she came to this world as a child, there are always some things she should do. It seems that what the Ge and Huang couple took away was just a few taels of silver, but how could they know that this was not a chance for Lu Ernyang to survive? Even further inferring, if the Song family could get all the pensions, Song Siwan would not have owed so much debt, and she would not have been forced to work as a chores in the laundry room. The laundry room is a dead end. No matter whether Song Siwan has managed to survive or not, she cannot just let it go. Doesn't the surviving Song Siwan need to ask for a memorial for the dead self? Song Siwan doesn't ask for justice. She only stands on her own side and asks for a clear conscience. She is still a beginner in the art of turning stone into gold, and the gold she has turned into gold can only last for 3 days. Let's see what kind of story this piece of gold will trigger within 3 days. In the deep night, Song Siwan returned home accompanied by the evening breeze. She changed her clothes, washed up, and summoned the scales again. This time at the Huang family, Aunt Ge and her husband Huang Gui once again provided Song Siwan with a sufficient amount of emotional value. What Aunt Ge offers is human desires, greed, anger, and fear, 3 pounds and 8 ounces, can be traded. Song Siwan sold it and received 3 years and 8 months of cultivation. In an instant, Song Siwan fell into a mysterious state of meditation. The 3 years and 8 months of cultivation were like her hard work in the Heart Sutra of forgetfulness. She gathered purple clouds in the morning and moonlight at night. Although she had no elixir to help her, she practiced diligently without stopping for a moment. In this way, I didn't notice the time passing quickly. When I opened my eyes again, the true energy in my dantian became stronger. Sit and discuss the Tao, sit and forget the Tao, leave the form and abandon wisdom, and achieve the great communication. A feeling of clarity as if washed by water lingered in Song Siwan's body, mind, and soul. making her seem to have a new understanding of everything she had learned before. This is the transparency of time settling down. The present world is just a moment, but to Song Soo-won it seems like 3 years. Song Soo-won exhaled lightly, and a wisp of white mist floated out of her mouth and fell on the ground in front of her. Then there was a puff sound, and a clear white mark was left on the bluestone floor in front of her bed. It looked like it had been scratched by some sharp object. The mark was not deep, but it was shocking. Just a breath can create such a result. This is Qi Ru Chonghua, which means that Song Soo-won has reached the late stage of Qi transformation and should be not far from breaking through the Qi refining stage. This cultivation speed is as terrifying as the speed at which her lifespan increases. When Song Soo-won confirmed the truth about his father's death, he was actually very anxious, but after this training, this anxiety was invisibly soothed. Don't be anxious, don't be afraid. All fears come from insufficient firepower. As long as there is sufficient firepower, everything will be fine. Of course, we must be stable when it is time to be stable. Song Soo-won also sold the passage about the 7 emotions and 6 desires that he had learned from Huang Gui. Human desires, sadness, fear, and terror, 3 caddies and 9 ounces, can be sold. Sell, get. Primary Taoist technique, palm thunder. Song Soo-won straightened up suddenly, suppressing the surprise in his heart, while carefully memorizing all the tricks of palm thunder. Song Soo-won was busy memorizing and practicing new spells, reviewing the old spells she had learned before, and also carving wooden puppets. Thanks to the practice of Zhuowang Heart Sutra, she had cultivated her true energy, which allowed her to have enough energy to work hard. Song Soo-won worked hard until the sky turned pale, then he stopped practicing and took a short rest. Then she got up, washed, cooked, fed the geese, and went to work as usual. As a worker, you cannot slack off for even a single day. After work, Song Soo-won went straight to Aunt Jinhwa's house. Today is the end of the month, which is the date Song Soo-won had originally scheduled to pay her debts. She took with her the wages she had saved this month, a total of 2 taels of silver. According to Huang Gui, the embezzlement of Song Yid's pension was a collective act led by the clerks in the government office. These people are old-timers. Even if they pass through a barren area, they will rip off 3 feet of money. The pensions set by the higher-ups are handled by them, so there is no reason for them not to keep a portion of it. The total amount of pension was 100 taels, of which 30 taels were taken by the household clerks, and the remaining 20 taels were shared by the other minor clerks who worked with Song Yid. The head of the Yu family was the captain of the police. He took 5 taels of silver, Huang Gui took 3 taels, and the other dozen people shared a total of 12 taels. When Song Yid's body was finally carried home, the compensation given to Lu Earnyang and Song Soo-won amounted to 50 taels. Song Soo-won kept the accounts, and it was clearly written in her account book that later, when Lu Earnyang became seriously ill and the Song family ran out of money, Song Soo-won went to the Yu family, that is, Aunt Jinhwa's house, and just happened to borrow another 5 taels of silver. Oh, isn't this very interesting? Song Soo-won came to the gate of the Yu family, but saw that the gate was wide open. Aunt Jinhwa was running on the street with a basket in her hand. There were several neighbors in front and behind her, and everyone was running in the same direction. As they were running, someone said, "Oh my God, this is so strange. Is there really gold in the Huang family's yard?" That's right. Not only gold was found, but also lives were lost. Oh my God, how could someone die? Song Soo-won walked at the end and immediately followed the crowd like a shadow. She listened to the neighbors' discussions, and her heart beat faster. I heard that Gus Xiaohong saved up a large gold cake to arrange a marriage for her second son, but the eldest son's wife saw it and refused to give in, so the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law started fighting. Hey, what kind of precious daughter-in-law wants to use a golden cake to propose marriage? Then the eldest daughter-in-law will definitely not agree. How can she use a golden cake to propose marriage? There are so many families, and they actually want to use a golden cake to propose marriage. What else can she do with the money? Yes, I heard that the golden cake weighs at least 20 to 30 taels, which is worth at least 200 to 300 taels of silver. But the wife Huang Erlang is talking about is the girl from the Qin family on Luquan Street. Someone immediately exclaimed, "The Qin family? The Qin family that occupies half of the street?" Before the exclamations had died down, everyone turned the street ahead and arrived at the Huang family's door. The gate of the Huang family's courtyard was also wide open. Chaotic screams could be heard from the courtyard. A voice was crying in pain. "Boss, boss, wake up quickly. You can't just abandon me like this." A young man shouted angrily, "Huang Lao, you are a prodigal son. Today, as your brother, I will beat you to death." There was also a bunch of neighbors crowded outside the yard, some standing on tiptoe to look out, while others went straight in. One trying to get in shouted, "The doctor is here. Hurry up, make way, make way." People made way. Someone who came later, who didn't understand the situation, was asking in a hurry, "What's going on? Didn't they say the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were fighting? Why did Huang Gui fall down again? What did Huang Erlang do?" Huang Erlang lied to his mother. He didn't even get to date the girl from the Qin family. He was a gambler and owed hundreds of taels of silver. He tricked his mother into giving him gold cakes to pay off his debts. Then what happened? How did it get exposed? Huang Dalong's wife stole the golden cake, and Huang Erlang brought thugs to steal his sister-in-law. Huang Dalong saw them, so they were exposed, right? Oh, this is such an injustice. The person who was sighing had not yet finished sighing when he heard new news coming from the yard over there. Huang Erlang had one leg broken by Huang Dalong. While protecting her younger son, Gooden Yang got into a conflict with her older son and ended up fainting from anger. Song Suwan stood outside the Huang family's courtyard gate and felt for the first time so clearly the power that could be brought about when a butterfly's wings flapped. This is not a visible force in the conventional sense, but an invisible principle that is more like the law of cause and effect. It is everywhere, yet ever-changing, elusive, and awe-inspiring. The farce of the Huang family continued. The gambling house came and fiercely snatched the gold cake. Aunt Go was originally rescued by the doctor, but when she woke up and heard that the gold had been taken away, she fainted again. Before she fainted, she vomited blood. The doctor said that after this incident, Aunt Go would probably die young. Some neighbors sighed and said that Aunt Go was pitiful, while others shook their heads and said that she deserved it. If she hadn't always favored her youngest son and spoiled Huang Erlang to the point of lawlessness, how could he have suffered today? It's just a pity for the gold. But someone else said, "Oh, don't mention the gold. If Gus Xiaohong hadn't taken out the gold, the people from the gambling house wouldn't have come today. As long as she was the boss, they could still live. But now her boss is paralyzed. How are they going to live in the future? That can't be blamed on the gold. Even if Gus Xiaohong didn't take the gold, Huang Erlang would still come to the gambling house if he owed money, right? This. Who knows?" What no one knew was that the piece of gold that attracted so much attention turned out to be a fake. Everything has its cause. After witnessing everything, Song Suwan felt a little heavy in his heart. It's definitely not the case that the Huang family should be pitted, but she also did not get the pleasure of successful revenge. More importantly, Song Suwan was being cautious in his heart. The power of the law of cause and effect is so terrifying that the hand outside the chessboard can just move lightly and the mortal world may be turned upside down. No wonder the first priority of the ancient immortal practitioners was to stay away from the mundane world. If you give up things, your body will not be tired. If you do nothing, your mind will be at peace. This doesn't mean that those who cultivate immortality can't do anything, but we are afraid that those who cultivate immortality will forget their original intentions and themselves after mastering the power. The power that runs away is not power, but a demon. So, what was my original intention? Song Suwan stood outside the crowd and examined herself. The inner energy of the Zhuang Heart Sutra brought with it a cool feeling that flowed slowly and lingeringly through her body, gradually bringing her heart back to peace. In the crowd, Aunt Jinhua, who was holding a basket and watching the fun, suddenly slapped her thigh and said anxiously, "Oh, my pot is still boiling water waiting to steam buns. Oh no, my pot is not going to burn through, is it?" She was so anxious that she didn't care about watching the fun anymore. She quickly withdrew from the crowd and turned to run home. She didn't see Song Sawan standing outside the crowd. Song Sawan followed her silently behind her. When he saw her rush into the house, he shouted happily in the kitchen, "Oh my God, I was scared to death." It turns out that the water is not boiled dry yet. That's great. Aunt Jinhua added water to steam the steamed buns in the kitchen, and Song Sawan knocked gently on her door outside. "Who is it?" Aunt Jinhua came out while wiping her hands. When she saw it was Song Sawan, a smile immediately broke out on her face. "Yunyang, you've come just in time. I'm steaming buns here.
Come in and sit for a while.
When the buns are ready, I'll take some back for dinner." Song Sawan did not enter the house, but just said at the gate, "Aunt, I am still in mourning, so I will not enter the house. It is the end of the month. I am here to pay back the money." "Return the money" came out. Aunt Jinhua's smile froze for a moment, but she soon pulled Song Sawan and said, "What money do you want to return? You are such a stubborn child. I told you to save the money when you have it and use it to supplement yourself. Quickly withdraw from that place." Seeing that Song Sawan was about to say something else, she quickly said with a fierce face, "Don't mention it. You really can't mention it, or I will be angry if you mention it again." She sincerely didn't want Song Sawan to pay back the money. At the same time, Song Sawan even received emotional feedback from her. The scale of heaven and earth emerged. Human desires, love, worry, and fear, 1 pound and 2 ounces can be exchanged. What is love? What is worry? What is fear? At this moment, Song Sawan felt the complexity of human nature. Looking at the smile and care on Aunt Jinhua's face, Song Sawan couldn't help but sigh softly in his heart. She finally stopped insisting on paying back the money, but she mentioned other people. "Aunt, we're close enough here. I cannot pay it back for now, but what about the other families? I should pay back the money I have saved, right?" Aunt Jinhua said, "What are you going to pay back? Everyone knows that you are in a difficult situation. I will bring a club to you to reason with those cowards if they dare to force you. Good boy, listen to me. You really can't go to the laundry room anymore. Get out, I will find you another job." But this was something he couldn't listen to. Song Sawan ignored it and said goodbye as soon as she finished speaking. Aunt Jinhua asked her to wait a little longer until the steamed buns came out before leaving, but Song Sawan refused. She said, "Auntie insisted that I take the steamed buns before leaving, so I will wait here until my uncle comes back and return the money to him directly." Aunt Jinhua said, "Your uncle, you can't take your money." Before he could finish his words, Song Sawan waved his hand and ran away. Song Sawan ran home in one breath, opened the door, and was greeted by the loud quack singing of a big white goose. A pair of big white wings flapped in the wind, and a fat body rushed over. Song Sawan caught it with a hi, and the big white goose pushed its head into her arms, making Song Sawan laugh out loud. Dabai, don't do this. It's so itchy, ha. After a laugh, Song Sawan felt a little more relaxed. At this time, the sky was getting dark, and the setting sun was especially golden, dragging the clouds across the sky and shining on the world of fireworks. Song Sawan held the big white goose and looked up at the sunset. She said softly, "Dabai, sometimes I feel confused, but now I seem to understand. I don't want to be an enemy of the world. I just want to live a free and easy life in this world. If there is a grudge, I will take revenge. If there is a vengeance, I will take revenge. If it is difficult to distinguish between gratitude and vengeance, then we will wait and see." The big white goose cackled, turned its head to the sky, and sang loudly with its neck curved. Song Si went back to his room to pack up and didn't mention any more gossip. She sold another 8 ounces and 9 cents of resentment and gained 90 years of life. There are no chi strengthening pills today because there are fewer monsters to be cleaned today. It is said that some of the pig monsters raised on the monster refining platform suddenly fell ill, so the slaughter was suspended today. After the lights were turned off, Song Sawan sold the ball of 7 emotions and 6 desires he got from Aunt Jinhua and received 1 year and 2 months of cultivation. Song Sawan understood a little. If the emotional value is provided by the same person, a small spell will generally be obtained when the transaction is made for the first time, while the second transaction can be exchanged for cultivation. Song Sawan sat cross-legged in meditation. Although it was only a quarter of an hour, to her it felt like she had been practicing non-stop for a year and 2 months. After completing the practice, although not reaching the level of a great realm, the skills have been deepened. It's quiet at night, perfect for traveling. Song Sawan put on her human skin mask, put on a black cloak, turned into a wisp of night wind, and shuttled away in the dark shadows. Jishenfang Yu's home. A night watchman passed by the door with a clapper. Inside the room, Niu Jinhua, who was lying on the bed, kicked her legs as if she was in a dream. She suddenly pushed her husband, Captain Yu, who was beside her, and called him, "Old Yu, wake up." Captain Yu asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Niu Jinhua's eyes were hazy, as if she was in a dream, but because she was in a dream, she suddenly burst into tears. "Old Yu, I feel sad. I think Yu Nyang is pitiful enough. She doesn't know anything. She even sent money to us before, saying that she would pay us back. It's obviously us who took her money. What's the point of her borrowing those 5 taels? It was originally hers." "Old Yu," Niu Jinhua cried, "why do you insist on taking this money? No matter how much we need it, it's the money people have earned through hard work. How can we take it? How can we take it?" Her tears flowed like a piece of ice crystal and pierced Captain Yu's body. Captain Yu sat up suddenly from his confusion. There was an inexplicable fear that made his head feel dizzy. Captain Yu could only cover his forehead and said in pain, "Do you think I want to take it? The masters in the household registration office want to take it, so how can we, the fast team, not take it? Can the masters in the household registration office rest assured if you don't take it? If you don't take it, believe it or not, you won't get a penny of the pension." He felt so uncomfortable, with an indescribable feeling of depression in his head, and he also felt depressed in his heart. "Not only do I have to take it, I have to take the lead, and then share it with my brothers. But don't think I'm bullying you." Captain Yu shouted angrily, "We all live with our heads on the line. Today, while I'm alive, I'm giving away my pension to others. If I die tomorrow, others will definitely share my pension too. Brother Song is a good man, but when he was alive, he also shared other people's pensions. Who isn't like this? Who wants to be like this? There used to be 30 brothers in our group, but now there are only 15 left. How long can I live?" Each sound is an accusation, a vent, and more like the whimper of a middle-aged man, but like a wild beast. Niu Jinhua turned over and hugged her husband. She was so overwhelmed by the nightmare that she couldn't breathe. She also cried out, Got it. When will this day end?" It wasn't like this in previous years. Isn't it the job of the Demon Slayer guards to catch and kill monsters? Why do you have to send constables like you to the battlefield? Captain Yu sneered, half crying and half laughing. "The master we followed, the Demon Slayer Captain Zhang Ping, has a blood-breaking knife. If it's just for ordinary monsters, the blood-breaking knife can kill them one by one. If it's a powerful monster, then it will kill us petty officials one by one."
Ha 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 ha.
Niu Jinhua asked, "Old Yu, where does this Zhang Ping live, and what is his background?" "He is using other people's lives to make up for his own achievements. Don't the higher-ups care about him? Every 3, 6, and 9 days of the lunar calendar, the adults will go to the Xiandeng office to report for duty, and Master Zhang is no exception. But he is a disciple of the 7 Stars sect, a major sect in Songling County." Captain Yu chuckled again, half pushing his hazy eyelids and slowly saying, "It's not uncommon to kill people while catching monsters. Lord Zhang doesn't kill people directly. He waits for monsters to kill first, and then he drinks their blood. When the monsters kill people, he kills the monsters after their power increases. This is actually helping people to get revenge. Do you understand? Do you understand?" Who can understand? Niu Jinhua couldn't understand. She just felt dizzy and palpitating. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't. She could only hug her husband tightly and fell asleep again without knowing it. The room where he had been talking in his sleep gradually returned to silence, leaving only the night outside the window growing darker. Song Sewon outside the window turned into a shadow and disappeared again. She floated into the house in the night wind. After entering the room, she suddenly pulled off her black cloak and then tore off the human skin mask on her face. Song Sewon was filled with resentment, no less than the captain of the police. But Captain Yu could only vent a few words in his dreams, but Song Sewon, she could show the thunder in her hands and eliminate the injustice in her heart. No, I need to calm down. Song Sewon took off the burden on her body and put it back into the space of the scale. Then she walked to the tablet of Song Yud and his wife. There were 3 incense sticks burning on the altar. Song Sewon looked at the fragrant mist and gradually calmed down. Whenever encountering a major event, one must first remain calm. People can be brave, but they must be brave with caution. She had to understand that although she now had 1/3 of the strength in her hands, she was still only in the Qi transformation stage. There are also Qi refining true cultivators, spirit transformation true immortals, and some living immortals who refine their spirits and return to the void, refine the void and merge with the Tao. It is so vast and boundless. How can a mere Qi transformation stage be complacent? Not only can she not be complacent, she must always be in awe and fear. I am too weak. Song Sewon took out the peach and plum trees and continued to carve his own life-saving puppet. No more sleep, just the liver. 10 caddies of peach wood and 10 caddies of plum wood can be used to carve 3 pairs of life-replacing puppets. While carving, she can inject her life force into the puppets for worship. However, she only loses 6 years of life force every day, which she can afford. While carving, Song Sewon summoned the scale of heaven and earth. He was so excited just now that he had no time to trade in the emotions he had obtained from the couple. From the head of the police, you sold human desires, sorrow, anger, and fear, 2 caddies and 3 ounces, and obtained the elementary Taoism, blazing flame technique. This is a fire-based Taoist method. After learning it, one can cast a spiritual flame. As the magic power becomes deeper and the Taoist technique becomes more proficient, the temperature of the spiritual flame can be much higher than that of ordinary fire. It is a very practical basic Taoist method. Song Ci memorized the Taoist teachings and understood the secrets. After a while, he sold the ball of 7 emotions and 6 desires that he got from Aunt Jinhua again. You sold 1 pound and 8 ounces of human desire, sadness, fear, and shock, and gained 1 year and 8 months of cultivation. The mysterious feeling of time and space traveling quickly came over him again, but this time, Song Sewon was no longer practicing the Zhuang Heart Sutra in the fleeting time, but other Taoist methods, such as the Void Demon Sword. This Taoist method has 5 levels. The first level is the phantom movement of the inner demon. The second level is the accumulation of demonic thoughts. Until the 5th level, the phantom birth of the heavenly demon. With each level of cultivation, the power of this technique increases exponentially. By the 5th level, the recipient may even be transformed into a demon puppet for the caster to control. Song Sewon has just started from the 1st level. With her current Qi transformation stage, if she cannot break through the realm, she cannot even practice the 2nd level of the Void Magic Sword. Even so, this 1st level is enough for her to practice. 1 year and 8 months passed in a flash. Song Sewon finished his hard training, and when he opened his eyes again, he felt that his understanding of the Void Phantom Demon Sword had become much more profound. If she was just getting started at the beginning, then now she should be able to reach the level of proficiency and mastery. Very good. Song Sewon put down the Void Magic Sword and continued to practice the puppet technique. This practice is somewhat special because it requires the injection of life force and regular sacrifices, so it cannot be rapidly improved through the cultivation time of the heaven and earth scale like other practices. After a night of hard practice, it was dawn again. For the next period of time, Song Sewon lived an exceptionally stable life. She worked during the day and practiced at night. Although she was furious, she seemed to have turned herself into a furnace. The deeper her rage, the calmer she appeared on the surface. Occasionally, Song Si would take time out to pay attention to the developments around him. For example, the Dingfeng building on Luquan Street, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, has recently made a comeback. Dingfenglu has a new chef with unparalleled skills who can make the most ordinary dishes extremely delicious. A young master from the Su family of the Xiantian family came to taste the food and praised Dingfenglu highly. For example, the Huang family in Jishenfang have been living from bad to worse since the farce about the golden cake. Huang Dalong had to support his wife and children and take care of a family of patients, which was already very hard. Suddenly one day, a group of thugs rushed to the gambling house, and they ransacked the Huang family's house, leaving a message. "You are such a bold thief. You dare to use fake gold to deceive our boss. You have 3 days to pay back the money, otherwise we will smash your house to pieces." Where can the Huang family get the money? So one dark and windy night, Huang Dalong escaped with his wife and children. When the people from the gambling house came again, all they saw were Huang Gui and Huang Erlang lying on the bed and almost starving to death, and Aunt Go, who was hanged. The neighbors all sighed, and from then on they would add a sentence to their warnings to the younger generation. Don't get involved in gambling. Don't touch that thing. 2 more clerks from the express team died. Demons seemed to be everywhere, and Song Siwan could hardly bear it any longer. Year of the Tiger, November 29th, winter solstice. Clouds gathered, night fell, and a light snow fell. Song Siwan opened her eyes in the long night. She hid the 3 peachwood puppets for summoning in places that no one else could think of, but only she knew, and carried the plumwood puppet for taking her life with her. After the longevity ritual, the puppets shrank in size, each one as thin as a soybean, delicate and cute. Song Siwan put them in a small purse, hung it around his neck, and hid it inside his clothes. Song Siwan could feel that he and these wooden puppets had a strange connection, as if they were connected by blood. So, how could this be a wooden puppet? These were clearly her 3 lives. Carrying 3 lives with her was a good feeling. Song Siwan put on the black cloak again, put on the human skin mask with rough stitching, and took a last look at the big, white goose sleeping peacefully in the house. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She turned her sleeves. The night wind blew, and her whole body turned into a shadow and went away with the wind. There are 3 levels of time and night escape. Song Siwan has now perfected the first level and is only waiting for an opportunity to break through. The night wind blew up the fine snow, and shadows moved alternately in the snow. To the west of Suyang City, the demon-slaying Captain Zhang Ping did not go out to catch monsters tonight. His superior, General Tian Junhong, the demon slayer, recently acquired a top-grade magical instrument, the Lan Ke Chun Xiao Tuesday. For this occasion, General Tian specially held a banquet in his mansion, inviting guests from all over, close friends and subordinates to come and appreciate it. The night banquet was very lively, and the Lan Ke Chun Xiao Tu was even more magical. When the picture was unfolded, it was said that it could extend to an area of 10 miles, covering half of the city. There was a chessboard like a star curtain in the picture, and hundreds of beauties were chess players. When a game of chess was played, it was both a beauty in the world and the passing of spring and autumn in the picture. The original painting of this picture was created by the great scholar Yu Chunqiu and is called the Picture of Beauty in Spring and Autumn. When the painting was completed, thousands of beauties flew out of it, some holding harps and playing shungs, some looking at flowers by the water, and some dancing gracefully. At that time, everyone in the capital of the great Zhou dynasty witnessed this amazing sight of 10,000 beauties flying in the sky. It was like a fairyland descending on earth, and the saying beauty is in the book came from fantasy into reality. Later, there was a wave of imitations of the painting of red beauty in spring and autumn among the scholars of the great Zhou dynasty. It is said that the original work of the great scholar had become a top-grade spiritual tool since it was painted. Among the many imitations, the one painted by Su Bai, a disciple of Yu Chunqiu, was the most effective. Tian Junhong's painting The Spring and Autumn Period of Lan Ke was based on Su Bai's painting and was later refined and enhanced by the master weapon refiner Tandonga, thus forming this top-grade magic weapon. Suyang City is indeed a remote place. Although Tian Junhong is a 6th-ranked demon-slaying general, what does such a position mean if he is placed in the capital? It is no wonder that he was so proud of the painting he had obtained, and even held a grand banquet to show off to everyone. During the banquet, Tian Junhong vaguely mentioned that there was a noble person in his family, which naturally attracted countless fantasies and flattery for a while. Zhang Ping was not able to enter that inner circle, but he had good connections, and everyone gathered together to discuss the matter. A colleague of the Demon Slayer captain said, General Tian has obtained this painting of Lan Ke Chun Xiao. Since then, his deterrent power has greatly increased. There should be fewer demons around our Suyang city. Some people also said, less has its advantages. Recently, brothers are almost out of breath due to their busyness. However, this is not good either. Why is too little not enough? There is no need to explain this. Let's not talk about others, just Zhang Ping. If there are no demons, how can his blood-breaking knife be improved? Someone else said, Brother Zhang, your blood-breaking knife is already approaching the limit of 1,000 forgings. It won't be long before it can be upgraded to a lower-grade magical weapon, right? Zhang Ping seemed to be worried and did not look very happy the whole time. However, when someone mentioned the blood-breaking knife, his expression eased a little, and he smiled a little, saying, I am still far behind. I am ashamed. If I compare myself with my peers, I am at the bottom. As soon as he said this, someone immediately responded, You are the best disciples of the great sect. The inheritance is complete and truly enviable. Once these envious words were spoken, the rest of the crowd immediately started talking, and everyone expressed their yearning for big sects like the Seven Stars sect. The banquet became more and more lively, so I won't say more. Later, Zhang Ping was called by the demon-slaying General Tian Junhong for a conversation. Tian Junhong asked about Zhang Ping's master in the Seven Stars sect. Zhang Ping said, My master's 100 battle sword is Fu Tianyi. Having a name and a title, at least it is innate. Tian Junhong laughed, patted Zhang Ping on the shoulder, and said, Good fellow, disciple of a famous family, practice hard. If you can reach the Xiantian realm, I will guarantee you a demon slayer. The lowest rank for a demon hunter is 7th rank. Zhang Ping straightened his back slightly, his face showing excitement. The sound of stringed instruments began again, and the temperature in the banquet hall rose. It seemed like two different worlds compared to the falling snow outside. Until the snow fell layer by layer, the night mist filled the air, and the clock ticked deeply. General Tian's night banquet finally came to an end. Some people, drunkenly walking arm in arm, staggered out of the bustling banquet hall and stepped into the snow. Oh, the snow is heavy. Brothers, are you still going to Chuanfang Pavilion?
Go.
Why not? The demon-killing captains clamored to move to another location, but Zhang Ping refused to go. He said he wanted to go back to practice. Otherwise, it has to be our brother Zhang. With this spirit, why worry about not being able to succeed? Ha ha ha. It was hard to tell whether this was irony or praise, but no matter what it was, Zhang Ping just smiled in response. He was firm in his beliefs and was not swayed by worldly matters. While his colleagues were having fun, Zhang Ping went home. His family was simple, with an old servant as doorman and 2 servants running errands and doing odd jobs. After Zhang Ping returned home, he went into the practice room. The innate thoughts stimulated him and made him not want to waste a single moment. He drew out the blood-breaking knife from his waist. Although there was no one in front of him, there was a demon in his heart. The sword light suddenly rose up, like a blood-colored streak across the long night, and the candlelight flickered wildly in the 4 corners of the training room. Zhang Ping said, Kill. Kill, kill, kill. There is nothing that cannot be killed. When he was so young, the monster rushed into his house and killed his parents and relatives. At that time, no one came to save them. No, some people come, but they're always a step late. So many people, including all 23 members of his family, died. Only he was protected by his mother in a water tank and managed to escape with his life. The snake demon whipped over and broke the mother's spine. Her blood dripped, but she still clung to the mouth of the water tank and said to him below, "Pinger, don't be afraid. Someone will come to save you. You have to live well." The mother said, "No revenge."
Zanping shooted.
The sword flashed wildly, and the candlelight was extinguished. How could he not take revenge? He wanted revenge. He wanted to kill all the demons in the world. Kill, kill, kill. Everyone in the world can be killed. He roared, "I'm not wrong, I'm not wrong. I was just killing monsters. I practiced sword skills just to kill more monsters. I did nothing wrong." In the endless darkness, there seemed to be a sigh coming from a distant time and space. The last thing Zhang Ping saw was his mother's reproachful yet gentle eyes. "Mom, I'm not wrong," he murmured. But was he really right? He wasn't so sure. He was unable to pursue the answer any further, for while practicing, his blood flowed backwards, his heart exploded, and he died. He fell to the ground with a thud. The loud noise attracted the servants in the house. A boy pushed the door open and shouted in fear, "Master! Someone come quickly, something bad has happened to the master." The sound traveled far away, causing a rustling vibration in the soft snow. In the night wind, Song Sawan turned into a shadow and drifted away with the wind. But her heart was actually extremely uneasy. Far from being calm, she even felt terrified. Zhang Ping cried out loudly, and so did she. Zhang Ping would look back at his family before he died, and she would also look back at her parents at this moment. Song Yid came back from work, holding a hairpin and giving it to Lu Ernyang, saying, "Wan Nyang, Yunyang has grown up. Now you can have half of the flower, and she can have the other half." There was also a message he sent back to me before the night patrol that day. "I will be on duty today. I will be back late. Don't worry." As expected, he came back late. Not only that, he went out alone, but came back with a messy corpse. If he really died just for catching monsters, then it was a death in the line of duty, and there is nothing much to say. But the fact is, he was picked up by Zhang Ping and thrown towards the monster. The monster's claws became Zhang Ping's knife, and Zhang Ping used them to sacrifice the knife. Song Yid became a sacrifice for Zhang Ping's sword-making. Who can tolerate this? Unconsciously, tears wet the human skin mask. Song Sawan wiped away his tears and silently realized that the illusory seed of the inner demon was churning in his sea of consciousness. The first level of the Void Demon Sword, the inner demon moves, is to condense this illusory demon seed. Song Sawan let out a breath silently. Who in this world is free from evil thoughts? The true power of the evil thoughts was beyond her expectations. A warrior who was at the peak of the internal refining stage and was only one step away from the innate stage was planted with a demon in his heart, which erupted in an instant, just because Song Sawan pointed at him from a distance in the snow at that time. "No, I didn't kill him. He just had too many distracting thoughts and went astray." Zhang Ping died because of his unstable mind and the outbreak of his inner demons. What does this have to do with me, the most impartial and righteous, nameless God? Song Sawan would only secretly let go of a burden and thank God for helping her destroy the enemy who killed her father. After all, the real Song Sawan was so weak and pitiful. What did she know? The weak and pitiful Song Sawan flew home, and on the way, he saw huge black beetles crawling out of the dark alley in groups in the shadow corner. Song Sawan was shocked. The fine snow on the ground was shining white, and in the corner there was a black beetle that looked like a cockroach. What is cockroach? In short, this is a magnified version of a cockroach. Giant cockroaches extended their antennae. On the night of the winter solstice, in the corners of the city, they were like soldiers in the dark, lined up in a line. Is this scene scary or not? At this moment, Song Sawan got goosebumps all over her body, and she raised her hand without thinking. But the next moment Song Sawan put his hand down again. He couldn't use the palm thunder because it would make too much noise. This wisp of flame was like a spiritual thread, wandering in the night wind and passing through the front end of the mouth parts of the giant cockroach in front. The giant cockroach, which was extending its tentacles, suddenly stiffened at this moment, then turned over and rolled in the snow. Behind them, more giant cockroaches became agitated. They seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned around and fled deep into the alley. It's a long story, but in fact the turmoil happened in a flash. In a flash, Song Soo-won cried out in his heart, "Oh no! We can't let these things escape. Although we don't know where these giant cockroaches come from, now that we have encountered them and have attacked them, we cannot give them any chances." Song Soo-won immediately used both hands to shoot, and thin strands of fire shot forward like a rain of arrows. Wherever the fire passed, the giant cockroaches were nailed to the spot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 90, 11, 20, 30. Song Soo-won didn't even have time to count how many strands of fire he had shot out. He only saw giant cockroaches falling to the ground. There was an indescribable wave rippling invisibly in the air. Song Soo-won was frightened and accelerated his magic power. Finally, the giant cockroach that fell over first caught fire all over. Flames suddenly erupted from within. As if there was a chain reaction, soon after, all the giant cockroaches that were caught in the fire caught fire one by one. The fine snow melted, and the water and fire came into contact, occasionally making a sizzling sound that made one's scalp tingle. Song Soo-won quietly stepped back and observed from a distance until a night watchman's voice came from the other side. "What's going on?"
Bang, bang, bang.
The night watchman struck the gong. 2 inches of snow fell at night. Be careful with the roof tiles. It's the third watch in the deep alley. The flames burned all the struggling giant cockroaches into ashes. Song Soo-won breathed a sigh of relief, and as the night wind blew, she quietly escaped. Although he escaped in time, Song Soo-won was still a little scared in his heart. "I am really too weak. It takes so long to kill a cockroach. I can't kill it instantly.
No.
I have to practice hard and hide deeper. It's too dangerous outside." Song Soo-won fled at a high speed, leaving everything behind in the night wind. She felt a strong sense of uneasiness in her heart, which prompted her to fly around the city, find an empty hut, and take off all her clothes, including her shoes and socks. While she changed her clothes, she set fire to the clothes, shoes, and socks she had taken off and burned them to ashes. After completing all this, she used her escape technique again and left. What Song Soo-won didn't know was that giant cockroaches were everywhere in the city that night. What she encountered was only a small group of them. She killed all the giant cockroaches and indirectly saved the life of the night watchman who was taking that route. After returning home, Song Soo-won bathed herself from inside to outside several times. The clothes she changed into later were also changed out again, and they repeated the fate of the previous set and were burned to ashes. If Song Soo-won hadn't felt that his practice of the blazing flame technique was not profound enough, he would have wanted to burn himself to death. It's a pity that due to lack of practice, you can't burn yourself. At most, you can only wash a layer of skin red. After everything was cleaned up, Song Soo-won walked to the tablets of Song Yud and his wife and lit 3 more incense sticks for them. The blue-gray cigarette smoke curled up, and Song Soo-won exhaled lightly, feeling a sense of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted, as well as a lingering excitement after a thrilling experience. She stood there quietly for a moment, then bowed 3 times. Returning to his small bedroom, Song Soo-won began to summon the scales of heaven and earth to sort out tonight's harvest. She received 2 kinds of feedback from the deceased Zhang Ping. One is the 7 emotions and 6 desires, cell. You sold human desires, greed, anger, and ignorance, 5 pounds and 6 ounces, and gained the sword technique to break delusion. It turned out to be a sword technique. The surging sword techniques flowed out, and Song Soo-won frowned slightly while memorizing them. This sword technique of breaking delusion actually has a very high upper limit. In contrast to the void magic sword which can attract one's inner demons, when the sword of breaking delusion is practiced to the extreme, it can cut off all thoughts. Once a person has lost all hope, even if his body is still alive, it may be equivalent to death in terms of his soul. This is a very powerful sword technique, so Song Soo-won naturally would not despise it. She just never thought that she could practice sword skills. It's not bad to think about it. For example, when everyone thinks you are a mage, you are actually an assassin. When people think you are an assassin, you suddenly pull out a melee knife. Song Sawon showed a slight smile on his face. He never had too many life-saving cards. Even if he didn't use the close combat ability normally, he could still use it for self-defense. She memorized the many formulas of the Pahuan sword technique firmly before operating the heaven and earth scale to sell the second item from Zhang Ping. You sold the inner demon of Zhang Ping, a warrior in the internal organs refining stage, and obtained the rare item Tongyu Mirror. Hey, what is that? Mirror of the Underworld. A primary mirror of the underworld that can see low-level ghosts, in energy, and strange entities at the village level and below. Song Sawon took 2 palm-sized mirrors in his hands and felt icy cold to the touch. There was a pattern of twisted patterns on the back of the mirror that looked like a ghost's body. The mirror surface was as smooth as water, but it was like a piece of white paper and could not reflect anything. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and her pounding heart slowly calmed down. Song Sawon played with the Tongyu mirror for a while, and then took a look at his own small courtyard inside and out. Unclean in her small bedroom, nor in the small room where the tablets of Song Yud and his wife were placed, but in the yard outside, Song Sawon spotted a few wisps of evil spirits. When these evil spirits suddenly appeared in the mirror, they were gray-black and translucent, with strands that were larger at the top and smaller at the bottom, like floating ghost heads dragging long tails around, which scared Song Sawon so much. She immediately used her time and night escape to escape, turned around and picked up the big, white goose that was still sleeping soundly, and almost ran out of the house. The big white goose cackled in the mist and flapped its wings. As the white goose flapped its wings and a gust of wind blew, those long-tailed ghost heads seemed to be like smoke dispersed by the wind, and they floated away in all directions. Song Sawon then carefully sensed it again, and then he realized, how could this be a long-tailed ghost head? It turned out that these floating ghost mists were In-chi. The ownerless In-chi was not even up to the standard of ghosts, so there was no need to be afraid. Of course, she wasn't afraid, she was just cautious. Ahem. After all, it's something I've never come into contact with before, so what's wrong with being a little cautious? Big white goose. Quack, quack. This is bullying. It was sleeping soundly, but it was woken up like this. What can people do? Song Sawon smiled awkwardly and quickly comforted him. My dear Dabai, it's okay. Let's continue to sleep well. She held the white goose, patted its back, ran back to the house quickly, and put the big white goose back into the goose cage. The breath of the dream entering technique was only slightly leaked, and the big white goose instantly regained the wonderful feeling of falling asleep. It turns out that this dream entering technique can not only evoke people's thoughts and dreams, but is also a magical art to coax people to sleep. Song Sawon suddenly felt that the art of magic was indeed full of fun. She had a wonderful feeling as if her mind was being opened again and again, so she walked into the yard, carefully thought about the blazing flame technique, then raised her fingers and forced a wisp of fire mist out from her fingertips. What is fire mist? To put it in a more vivid way, it is a wisp of hot air. Compared with the bright flame, the biggest difference is that it does not have a conspicuous red light. It is more like a walker in the dark night. It is clearly a flame, but it dims its brilliance. It cannot burn fiercely, but it seems like a ferocious glutton. It chases the drifting in energy, devours it one by one, and consumes it completely. In the small courtyard, every wisp of negative energy was dissipated. Song Sawon withdrew his blazing flame technique and breathed a sigh of relief. She felt much more at ease, and the effective blazing magic soared to a higher position in her heart, almost surpassing the Void Demon Sword. The Void Magic Sword is naturally very powerful, but it can only deal with conscious creatures. Unlike the blazing fire technique, it does not have the strangeness of the Void Magic Sword, but it is like a diligent scavenger. No matter what it encounters, it can clear away the flames everywhere. Song Sawon was pondering the magic spells he had learned, as well as the evil aura that had just appeared in the courtyard. She actually discovered that it was not only her yard that had inchi, but also the streets outside, and even the yards of her neighbors. So, is inchi a normal thing? Or is there something secretly growing in this Suyang city that she doesn't know about? Song Sawan didn't have the idea of getting to the bottom of it. She could only stay alert and take care of herself. She returned to the room and continued to operate the scale. When Song Sawan killed the giant cockroach before, he obtained a ball of dark, reflective energy. This ball of gas has a solid feeling, more like a black ball made up of dozens of line segments, and it appears in the scale of heaven and earth. Song Sawan sold it. You sold 32 strands of the low-level monster Blatwa's death energy and obtained a low-level magic weapon, the Black Armor Blade. A pitch-black sleeve knife appeared in front of Song Sawan. At the same time, a method of refining a black armor knife flooded into her mind. Song Sawan, holding the black armor knife in his hand, almost stood up on the spot. Black armor knife. This is a magic weapon. The dead Zhang Ping drank the blood of so many living people in order to refine a magic weapon. But here in Song Sawan, just by selling a ball of death energy from the cockroach monster, he got a finished magic weapon. Although Song Sawan had long been accustomed to the magic of the celestial scale, he still couldn't help feeling a little excited at this moment. She immediately cut her fingertips, letting blood drip out, and according to the corresponding ritual, she made the black armor knife recognize its master. Outside the window, light snow fell all night, and Song Sawan practiced diligently until dawn amid the sound of falling snow. She didn't yet know how much of a commotion the cockroach monster that brought her the black armor knife had caused in the city that night. Giant cockroaches rushed out from every dark corner. Some of them pounced on livestock, and some pounced on living people. They have nimble bodies, sharp feet, and mouth parts that can cut through gold and devour iron. Anyone bitten by them would lose their vitality in a short time. If they were lucky, they might just lose a hand or a foot, but if they were unlucky, they might even be bitten into a pile of broken bones on the spot. What's more terrifying is that if a giant cockroach bites a person, the person may die, but if a person attacks a giant cockroach, these things have extremely tenacious vitality. Even if it is chopped in half or even beaten to pieces, its remains may suddenly jump up and hurt people again. However, most of the demon-slaying guards who were originally on standby were scattered and exhausted, and the guards of the city patrol office were exhausted and suffered heavy casualties. Later, people also discovered that fire attack might be the best way to deal with these giant cockroaches. Only by burning these things into charred ashes can they really die. It's a pity that ordinary fire has limited power, and there are very few people in the city who can wield spiritual fire. It's not that there are no practitioners, it's just that the number of mortals is too large, so the existence of practitioners seems a little inadequate in comparison. Of course, there were also some brilliant figures emerging in the city that night. When the sky was about to brighten, Song Sawan heard bursts of horrific screams suddenly coming from the end of the street east of Jishinfang. The shrill scream was followed by a lingering sound of panic and was immediately followed by a burst of surprise and gratitude. It's the Cheonghua Pavilion. The fairies from the Cheonghua Pavilion have come to save us. That's great. Fairy, I have no way to repay you for your kindness. Boom, but then I saw a burst of fire rising into the sky, and the blazing red light illuminated the darkness before dawn. Song Sawan pushed the door open and went out. When he looked up, he saw a graceful figure flying onto the rooftop in the firelight at the end of the street, passing by like a stunning goose in the sight of people looking up. Someone exclaimed, "It's the fairy Chihua who stayed at Zuxianju a few days ago." Some people looked up at her infatuatedly. Fairy Chihua is truly a celestial being. She kills monsters and saves people. Her merits are unparalleled. Then at this moment, a series of rustling sounds suddenly came from the corner of Song Sawan's next-door neighbor's house, and some of the giant cockroaches that were running around suddenly came out from the corner. Song Sawan heard a cry of fear from next door, and Fairy Chihua flew over. In the darkness before dawn, Fairy Chihua descended from the sky. Song Sawan heard the strange and shrill sound of insects coming from the yard next door, as well as the woman scolding, "You evil beast. How dare you hurt people?" Then it was the neighbor Annie Tian who burst into tears. Boss, what happened to your hand? Don't scare me." At this moment, a flame suddenly lit up across the courtyard wall, and there was the sound of insects. Chitsitsiti. In the firelight, a huge golden-black figure suddenly flapped its wings and flew out, crossing the courtyard wall, and swooped towards Song Sawan's yard like a cannonball. Song Sawan used all his eyesight to see clearly that it was also a cockroach, a flying cockroach with half of its wings broken. How could this be possible? Song Sawan turned around and ran into the house. She was just a weak and pitiful servant. How could she possibly deal with such a terrifying giant cockroach that could fly and run? Even though this giant cockroach looked tattered, it already looked like it was seriously injured. In the small hall, the big white goose that was sleeping soundly in the goose cage was awakened at this moment. It jumped out of the goose cage quickly, cackling and rushing towards Song Sawan. Song Sawan called out to buy. The big white goose chirped and flapped its wings before rushing past Song Sawan. Behind it, the flying cockroach that had dived to the ground was flapping its remaining half-wings again, struggling to jump up again. It screamed squeaky. Its broken tentacles kept shaking, and it rushed forward with half of its body flattened, obviously wanting to attack Song Sawan to feast on the fresh flesh and blood in front of it. The big white goose flew up, leaned forward and cried loudly, and stabbed the giant cockroach with its long flat beak. "Is it okay to hurt me, Wanwan?"
Ga, ga, ga.
The goose feathers flew everywhere, and the goose's beak was as sharp as a sword. The big white goose is indeed an animal that is born with the instinct to guard the house. This time, relying on its own abundant energy and the fact that the giant cockroach on the opposite side was already seriously injured, for a moment, it, a mere ordinary goose, actually pinned down and beat up the flying giant cockroach. The screams in the east yard had not stopped yet. It was Annie Tian who was shouting dead, dead, dead again. Across the courtyard wall, there was a bright fire from the neighbor's house to the east. The voice of the fairy Chihua was cold and pleasant. "Don't make noise." Over here at the old Song family, Song Sawan stood anxiously at the door of the house, watching the big white goose fighting happily with a scarred giant cockroach. Seeing the big white goose flapping its wings and feathers flying, as if it was determined to protect Wanwan, she was really moved but dared not move. She wanted to take action secretly several times, so she might as well lend a hand to the big white goose and kill the giant cockroach. But the big white goose became more and more courageous as the fight went on, as if it was showing some domineering spirit.
Quack.
The big white goose sang angrily. Just as the giant cockroach stretched out its broken knife-like leg and almost swept past the base of one of the big white goose's wings, it flapped its other wing suddenly, and this flap actually blew the giant cockroach 3 feet away. At some point, a graceful figure landed on the wall of Song Sawan's house. Fairy Chihua held a jade talisman in her hand and waved her hand at the giant cockroach that was still struggling on the ground. A burst of dazzling fire flew out from the jade talisman, and the broken giant cockroach on the ground could not escape this time. It squeaked for the last time, flapped its wings, and finally turned into a burning black ball in the firelight. After a while, even the black ball disappeared, leaving only a cloud of fine ash that dissipated in the cold wind. The snow on the ground was also melted by the flames, and everything was clean, as if the giant cockroach had never been there. Fairy Chihua landed gracefully, walked to the front of the big white goose, looked at it sideways, and smiled. It is really an ordinary goose, but it has a strong physique and abundant blood. Perhaps it has some spiritual beast blood in its ancestors. No wonder it can fight this cockroach monster for several rounds. When she spoke, a pale white light flickered in her eyes. It was obvious that she was performing a pupil technique. Song Sawan was a little frightened standing under the eaves. The methods of these local cultivators were really rich and unpredictable. Although she had been trying to understand this world during this period, unfortunately, she was limited by the environment she was in, and what she knew and felt was still barren after all. I don't know if the Zhuang Heart Sutra can escape this person's detection. If not, Song Sawan has already made the worst plan in his mind. Fairy Chihua's eyes moved and fell on Song Sawan, who was standing under the eaves, and then the light in her eyes faded away. Fairy Chihua did not use her pupil technique to look at Song Sawan. At this moment, she put away her pupil technique, smiled at Song Sawan and said, "You really raised this goose well. I want to buy it. I wonder if you are willing to give it up?" She wants to buy Song Sawan's goose. I don't know if the big white goose understood or not, but at this moment it suddenly flapped its wings and jumped up, cackling and running to Song Sawan. Song Sawan hugged the goose and acted like an ordinary young lady. She said nervously, "No, I can't sell the goose." After saying this, she seemed to be afraid that her refusal was too blunt and quickly added, Fairy, this goose was left to me by my father. My parents are gone, and it is the only one that accompanies me. I can't sell it." As he spoke, Song Sawan's face looked gloomy. She hugged the goose tightly, bowed to Fairy Chihua, and said with some shame, "Fairy rushed around to save people, and not only did I fail to repay the fairy, but I also had to reject the fairy.
I'm sorry."
After saying the last sentence, Song Sawan almost cried out of guilt. She lowered her head deeply, and her acting skills almost reached their peak. Fairy Chihua had a cold voice, but her personality didn't seem too cold. Seeing Song Sawan like this, her face softened slightly, and she sighed softly. "What's the big deal? I was being presumptuous. As for why we sigh, it is mainly because we sigh that mortals in this world are too fragile, and there are sufferings everywhere in the world." Fairy Chihua added, "Your goose is loyal to its master and has some fighting ability. There are often little monsters in the city nowadays. It would be nice if you could keep it by your side to protect them." Song Sawan understood the implication of Fairy Chihua's words and immediately raised his head, his eyes wide open, as if frightened, and said, "Fairy, what do you mean? Are we going to encounter this monster often in the future? How is this possible?" She seemed to find it hard to believe and accept, and quickly said, My father once said that there is a big formation in our city, and the city god temple is shrouded in clear light. In the past, there were not so many monsters before. Yes, the overall environment of Suyang City was indeed quite stable in the past. If it were not stable, Suyang City would not be prosperous. Mortals would not be able to reproduce and thrive here from generation to generation. Song Sawan stood in the courtyard, but heard Fairy Chihua say, "You can gradually feed your geese meat to strengthen their chi and blood. Humans are the same. If they are strong, even low-level monsters will be timid. Don't be timid, or else you will weaken it, and the monster will become powerful." At this point, Fairy Chihua suddenly paused, frowned slightly, and looked far away towards the center of the city. Then, a light breeze blew by, and Fairy Chihua flew up. The darkness before dawn had passed, and now a faint glow was appearing in the eastern sky. The red flower fairy was holding a shawl in her hand, her skirt fluttering, and she was like a celestial being. She waved her hand, and a red flame rose from under her feet. She stepped on the red flames and flew away in the sky above the city. The mortals below exclaimed, "The fairy has flown to the sky. The gods can really fly. How great it would be if I could fly too. Fairy, please save me. My family is also in trouble. I am in such a miserable situation here." Fairy Chihua flew too fast. She could not pay attention to every sound in the mortal world. When the rosy clouds broke through the clouds, her figure disappeared into the sky. Song Sawan stood under the eaves, looking up at the rising sun. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel envious and fascinated. She also couldn't fly, but she wanted to learn how to fly. Unfortunately, her skills were still insufficient. Flying could only be achieved after the chi refining stage. Refining essence into chi, refining chi into spirit, refining spirit into emptiness, refining emptiness into the Tao. She has only just started at transforming chi, and is still far from it. Although she obtained the mantra of the Zhuang Heart Sutra through the heaven and earth scale, only the mantra for the chi transformation period was complete, and the subsequent exercises only had the general outline. To be more specific, of all the skills and Taoist techniques she has obtained through the heaven and earth scales so far, only the elementary parts are complete. Song Soo-won had a vague feeling that this might be because the items she paid as collateral were not of sufficient quality, coupled with the limitations of her own realm, so the ability of the heaven and earth scale was also limited. She held the goose in her arms, stroked its back gently, and then put it down. She then found a small medicine box in the house, which contained commonly used medicines for injuries and sprains. Song Soo-won applied medicine to the big, white goose. A lot of its feathers were bald, and there were many small cuts on its body. While applying the medicine, Song Soo-won couldn't help but nag at him. "Dubai, we should act within our capabilities as human beings. Is it the same for being a goose? Ahem, for example, if you have a wretched growth spurt like your master, you can learn from him. Isn't he a ready-made role model?" Big white goose. Quack, quack. Seeing that it was still so arrogant even though half of its feathers were bald, Song Soo-won felt angry and amused for a moment, but of course, she felt distressed too. Okay, I know you want to protect me." At this point, Song Soo-won suddenly paused. What Fairy Chihua said made sense. There were more and more monsters in the city, and ordinary mortals were in danger. The white goose was a good guard. Its momentum was certainly dangerous, but if it was trained to be an assassin-type warrior. Song Soo-won smiled. "Dubai, I'm not saying you can't fight well, but we need to have a strategy. You have to use your advantages. Don't you have wings? You have to move around. For example, when that giant cockroach comes, you can fight like this." What Song Soo-won didn't know was that when she closed the door to teach the geese, someone in the center of the city also mentioned her geese. The city god temple is located in the center of Suyong City. At this moment, the back hall of the city god temple, which was off-limits to outsiders in the past, is open to welcome guests. One after another, figures in different costumes flew into the door of the back hall. These figures all have one thing in common. They are all practitioners who have achieved some success in their cultivation. These important figures, which ordinary people rarely saw in the past, gathered together at this moment. Everyone's eyes fell on the main seat in the back hall. When they heard that the city god, who was personally appointed by the emperor, was sitting on the official chair, he slapped his thigh and cursed. That's right, it was the city god who was cursing. The city god, who was tall and strong and looked like a mighty warrior from a distance, cursed everyone from top to bottom with his voice as loud as a bell. His grandma, his 8 generations of ancestors. "You want to make trouble, huh? I'm here to make trouble. Since my clearing mirror can't move, all kinds of weird things pop up. Otherwise, I'll have to rely on you all. Oh, by the way, those of you who took the initiative to clear the monsters last night, come on, take your cards and go to the monster refining platform to claim your prizes." Hey, when they heard there was a prize, everyone's expressions changed instantly. If nothing else, at least the smiles on their faces must have been sincere. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing to come to the city god temple and just listen to the city god cursing, right? The city god stopped cursing and started to discuss with everyone that the demons in the city were getting worse and worse. Just passively waiting to be beaten and then fighting back was not a long-term solution. He asked everyone if they had any good ideas to deal with the demons. Some people said that they should go to the nearby area to find the famous demons and kill a few of them to show the power of the human race. Some people said that they should recruit civilian warriors, expand the night patrol team, and use elixirs as rewards, which would surely attract everyone to sign up enthusiastically. Fairy Chihua said, "The harm caused by demons is first of all difficult to guard against. Low-level demons are elusive, and there are many mortals and few practitioners. It is difficult for us to rescue them in time. It is better to encourage mortals to raise spiritual poultry and livestock, such as geese, dogs, and the like." Then she mentioned the big white goose she had met before and said, "It's just an ordinary goose. Although the cockroach monster was already seriously injured by me, this guarding white goose was able to fight with it for several rounds, which can be regarded as a meritorious service to its master. It's very good." Fairy Chihua's words immediately attracted everyone's interest. Someone immediately asked, "Oh, where did you meet the goose, Fairy?" Don't most mortals use dogs to guard the house? It turns out that geese can also be used. Fairy Chihua said, when it comes to dealing with insect monsters, aren't geese and roosters better than dogs? As for where the goose was found, Fairy Chihua did not answer the question. She only said, you can buy geese in the East Market. If you are interested, you can go to the market and have a look. Well, how free did he have to be? Just to verify whether the goose could guard the house, he went to the East Market to see it. Everyone's interest was discouraged, but the city god at the top remembered this folk anecdote and immediately asked Wen Shu beside him to write it down in his Suyang scenery records. Song Sawon gave his goose a good scolding at home and then went out to work. She held an umbrella and stepped on the thin snow in the streets and alleys. She heard some neighbors crying and some sighing. Others were worried and talking about it, saying that they had lived for decades, but they had seen fewer and fewer people, but more and more monsters. How could they live in the future? Song Sawon deliberately passed by Aunt Jinhua's house and saw that her family didn't seem to be in trouble. Obviously, her family didn't encounter any monsters last night. Last night, there were monster disasters all over the city. Generally speaking, many people encountered monsters, but because of the large population base, there were actually more people who did not encounter monsters. As for people, seeing others suffer is always better than suffering yourself. As long as you don't encounter some pain that you feel deeply, you can still live your life. The whole city gradually became lively again. Song Sawon walked and looked around, and his mood slowly began to improve. When I arrived at the monster refining platform, I found that it was particularly lively today. Of course, the excitement was at the front door. Song Sawon was going to the laundry room, so she went through the small door at the back. She didn't even have time to see what was going on at the front door before she was stunned by the piles of demon corpses being transported in from the back. There was a demon disaster in the city last night, but today the demon refining platform makes a fortune. Not only are there many more demon corpses in the laundry room today, but there are also many new servants. There was a lot of noise around the Bagua pool. Several managers quickly assigned people. As soon as Song Sawon arrived, he was assigned to the grass washing room. Her tiny drop in the ocean gradually cultivated to the first level of minor success. In the eyes of the steward, although she still existed, she seemed as if she did not exist. It's just a tool, just do the job. Just as Song Sawon pretended to be the nameless god and used Yan Hanzong as his tool, at this moment she also became a tool in the eyes of others. But what does it matter? Everyone may be a tool in the eyes of others, working for a reward. As long as both parties recognize their own value, who can say there is anything wrong with this? Today, manpower was tight, so Song Sawon assigned 10 monsters by herself. She immediately felt that it was not only the monster refining platform that made a fortune today, but also herself. But soon Song Sawon discovered that things were not that simple. Among these 10 monsters, 7 are giant cockroaches. Most of these giant cockroaches had broken shells and looked extremely miserable. They were not killed by fire attacks. Those killed by fire attacks were basically burned to ashes, and it would be difficult to leave behind their corpses. The giant cockroaches that left their bodies behind had their heads crushed and their entire bodies torn into pieces before they died. When Song Sawon touched these corpses, the first thing that came to his face was an indescribable smell. Her face changed slightly. Washing this thing was more disgusting than washing any demon corpse before. There were also servants assigned to fight the giant cockroaches nearby, some of whom were already vomiting. They are numb, but not dead. The repeated vomiting sounds made Song Sawon hold his breath immediately. He picked up the giant cockroach remains beside him and quickly washed them. The scales of heaven and earth were floating, and the broken bodies of these monsters brought about a series of messy pictures. The overall tone of the picture is dim, distorted, and even damaged. There is a gloomy underground world, and the sound of water flowing. An underground river gurgled, and the occasional splash of water seemed dark red with a bloody smell. Giant cockroaches crawled out of it in dense groups. At this moment, Song Sawon was almost suffering from claustrophobia. She wanted to see more clearly where these giant cockroaches came from, but the scene suddenly changed. The giant cockroaches came out from underground and rushed into every household. They had no complete thinking ability, only the instinct to pursue food and life. As long as it is alive and edible, whether it is livestock or human. In the distorted picture, someone was screaming in terror, limbs were bitten off, and horrible chewing sounds were heard. Song Soo-won loosened his grip, and the remains of the giant cockroach fell into the water. The picture was interrupted, but Song Soo-won's heart was beating wildly. The impact was so strong that she now had only one feeling: these giant cockroaches deserve to be killed. In this world, there are people and monsters like Choi Nyang and Xiao who do evil but can't help but make people feel pity for them. There are also monsters like these giant cockroaches, who have almost no emotions, only chaotic instincts, and are disgusting to see. After the scale of heaven and earth emerged, it collected 7 faint wisps of death energy. These wisps of death energy seemed to be there and not there, and were much thinner than the condensed death energy that Song Soo-won obtained when he killed the monster with his own hands last night. Song Soo-won sorted out the remains of the giant cockroaches and put them aside, and then cleaned a snake demon. This snake demon was about as thick as an adult's arm and 6 feet long. Half of its head was cut off, and there was a big hole in its belly. It was obvious that it had experienced a fierce battle before its death. Song Soo-won immersed the snake's corpse into the water, and the scale of heaven and earth emerged, with pieces of broken images spinning rapidly like a kaleidoscope. In the dark underground, there was the sound of dripping water. There were snake demons shuttling through the humid jungle, and somehow, the snake demons had entered the city. Then people fled in panic, and the snake demon instinctively moved and killed people. The snake demon ran like the wind, and sand and rocks flew when it moved. It had no obvious emotions, but it had instinctive magic. Song Soo-won finally saw the scene before the snake demon died. The snake demon spewed poisonous mist, shaking the wind and sand, and pedestrians around fell to the ground. There was a family with a tree planted in the yard, and the snake demon's poisonous mist was everywhere, and the tree withered quickly. However, a green-clothed warrior strode over. His whole body was full of blood and energy, and in the picture from the snake demon's perspective, he was like a human furnace, scorching and dazzling. He rushed into the poisonous fog of the snake demon. When the poisonous fog that could corrode living things touched him, a red-gold glow emerged from his body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The poisonous mist failed to corrode him, but was burned by his fiery blood. The snake demon hissed and screamed. The wind blew sand. The big trees fell, and the brick walls broke. The warrior in green chopped with his spear and shouted angrily, "How dare you, the evil beast, be so presumptuous?" The spear tip turned into a long sword, and he used his physical body to break through the wind and move forward, facing the snake demon's magic and cutting its head in half. The scene ended here, but Song Soo-won felt like he had just watched half of a drama of a fierce battle between humans and snakes. It was truly thrilling. This was the first time she witnessed the powerful blood and energy of a warrior. Judging from the intensity of the battle in the picture, the opponent was at least much stronger than Zhang Ping, who died from his inner demons. No, not only are they much stronger, they're not even in the same league. Could this be innate? Song Soo-won felt that her horizons had been broadened. Including the encounter with Fairy Chihua this morning, she had a clearer understanding of the masters of this world. She couldn't deny that she had easily assassinated Zhang Ping before. Although she carefully erased all traces of her presence and repeatedly reminded herself to be more cautious, subconsciously, she was still a little bit carried away by this success. Little did they know what was Zhang Ping. From a 9th-rank demon-killing lieutenant, it turned out that in this world where humans and demons mix together, he was just at the bottom. To round it off, Song Soo-won, who had some connection with Zhang Ping's death, naturally didn't count as anything. This won't do. Being at the bottom is too dangerous. We need to work harder. Continue washing the monster. Song Soo-won fished out the cleaned snake corpse, and a ball of air lay on the scale of heaven and earth. Evil spirit, chaotic. 1 catty and 6 ounces can be sold. Song Suwon temporarily stored this ball of energy and continued to cleanse the next demon corpse. The ninth demon corpse today was also a snake corpse, slightly smaller than the previous one, and Song Suwon quickly cleaned it. When his hand touched the snake corpse, he did not receive any transmission images this time. On this day, Song Suwon washed 10 monsters. On the same day, 5 servants in the laundry room died suddenly. The stewards were still indifferent and took it for granted. As the old ones died, new ones were brought in. The servants who survived the disaster were numbly happy about having survived the disaster. Of course, there were some who sighed and were terrified, but not many. Human sorrows and joys are not the same. As long as the knife does not cut their necks, the living will always have a little bit of luck. But that's why being alive is so exciting, isn't it? Song Suwon was not secretly happy. They were all poor people. She couldn't save anyone, but at least she could be calm and respectful. While washing the demon, she heard the voices of the managers outside. Manager who said, "The higher-ups have increased the exchange rate for demon corpses for chi and blood pills. In the past, a low-ranking mortal demon could be exchanged for 2 chi nourishing pills at most, but now it can be exchanged for 2 chi strengthening pills. And if one officially enters the demon soldier level, it can be exchanged for 5 chi strengthening pills in the early stages." He also said, "The demon soldiers are elite, and 1 demon corpse is worth 5 chi promoting pills. This is so good that I am jealous and want to kill the demons to exchange for pills." Manager, who was the one who had once whipped the stone floor so hard that it cracked in front of Song Suwon. Song Suwon didn't know what level he was at, but he thought he was quite skilled. Song Suwon had seen the chi nourishing pills and chi strengthening pills mentioned in Manager, whose words. She even took the chi strengthening pills every day, but the chi moving pills were beyond Song Suwon's knowledge. It sounds like this chi promoting pill is a higher level pill than the chi strengthening pill, which makes Song Suwon wonder, if she can get the complete monster corpse and put it on the scale of heaven and earth to trade, I wonder what she can sell it for? At this time, another manager named Wang said, "Killing monsters to exchange for pills, earning resources for cultivation and rising step by step. Who doesn't want this? But brother Hu, killing monsters is dangerous. Many people died last night, and the demon-killing lieutenant was not enough, and it also attracted various masters hidden in our city. You know this brother Hu, right?" Manager Hu said, "That's natural. Since there is a demon disaster, how can there not be deaths?" His tone seemed to be somewhat disapproving, so Steward Wang laughed and said, "Brother Hu, do you know that when the evil spirit disaster occurred last night, a demon-killing lieutenant mysteriously died at home?" Manager Hu said, "Who is it?" "This demon is so rampant now that it doesn't bother mortals anymore, but directly attacks the demon slayer captain." Steward Wang said, "The demon-killing lieutenant was named Zhang Ping, a disciple of the 7 Stars sect of the upper sect. He did not die from a demon, but from his own chi and meridians going in the opposite direction while practicing martial arts, causing him to become possessed and die." Manager Hu hissed softly, "Possessed? How could he become possessed out of nowhere?" Manager Wang sighed and said, "Who knows? We have heard of many cases of people becoming possessed by demons year after year. However, those who are possessed by demons are usually at least born with innate abilities." Having said this, he suddenly paused, as if he was a little embarrassed to mention the word innate. Manager Hu said thoughtfully, "So, what does Brother Wang mean?" Manager Wang lowered his voice and said, "For no reason, Zhang Ping went astray. Maybe it's because he killed too many monsters and got infected with something ominous." In the grass washroom, Song Suwon felt as if he had just experienced a roller coaster ride when he heard this, and his heart, which had been thrown high in the air, almost fell to the ground. Zhang Ping's death was indeed determined to be caused by infatuation. The biggest advantage of this is that infatuation is not homicide, and if it is not homicide, there is no need to pursue the murderer. There is no need to even pursue the murderer, so the risk of Song Suwon being exposed is naturally minimized. She felt a little relieved. After a day of washing the monster, Song Suwon went to the vegetable market with the snake monster viscera he had been given. The vegetable market did not seem as lively as before. Most of the people coming and going looked a little panicked, and the topics discussed by passers-by were almost all related to the evil disaster of last night. These are nothing. The most important thing is that Song Sawan discovered that the prices in the vegetable market have gone up. It's not just a 1 or 2-point increase, but a doubling of the increase. Just one night of disaster, and the prices skyrocketed. The entrance of the grain and oil shop was crowded with protesting people, and the people were angry. The store owner stood on the steps and said loudly, "Let everyone know that it is not that our boss has a bad conscience and wants to take your money. It is because our master's family also suffered a disaster last night. That evil monster swallowed up most of the grain in our granary." The grain store's granary was also struck by evil spirits, and the angry crowd couldn't help but quiet down. The shopkeeper added, "The boss wanted to close the shop, but he was concerned about the old neighbors who often come to buy food and was afraid that you might not have enough food at home, so he forced me to open the shop despite the pressure." The shopkeeper sighed, wiped his eyes, and sang, "Everyone, this grain. There is only this much. It will be gone after it is sold. It's not easy for everyone. I understand if you think it's too expensive. Otherwise, I will give you 1 more penny per bucket, and those who can afford it can come and buy." He ordered the waiter to open the door, and the crowd outside, who had been blocking him and scolding him just now, suddenly rushed into the store like a tidal wave. This one shouted, "Buy it. Why not buy it? Give me 10 buckets. The other said, "Please make way. I want to buy 20 buckets. Crazy, absolutely crazy. Song Sawan was stunned, and his eyes were opened again. She silently stepped aside and separated herself from the surging crowd. As for buying food, she couldn't buy food today. She could only say that she was lucky that she had a hoarding habit in the past, and she had saved a lot of food at home and in the Tiandi scale space. If it's just her and the big white goose eating it, it won't be a problem for them to manage for a year or two." The entrance of the grain store was in a mess. Song Sawan changed direction and suddenly heard a series of crisp sounds of iron hitting each other coming from across the street. Then a loud voice shouted, "Neighbors, folks, the city god temple has put up a talisman to protect the home. You can take one home for 100 coins. Everyone, go and get one quickly. Take it back and hang it up at home to drive away evil spirits and keep you safe." This shout was really effective, and most of the people in the team who wanted to buy food left immediately. People were very excited. Some said, "Did the city god temple really put up a talisman to protect the family? 100 coins. Oh, my third uncle asked for it before, and I heard that it cost at least 10 taels of silver. Hurry, run." Of course, there are also people who complain that it is too expensive. Those who complain that it is too expensive are really crying, but 100 coins, I don't even have 100 coins. My family is going to have trouble making ends meet. 100 coins. Even if I pray for the talisman, can I still buy the food? Song Sawan treated all the human affairs as a backdrop and immediately ran towards the city god temple. She also wanted to buy the talisman from the city god temple and take it home to have a look. There is no need to elaborate on this. In short, there were huge crowds of people. It was only when Song Sawan arrived at the gate of the city god temple that he realized that there were so many people living in Siang City. There were so many people that the city god temple couldn't maintain order and could only let people squeeze in. Whoever squeezed in first could buy the talisman first. Among them, some martial artists and those who are strong and healthy will definitely take advantage. But fortunately, there are not many such people overall. After all, the real masters have already found other ways, and they will not compete with ordinary people for the opportunity to buy talismans at this time. Song Sawan was just an ordinary citizen. She didn't use any magic powers. She just followed the crowd and listened to the noise. Then finally, at a certain moment when the sun was setting, she rushed into the gate of the city god temple with the cheers of the people around her. Someone said excitedly, "Finally got in. Taoist priest, I want 10 talismans to protect my family." "Hey, 10. How greedy. What a pity. There is a restriction at the city god temple and one person can only exchange one at most." Song Sawan exchanged for a talisman to protect his family and walked out of the city god temple from the other door, covered in dust. When I came out, I saw that the sun had completely set and the afterglow dimmed the sky. The shops next to the city god temple all lit up lanterns, and the lights meandered in the dim sky, as if turning the stars in the sky into stars on earth. Next to Song Soo-won, there was a short boy who had grabbed the talisman and was crying and laughing. I got it, ha 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 ha, a family protection talisman, whoa. Crying and laughing. This person's face is full of tears. He wiped his tears and was pushed towards Song Soo-won by the crowded crowd.
Ouch!
The man screamed again. I hit someone, get out of the way. Song Soo-won stretched out a hand and quickly held him back. The man's small body hit Song Soo-won's hand, and he fell on his ace. Song Soo-won was stunned, and the boy who fell to the ground was also stunned. There was a crowd of people nearby, so Song Soo-won immediately reached out and helped the boy up. The young man rubbed his ace in his arms. Then he looked at Song Soo-won and laughed foolishly again. I got the family protection talisman. Ha, ha, ha ha ha. His current state of madness is comparable to Fan Jin's passing the imperial examination. Song Soo-won couldn't help but relax and laugh softly at that time. Entrance of Chunghuang Temple. Some people were laughing like crazy, while others were shouting, "Hey! It's snowing again." Amid the star-like lights of the world, light snow fell again. Song Soo-won was squeezed to the side again, and the boy who was crying and laughing just now with the family protection talisman in his arms subconsciously followed her closely. People became even more anxious. Quick! Give up, it's snowing, I want to go home. Some people are still crowding around to buy the talisman, while some people have already bought the talisman and just want to run home while the snow is not heavy yet. Why do you seem to be afraid of the snow? In fact, what people are afraid of is not the snow, but the evil disaster that happens in the snow at night like last night. Song Soo-won naturally did not fight against the crowd. She walked quickly, going further and further off the road. She didn't know how long she walked, but it seemed like she had just walked for a moment. The crowded crowd gradually thinned out. Suddenly, she saw fine snow in front of her, and the long street was open. The boy who was following closely behind her was still rushing forward. When he saw her suddenly stop, he immediately exclaimed, "It's going to crash! It's going to crash! Ouch!" Song Soo-won moved sideways and avoided him easily, but the young man couldn't stop his feet and fell flat on his face. There was new snow on the streets at this time, and the ground was wet. The boy lay on the ground like a frog that fell into the water, raised his head, and grinned at Song Soo-won. Faced with such a flashy smile, Song Soo-won couldn't help but burst out laughing. The young man laughed and said, "Sister Yoon-young, I just got the family protection talisman. I'm so happy." His address made Song Soo-won raise an eyebrow. After thinking for a moment, he finally remembered that this young man was also the child of a minor official in Jishinfang, and they must have known each other when they were young. It had been a while since they last saw each other, and his face was too dirty, so Song Soo-won didn't recognize him at once. "Are you Ah Xian from Uncle Yang's family?" She stepped forward and stretched out a hand, ready to pull up Yang Tai-xian, who was lying on the ground. The naive young boy Yang Tai-xian quickly put his right hand behind his back and wiped his wet hands with the clean clothes on his back. Then he grabbed the hand that Song Soo-won handed over and stood up with the help of her strength. "Thank you, Sister Yoon-young." Yang Tai-xian looked disheveled, but thanked her foolishly. Song Soo-won withdrew his hand and said, "Aren't you afraid of me?" "They all avoid me." As she spoke, Song Soo-won opened an oil paper umbrella. She had been caught in the rain once before, and since then she had developed the habit of carrying an umbrella with her. Now that it was snowing lightly, she also had an umbrella to hold. Yang Tai-xian hunched his back and walked with Song Soo-won. Song Soo-won's umbrella tilted slightly towards him to shield him from the snow. Yang Tai-xian's lips trembled slightly, and he said excitedly, "Sister Yoon-young, when I was a child, I was beaten by my father, and everyone laughed at me. Only you comforted me." He added, "My father died a few days ago." The turn of events in this sentence was somewhat unexpected. Song Soo-won didn't know how to respond. She remembered that a few clerks from the express team had died some time ago. She didn't pay much attention to who they were. It turned out that one of them was Yang Tai-xian's father. She wanted to say my condolences, but then she heard Yang Taixian say, Sister Yunyang, if you want to talk about having a tough life, now I have the same tough life as you, so of course I am not afraid of you. This is not a good thing, but Yang Taixian laughed as he spoke. My father is dead, and no one beats me and my mother day and night anymore. Not only did they get used to it, but sometimes they even found it entertaining. Song So-won didn't want to have fun. Although her family and the Yang family lived in the same Jishinfang, they were 2 streets apart. She had heard about Yang's father's domestic violence, but had hardly seen it with her own eyes. She had only seen injuries on Yang Taishuan's body, and it seemed that she had applied medicine to him when she was a child. Seeing Yang Taishan talking about his father's death with a smile on his face, she couldn't help but think that this young man might have been driven crazy by day-to-day domestic violence. But it doesn't matter. You can't ask someone who has been bullied since childhood to be kind to the abuser. Song So-won said, since there is no need to express my condolences, why not? Congratulate you on escaping the sea of suffering. Yang Taishuan's hunched back straightened slightly at this moment. He turned his head to look at Song So-won and said in surprise and joy, Sister Yunyang, don't you advise me to respect the dead and let me cry more for him? Song So-won said, some people's sins are wiped out when they die. But some people's sins cannot be wiped out even after they die. Since I have never suffered like you, how can I persuade you to let go? Yang Taixian looked at Song So-won. He had just said he wouldn't cry, but now 2 lines of tears fell from his eyes. Tears washed away the dirty marks on his face, revealing his extremely white and delicate skin. He wiped his face roughly, but the more he wiped, the more tears came. Ha 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 ha. His eyes were crying, but his mouth was laughing. Sister Yunyang, those people, they advised me to mourn, but when they saw that I didn't seem to be sad, they blamed me for not being sad. Ha ha ha. Don't you think these people are funny? You are the first one to tell me that some people's sins cannot be erased even after death. I am so happy. I just don't want to be sad for him. In my heart, he will always be guilty. Yang Taixian wiped the tears from his face again. He said, but he is dead. I can't cry anymore. I will laugh from now on. I want to laugh.
Ha ha.
As he laughed, his tears really stopped. He looked at Song So-won, his mouth wide open, revealing a row of white teeth. His eyes, washed by tears, were as bright as falling stars under the light of the roadside. The balance between heaven and earth appeared at this moment, and a ball of air with a white background and blue light lay on the scale pan. This was the first time Song So-won had seen chi of this color. The ones he had seen before were mostly grayish-white or dark blue. This one, with a white background and a blue glow, did not look like chi at all, but rather a ball of blue-white jade. Human desires, joy, anger, and sorrow, 5 caddies and 7 ounces, can be traded. Yang Taishuan's emotions were so turbulent, as strong as 5 pounds and 7 ounces. This is also the first time that Song So-won has collected such a large number of emotions. Is it because of this that this ball of energy appears to have a jade-like color? She put away the scale, looked at Yang Taixian, and smiled gently. The 2 walked together in the snow, heading towards Jishinfang. Yang Taixian opened up and began to talk to Song So-won about his future plans. Sister Yunyang, I want to find a martial arts school to practice martial arts. My father died, and the government gave him a pension of 50 taels, and my mother took out 5 taels of silver to bury him. You need to leave some money at home. I still have 30 taels to use for martial arts training. The Zhang family martial arts school only charges 5 taels of silver for the first month of enrollment. I will go and train hard. When I am good at it, I will find a job to earn money. Then everything will be fine in the future. That is indeed very good. Song Sawon said, not bad, very good. Yang Taishan added, actually I can inherit my father's position, but my mother is afraid that I will be killed by a demon like my father, so she won't let me go. Yes, the position of a low-level clerk can be inherited. For example, if Song Sawon was not a girl, she could also inherit Song Yid's job as a clerk. But she was a girl, so at first Song Sawon could only be forced into the laundry room. At this time, Yang Taishan said again, Sister Yunyang, how much debt do you still owe? When I can earn money, I will help you pay it back. Don't go to the laundry room anymore. It's not a long-term place. Song Sawon was shocked by what he said. But she reacted very quickly and immediately raised her eyebrows and asked Yang Taishan, Xian, do you look down on me working in the laundry room?
Yang Taishan panicked immediately.
He stammered, no, I'm not. Song Sawon interrupted him and said, Xian, what is the world of warriors like? When you go to the martial arts hall in the future, can you tell me about it? Yang Taishan was interrupted, but he was relieved. He said quickly, of course. As they were talking, they walked along the way and saw a familiar scene in front of them. It turned out that they had arrived at Song Sawon's home. And right at the gate of the Song family's courtyard, a young man was wandering there braving the wind and snow. This man was tall and thin, dressed like a scholar, and his face was a little red from being beaten by the wind and snow. He was Song Sawon's ex-fiancé, Wang Yi, who had used his emotional value to buy Song Sawon the first level of the Zhuang Heart Sutra. Wang Yi raised his eyes and saw Song Sawon and Yang Taishan walking together under the same umbrella. His face changed instantly. He pointed at the two of them, his mouth agape, as if he was shocked and angry. You guys. Wang Yi has so many scenes. He had been wandering in front of the Song family's door for half an hour. After waiting for so long, Song Sawon still didn't come back. In fact, he already had all kinds of bad guesses deep in his heart. As the sky was getting darker, clouds suddenly came, and at a certain moment, fine snow began to fall. Wang Yi looked up at the sky and felt a sadness in his heart. He felt that he actually had feelings for Song Sawon. After all, they had made an alliance before, and they had also exchanged letters and had been admired by each other since childhood. All those past feelings were so vivid in his mind, so how could he forget them? Mother Yu. The wind and snow were blowing in his face, but he did not feel cold. Instead, he felt full of poetic feelings and could not help expressing them. Life is full of love and passion. This hatred has nothing to do with the wind and the moon. Describing emotions through poetry, in the wind and snow, 2 lines of clear tears flowed from the corners of Wang Yi's eyes. His heart was pounding with emotion, and he felt himself emaciated. In this situation, in this scene, in this wind and in this snow, shouldn't this be the time for a hint of inspiration to help him develop his talent and become a true scholar? Who would have thought that at this moment when the wind was good, the mood was good, the snow was good, and the scenery was beautiful, in tears, Wang Yi only saw Song Sawon holding a paper umbrella, returning with another young man. Seen from a distance, the picture was ridiculous both horizontally and vertically. Wang Yi felt as if struck by lightning and at the same time was blown by a snowy wind and felt extremely cold. He pointed at Song Sawon, you guys. I was so bitter for a while that I couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Song Sawon was kind enough to smile at him gently at this time. Lord Wang, long time no see. As his emotions surged, he finally blurted out the fear and anger that were entangled in his heart. Yes, it's been a long time. A day without seeing each other feels like a long time. It feels like a lifetime since we last met for several months. Yunyang, I really doubt my eyes. Is there someone new around you? The tone was filled with grief, as if he was crying blood. But as soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yi suddenly turned his head away and covered his face with his sleeves to hide his shame and anger. I was really ashamed and angry. Wang Yi even felt that he looked extremely embarrassed for blurting out such a statement. Why did he have to be so quick to speak and say such a sour statement? With such a performance, wouldn't he be a jealous husband? Wang Yi was ashamed and angry, and the scale of heaven and earth appeared, with a ball of anger on the scale plate. Human desires, greed, anger, ignorance, love, separation, and failure to obtain. 2 caddies and 1 ounce can be traded. Song Suan. This was actually a little unexpected. She hadn't had time to show anything yet. As expected, a mature sheep should shed its own wool. Should a qualified ex-fiancé learn to make up his mind and come up with his own strategies? Song Suan actually wanted to laugh. At this moment, she had a ha-ha-ha-ha stuck in her heart, and she couldn't help but say it out. But in order to respect this sheep who is good at self-strategy, she thought for a moment and found a suitable answer to give at this time. Song Suan seemed to be possessed by a movie queen and said with a sad tone, "Lord Wang, since we have broken off our engagement, our past relationship has ended. What does it matter if there is someone new by my side? Even if there is someone new by your side, I won't say anything." Wang Yi was greatly stimulated by these words of exoneration. He immediately put down his sleeves, turned back and stared at Song Suan and said, "But, Yunyang, last time you said that as long as I am determined, we can be together regardless of life or death."
Last time?
Which last time? Oh, it was when Song Suan first awakened and obtained the first level of the Zhuang Heart Sutra through Wang Yi. Song Suan recalled what he had said last time and immediately decided to continue his style, saying the softest words but hurting the hardest heart. She replied gently, "Are you determined? Wang Yi, have you gone back to fast? Have you convinced your mother? Or have you decided to go to the laundry room with me and live together?" Before he could finish the word die and live and die together, he saw Wang Yi, who was standing opposite him, with red eyes, suddenly shouting in a low voice, "My mother is dead."
What?
Song Suan stopped talking instantly, feeling a little embarrassed. To her it was just a little embarrassing, but to Wang Yi, shouting this sentence seemed to be the greatest courage of his life. Wang Yi shouted again, "Yunyang, my mother is dead. Last night, the evil spirit afflicted her, and my mother couldn't escape. She is dead." His voice trembled slightly, as if he was crying. While speaking, he raised his feet and walked towards Song Suan step by step. In the fine snow, his thin figure seemed to be accompanied by a cool breeze on both sides. "Yunyang, my mother died. I am in great pain. Do you know how it feels to want to take care of your parents, but they are no longer around?" Song Suan. "I know, I'm not worse off than you." But she didn't say this. She had a feeling that this treasure boy was attacking himself again. Wang Yi continued, "The most heartbreaking thing is being thousands of miles away from home and crying as I see my parents missing someone. My mother passed away, and I no longer have a mother. At that time, I felt like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking, but afterwards I was actually secretly happy. Yunyang, no one will stop us from being together." Song Suan. To be honest, Wang Yi's sudden turn of events is really... It's enough to make the most filial sons in the world feel uncomfortable. Did he not even know what he was saying? Wang Yi's situation was completely different from Yang Taishuan's. Song Suan didn't know what to say, as Wang Yi became more and more agitated. He continued, "Yunyang, you quit your job in the laundry room, and we'll get married. From now on, I'll take care of the outside affairs, and you'll take care of the inside affairs. I'll study hard, and you'll be my assistant. We'll be like a pair of wings in the sky and a pair of branches on the ground. We'll be husband and wife and love each other without a doubt." Of course, Song Suan refused, but before she could say the words of refusal, she suddenly saw a flash of golden light in the night sky ahead. This ray of golden light lit up in the sky above Wang Yi's head. It was like a broken star from the past, breaking the silence of the snowy night. It was also like a spark falling from the sky and falling into the mortal world. No, it actually landed on Wang Yi's head. Wang Yi stopped, and the golden spark fell on him. At that moment, he seemed to be enveloped in a ball of clear and pure golden flames. After a moment, the flame shrank and disappeared from between his eyebrows. Wang Yi spread out his palm, and 2 three-dimensional seal characters in light gold appeared on his hand. No doubt. It was just 2 short words, and they were even very illusory, but Song Suan, standing opposite Wang Yi, seemed to be able to feel a heavy power like a mountain from these illusory words. Wang Yi stood there with an ever-changing expression on his face. Song Sewon was unable to describe the complexity of his expression at the moment. He only saw him staring with his eyes, twisting his mouth, and the corners of his mouth twitched several times before he finally opened his mouth and laughed wildly.
Ha ha ha.
I have spiritual light entering my body. I am in the qi-nourishing stage. So this is the qi-nourishing stage. I have become a true scholar. He laughed, then started crying. Mom, I succeeded, huh? I really succeeded, woo-woo. Song Sewon. Wow, what the Hades? But I am uneducated, so I can only say what the Hades. The balance between heaven and earth slowly emerged, and a new object appeared on the scale plate, but it was an illusory word, the word doubt. In the cool breeze and light snow, the scale of heaven and earth emerged, but the words on the scale plate were not no doubt, but doubt. Wang Yi was obviously very excited, and he was still immersed in the ecstasy of the spiritual light from heaven. Song Sewon was actually quite excited. For the first time, she witnessed the legendary inspiration from heaven. It turned out that this was the rumor that a little inspiration came, and talent suddenly emerged. There seemed to be no reason for inspiration from heaven. Some people studied hard for their whole lives, but they might still be ordinary scholars. If inspiration did not come, they would be helpless. Some people are hypocritical and self-deceiving, but they can summon spiritual light, and from then on they will shed their mortal bodies and experience a different world. It is interesting to say that Wang Yi's talent grew, and he obtained the scholar's fantasy text. The first word was no doubt, but the reflected energy collected by the scale of heaven and earth turned out to be doubt. Song Sewon suddenly fell into deep thought. She seemed to understand why Wang Yi was the only one who could develop such talent. This man's sense of belief is so strong that not only can he deceive himself, he can even deceive the gods to provide him with inspiration. Therefore, don't think that some scholars are true gentlemen with kindness and morals just because they talk about benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness. When scholars become cruel, they even deceive themselves. To see a person's true nature, you should look at what he does, not what he says. Just like Wang Yi in front of him, after his ecstasy, he gently clenched his hands, and the empty words no doubt seemed to turn into smoke and seep back from his palms. Wang Yi straightened his back, and his face, which was usually only slightly handsome, now glowed with a moving radiance. The person is still the same person, but seems to have a different kind of spirit and demeanor. Yunyang, Wang Yi said, wait for me. Now that I have acquired talent, I will surely rise to prominence in the future. Tomorrow I will go to the official school to enroll. When I have achieved fame and talent, I will come and marry you in a sedan chair carried by 8 men. He promised so. His thin figure stood tall as a bamboo in the wind and snow. He was indeed a handsome, loyal, and affectionate man. If the person standing opposite him at this moment was not the awakened Song Sewon, but any other innocent girl. No, she doesn't even have to be a naive girl. Even if she is a mature woman who has seen a lot of things, as long as she still has a little yearning for the love in this world in her heart, she will not be able to hide or escape, and will inevitably be moved by such a Wang Yi. Fortunately, Song Sewon is devoted to Taoism. No matter how realistically Wang Yi acts, in her eyes, he is just a crooked-mouthed lamb that will shed its hair automatically. Therefore, it was impossible for her to be moved, and she even felt like laughing. But considering the infinite possibilities of this sheep, Song Sewon still cooperated with his performance. She sighed softly and said quietly, "Why do you have to do this, Mr. Wang? Our fate has ended, and now you have become a real scholar with a bright future ahead of you, while I am just a small servant in the laundry room, full of bad luck. You and I were not a match in the first place, and now it is even more so. It is ridiculous to talk about marrying me, so don't mention it anymore. Mr. Wang, please go back." Her words were clearly a rejection, but Wang Yi was deeply moved. After Song Sewon said please go back, Wang Yi suddenly looked at her deeply. There was infatuation, determination, and reluctance in his eyes. Yunyang, it doesn't matter if you don't believe me today, he said, just wait a little longer. There is a long way to go. One day you will believe me. This love will not change. This heart will not change. After saying that, he bowed earnestly to Song Sawan, turned around and strode away. The wind and snow saw him off, and he walked a few steps and suddenly turned back. This time, his eyes not only stayed on Song Sawan for a moment longer, but also gently swept over Yang Taixian, who was standing next to him. This look was a little difficult to describe. It was hard to say whether it was contempt or disregard. In short, his gaze moved and then moved away. And just like that, Wang Yi left. The scale between heaven and earth appeared, and a ball of pure white gas with a green glow lay on the scale pan. Human desires, greed, anger, and ignorance, 8 taels and 7 cents, can be used as collateral. Song Sawan. Oh, greed, anger, and ignorance. Some people's hearts are bright red in color, but their shapes are really ugly. Although Wang Yi is a treasure boy, a long-haired lamb, Song Sawan now doesn't want to play with him anymore. What should she do? Since she is still a little bit arrogant. This can't be done. A gentleman reflects on himself 3 times a day. She is not a gentleman. She should reflect on herself 5, 6, or even 7 or 8 times a day. Such a self-conscious little sheep. She would let him go if she didn't pluck him bald. Is she going to change her career to do charity? Song Sawan laughed softly, but Yang Taixian beside her thought she was sad. He hurriedly comforted her. Sister Yunyang, some people can't be kept, and we don't have to care. Don't worry, your good days are still to come. Yang Taixian was not fooled by Wang Yi's repeated words. Yunyang, wait for me. Instead, he told Song Sawan that some people could not be kept. Song Sawan said, don't worry, Xian, I know what's going on. After saying this, the atmosphere between the two of them became inexplicably awkward. After all, Yang Taixian had just witnessed someone else's love-hate relationship, and now facing Song Sawan again, he did feel a little uncomfortable. He couldn't stay any longer, so he hurriedly said goodbye to Song Sawan. Soon, Yang Taixian left, and Song Sawan went home with an umbrella. When the gate was opened, the big white goose heard the noise and rushed out from under the eaves to greet him cheerfully. Song Sawan brushed the snow off its feathers, closed the gate, and took the goose home. The charcoal brazier in the house was still hot, and the temperature was higher than outside. The big white goose was not afraid of the cold, and except when sleeping, it did not like to stay in the warm house. Instead, it preferred to walk under the eaves with its neck held high, as if it regarded itself as a goose general patrolling its territory. There are clearly bald spots on the left and right sides of its body. Old wounds have not healed yet. Song Sawan went about her own business. She had stored a lot of qi in her scale, waiting to sell it. As usual, I'll just have to show my anger first. You sold 1 pound and 2 ounces of resentment and gained a lifespan of 120 years. This is really a lot. Song Sawan also felt it. After these few months of selling, his total lifespan should now have reached 6,523 years. This is the remaining lifespan after practicing puppetry and using a substitute for a dead body. With such a long lifespan, it is just like a string of numbers for the still young Song Sawan. She no longer had the initial excitement, but was looking forward to the next sale. Next, Song Sawan made an attempt. She put the snake demon she got today into the water, put it in a cloth bag, and placed it directly on the scale. This thing is really difficult to make into a delicacy. She can't make it, so she just tries to sell it as it is. Sold. A gray object appeared on the scale. You sold 2.3 gene of useless snake demon viscera and received 1.8 gene of first-class spiritual fertilizer. Level 1 spiritual plant fertilizer can provide certain nutrients for the growth of low-level spiritual plants. Long-term and reasonable use can increase the yield of low-level spiritual plants by 20% to 30% to a certain extent, and there is a slight chance of improving the quality of spiritual plants. Hey, this. It turns out that selling monsters directly can get spiritual fertilizer. Song Sawan thought. It's not that this fertilizer is bad, but she has neither seeds nor land now, so she really has no conditions to grow spiritual plants. Besides, what's the point of growing spiritual plants? To learn alchemy, and then spend a lot of effort to make elixirs? Obviously, you only need a plate of stir-fried pork intestines to exchange for a pill for strengthening the qi. Haha, the rules of the celestial balance are really interesting. Now that Song Suwan's practice has reached the late stage of qi transformation, the auxiliary effect of the qi strengthening pills has begun to become weaker and weaker. She has to think of a way to obtain more advanced monster materials. Next, Song Suwan continued to sell. You sold 7 wisps of weak dead energy from the cockroach monster and received a broken first-level whetstone. Whetstone, a low-level whetstone that can be used to sharpen low-grade magical tools such as swords and knives, making them sharper. Broken first-level whetstone can only be used once, and its effect is halved compared to a complete whetstone. Song Suwan played with the broken whetstone for a while, then put it back into the space of the heaven and earth balance. Sell again. You sold the Chaos Snake Demon Chi of 90 years of cultivation, 1 catty and 6 ounces, and received a yellow-level rare item, Chaos Wind Pearl. Chaos Wind Pearl, a yellow-level rare item that can be used 3 times. It can be driven by the mind to release chaotic wind blades, with the power reaching the highest level of the snake demon when it was alive. This was the second time Song Suwan obtained a rare item. The first rare item she owned was the Tongyu Mirror. Compared to the Tongyu Mirror, the Chaos Wind Pearl can only be used 3 times, but its power is quite good. Next, there were 2 weaker strands of Snake Demon Aura, which together were only 5 points heavy, so Song Suwan combined them and sold them together. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Let's see what you can sell. You sold the inferior Chaos Snake Demon's Aura for 5 points and received an inferior Level 1 Bright Light Talisman. Level 1 Mingguang Fu, a talisman used for lighting. It can illuminate for half an hour after being lit. What's the use of this thing? As a candle? It doesn't even last as long as a candle. Song Suwan also put it away, not disdaining it. After all, it's a talisman. Who knows when it can be used? Continue to sell. The next thing to sell is a ball of qi obtained from Yang Taixian. You sold human desires, joy, anger, and sorrow, 5 pounds and 7 ounces, and obtained the primary magical power of Taoism, the first level. Insight. Practicing this technique can make a person insightful and enlightened, gain insight into the world, and see through everything inside and outside. A huge amount of information flooded into Song Suwan's mind. At this moment, Song Suwan was even a little confused. The cultivation of the divine power is extremely difficult and complicated because it is not a simple magic, it is a magical skill, a pseudo-divine power. And the formation of this unique magical power will exhaust the power of numbers. The huge flow of information was like a huge wave, rolling and washing over him. Song Suwan covered his head and almost cried out in pain. At this time, she was already drenched in sweat and in so much pain that she was exhausted. This was just the first level of the divine power illumination technique. Song Suwan didn't even dare to imagine how difficult it would be to learn the second, third, or higher levels. Could her brain handle it? Of course, higher levels were just fantasies. She couldn't even figure out the first level yet. Besides, she didn't know how to obtain the subsequent formulas, but she thought it wouldn't be as easy as getting the first level. This was also a kind of mysterious induction that made Song Suwan understand that her current realm was limited, and the level of things she could obtain was also limited. Therefore, even if the scale of heaven and earth was very magical, there was a certain upper limit to what she could get from selling. If she wants to break through the upper limit, she must break through it first. Song Suwan exhaled gently, took out a strengthening pill that she had saved from before, swallowed it in one gulp, and sat in meditation to regulate her breathing. After regulating her breath for 3/4 of an hour, she finally regained her spirit. The increase in her power brought by the qi strengthening pill was now extremely weak, but if it was only used to help regulate her breath and restore her true energy, it was very useful. Song Sawan began to ponder the magical power of insight he had just received. What exactly is insight? Song Sawan felt that this was a magical power related to insight and calculation. It may be difficult to understand if it is too complicated, so Song Sawan followed his own thinking mode and tried to analyze the operating rules of the Shentong Dongzhao by using the combination of 0 and 1. The first level of the insight technique, see yourself. Massive amounts of information began to be arranged and combined in Song Sawan's mind. Countless zeros and ones rotated and flew, purifying and simplifying the complex world, and then evolving it again. Gradually, her mind contained the sea of stars, the universe, and herself. The sea of stars is vast, the universe is vast and ethereal, but in that nothingness, there's a point of self that is pure, bright, and dazzling. What is it? This is the light of self. Don't think that it is easy to see yourself. There are too many people in this world who may not be able to see themselves clearly even if they spend their entire lives. If everyone could understand, how could there be so much confusion and pain in this world? Song Sawan's brain was working rapidly, and his body seemed to have turned into a furnace, with his true energy burning rapidly. Finally, at some point, she closed her eyes. In her silent world of self, a curtain of light was woven by her. A three-dimensional image of herself appeared on the left side of the light curtain, as if it was a mirror reflecting her as she sat cross-legged in meditation. On the right side, her current general information is listed in text form. Song Sawan, age 15, lifespan 6,523 years, main training method, Zhuang Heart Sutra, first level entry 685/1000, cultivation level, refining essence into qi, late stage of qi transformation 6230/10,000, skills. 1. Side door Taoist magic, void magic sword, first level of heart magic movement. Proficiency 230, 6 out of 1000. 2. Side door Taoist magic, time and night escape, the first level of shadow transformation, proficiency 568/1003. Primary Taoist technique, dream entering technique, first level of dream entering, entry 89/104. Primary Taoist magic, palm thunder, entry 23/105. Primary Taoist technique, blazing fire technique, 86 out of 100 for beginners. 6. Spell, a drop in the ocean, proficiency 356/1007. Spell, puppetry, substitute for a peach, mastery 123/10,008. Spells, illusion, turning stone into gold, 78 out of 100 for beginners. 9. Primary divine power, infinite strength, entry level 69/100. 10. Primary divine power and Taoist technique, insight, the first level of self-illumination, beginner 23/111. Sword skills, breaking delusion, first level soul slashing, beginner 1/100, pills, chi strengthening pills, 23, pregnancy pills, 2, rare items, mirror of the underworld 1, wind bead 1, broken level 1 whetstone 1. Magical weapon, low-level magic weapon black armor sword 1. Talismans, level 1 evil repelling talisman 9, level 1 lightweight talisman 8, level 1 bright light talisman 1, level 1 home protecting talisman 1. The remaining. Everything was simple and crude, just like the most basic game panel that Song Sawan had made in his previous life. She used the magic of clairvoyance to arrange her information on a data panel. This panel has no specific use. It cannot add points, nor can it digitize Song Sawan's body, but it can help her understand herself more intuitively. That's enough. This is already very remarkable. The path of spiritual practice is so vast and boundless. If people can see themselves clearly, it is like having an extra guiding light. All confusion and detours will be illuminated by this light. It is not that people are rarely confused, but that they are rarely clear. For example, Song Sawan at this moment, She carefully checked her information panel and realized something. No wonder, she always felt that she had learned a lot, but was still very weak. It turned out that it was because she had learned a lot but was not proficient in much. After all, she was new to the path of cultivation and had no teacher to guide her. Song Soo-won could only rely on herself to figure out many things. The heaven and earth scale can indeed provide some skills, and what she has learned through it can often help her get started quickly, but the practice after getting started still requires her own efforts. The road ahead is long and arduous, but I will continue to search for it. Song Soo-won exhaled slowly, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on his back. She swallowed another strengthening pill, regulated her breathing to restore her inner energy, and then summoned the scales of heaven and earth to continue the trade. You can practice cultivation at any time, but the 10 daily trading opportunities of the Tiandi scale should not be wasted. The motivation to sell this time came from Wang Yi. You sold human desires, greed, anger, ignorance, love, and separation, and failure to obtain 2 pounds and 1 ounce, and obtained 21 points of experience in the first level of the Heart Sutra of Sitting and Forgetting. A ray of bright light carrying a mysterious meaning like flowing water slowly flowed into Song Soo-won's heart. She closed her eyes and took it in. She felt her mind clear, and she gained an indescribable feeling of clarity, which was truly wonderful. She practiced without a teacher, so her understanding of the Heart Sutra was actually rough and contained many errors. If it weren't for the fact that he had used the scale of heaven and earth several times to gain cultivation and forcibly improve his skill level, Song Soo-won would have no idea what he would have cultivated at this time. Fortunately, Wang Yi, this treasure boy, came to her rescue. The 21-point practice experience did not bring any major changes to Song Soo-won's level of skill, but it obviously helped her sort out many doubts on the road of practice. This is really great. Half an hour later, Song Soo-won finished his practice. She continued to operate the scale with a sense of calm and beauty that made her feel clear and refreshed. You sold the scholar's fantasy text E when the spiritual light was just formed, and obtained the reflected text E by leveling up Qi. What? Song Soo-won was really confused. She had clearly sold something, but she felt as if she hadn't sold anything. After a moment, Song Soo-won, who had carefully experienced the changes in himself, spread out one palm in a daze. Then, in her palm, an illusory word doubt slowly rose. A faint golden light spread across the small space of her palm, illuminating the burning charcoal basin and old furniture in the room, making everything seem real and illusory. What is even more magical is that Song Soo-won is obviously not a scholar, and she has no talent. But with the word doubt, she seems to have truly mastered a power unique to scholars: fantasy writing. So, what is the function of the word yi?
Squeak. Squeak.
At this moment, in the silent night, the low cries of rats were heard from afar. Song Soo-won suddenly came back to his senses and felt a chill in his heart. An inexplicable, creepy feeling arose behind her, and she immediately stood up and looked around. Before anyone could figure out what was going on, the big white goose that was patrolling under the eaves suddenly flapped its wings, screamed goose, and jumped from outside the house into the room. It pounced on Song Soo-won and chirped loudly, "Ga, ga, ga," with a hint of panic and anxiety in its cry. Song Soo-won hurriedly bent down to hug it, but the big white goose spread its wings, shouted loudly, and stood in front of Song Soo-won with its head held high in a protector's manner. The next moment, a shadow appeared from a corner of the Song family courtyard. The gate to the Song family's courtyard was closed, but the door inside was not. Song Soo-won stood at the door and saw the shadow at the corner of the wall arching and rolling out from the corner. Song Soo-won's gaze fell on the corner over there, and he saw the giant rat in the corner standing upright with its front paws raised and arched in front of its chest. Squeak, the giant rat called softly, and a faint light seemed to flash in its mung bean-sized eyes. Then something strange happened. As the giant rat called out, a gentle and elegant voice, like that of a human man, suddenly sounded in Song Soo-won's ears. "My dear, I am the god of marriage and flower of Jilu country. Because my country's second prince is seriously ill, I have made a divination and learned that you are the second prince's destined marriage partner. Only by hiring you and marrying the second prince can my country's second prince recover from his illness and be reborn. The male voice was gentle and mournful. Not only that, at this moment, Song Sawan blinked, and then the scene in front of her seemed to change again. I saw that the creature standing in the corner was originally a rat monster, but now I look at it again, it's strange. How could this be a rat demon? Wasn't this clearly a gentle and thin human man? Although he was a little short and the flowery clothes he wore looked a little strange, his face was very compact and delicate, and the overall impression he gave people was that he was strangely handsome. His voice was also very tempting. Seeing that Song Sawan did not respond, he said gently, "My dear, are you willing to save our second prince? The king is willing to give 10 carts of gold and pearls, 100 carts of silver pearls, and 1,000 pieces of brocade as a betrothal gift." As he spoke, he released a number of palm-sized wooden carts from his colorful wide sleeves. These small carts rolled to the ground like rain and grew as soon as they hit the ground. In an instant, the small carts turned into large carts, with gold and silver beads shining on the carts, making the Song family's small courtyard crowded and cramped. Song Sawan's eyes seemed to be filled with a sea of gold and silver. The handsome man in flowery clothes waved at her from the other side of the sea. "My dear, tonight is a good day. Are you coming? Are you coming?" Each question was like a hook, trying to hook Song Sawan to take a step and walk to the other side on his own initiative. This was the first time Song Sawan had encountered such a monster. To be honest, this scene was indescribably strange and absurd, bizarre and unlike the human world. This monster does not use force to hurt people. Song Sawan naturally didn't feel tempted. She didn't know if it was because her own skills were strong enough or because of the practice of the Heart Sutra of Forgetting, which made her soul strong and her mind clear, so she was not affected by the magic of the rat demon. There was no need to delve into these for now. She just had a clear feeling at this moment, which was, it was absolutely not appropriate to attack and kill the rat demon at this time and place.
Why?
From a rational analysis, the giant deer kingdom behind the rat demon might really exist. If we kill one now, and it turns out to attract another one, what will happen then? If one puts aside reason, it was an intuition that made Song Sawan suddenly feel moved. She spread out her palms, and as the rat demon called out, she wrote the word doubt in her palms. The rat demon was still tempting gently. "My dear, the auspicious time has come. If you don't come, the life of our second prince will be in danger."
Can you really bear it?
Before he finished his words, the dim and empty word doubt had already floated across the ocean of gold and silver and landed in front of the rat demon. The rat demon seemed to sense something, and at this moment his eyes suddenly widened. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to scream, but the word doubt had already fallen on him silently. The rat demon stopped barking, it closed its mouth and smiled. "Okay, great, come here, young lady, I will carry you to the sedan chair." It turns out that the function of the word is to confuse right and wrong and call a horse a deer. The scholar's fantasy writing is really wonderful.
Squeak, squeak.
The rat demon bent over, picked up a black stone about a foot long from the corner of the wall as if he was drunk, and put it behind his back. As soon as the stone touched his body, the image of the handsome man of the rat demon burst like a bubble. The stone pressed down on the rat demon, which was only about a foot tall, and was carrying a stone about a foot long. Its back suddenly bent down as if it could not bear the weight. The rat demon hunched its back, carrying the stone, but didn't feel anything was wrong at all. Instead, it squeaked in delight. Then it carried its supposed bride on its back and jumped through the corner of the Song family's courtyard. With this jump, the rat demon disappeared. With its disappearance, the mountain of gold and silver in the Song family courtyard also collapsed. A pile of shredded paper fluttered all over the air. Song Sawan swept his sleeves and a ray of blazing flame shot out, instantly burning the shredded paper into ashes. The big white goose woke up as if from a dream and shook its head. Song Sawan quickly bent down and patted it lightly on the head. A wisp of the aura of the dream-entering technique leaked out, and the big white goose shook its head and fell asleep again. She put the talisman in a brocade bag and hung it around the neck of the big white goose. The white goose entered the goose cage and fell asleep again. Song Sawan changed into black clothes and put on a new human skin mask. He shook it gently in the snow, then turned into a shadow and disappeared into the night. Time and night escaped, and Song Sawan chased after the monster. On a snowy night, evil disasters occurred all over the city again. Song Sawan, who had turned into a shadow, even saw the night watchman of the city patrol department from a distance a few times in the streets and alleys, as well as those masters who leaped in the night and were obviously different from others. I don't know whether he is a master from the folk or the demon-slaying captain of the Xiandeng division. The rat demon turned to hide in a deserted place. Song Sawan sensed the word doubt and chased it through several streets and alleys, getting further and further away, until a certain moment, the rat demon rushed into a blocked dark alley. At the end of the dark alley, there is a brick wall whose color cannot be seen clearly. At this moment, a dark blue light appears faintly under the wall. A small arch seemed to appear in the light, and the rat demon rushed forward. At this moment, Song Sawan knew that he could not chase her anymore. Where does the back of the light gate lead to? Song Sawan didn't want to know, and she also felt that she didn't have the ability to get to the bottom of it at the moment. She had only one purpose in chasing monsters, and that was to kill them. She would kill this rat monster first as a token of respect. The rat demon carrying the stone had not yet sensed the danger. It shook its body in front of the light gate, shook off the snow on its body, and then squeaked softly. The squeak sound had not yet been fully uttered when suddenly a loud thunderclap struck the night sky out of nowhere. Palm thunder. The moment after Song Sawan left, several figures flew over. They were all attracted by the movement of the palm thunder just now. Fairy Chihua was the fastest. When she controlled the firelight and landed at the end of the dark alley, she just happened to see a light door at the base of the wall. The light gate has become a little dim, as if it could close at any time. Fairy Chihua immediately pinched her fingers to make a decision, and with a wave of the jade talisman in her hand, a blazing flame turned into a fire dragon. The dragon swung its tail and immediately rushed into the light gate. Boom! Flames exploded, and faintly, the screams of countless rats seemed to be heard from the depths of the light gate.
Squeak, squeak.
At the back, several demon-killing lieutenants were moving a little slower. When they saw the blazing flames from afar, they exclaimed, "Fairy, don't do that. This is a snake-rat path. If it explodes, it will bring disaster."
But it was too late for them to say that.
The Fairy Chihua cast a spell, and the rat path was burned by the spiritual fire. She turned around and said in surprise, "What did you say?" The next moment, a giant claw suddenly stretched out from the light gate, surrounded by red flames. The light gate was short, only about a foot high. When the fire dragon rushed in, it had already blocked the small light gate tightly. The giant claw stretched out from the flames, but it grew longer against the wind. At this time, Fairy Chihua had not turned back yet. She only noticed a shadow falling from above her head.
"Ah!"
A demon-killing captain exclaimed, "Fairy, be careful." But it was too late. In a flash, the giant claws covered the sky like a dome and slapped down.
Bang!
In the distance, Song Sawan, who had followed the shadow to a treetop, was stunned. Just as the giant claw was about to strike down, Fairy Chihua was about to fall into trouble. Suddenly, in the darkness, a buzzing sound like a dragon's roar rose from behind her. "What is that?" "It's a sword. The phantom of a sword. In this night when demons are rampant, under the overwhelming invasion of demon claws, is like a shocking streak of light in the sky, like a heavy brilliance in the void, like an inverted galaxy. It splits the huge demon claw that is as big as a round cover."
Squeak.
The giant claws retreated instantly, and drops of blood spilled, falling on the earth like a torrential blood rain. There was also an old voice that seemed to come from the void, with anger and remoteness. "Beichin Sword Immortal, you actually attacked without permission. Are you going to break your oath?" The giant claws in the sky were retreating, and the sword shadows were also dissipating. However, a long male voice, which seemed to be both far and near, slowly sounded. "What do you mean by attacking without permission? This immortal is only leaving a sword shadow to protect the younger generation of my family. Is this not allowed? It is you, an old monster, who bullies the weak with your size and the beautiful with your ugliness. You deserve to be chopped now." Faintly, there seemed to be a hearty laughter passing through the void. "Old monster, your power and body are weak now. Can't you withstand this sword of mine?" The old voice was angry and shrill. "You are ignorant youngsters, and you dare to burn the spiritual bridge. What's wrong with me teaching you a lesson? Beichenzi, don't be so arrogant." Squeak then. All you could hear were the sounds of rats chirping. Song Sewon no longer had the time to watch the fight between the gods. In fact, the real bodies of the gods might not be here at all, and Song Sewon wouldn't be able to see anything even if he wanted to. The sword shadow dissipated, the giant claw disappeared, and Fairy Chihua once again controlled the flames and rushed around the city to rescue the disaster area. And somehow, countless rats suddenly swarmed out of the streets and alleys of Suyeong City. Rats and mice, evil rats and ordinary rats, were running all over the city. The demon-killing captains left their curses in the wind, and all the city patrol officers went out, wearing swords and killing rats. Even the ordinary residents in the city, although most of them were still mortals, were awakened from their sleep by the rat infestation in the city and joined the ranks of killing every rat they saw. Of course, there were also all kinds of screams. It's a rat demon, help. Ordinary rats can be killed by mortals, but if a rat is contaminated with evil spirit and becomes a demon beast, ordinary mortals will only be slaughtered if they confront it. Song Sewon turned into a dark shadow wandering in the night. If she met someone asking for help, she would strike out a palm thunder from a distance. Do not kill ordinary rats. Only kill rat demons. If it is convenient after killing the rat demon, she will put the rat demon's body into the scale plate of heaven and earth. If it is not convenient, she will not be greedy and just set the mine and leave. However, if he saw the practitioners from afar, no matter if they were from the city patrol, the demon-slaying guards, or folk masters, Song Sewon would avoid them all and never have too much interaction with them. In a flash, an hour or two passed. Song Sewon used the escape technique to travel around half of the city. He felt that he was becoming more and more proficient in using the time and night escape technique. As for the palm thunder technique, which he had just started to learn, Song Sewon's mastery of it also increased sharply after this practical practice. Take a look at the self-made panel, Primary Taoist Magic, Palm Thunder, entry level 45 out of 100. Her proficiency level had improved from 23 to 45. She had come to realize that her previous efforts to cultivate herself were like working in isolation, and it was difficult for her to achieve long-term success. Some combat spells can only be improved in combat. Song Sewon doesn't like taking risks, but sometimes, holding thunder in his hand is also a way to protect himself. People can cherish their bodies, but they should not destroy themselves because of cherishing their bodies. With all kinds of insights, Song Sewon wandered around half of the city and finally returned home near midnight. A gust of night wind sneaked in, and the gate of the Song family courtyard was not opened, so Song Sewon went straight into the house. The big white goose was still sleeping soundly in the goose cage, and the talisman on its collar was emitting a dim light, which seemed to be able to be extinguished at any time. Song Sewon quickly sent a trace of true energy into the talisman, and the spiritual light emitted by the talisman suddenly became much more stable. Under the inspiration, Song Sewon breathed a sigh of relief. She let out a breath, but she was actually feeling a little excited. It was not only because she had witnessed the might of the masters on the top of the tower, and not only because the battle lifted her spirits, but more importantly, today's spoils of war were exciting. She summoned the scale of heaven and earth, and the scale plate was piled with corpses of rat demons. Song Sewon sat cross-legged, operating the heaven-earth scale. You sold 19 low-level demon beast corpses of rat demons and received 19 pieces of chi-promoting powder. What? Song Sewon was stunned for a moment. She had only heard of chi-promoting pills, but had never heard of chi-promoting powders. If you look closely, Tiandiking has an explanation for Xing-Chi-San. Qi-Xing-San, a semi-finished Qi-Xing-Dan that has not yet been formed into a pill. Each portion has about 70% of the efficacy of Qi-Xing-Dan. It can assist practitioners of the same level of skill in the refining organ stage, the early innate stage, the inducing qi stage, the transforming qi stage, the iron bone arhut stage, or the nourishing qi stage. Song Sewon took out a packet of qi-activating powder. The powder was dark red in color and felt quite smooth when pinched in the hand. It smelled like a faint aroma of cooked food. She couldn't help but frown and started thinking. She once sold stir-fried pig intestines and obtained strength-enhancing pills from such cooked food. She also sold unprocessed snake offal and ended up getting more than a pound of fertilizer. When cooking, if she can cook the monster in different ways, such as turning ordinary fried pork intestines into chicken wrapped in belly, she can also get 2 strengthening pills. Then it is understandable that after selling all these rat demon corpses, only a chi-regulating powder was obtained in the end. In fact, before selling them, Song Sewon had considered cooking these demon corpses into dishes and then selling them. However, the scale was not a free storage space after all. Unless Song Sewon sold the things on the scale, he could not take them out. She was wandering around the city, and it was impossible for her to carry a large bag specifically for wrapping up the spoils. If that were the case, she would not be able to use the time and space escape skill to escape easily at night. Therefore, she chose to use the scale pan of the celestial balance, but doing so had obvious advantages and disadvantages. All we can say is that there are gains and losses, and it all depends on how you make the choices. Song Sewon looked at the chi-circulating powder in his hand and smiled gently at this moment. In her heart, she had a strong desire to obtain a storage magic weapon, but she did not feel regretful that she only got the chi-moving powder this time. The scale of heaven and earth has collected the 7 emotions and 6 desires of human beings so many times. As Song Sewon observed this journey, his biggest feeling was, when doing things and being a person, it is the long-term way to abstain from greed in moderation. Greed is the nature of life and one of the driving forces for human progress. However, excessive greed will only lead people to the abyss. Sit and forget the Heart Sutra. Cultivate both nature and life. Life is the source of life. It is the body of merit. It is the Dharma body. This is not difficult to understand. Then what is nature? In practicing cultivation, one must not only cultivate great magical powers, but also great concentration. Song Sewon feels that she is still far from what she should be now, but she is not afraid, because she has enough time to keep going on this path. She put the chi-regulating powder in her hand back into the space of the heaven and earth scale and continued to sell it. The time is now past midnight, which means it is the second day. Last night, Song Sewon carried out 8 sales, but his operations were interrupted by the arrival of the rat demon. Today she has 10 chances to sell again. After selling the corpse of the rat demon once, the next thing she is going to sell is the rat demon's death energy. You sold 27 strands of the death energy of the low-level demon beast rat demon and obtained the special item Black Iron Wok. Song Sewon, I sold my dead heir and got a pot in return. Black Iron Wok can withstand the calcination of 1-star to 2-star low-level spiritual flames and can meet various cooking needs such as stewing, stir-frying, frying, and deep frying. It is a rare good pot. Song Sewon hee. She was really laughing, not sarcastically, but a laugh that came out of nowhere. It must be said that the balance between heaven and earth is truly mysterious. Unfortunately, what she lacks now is not a pot, but monster ingredients. It doesn't matter, just keep selling. The rat demon that entered the Song family courtyard earlier and claimed to be the Julu kingdom's marriage flower god was different from other ordinary rat demons. Its body was displayed separately in the scale of heaven and earth, psychic level. Therefore, Song Sewon sold it separately from the ordinary rat demons. You sold the corpse of a psychic rat demon with 100 years of cultivation and received 5 blood and soul pills. Blood and soul pill. a 2-star healing elixir that has a clear effect on various internal and external injuries that do not exceed a certain level. Song Sewon was pleasantly surprised and quickly put away the blood soul pill. This was her first time to obtain healing pills, and 5 at a time. The importance of healing pills was no less than that of cultivation pills, not to mention that these were 2-star pills. Previously, both the Zhuangqi pills and the later Xingqi powders were only first-grade pills. In comparison, the current 2-star level is simply a leap forward. Song Sewon continued to sell. You sold a wisp of death energy of the psychic level rat demon and received a special item, a paper soul puppet. Paper soul puppet. This paper soul puppet can transform into the image of a rat demon or a flower god and has the ability to burrow through walls and temporarily store objects. This thing is afraid of water, fire, and thunder. It can be used 3 times and is very fragile. Song Sewon looked at the annotations about the paper soul puppet at the back and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. For a moment, she was really doubtful. Could it be that the rat demon who claimed to be the flower god was really the flower god of marriage in the Jilu kingdom? But then she thought about it carefully and felt that if he was really a marriage flower god, he shouldn't be so weak. Being killed by her palm lightning was not in line with the status of a flower god. Song Sewon thought again of the giant claw that had stretched out from the light gate before, and the sword that looked like an upside-down galaxy behind Fairy Chihua. This sight made her understand deeply that the masters in this world were far more unfathomable than she could have imagined. In the world of humans and demons, there may be rivers and lakes, compromises, and many more secrets that she cannot explore yet. All the rat demons' things were sold out, and Song Sewon finally put the bunch of emotions and desires he got from Wang Yi on the scale. This was what Wang Yi provided to Song Sewon before he said goodbye to him after he gained his talent. This ball of emotions and desires was obviously different from when he was immortal. Song Sewon kept it until the end to sell it, which can be said to be a long-awaited thing. You sold the human desires, greed, anger, and ignorance of the scholar in the Yangqi realm for 8 ounces and 7 cents and gained 8 years and 7 months of cultivation. Song Sewon once traded the 7 emotions and 6 desires of an ordinary mortal and gained about 1 year's cultivation for 1 pound. And the one in the Yangqi realm can be exchanged 10 times. Between heaven and earth, there was a surge of spiritual energy, and the void was surging. A mysterious force penetrated the cracks of time and space and came quietly in the dark night. Song Sewon seemed to have fallen into the torrent of time again. 8 years had passed. During these 8 unreal years, she had no elixir to help her. She was just immersed in the wonderful situation of practicing with all her heart and soul. This time, Song Sewon chose to divide his time, using half to practice his magical power and the other half to comprehend the palm thunder. There is no need to explain the wonders of the magical power. The palm thunder was demonstrated in actual combat today, showing a strong restraining power against demons and evil spirits. Song Sewon took the opportunity to strengthen his comprehension and had no distractions all night. Until dawn, Song Sewon checked the panel he had compiled. Primary Taoist Magic, Palm Thunder, Proficiency, 35 out of 1000, Primary Divine Power and Taoist Technique. Insight, the first level of self-illumination, Beginner 37 out of 100, Palm Thunder broke through from the entry level to proficiency, but after practicing the whole illumination technique for 4 years, he only progressed from the entry level of 23 points to 37 points. This shows how difficult it is to practice the whole illumination technique. It is so difficult for people to see themselves. Song Sewon was still happy. She stood up and opened the window, only to see that the drizzle outside had stopped again. In the eastern sky, the sea of clouds was surging, and a ray of purple clouds was winding away. The city of Suyang welcomed the rising sun, and the noise of people could be heard again from the neighborhood. Some people were still crying, and some were laughing. Some shouted in surprise. The talisman from the city god temple is really useful. When the demon saw me holding the talisman last night, it really didn't dare to get close.
Ha ha ha.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. The monster refining platform has issued a notice. Anyone who has a monster corpse can take it. The monster refining platform is offering silver. What are you waiting for? Let's go. She took her umbrella and walked on the street, the cool air blowing in her face. The streets were already very busy. Some people were sweeping the snow with brooms, while others were carrying the corpse of the rat demon and walking excitedly towards the demon refining platform. Song Soo-won walked along the way, listening carefully to various news. Rat monsters appeared last night, and their number was even more exaggerated than the cockroach monsters the night before. However, the casualties in the city last night were not as serious as the night before. There are several reasons for this. Firstly, after experiencing the giant cockroach disaster, everyone in the city became alert, and the monster refining platform had increased the exchange rate between monster corpses and blood and chi elixirs among the practitioners in advance, which further stimulated the enthusiasm of many practitioners to hunt monsters. Second, the city god temple sold a large number of home protection talismans at low prices. Many people who practice martial arts in the folk, even if their skills had not reached the stage of refining the internal organs, could often fight low-level rat monsters for several rounds with the home protection talismans in hand, as long as they had enough strength. Some powerful ones can even use it to slay demons. 3 is. What 3 is, it is not for outsiders to tell. But Song Soo-won thought, did the sword shadow of Baichin's sword immortal last night play some positive role in this demon disaster? This world is full of demons, but there are also masters among humans. Although they may not bow their heads to favor every mortal, their existence can still make people feel a little excited. In short, the whole atmosphere of Seong City today seems to be exciting and positive. It was not until Song Soo-won walked into the laundry room that he heard the servants talking in a numb voice. Last night, a rat's nest was poked in Lai Motsi Lane, and a large number of people died. Lai Motsi Lane is actually a shanty town in the western corner of the South City. It is the most chaotic area in the entire Seong City. Most of the laundry servants actually come from there. Some of them have ruined their family businesses, some are down and out, and some are refugees who have fled here. Unfortunate people always have their own misfortunes, and last night's rat infestation had hit them the hardest. The servants asked each other, "So many people died. Why didn't you die?"
Hey, who knows?
"I'm a tough guy. Anyway, I'm not dead, and you're not dead either, right?" "Yes, I'm not dead. I saw a good show yesterday. Guess what? The Zhou family lives next door to me. They are the Zhou family, who often works with us in the second laundry room." She came to work in the laundry room, saying that she wanted to save up a dowry for her daughter. Remember? Song Soo-won also remembers this. When Song Soo-won was working in the second washroom, it was Aunt Zhou who stood next to him. But later, Song Soo-won was assigned to the grass washroom and he rarely saw Aunt Zhou again. The servant who was talking about Aunt Zhou said, "Last night, I lay down in the crack of the wall and saw clearly that a man dressed in a romantic way came to the Zhou family, claiming to be the god of marriage and flowers of Julu country, and wanted to hire the young lady of the Zhou family to be the concubine of their second prince. Oh, what a grand show!" He described the scene with both numbness and excitement, such as the mountains of gold and silver brought by the flower god, such as Aunt Zhou's hesitation, such as the excitement and ecstasy of Aunt Zhou's son and daughter-in-law, and such as the joy and yearning of the young lady of the Zhou family herself. Auntie Zhou was unwilling to let her daughter go, so the young lady ran to the flower god and said she would sacrifice herself to save the second prince. The flower god carried the young lady of the Zhou family on his back and disappeared in a flash, leaving behind carts of gold, silver, and jewelry in front of the Zhou family's gate. Oh, this is unbearable. This was truly extraordinary. Almost everyone's attention was focused on this errand boy who was good at telling anecdotes. Everyone was fascinated to hear him tell bizarre stories. There were even servants who beat their chests and stamped their feet and said, "Oh, I regret not having a daughter." Others joked, "You can't even get a wife, and you want to give birth to a daughter?" More people burst into laughter. Although life is hard, it might as well find some fun. The storyteller continued, "Don't envy others for having a daughter. Although there are mountains of gold and silver piled up in front of the Zhou family, it is not necessarily a good thing. At that time, there were countless rats running around everywhere. Originally, everyone was trying to kill rats. But now, seeing the carts of good things in front of the Zhou family's door, who would still be willing to kill rats? Everyone went crazy and all of a sudden, hey, grab the gold and silver. The Zhou family only has two people, the son and the daughter-in-law. How could they protect so much gold and silver? Not only did they fail to protect the things, but the man was also beaten badly. How miserable. Too miserable. And Zhou was so angry that she almost died on the spot, and then she fell to the ground and was bitten by a rat. It seemed that she was not going to survive. Unlike the houses in the neighborhood, where most people have yards, the streets in the shanty towns are narrow and rugged, and the shabby shacks are drafty everywhere. People can see each other without a wall between them. The servant saw the miserable plight of the Zhou family, and as he spoke the last part, he suddenly sighed. Just at this moment, the stewards came to call the roll, and the servant's sigh brought this part of the story to an end. The servant had not yet finished his words. After the gold and silver were snatched by the crowd, everyone suddenly realized that the gold and silver that everyone was scrambling for were not gold and silver at all. They were just red and yellow scraps of paper. An unfinished story echoed in the servants' hearts for a long time. This was a rare rich fantasy in their dry lives. This story also echoed in Song Sawon's mind, but what shocked her was different from that of everyone else. Julu country, the flower god, the second prince, and the bride of the rat demon. It turned out that it was not only Song Sawon who encountered the rat demon carrying the bride last night, but other young ladies in this city also encountered it. However, Song Sawon did not fall for it, while Aunt Zhou's little daughter was very likely to have suffered a disaster. Also, Song Sawon had clearly killed the flower god last night, so how come other flower gods appeared? So were there a bunch of rat demons pretending to be flower gods, or was there not only one flower god in Julu country? Song Sawon didn't have time to think about it. Soon her task for today was assigned. She had to wash a total of 12 monsters today. All of them were rat monsters. Most of the rat monsters didn't leave any images before they died, but when she washed the last rat monster, Song Sawon saw something different. It was not some dark underground place, nor was it the monster world that Song Sawon had imagined might appear. Instead, there are pavilions and towers with exquisite landscapes wandering back and forth in the old-fashioned image. This must be the most profound scene in the rat demon's memory. It was like the most prosperous and beautiful town on earth, with hot springs shaded by flowers and trees, singing girls with jingling jewelry, and unruly human men walking shirtless, grabbing the beautiful girls beside them and making love in the open air. He smashed the maid's head with one palm, and a dragon-like column of blood came out from his palm. Seeing this, Song Sawon was shocked and could no longer control his surging emotions. It was also at this moment that the image left by the rat demon began to shake. The sky and the earth shook, and the world wept. In the chaotic and broken scene, for a moment, Song Sawon seemed to see a pair of handsome and evil eyes, penetrating the barriers of time and space, as if looking through this world, looking at her. Erlang. In the distant time and space, someone was calling from behind. All the scenes broke apart at this moment. Song Sawon's heart beat violently, and the true energy in his body surged wildly. The scale of heaven and earth emerged. A ball of cyan gold energy, with a faint glow lay on the scale plate. The spy of the Master of Transformation is worth 2 taels and 3 coins. It can be sold as a bargain. A Master of Incarnation. Not good. Song Sawon didn't care about who she had just seen from a distance. The moment the scale of heaven and earth appeared, the true energy in her body began to be consumed rapidly and uncontrollably like a flood. Song Sawon has cultivated to the late stage of Qi transformation. According to conventional statistical methods, she has now practiced for 80 years. Although the true Qi in her body is not extremely thick, it is definitely not shallow. But even such 80 years of cultivation could not withstand the consumption of a few breaths. After a while, Song Sewon's true energy was exhausted, and the essence in his body began to drain away. This process happened so quickly that she didn't even have time to react. Song Sewon's face began to look miserable. A mouthful of blood surged up from her throat, but she immediately swallowed it down forcefully. No one in the washroom paid attention to her strange behavior. Death in the washroom was common, and even if she vomited blood and fell to the ground, the servants beside her would at most exclaim a few times, "What can I do? I will die sooner or later anyway." While no one was paying attention, Song Sewon quickly covered her mouth with her hand, and she took out one chi-strengthening pill after another from the space of the heaven and earth scale and swallowed them directly into her mouth. The speed at which Zhuangqi pills replenished qi could not keep up with its consumption, so Song Sewon immediately switched to Xingqi powder. The Qi Xing powder barely alleviated her predicament. Song Sewon took it continuously until her meridians began to ache and the 19 portions of Qi crossing powder remaining in the Tiandi scale were all consumed. Only then was the loss of true Qi in her body finally calmed down. At this time, Song Sewon was already drenched in sweat, and he looked like he had just been fished out of the water, exhausted and in a mess. The scale of heaven and earth still appeared in front of her, and Song Sewon had an epiphany. The reason why her true energy suddenly disappeared was because the scale of heaven and earth helped her intercept the peeping of the master of transformation from a distance. It was just that her own cultivation was too low, and the scale of heaven and earth was restricted, so it had to extract the true energy in her body. There are still 16 Qi strengthening pills left, but Song Sewon doesn't dare to take any more to restore the internal energy in her body. Her meridians have been severely damaged in the violent conflict just now, and now she needs to heal her wounds before she can continue to practice. She looked around and saw that no one in the grass washroom was paying attention to her. Song Sewon lowered her head and continued to slowly clean the rat demon while quietly taking a blood soul pill. As the blood and soul pill entered her stomach, the warm medicinal power spread out and began to repair her damaged body. This process was firm and slow. Song Sewon secretly estimated that such an injury might not heal within 2 or 3 days at least. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. At this moment, she was terrified and frightened, needless to say. Suyong City, Demon Refining Platform, Washing Room. Song Sewon, who was still washing her demon, didn't know that just as she was frightened by the spying of the master of the divine transformation realm, in the city of Songling County, thousands of miles away, a man suddenly stood up from his seat, looked into the void with a look of surprise in his eyes. A beautiful woman walked up behind him and asked softly, "Erlang, what's wrong?" The handsome man was wearing a golden rat cloak and crushed an ancient vine wine cup on the table in front of him into pieces with one hand. He retracted his gaze into the void, half closed his eyelids, and then calmly crushed the debris on the table into ashes. Then he turned around and smiled. Nothing, just some occasional feeling, or maybe something wonderful is about to happen. Who knows? The woman's eyes lit up and she said, "Erlang has sensed something. Could it be that he has calculated the current location of Yingzhou?" The handsome man smiled but said nothing. But no one knew that he was frightened at the moment, and he would not tell anyone that he seemed to be watched by a pair of eyes from the void in a trance just now. The creepy feeling at that moment was as if something cold had peeled off his skin and bones layer by layer, penetrated his internal organs, and even penetrated his soul, grabbing his long past, and exposing all the things that could not be seen in the sun. He subconsciously chased, but was suppressed in an instant. He didn't even want to recall the overwhelming sense of terror. Who was it? What was it? Could it be that person who was warning him? He felt a chill in his heart, which was beyond words. Song Sewon knew nothing. She just completed today's task conscientiously, then stood in a disheveled line among the equally disheveled servants and received today's wages from the manager. Still no pig monsters went into the water today, but we did get a lot of rat monster intestines, as much as 5 or 6 sets. Song Sewon carried these rat monsters into the water and went straight home. She was injured, so she simply didn't go to the vegetable market or the city god temple. She went home to recuperate. Walking into Jishinfang, the neighborhood is still bustling. Several families exchanged the corpse of the rat demon for a considerable amount of silver at the demon refining platform, and then went to the city god temple to buy new talismans based on the number of people they had. With the talismans, they might be able to kill the demon tonight. This formed a perfect cycle, which aroused the envy of others. Tomorrow I will go to the demon refining platform and exchange it for pills instead of silver. Such ambition immediately attracted the admiration of the neighbors. Of course, there were also those who were dissatisfied and said angrily, "You are not afraid, but my family can't stand it. My wife is still lying in bed, and the rat demon is coming. If it really comes, how can we live like this?" Some are happy, some are sad. Song Sawan was like the most inconspicuous dead leaf in this winter, walking among the neighbors, listening to the voices of people, and floating back home. There was someone waiting for her in front of her house. It was Yang Taishian. When he saw Song Sawan, Yang Taishuan's face showed joy at first, and then he was surprised. "Sister Yunyang, why are you like this?" Seeing Song Sawan's pale face, he hurried forward and dug out an oil paper bag from his sleeve. The aroma of stewed meat emanated from the oil paper package. Without opening it, Song Sawan could guess that what was wrapped inside must be a piece of stewed meat. "I'm fine, just a little tired." Song Sawan smiled on his pale face, but he quickly blocked Yang Taishuan's move to hand over the meat. "No, I can't take this meat. Don't you want to practice martial arts? You should eat more meat to nourish your body." Yang Taishuan's eyes sparkled, and he said with joy on his face, "Sister Yunyang, I went to Jufeng Martial Arts Hall today and worshipped Master Chen as my teacher. Master Chen said that I have good muscles and bones and am a good candidate for martial arts." This braised pork was also distributed by the Martial Arts Hall this afternoon. "I have already eaten it, and I specially left a piece for you. Please don't refuse it." Seeing that Song Sawan was about to refuse, Yang Taishuan's eyes suddenly drooped, and he said with a depressed look, "Sister Yunyang, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Actually, I originally wanted to bring meat home. But my mother said that my father hasn't passed the 7th day of his death yet. I am a son, and she is a wife. If I eat meat, it would be disrespectful to the deceased. I don't want to argue with her. She doesn't eat meat, so I do." Yang Taishian said dejectedly, "It's just too boring to eat alone." He looked at Song Sawan, who was suddenly speechless. In fact, Song's parents had also died not long ago. If Song Sawan had strictly observed mourning, he should not have eaten meat for 3 years. She really didn't eat meat these days, but she took a lot of the strengthening pills that she bought in exchange for the pig intestines. After thinking about it, Song Sawan decided not to say that he also had to observe mourning. He just said, "Ah Xian, wait for me for a moment. I have something for you." Having said that, she opened the gate and went home. She did not invite Yang Taishian to her house because she subconsciously kept a distance from everyone. Soon, Song Sawan came out of the yard holding a porcelain bottle, which contained a medicinal oil that could relax muscles and joints. This was what Song Sawan got after selling a basket of dried bayberries through the Tiandi scale. She didn't know why she got hulua oil by selling bayberries. However, this medicinal oil is of good quality and not of high grade, so it is suitable for mortals to use. Yang Taishian is now just starting to practice martial arts, so he will definitely need it. Song Sawan took the braised pork bun from Yang Taishuan's hand and handed him the medicinal oil. Yang Taishian took it blankly, and Song Sawan said, "I made this medicinal oil myself, so don't think it's not very effective." How could Yang Taishian dare to dislike it? He looked flattered, wanting to refuse but reluctant, which made Song Sawan smile gently. In the end, Yang Taishian still left with the bottle of medicinal oil. He had received too little pure kindness in his life, and he was reluctant to refuse any of it. Before leaving, Yang Taishian said to Song Sawan, "Sister Yunyang, Wang Yi has entered the government school. His family is holding a funeral for his mother and has announced that the body will be kept for 7 days. The old lady of the Wang family also said that Wang Yi is now talented and should concentrate on studying. He also has to observe mourning, so he will not consider marriage for 3 years." As he said this, he carefully observed Song Sawan's expression, as if he was afraid that she would be sad. Seeing that Song Soo-won looked normal, he lowered his voice and said, "But I found that the Wang family seems to be secretly looking for a young girl. The kind who can serve Wang Yi personally." Song Soo-won smiled and said, "Good news. Very nice to hear." Yang Taishian scratched his head and said very honestly, "Then I will often ask Sister Yunyang about this in the future." After saying this, he really said goodbye and left. Song Soo-won closed the door and went home, quickly washing and packing. In fact, she was looking forward to the part about the master's observation that was intercepted by the scale of heaven and earth, because although she suffered a lot from it, the level of this thing was high enough, and if she sold it, the proceeds would surely be considerable, so it seemed that the suffering would not be in vain. Of course, no matter how much you look forward to it, you can't eat hot tofu if you are impatient. Song Soo-won felt uncomfortable all over, and the coldness in the air was attacking her in waves. In the past, she had the chi to protect her body, so she didn't feel the discomfort of the cold weather. Now that she was injured, all the suffering of winter came to her. She boiled some hot water, took a shower, and changed her clothes. He carefully took another blood and soul pill and tried to regulate his breathing for a while. Half a quarter of an hour later, the tingling sensation in her meridians surged again, and Song Soo-won did not dare to continue moving her chi. Fortunately, she felt much better by this time, so she gave up regulating her breathing and began to operate the heaven and earth scale. While selling the evil energy he had gained today to increase his lifespan by 120 years, he also made a fire and cooked, and took care of the rat demon in the water. The big white goose quacked and ran to the kitchen, then paced around Song Soo-won's feet with its neck held high. Wet saliva flowed from both sides of its flat beak. It was as if you could film the goose on the tip of its tongue on the spot. Song Soo-won felt a little more relaxed, remembering that Fairy Chi-hwa had said that he could feed the big white goose some cooked meat, so he picked out some pork belly from the 2 plates of water and mixed it into the mixed grain porridge. As for the rat demon going into the water, Song Soo-won decided not to give it food for the time being. We need to proceed step by step and see if the white goose's chi and blood can be significantly increased after eating more cooked meat, and then try feeding it low-level monster materials. The big white goose had been attracted by the sour and fragrant pork belly and squatted aside to eat it happily. Song Soo-won then put the 2 plates of rat demons into the water and placed them on the scale of heaven and earth for exchange. You sold 2 plates of spicy and sour stir-fried rat monster offal and received 2 chi-activating pills. Chi-promoting pills. Cook the rat demon offal, and you can get 2 chi-promoting pills directly from 2 plates. Song Soo-won laughed loudly, and the laughter caused a quack sound like a big white goose in response. Song Soo-won, haha. She squatted down and stroked the goose's back, sharing the joy with the big white goose. The big white goose continued to eat, while Song Soo-won washed the pot and spoon and cooked 2 more vegetarian dishes, which they ate with the mixed grain rice. She did not touch the piece of braised pork that Yang Taishian gave her. In her heart, she was still thinking about completing the 3 years of mourning for her parents, hoping that if they could enter reincarnation, they would not have to suffer in the next life. Put the braised pork on the scale and sell it. You sold half a pound of braised pork made with 4 flavored chi-boosting soup and received 1 serving of marching powder. Marching powder, a supply suitable for mortal warriors below the bone refining stage, which can help people quickly replenish physical strength and essence. It's a good thing. Although it is not suitable for Song Soo-won to use now, if he keeps it, maybe it can be used by Yang Taishian in the future. Song Soo-won continued to sell. Today I collected 12 strands of the rat demon's death energy from the laundry room. You sold 12 strands of weak rat demon death energy and received 1 pound of rat moss. Rat moss, a companion creature of the rat demon, it comes from the dark underground where the sun never shines all year round. After grinding and boiling in water, you can get 2 tails of Yuqing water. Spraying it on the body can cover up the smell of strangers. You can also grind it directly and apply it, but the effect is not as good as Yuqing water. This thing made Song Soo-won's eyes light up, and she immediately put the rat moss away. I can boil it into Yuqing water when I need it in the future. After all, The built-in space of the Tiandi scale can only be used to store the proceeds from the sale. If the things outside have changed their shape, they cannot be stored in. For the sake of portability, sometimes you need to make some trade-offs. At this point, the only special item left for today is the Master's Peep. Song Soo-won thought about it and decided not to sell it in a hurry. Instead, he stood up and moved around for a while. She was trying her best to adjust her condition. The 2 blood soul pills she had taken earlier were still continuing to release their medicinal effects. Song Soo-won slowly adjusted her breathing while walking. This continued until late at night, when the big white goose was full and sleepy. It puffed out its chest and quacked as it walked back to the goose cage to rest. Under the dark blue sky, the lights in the city began to dim, and the neighbors could be heard taking a break, as people were divided into groups at regular intervals. Song Soo-won was able to maintain her breathing exercises for quarter of an hour, and she was able to mobilize 20% of her internal qi without any more pain in her meridians. She then returned to her room, closed the door, and summoned the scale of heaven and earth. You sold the Master's Spy for 2 taels and 3 coins, and obtained the first level of the 36 methods of Tiangang Taoism, the fetal transformation. Among the 36 Tiangang methods, the fetus can be transformed into a new form. At this moment, a majestic idea descended from the sky, carrying with it all kinds of profound mantras, which seemed to explain the wonders of heaven and earth and the mystery of the primordial fetus. Song Soo-won sat cross-legged in the room, her body trembling slightly, the internal energy flowing through her body, her meridians aching, but she seemed to be in an unprecedented excitement. Her brain began to work in overload, her heart was beating rapidly, and the blood in her body was rushing upward. All her mental thoughts were highly concentrated so that she could analyze and memorize this profound formula. Time passed like a dripping water, until the east was already bright, and the sky was slightly light. Song Soo-won suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. After spitting out the blood, she did not feel weaker, but instead felt a sense of relief. Song Soo-won laughed out loud. She finally memorized the formula and practice method of the first level of fetal transformation. As expected, it was a magical skill obtained from the insight of a master of transformation. What is fetal transformation? This is actually the art of transformation. Fetal transformation and changing one's form is just one of the 36 Tiangang techniques. The first level that Song Soo-won obtained was just enough for her to learn how to change from a boy to a girl. As for changing into animals or even into all things, that is not enough. The first level does not have these contents, but for Song Soo-won at this time, it is also very sufficient. The scales of heaven and earth could actually bring her the Tiangang Taoism. The upper limit of this world must be much higher than she could imagine. Song Soo-won silently practiced the technique of clairvoyance, calling out the panel he had compiled to check what he had just learned. Tiangang Taoism, 36 methods, fetal transformation, first level, entry 2 out of 100. After a night of hard work, I finally got started and gained some experience. Song Soo-won rubbed his face, took out the bronze mirror, and tried to perform the fetal transformation. The eyes became a little smaller. Hey, they became squinty eyes. The mouth becomes a little bigger, it's over, it looks like a sausage mouth. Face shape, oh my god. Where did this cube spirit come from? Song Soo-won was so frightened that his heart started beating wildly. He quickly dispersed his true energy and returned to normal. It's so miserable. The 2 experience points turned out to be a complete masterpiece. Even the masters of abstract art would be embarrassed to play like this. It seems that if she wants to change her appearance freely, she still has a lot of work to do. Song Soo-won was able to let it go. After all, it was daybreak now, and she had to go out to work. She could only continue her cultivation after she got back from work. Last night was quite quiet, and the rat demon disaster didn't seem to spread any further. It was a bit strange, but also a bit of a relief. Song Soo-won thought to herself that if the evil could be quelled, she should go to Lai Motzi Lane after work today. With a determined mind, Song Soo-won got up, washed and packed. He ate, fed the geese, and took a blood and soul pill, while slowly regulating his breathing to heal his wounds while walking, sitting, and lying down. Without further ado, Song So-won quickly went out with an umbrella. Her injuries have recovered by about 50%. If she digests the food during the day, she might be able to recover to 60% or 70%. Among them, the blood and soul pill played an indispensable role. Unfortunately, 3 out of 5 were gone, and Song So-won only had 2 left. She planned to keep the remaining 2 for future use. Walking through the streets and alleys, I listened to the morning news along the way. As expected, there was no demon disaster last night, at least not a large-scale demon disaster. Some people even said with regret, "The rat demon is indeed a rat." I have prepared the talisman to protect my family and have the fine iron sword in my hand, but the rat demon didn't come. TSK. Song So-won arrived at the demon refining platform early. Today's demon refining platform was far less lively than yesterday. All I can say is that a day without large-scale demonic disasters is a refreshing day. The laundry room was running as usual, and the servants were still discussing the aftermath of the demon disaster. It was the man who mentioned Aunt Zhou yesterday, whose name seemed to be Zheng Laoqi, who said, "Son the butcher on the corner killed 2 demons the night before last, and exchanged them for 60 taels of silver at the demon refining platform yesterday. He even walked with the wind, ugh. He was sharpening his knife last night, saying he was going to kill another 10 or 8 monsters, but what happened? The monster didn't come last night, but he was knocked unconscious in the house by some rascal. This morning, someone went into his room and saw that his arms and legs were chopped off, and he was already dead. The 60 taels of silver were all gone." Zheng Laoqi spoke excitedly, and the others who listened to him were horrified, shocked, and frightened. But some people even gloated over his misfortune, saying, "He really died? Hey, he deserved it. He got rich, but didn't live a good life.
He even boasted about it.
He was born to be poor and didn't have the luck to make money. Isn't he asking for it?" Zheng Laoqi quickly and quietly stood a little further away from the man, laughed it off, and changed the subject. If you ask me, we're still lucky. Aunt Zhou suffered so much the night before last. I thought she wouldn't make it, but she is still alive. Not only is she alive, she's also making a fuss at home, saying she's going out to look for her daughter. Zheng Laoqi said with a sigh, "Poor girl, she was so angry that she vomited blood and was bitten by a rat. She was lame and couldn't move. How could she go to find her daughter? Alas, it was all in vain." The servant next to him said, "Even if she is not lame and can go looking for her properly, what's the use? The mountains of gold and silver are all made of shredded paper. The flower god who took her daughter away may be a demon. Even if she goes to find her daughter, can she bring her back?" The servants all sighed. "That's right, it's just a waste of her own energy. Why bother? TSK, TSK, TSK. Why bother?" This is clearly the heart of a mother who has put life and death aside. She just wanted to find her child so much that she forgot about herself. Song So-won listened quietly beside them. She did not participate in the conversation of the servants, but that did not mean that her heart was not touched. The managers came over to take the roll and assign tasks. Song So-won was still assigned to the grass washing room, but there was no rat monster to be washed today. Instead, there were 2 low-level cockroach monsters and a fat pig monster. It seems that although there was no rat plague last night, the cockroach monster is still roaming around in the city. But the overall number must have decreased a lot, and there was no big commotion that was heard by the whole city. This is a good thing. Although the number of monsters that Song So-won can wash has decreased, and the bargaining items she gets will inevitably decrease, she is relaxed and happy. She considered herself insignificant and never had any grand ambitions to rule the world, but she would not secretly expect the whole city to be in trouble just for her own selfish reasons. Immortality and spiritual cultivation are just a kind of self-pursuit, not an attempt to eliminate human nature. When we live in this world, no matter whether we become immortals or not, there are always some things we need to stick to, aren't there? In the evening, Song So-won got off work. "Today, I obtained a total of 3 taels and 9 cents of resentment, 2 strands of weak cockroach monster death energy, and a set of pig monster intestines. The results were mediocre, but her injuries had improved a little, and she could now use about 80% of her internal energy. This made Song Soo-won feel much more secure, and his mood became much more relaxed. She deliberately went to the vegetable market again to see that the prices in the city had dropped slightly, so she bought some side dishes and also bought a bowl of tofu pudding from Lao Chen's stall. The impressive hermit Mo Leagwai is still nowhere to be seen, and no one knows where he has gone recently. There was no snow today, and Song Soo-won returned home in the slight cold wind. He made a pig monster with a chicken wrapped in its belly and sold it for 2 strengthening pills. He sold his evil spirit and gained a lifespan of 40 years. 2 wisps of the deadly aura of the cockroach monster were exchanged for 1 ounce of broken lapis lazuli. Lapis lazuli, a material for refining low-level magical tools. Adding a large amount can enhance the toughness of magical tools. As for 1 or 2 ounces of lapis lazuli, its effect is better than nothing. Song Soo-won didn't mind. Her collection categories had increased, and her knowledge had broadened, which was pretty good. At night, a thin cold wind blew through the world, and the air was both cold and fresh. Without the omnipresent rat monster disaster, the entire Suyong city seemed to be immersed in a peaceful tranquility. The night watch drum sounded 3 times, the dripping water of the clepsydra seemed far and near, and the snoring of people from the neighbors echoed in the silence. Song Soo-won stopped practicing at this time. Her injuries were basically healed. The 3 blood soul pills were not taken in vain, and the effect was excellent. She stood up, changed into a blue-gray men's suit, recombed her hair, and then tried to pinch her face again. The ingenious method of fetal transformation was put into practice, and this time Song Soo-won was more careful and meticulous. After a quarter of an hour, the original Song Soo-won disappeared, and in his place appeared another completely unfamiliar young man who looked somewhat handsome and heroic. Song Soo-won opened his mouth and his voice changed, becoming a slightly hoarse male voice. At this point, judging from her appearance alone, she had almost no flaws. Of course, there are still many problems in reality. For example, although her face has changed, Song Soo-won's body is still a female body. Her skills are still shallow, so she can only do this for now. If she makes further progress in her practice in the future, she can completely transform into a male body by using the magic of fetal transformation. This is not an illusion, but a real change. Compared with ordinary illusions, it is incomparable. Song Soo-won put on a human skin mask with rough stitching and a black cloak. As soon as she turned the cloak, the time and night escape was unleashed. She turned into a wisp of night wind and went out under heavy disguise. The night wind blew through the streets and alleys, and occasionally one could meet night patrolmen from the city patrol department, as well as demon slayer captains wandering around the city. Song Soo-won basically maintained an attitude of avoiding them if possible. The night watchman's call is the loudest, and it sounds distant and long in the quiet city late at night, making the city seem not so quiet at all. It's cold and frosty. Be careful of wind chills. Bang, bang, bang. Song Soo-won arrived at Laimatsi Lane. The night wind blew, and cockroaches and monsters were roaming around in Laimatsi Lane. When the wind blew, they ran out. Song Soo-won killed him, but this time she did not use palm thunder, but the blazing flame technique. Her control over the blazing fire technique became even more refined. Song Soo-won stopped at a quiet corner and looked towards the house in front. Why did it stop not far from this family? Because there was a person kneeling in front of the door of this family. This person was none other than Aunt Jo. She held 3 incense sticks in her hands and knelt down toward the sky. She looked so pious that it was almost scary. I saw that her hair was gray and her body was very thin. In the dim night, her eyes were so bright that they looked like 2 flames burning. She kowtowed every time she burned incense, and every time she kowtowed, there was a crisp sound. Her forehead was already bloody, but she didn't care at all. She just kept chanting and praying, greatly merciful, universal Bodhisattva, Emperor of Heaven, God of the Land, City God, all kinds of gods. Please save my daughter. She is only 15 years old. She is so young. She has followed me into this world and has never enjoyed any happiness. She can't just die like this. If she is destined to suffer this misfortune, let me take her place. She is a good child, but also a poor child. I did not raise her well. God, punish me if you want to. I am willing to cut my own body into pieces and offer everything I have. Please, please, some deity, please save my daughter.
Jump, jump, jump.
She begged and kowtowed continuously. The small piece of ground in front of her was already stained dark red by her blood. When the night wind blew, her body was still shaking. Who knew if it was because of the cold, hunger, injury, or pain? Song Sawon, who was not far away, could feel that her breath was already very weak. It was like a candle in the wind, which could be extinguished at any time. However, even though she was already emaciated and unable to bear it, she miraculously managed to hold on. It's a pity that, even so, none of the gods and Buddhas in the sky ever looked at her. This world will recognize the natural talent of someone like Wang Yi, but it will not bestow its influence on an ordinary woman living in the mud. What is the right way of heaven and earth? Can those legendary gods and Buddhas hear the prayers of a tiny mortal at this moment? Song Sawon thought, I'm afraid it's impossible. There are too many sufferings in the world, and even gods cannot take care of them all, so in the end, people still have to rely on themselves. No one can be responsible for other people's lives, but she can provide help in times of need or light a lamp in a dark room. A gust of night wind blew by, and Aunt Jo, who was kneeling and kowtowing again, suddenly felt something. She looked up suddenly and saw a dark shadow in front of her rolling in like flowing mist. What was it? Was it a human, a ghost, a god, or an immortal? Aunt Jo almost cried out in shock. She opened her mouth wide, but the word "ah" was stuck in her throat. The dark shadow swept around her, and a small porcelain bottle fell into her hands at this moment. At the same time, a cold and clear voice that was difficult to distinguish between male and female sounded in her ears. I am the Qingfeng Divine Envoy under the seat of the righteous and nameless Divine Master. Thinking of your suffering, I have specially granted you a magical medicine that can cure the injuries and illnesses of the world. A vague voice lingered in Aunt Jo's ears, then suddenly faded away. Before Aunt Jo could even shout a word, the black shadow had already dissipated in the wind and disappeared in an instant. Aunt Jo's lips trembled with excitement, and finally, at this moment, she cried out "ah." It was this sound that alarmed the people in the room behind her. The door was carefully opened, and a young head poked out. This person was none other than Aunt Jo's daughter-in-law, Tang. Aunt Jo was kowtowing and praying outside the door, while Tang was sleeping in the room with her youngest son and husband, but she was not actually asleep. How could I sleep when such a big thing happened to my family? Aunt Jo was crying and begging outside, over and over again, which made people feel upset. Therefore, Tang, who had been listening carefully to the noise outside the door, rolled her eyes and her gaze fell on Aunt Jo's hand. In that hand, he held a thin white porcelain bottle, which seemed to exude an unusual aura under the dim starlight of the winter night. Tang knew that this porcelain vase was definitely not originally owned by her family. She couldn't help but ask in a surprised voice, "Mom, what is this in your hand? Where did you get it from?" Aunt Jo subconsciously hid the porcelain bottle in her hand, and Tang suddenly pounced forward with nimble movements, as if she were a cat that smelled fish. She pounced too fast, and Aunt Jo was weak and had difficulty walking, so she was about to be unable to dodge. She was anxious and quickly bent her body into a shrimp-like shape, holding the porcelain bottle in her arms and whispered, "Tang, are you crazy? Do you want to make a fuss and attract people to bully us?" Mrs. Tang paused in her attempt to pull Aunt Jo, and Aunt Jo took the opportunity to push the cork of the porcelain bottle open with her thumb. With a bang, the small wooden cork flew to the side. Tang looked over subconsciously, and Aunt Jo hurriedly pushed her away, then tilted her head back and poured the small amount of liquid in the porcelain bottle into her mouth. This liquid carried a little blood, and once it entered the stomach, it ignited a warm current that rushed straight to Aunt Jo's limbs and bones. Especially the part of her leg that was originally bitten by a rat was taken care of by the warm current. But in the blink of an eye, the originally tired and weak Aunt Jo seemed to be injected with nectar. She stood up straight in an instant, looked at her hands, moved her legs, with surprise and shock on her face. Mrs. Tang, who was standing opposite her, was also shocked. She widened her eyes and asked, "Mom, what did you just eat?" Aunt Jo said in a daze, "It's the magic medicine given by the messenger of God." She spoke the last 3 words very softly, but Tang still heard them. Her expression changed instantly. She suddenly realized a magical medicine? The kind that can cure any disease? Then she was shocked and angry. "Mother, the elixir given by the gods. You drank it all in one gulp? Oh my God, how can you be a mother and grandmother like this?" Dalong is still injured and lying in bed and can't get up. Bauer is also scared and sick, but the gods gave us the elixir, but you drank it all in one gulp. Seeing that she was about to burst into tears and sing, who knows what kind of noise she would make in the middle of the night. Aunt Jo, who was in a trance, woke up at this moment, and all kinds of thoughts passed through her mind. Sometimes it really only takes a moment to make a decision. Aunt Jo's eyes were bright, but her tone was very calm as she said, "Motherly, you are right. I am a mother, and you are also a mother. As a mother, you love your child and worry about your husband, and there is nothing wrong with that." She added, "But I am also worried about my children. Dalong has you to take care of him, and Bauer also has you and Dalong to take care of him, but my Inyong, I am the only one who can take care of her." Then he asked Tang, "If Dalong took the elixir, would you allow him to go out and look for his sister?" Tang dodged immediately, and Aunt Jo smiled and said, "See, you didn't allow me to do that. In fact, I can't bear to let him go either. It's too difficult. It's too difficult to go. I can't bear to let Dalong suffer like this for my sister. Then I have to go. Only when I get better, I will go to find the child. Lin Yang, I know you're not a bad person. You used to be fussy because you were poor. You did it for Delang and Bao Er. I don't blame you, I just ask you not to blame me." Aunt Jo stood up straight, turned her head and looked at the dilapidated house next to her. There was no light in the shabby house, it was pitch black, but there was a figure vaguely visible in front of the window. He looked at his mother through the torn window paper in the dark night. "It seems very close, and yet very far away." Aunt Jo said, "Lin Yang, I'm leaving. Whether I can find your sister or not, I will never come back. You can just treat me as an old woman who has died long ago." After saying that, she turned and left. Her steps were extremely fast in the dark night. Tang Lin Yang, who was standing at the door, opened her mouth several times but could not say anything. Aunt Jo disappeared quickly into the darkness. She actually didn't know where she was going, but the faint sobbing sound coming from the room behind her made her pace quicken. No matter where you go, you always have to go. No one noticed that there was a breeze following her in the cold night. Human desires, love, worry, and fear, 6 caddies and 9 ounces, can be traded. The scale between heaven and earth appeared in the void of time and space, and a ball of jade-colored gas lay on the scale plate. This comes from Aunt Jo's 7 emotions and 6 desires, weighing a full 6 pounds and 9 ounces. And that's not all. Aunt Jo's emotions were surging, and the scale of heaven and earth collected energy from her twice in a row. Second time. Human desires, joy, sorrow, fear, love, and separation, 3 caddies and 8 ounces, can be traded. Song Sawan is like giving someone a rose, and the fragrance lingers on your hands. What she gained was far more valuable than the small bottle of so-called magic medicine she gave away. And that small bottle of magic medicine was actually made by Song Sawan using mountain spring water to dissolve a little bit of the powder of the blood and soul pill. The blood and soul pills were very powerful and were a healing pill that could only be used by practitioners in the late stage of qi transformation. If a mortal used it directly, it would most likely cause the person to be unable to take the medicine and die. Song Sawan scraped out some powder and dissolved it, which became an excellent elixir for Aunt Jo. As for her pretending to be the envoy of the wind, there was no other reason. She just felt that as a god, It would be too embarrassing for the nameless god to do everything by himself, so she simply fabricated an envoy of the wind. Today she was the envoy of the light wind, and someday she might become the envoy of the white wind, the envoy of the black wind. She had already learned the fetal transformation and shape-shifting, so what was there to worry about? Unfortunately, although the envoys of the gods were endless, Song Sawon's own abilities were limited. She could give elixir to help Aunt Jo get back on her feet, but she couldn't help her find her daughter and relieve her suffering from the root. Who knows where the rat demon took Aunt Jo's daughter? Is she still alive? In this world, only her mother would be so persistent and concerned about her. Song Sawon blended into the shadow of the night wind, following behind Aunt Jo, took the rat moss and ground it into a fine powder, then casually took a bamboo tube from the scale as a container and activated the fiery flame technique to quickly boil it into dark green water. After the dark green water cooled down, it was blown by the wind and sprayed onto Aunt Jo. Aunt Jo walked further and further away, and Song Sawon followed her for a while and finally took out the paper soul puppet that he got from the psychic level rat demon. Before the puppet took shape, it looked like an ordinary gray paper cut. Song Sawon flicked his finger, and the gray paper cut lightly clung to Aunt Jo's back. God of Wind has limited abilities and cannot do much. He just uses this paper figure to protect her for a while. I admire that there are still people in this world who love so purely. The night is long and the stars are dim. Song Sawon left a little connection with the paper man and then floated back to Lai Motzi Lane. Aunt Jo left Lai Motzi Lane and walked farther and farther towards an unknown direction, looking for her daughter who is nowhere to be found. Song Sawon has not yet cultivated a clear spiritual consciousness and cannot really follow Aunt Jo with her mind. But the paper soul puppet she left behind has her mark, and once Aunt Jo encounters an irresistible crisis, the paper soul puppet will transform to help. The paper soul puppet has 3 such opportunities in total. After Song Sawon returned to Lai Motzi Lane, he started looking for his next target. Just like Yen Hanzhong before, Song Sawon was short of money at that time, so she looked for him. But Yen Hanzhong was a one-time thing, and Song Sawon was actually a little afraid of the complicated background behind this person, so she only showed up once, just for that bucket of gold. As for the follow-up, will Yen Hanzhong still think about the nameless god in his heart, or will he ask for help from the god again when he encounters difficulties? Hey, then these are none of Song Sawon's business. It's a one-time deal. You can call me, I promise I won't show up. I'm just that timid. Oh. No, I should say it's just that stable. What can you do to me? At this moment, what Song Sawon didn't know was that Yen Hanzhong, who successfully brought Dingfengla back to life because of a MSG formula, was actually looking for her. His sister had taken the pregnancy pill and became pregnant. In addition, his Dingfeng building had regained its former prosperity, so their status in the Su family began to rise sharply and was no longer the same as before. But Yen Hanzhong still had another worry. He had no talent and was a fake scholar. In this world where great power belongs to oneself, any trade-offs of interests are ultimately illusory. It can bring people temporary glory, but it cannot bring a lifetime of stability. Yen Hanzhong wants to gain talent and possess power. He didn't want to be persuaded by his sister overtly or covertly anymore. Zhang, it doesn't matter if you give the MSG formula to your brother-in-law. Just because he uses it doesn't mean you can't use it. Your brother-in-law said that he will exchange 3 shops in the East Market for you, and he will give you 2 more dividends later. Zhang, has the deity you worshipped appeared recently? Is it because you are not pious enough that the deity did not come? Zhang, your brother-in-law has arranged a set of worship rituals for you. Zhang. Every sound and every sentence made Yen Hanzhong more eager to gain power. What he didn't know is that while he was offering sacrifices every day and praying for the gods to come, his residence had actually been secretly surrounded by experts who were following him. The Su family father and son who were in the Xiantian realm had the following conversation. What nameless god? It must be some little god who practices the way of incense and fire and is just using a fake name to deceive the boy from the Yen family. Catch this little thief and force him to hand over the method of vow power cultivation. My son has now opened up to the fifth orifice. If he can obtain the method of cultivating the power of vows, his power will surely increase by leaps and bounds. Those disciples of the great sects and aristocratic families can reach 36, 72, or even 108 spiritual awakenings at a young age. Or they can be listed on the 10,000 spiritual pride rankings, or have their names left on the Kunlun Divine Monument. Are they really that powerful? I don't accept it. It's just that the resources are not equal. In Suyong City, the Su family is already a big family, but if we look at the entire Great Zhou, the small Su family is nothing more than a weak ant crawling on the ground. People in the lower class are looking up at them, and they are also looking up at the higher class. The human heart is like climbing a ladder to heaven. There is no satisfaction and no end. Song Sawan was actually also climbing up. She hid in the shadows for a while and heard someone mumbling in a dream. Big steamed buns, white flour steamed buns, so many, hee hee. I'm going to eat one and throw one away. I'll dig a hole and bury the rest, and it will grow again tomorrow. Although the dream was absurd, the white flour buns were satisfying. Song Sawan used the dream-entering method to reverse the situation and woke the man up from his dream. The steamed buns from white flour came into reality from the dream. A basket of 30 buns appeared in front of the man. There was a scream in the darkness. No one could scream. A gust of wind blocked his mouth and nose, and a faint voice sounded in his ears. I am the black wind god messenger under the seat of the nameless god of justice and righteousness. The god of justice took pity on your suffering and ordered me to bring you food. Remember not to make it public, otherwise there will be disaster. When the sound and wind faded away, the person who was hit by the surprise began to tremble and suddenly knelt on the ground. Yes, we must not make it public. In Lime Motzi Alley, a place that is no different from a slum, 30 steamed buns are enough to make many people have evil thoughts. The bloody scene after Sun the Butcher was killed is still circulating in the streets. Who would dare to be careless in the short term? The scale between heaven and earth appeared, and a ball of air appeared on the scale plate. Human desires, joy, worry, and fear, 1 pound and 1 ounce can be traded. Song Sawan accepted the anger with a smile and continued to wander around. At the eastern corner of Lai Motzi Lane, there was a dilapidated shed in which 3 young boys around 10 years old were huddled together. There was another one who was even younger, only about 4 or 5 years old, surrounded by 3 older children, but his body was burning hot and his face was red. It turned out that he was delirious with fever. Now it was winter, the weather was cold, and the children in the shed lacked clothes and charcoal. At night, they were all too cold to fall asleep. The youngest one even fell ill from the cold and was about to die. The 3 older children were extremely worried, but there was nothing they could do. Someone cried out, "Brother Dahlin, is Chower hopeless? Brother Dahlin, why don't you sell me tomorrow? Selling me will be just the right thing for Chower to cure." The oldest child was called Dahlin by the familiar people. At this moment, the thin boy gritted his teeth and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Selling you to how much money can I get from selling you? Why not wait until tomorrow? I will have a way tomorrow." As for what the method was, he did not say clearly. But that's definitely not a good idea. Is there any normal way that can allow such a poor boy to earn a lot of money in a short period of time? The night wind blew through the cracks of the dilapidated shack. Dahlin, who had just made up his mind and thought that he would definitely fall into the abyss tomorrow, suddenly felt his eyes blurred. A faint voice was carried to his ears by the wind. "Young man, I am the White Wind Divine Envoy under the seat of the righteous and just nameless Divine Master. The Divine Master took pity on your suffering and ordered me to come and rescue you. Remember not to make it public, otherwise there will be disaster." As these vague words came to an end, the 3 young men who were still awake all felt dizzy. The next moment, a pile of things appeared in front of them out of thin air. The most eye-catching thing was a tightly tied dark quilt. Next to the quilt was a basket of black charcoal. Next to the black charcoal was another basket filled with big, soft steamed buns. Above the steamed buns was a porcelain bottle, plain and white. Another message reached the ears of the three teenagers. You can sprinkle a few drops of the elixir in the bottle to feed the patient. Remember, don't make it public, otherwise there will be disasters. The faint sound was like a cool breeze that passed by your ears in an instant. The three children left in the shed looked at each other, as if they were in a dream. Song Sawan returned home with a full load and a heavy harvest. This feeling of being able to do good things and gain benefits at the same time is quite good. People's hearts are always positive. Even though she has limited abilities, cannot change the world, and cannot contribute too much, even her original intention is not to contribute anything. But didn't the ancients say that we should judge by deeds, not by intention? Some of the words of the ancients are still worth listening to. Song Sawan was neither demanding of others nor of himself. In short, today was a good day, and he was in a good mood. After closing the doors and windows and putting the clothes, masks, and other items used today back into the space of the heaven and earth balance, Song Sawan began to operate the sale. First, I'll sell the few cockroach monsters I killed along the way. You sold 7 intact low-level monster cockroach corpses and received 7 portions of the gold elimination powder. Shaojin powder, a first-class elixir powder that can be applied externally or taken internally. It has the functions of stopping bleeding, detoxifying, relieving pain and dispersing blood stasis, and strengthening the physical body. It is effective for general internal and external injuries. The higher the practitioner's skill, the shallower the effect. Song Sawan collected the 7 portions of the gold dispelling powder with some surprise. She had not expected that the cockroach corpse, which in her eyes was useless except for being filthy, could be exchanged for a healing elixir at Tiandiking. Although the effect of Xiaojinsen is obviously not as good as Shuepa pills, and the level is also low, it is better in that it is larger in quantity and easier to obtain than Shuepa pills. Sell it again. You sold 7 strands of the death energy of the low-level monster Blatty and received half a broken first-level whetstone. Another whetstone and half a piece at that. Last time, Song Sawan also sold 7 strands of death energy of the cockroach monster and got a broken first-level whetstone in return. He didn't expect that the price would be halved this time. Look closely at the explanation. It is a broken half of a first-level whetstone, only half of it, and it can no longer be used. Perhaps it can be used as a brick to support the table legs. Hey, the scale is really interesting. Who said that bricks can only be used to support table legs? Bricks can also be used to hit people. Song Sawan accepted the half-broken grindstone and got up to fetch water to wash his hands, regardless of the late hour. Not only did she wash her hands, she also took a bath and changed her clothes. He took out the black iron pot and used the blazing flame technique to boil enough hot water. He used up the entire full tank of water. After Song Sawan finished his bath and dressed freshly, he returned to the room again, closed the door, and summoned the scale. Open the blind box. The jade-like aura from Aunt Zhou. You sold human desires, love, worry, and fear, 6 pounds and 9 ounces, and obtain the 2nd level of the Heart Sutra of Sitting and Forgetting. Sitting and Forgetting the Heart Sutra. Song Sawan almost stood up with joy. Her cultivation had reached the late stage of Qi transformation, but she had no direction on how to break through from the Qi transformation stage to the Qi refining stage. Not for any other reason, just because of the lack of specific main practice method. Without the 2nd level, even if Song Sawan practiced the 1st level of mental method to the top, he would be doomed to fail to break through. Dharma, wealth, land, and companions. If there is no Dharma in practice, everything will come to an end. She helped Aunt Zhou when she needed it most, and Aunt Zhou also helped her when she needed it most. The majestic and mighty scriptures are like the water of the Milky Way, rushing down from nothingness. Song Sawan closed her eyes and accepted it, and she also had a sense of induction in the dark. The Zhuang Heart Sutra was unusual and different from other scriptures. With these 2 layers of scriptures, she and Aunt Zhou had a cause and effect relationship. Song Sawan opened her eyes immediately and immediately focused on sensing the paper soul puppet attached to Aunt Zhou. The puppet had not been touched yet, so Aunt Zhou was still safe. Song Sawan let out a light breath and began to speed up the operation of the scale to make the sale. I hope there will be more surprises next time that can help her and Aunt Zhou. The second paragraph of anger also came from Aunt Zhou. You sold human desires, joy, sorrow, fear, love, and separation, 3 pounds and 8 ounces, and gained 3 years and 8 months of cultivation. Time and space moved quickly in a trance. In reality, more than 3/4 of an hour had passed. In the void, Song Sawan had been practicing for more than 3 years. This time, Song Sawan chose to practice the Heart Sutra with all his heart. After 3 years of practice, although there was no elixir to assist, a slight spiritual energy surged in the void. Yes, it was a meager spiritual energy, the same concentration as the spiritual energy where Song Sawan was at the moment, but no matter how meager it was still 3 years and 8 months. As time passed, it was like a pot of mellow fragrance settling in time. Song Sawan's cultivation level didn't increase that much, but his practice of the Zhuang Heart Sutra was rising sharply. The magical insight technique comprehensively observed every change in her body, and the data panel evolved from it was also constantly changing. Heart Sutra of Sitting and Forgetting, first level entry 729/1000. 736/1000, 798/1000, 828/1000. This number jumped particularly fast. For a technique like the Zhuang Heart Sutra, hard work comes second, and enlightenment comes first. Song Sawan now has both hard work and enlightenment. Her progress is like the flow of time, or like the monkeys on both sides of the river crying, and the boat has passed through thousands of mountains. When she finished the practice, the experience of practicing the Zhuang Heart Sutra became first level entry 976/1000. She is just a little bit away from breaking through the first level. Her cultivation level lagged behind slightly, and her clairvoyance technique showed her level of cultivation, refining essence into qi, late stage of qi transformation 7395/10,000. Song Sawan opened his eyes and slowly adjusted his breathing for a while. He felt that his whole body was filled with energy, and his whole body seemed to have received a different kind of cleansing. The slight internal injuries that were left from before were finally completely healed. She did not waste any time and immediately summoned the scale to continue the transaction. You sold human desires, joy, sorrow, and fear, 1 pound and 1 ounce at a time, and gained a low-level ordinary level light-footed skill, flying on the grass. Flying on the grass, with the qi circulating, the body becomes as light as a swallow, and one can walk on the grass at high altitudes without breaking any leaves. The commentary is quite nice, but it cannot change the fact that Chaoshang Fei is not mainstream and is everywhere. Song Sawan frowned slightly, not because she disliked flying on the grass. She was mainly thinking that flying on the grass was an entry-level light skill for warriors. Could she, a cultivator, learn it? She chewed over the formula of the light skill carefully, trying to mobilize the true energy in her body. She stood up and took a step. As the true energy flowed, she seemed to have wings, and she rushed directly from the bedside to the door of the room. She can use flying on the grass, and the effect is unexpectedly good. Yes, this is the magic of the Zhuang Heart Sutra, and also the magic of the heaven and earth scale. Among the myriad methods, as long as they come from the scale of heaven and earth, she will definitely be able to enter. When it is practiced through the Zhuang Heart Sutra, it can be said to be invisible, traceless, and unrestrained. Look at the whole illumination panel. Qinggong, flying on grass, entry level 36 out of 100. It is easy to practice low-level skills. In just a short while, I have gained 36 points of experience. Song Sawan put down Chaoshang Fei and continued to sell it. She still had 2 of energy left, which were, you sold human desires, greed, worry, and fear, 1 pound and 1 ounce, and obtained a low-level spell. Breathing technique. Breathing technique. A basic technique for controlling the release of true energy, it is a practical little spell that most practitioners must learn. Therefore, the art of breathing is not so much a spell as it is a technique to control and train true energy. It is inconspicuous, but very practical and basic. It is also a low-level simplified version of the art of controlling objects and is very worth learning. Song So-won memorized the various application techniques of Qigong carefully and quickly got the hang of it. She sat cross-legged on the bed, circulating the qi in her body, compressing it to her fingertips and then suddenly releasing it. At the same time, a burst of qi sounded, puff. A wisp of qi formed a finger wind and fell on the ground in front of Song So-won's bed. A small dent appeared on the stone floor. It was not very powerful, but it was very plastic. Once you have mastered it, its power will surely increase, so there is no need to rush. On the panel of the clairvoyance technique, breathing technique, first level entry, level 5 out of 100. Song So-won calmed down for a moment and continued to operate the heaven and earth scale. You sold 2.3 gene of wish power from believers and received a pure wish power pill. Wish power pill. This was the second time Song So-won obtained the wish power pill. This group of wish power was provided by the young man named Dahlin. Song So-won pretended to be a divine messenger and helped several people. Others provided their own emotions. Only Dahlin provided wish power. Song So-won calculated the sky and saw that it was a deep night and it was still early for dawn, so he took the wish power pill and swallowed it in one gulp. The wish power pill melted in her mouth like a ball of cool light, instantly spreading into her limbs and bones, mobilizing her entire body, from her blood to her true energy, from her flesh and blood to her soul. From the inside to the outside, from the human body to the spirit, all form a wonderful, harmonious resonance. This time, it was no longer the Zhuang Heart Sutra that made rapid progress, but Song So-won's own cultivation. Zhuang Heart Sutra, until 999, the experience is stuck. The practice of the Zhuang Heart Sutra becomes increasingly difficult as time goes on. It is not surprising that one faces stagnation just when one is about to make a breakthrough. But Song So-won's cultivation has truly achieved a leap forward. Roosters crow, geese call, and the neighborhood children laugh. Under the sunshine, the lively voices dispelled the cold silence of the night. Of course, it is best to ignore the sound of Aunt Tian from the east, neighbor holding a basket and cursing at the door early in the morning. What was she scolding? It turned out that her husband had injured his legs and feet during the rat infestation, and now he had to stay at home to recover, and she was the one taking care of him. The family where her husband worked did not give him preferential treatment and even deducted his wages. The city god temple had spread the news that raising poultry could effectively prevent insects and snakes, causing the prices of chickens, ducks, and geese to rise throughout the city, especially geese, which were not available even if you paid. She had no choice but to buy a rooster at a high price. As a result, the rooster did not crow on time even at noon and had to wait for the goose next door to crow before it started quarreling with the other goose. The child is still ignorant, heartless, and naive. He spilled a bucket of water early in the morning, and it was exhausting to carry water. Just ask who is not annoyed by this day?
Who is not scolded by this day?
Song So-won was shocked. Oh no. She forgot to practice. She woke up late today, and the roll call time in the laundry room has passed. So, should she rush over and be scolded for being late? Or should she just skip work and use today's time to do something else? Song So-won didn't hesitate for a second and directly chose the latter. The laundry room would be no less useful without her, and the managers wouldn't care who went and who didn't. Even if she missed 2 days and went back the next day, the managers wouldn't bother to ask any more questions. Of course, you cannot be absent from work for more than 3 consecutive days. Otherwise, you'll be expelled from the laundry room. Song So-won got up and cleaned up. Feeding the goose was a must. If he didn't quickly shut up this guy's mouth, who knew how long he would quarrel with the rooster? The fireworks in the mortal world were the most soothing to the heart. Song So-won quickly finished all the things he needed to do in the morning, left a bowl of food for the big white goose, told it to look after the house, changed his clothes and face, and climbed over the wall at the back of the yard to go out. This time, She was replaced by a sallow young man with a face that would be hard to find in a crowd. The young man was wearing a gray coat and walked through the noisy street as if he had a halo of disappearance, heading straight for the city god temple. Song Se-won only found out after he went to the city god temple last time that the real street for practitioners was actually there. There were medicine shops, talisman shops, 2 large spiritual material shops, and even some independent practitioners would set up stalls there. Song Se-won has never come into contact with the real world of practitioners, and she doesn't know how vast this world is. Today, she has the chance and decides to go out and take a look. You also need to buy some talisman paper materials. The paper crane used in the paper crane tracking technique requires at least first-grade talisman paper to be successfully made. Ordinary paper will not work. Song Se-won followed the crowd into Chunghuang Temple Street, where he saw ordinary mortals who came to Chunghuang Temple to worship and pray in an endless stream. He also saw all kinds of warriors carrying weapons mixed in the crowd. Occasionally, when someone dressed in Taoist costumes walked by, people would quickly make way to show respect. She walked and looked, feeling overwhelmed. At the same time, she also paid attention to the prices of various items on the roadside stalls. The biggest difference between here and ordinary vegetable markets is that everything starts at silver, and basically no copper coins are used for transactions. Oftentimes, practitioners would barter with other items. The most commonly used items as equivalent exchange items were qi nourishing pills and qi strengthening pills, which were more useful than silver. Song Se-won observed for a while and chose a stall run by a vendor who did the most friendly business. The stall owner is called Ma Laosi. He has a slightly round face, and his eyes are always smiling. His eyes are as kind and gentle as a crescent moon. He looks young, but he seems to have the idea of making money through harmony ingrained in his bones. As soon as Song Se-won walked over, he immediately greeted him warmly. "Hey, little brother, you're here." The tone was so familiar that it seemed as if the two of them were old acquaintances. Song Se-won was silent and only turned to the part about talisman paper materials and asked about the price of first-grade blank talisman paper. For example, for ordinary first-level talismans such as the light body talisman and the exorcism talisman, Ma Laosi smiled and said, "The light body talisman is 1 tael of silver per piece, and the exorcism talisman is 2 pieces at 3 taels of silver. If you can buy more than 10 pieces, I will give you 1 more piece." When he gave the quotation, Song Se-won smiled in a simple and honest manner and quickly calculated the bill in his mind. 1 tael of silver can buy 12 blank talisman papers, but a low-level light body talisman costs 1 tael of silver. The price difference is more than 10 times? From this point of view, the craft of making talismans still has a lot of room for development. As expected, knowledge and technology are the primary productive forces, and this principle will never change in any world. The city god temple's home protection talismans used to sell for 1 tael of silver per piece, but recently they only sell for 100 coins, which shows that they are really doing charity. And now she also collected 2 kinds of low-level talismans in her scale, the light body talisman and the evil warding talisman, which she obtained by trading her kite and peachwood hairpin through the scale. 100 peachwood hairpins or 100 kites can be exchanged for an evil repelling talisman or a light body talisman respectively. A peachwood hairpin can be bought at a stall for 6 cents, while a kite costs 10 cents. By this calculation, she could use 600 coins to buy a talisman to ward off evil spirits, but she would need 1 tael of silver to buy a talisman to lighten her body. There was no profit to be made from the price difference of the light body talisman, but the evil repelling talisman was obviously a big profit. Song Se-won calculated quickly in his mind, but his eyes fell on the row of books on the other side of the stall. There aren't many types of books, but the names are all very nice. Things like Hunyuan Gong, Hu Ben Fist, Jue Hua Zhu Lu Bu, Bai Chao Pu, Elementary Talisman Collection, De Zhou Fengwu Records, etc. Song Se-won didn't care about the first ones that looked like martial arts, but the De Zhou Fengwu Records particularly attracted her attention. She looked at the book, and Ma Laosi quickly picked up the book on the stall and handed it to her, saying with a smile, "Little brother, you have a good eye." The back of this book contains the latest issue of the Wanling Tianjia ranking. You can buy a copy for only 10 taels of silver. Take a look, there is everything in it, and it can't be more worthwhile than this. Song Suwon took the book and flipped through it, and found that the content of the book was indeed very rich. It introduced humans, ghosts, demons, and monsters, as well as the magnificent mountains and rivers. Although the article is limited in length and not exhaustive, this is what Song Suwon desperately needs, a good window to understand the world. She suppressed her excitement and asked about the price of the basic talisman collection next to it. This is much more expensive than the records of the Great Zhou dynasty. Ma Laosi asked for 50 taels of silver for one copy. Song Suwon put on the face of a naive young boy and bargained with him, and the two sides went back and forth. Finally, Ma Laosi said helplessly, "Forget it. We are brothers destined to be together, so let it be. If you pay with silver, you can take both books for 55 taels of silver. If you pay with qi-enhancing pills, then I will only take one qi-enhancing pill for the two books." Qi-enhancing pills are also hard currency in the market. Song Suwon now has 13 qi-enhancing pills left in her hand, but she only has more than 120 taels of silver left. In the end, Song Suwon exchanged a strengthening pill for two books, and also asked Ma Laosi to give him a lowest grade wolf hairbrush. "In the future, you must not forget to come and take care of my business often." Having said that, when Song Suwon paid the bill with a strengthening pill, his hand reached out faster than anyone else. The two sides traded, and their fingers touched for a moment. At that moment, the scale appeared. Song Suwon was a little surprised. There was a ball of air on the scale. Practicing Taoism in the mortal world, entering Taoism through business, the mercenary spirit of the disciples of the Chihua Pavilion, 1 tael, and 2 coins can be used as a bargain. A disciple of the Chihua Pavilion. Song Suwon actually didn't know what the Chihua Pavilion was, but judging from the description of Tiandiliang, this person must be extraordinary. Who would have thought that this casual cultivator and businessman who looked like a laughing Maitreya actually had such a background? Sure enough, there are hermits everywhere in the mortal world. In fact, judging from the appearance of the people on the street, it is really difficult to tell who is a cultivator and who is a mortal, who has a higher realm or who has a lower realm. Song Suwon lacks a pair of spiritual eyes that can see through all of this. She calmly put away the scale, put all the things she had just bought into her bag, and then left Chenghuangneo Street with the bulging bag. She walked around the city and, as usual, found a secluded place to change her clothes and put on a strange young face, and then finally returned home quickly. In this process, a drop in the ocean continued to play a role, and passers-by around her ignored her intentionally or unintentionally. Song Suwon climbed over the wall from the back to go home, as usual. She didn't even disturb the big white goose. She just floated back to the room silently, like a wisp of wind in the shadow. Close the door and sell the energy you just got. You sold out the mercenary spirit of the disciples of the Chihua Pavilion, and for 1 tael and 2 coins, you obtained the unconventional Taoist technique, the first level of weights and measures. The unconventional Taoist technique of weights and measures. This technique is actually a weighing technique. By performing this technique, one can quickly observe the target object's cultivation level and judge the opponent's strength. Note, if the target's cultivation level is much higher than that of the caster, the spell may become ineffective and may backfire.
This
is just like using a pillow when you are sleepy. It is not the spiritual people technique, but it is exactly like the spiritual people technique. Song Suwon took the shortest possible time to memorize this magical art of weights and measures, then took out a blank talisman paper and began to try to fold a paper crane. There are 2 key points in performing the paper crane tracking technique. One is the paper crane, and the other is the associated aura of the target person. The making of paper cranes is actually quite difficult, as true qi must be injected into each joint according to special methods. Song Suwon tried several times and failed repeatedly before he finally succeeded when using the 7th piece of talisman paper. Just when she was about to fold 2 more paper cranes as a backup, Aunt Joe's paper soul puppet was suddenly triggered. Song Sawan hurriedly stuffed a handful of blank talisman paper into the bag on her waist and put the finished paper crane in her arms, then immediately stood up, followed the direction of the mark, used the time and night escape, and quickly rushed over. This was her first time using the time and night escape technique during the day. Although her speed was indeed lower than at night, her concealment was no less. Where there is light, there must be shadow. Song Sawan shuttled between the shadows, heading further west. What is there in the west? In the streets and alleys, you can faintly smell the fragrance of cosmetics and the greasy river. Occasionally, there are the sounds of stringed instruments and soft music. It was as if a girl was sighing, sobbing softly. No one knew where the sigh came from or where it was going. As the street ahead turned, the space suddenly opened up. All I saw was a vast expanse of blue water, where the water and the sky met, and there were also a series of pleasure boats with colorful flags fluttering. Willow trees are swaying on the bank, and people are walking around. Your daughter? You actually said Sister Yen is your daughter. Don't you even look at what you look like, and what Sister Yen looks like? Are you worthy? Aunt Jo was pushed to the ground, and she just covered her face with shame. I was wrong. I recognized the wrong person. I'm sorry. She really had just recognized the wrong person. Just because the woman's profile looked extremely similar to her daughter for a moment, she couldn't control her emotions and suddenly rushed forward to pull her. This stirred up a hornet's nest. The group of handsome young men who were disturbed by her were famous dandies in the city. They had nothing to do in their daily lives except keeping prostitutes and beautiful women and playing with cats and dogs. Now that Aunt Jo suddenly appears, doesn't it stimulate their inexplicable excitement? What is this? This is ready-made fun. A young man in green raised his foot and kicked Aunt Jo in the chest. He kicked her with great force, which could be said to be a kick to death. At this moment, several beautiful girls who were accompanying them screamed in surprise, and several handsome men clapped and laughed even louder when they saw this. Seeing that the green-clad dandy's foot had kicked Aunt Jo in the chest, several beauties covered their faces and refused to look. At the critical moment of life and death, a hazy shadow suddenly rose from Aunt Jo's back. It was the paper soul puppet, and it was triggered for the second time. The paper soul puppet wrapped Aunt Jo, and at this moment, it used its earth escape ability to take her underground. So what unfolded before everyone's eyes was a scene like this. In broad daylight, a thin and haggard old woman suddenly carried a paper rat on her back and dived into the ground in full view of everyone, disappearing. Such a scene is actually very strange. More passers-by cried out in surprise, and a few playboys opened their mouths wide, also in fear, with their hands and feet shaking. The green-clad dandy who had raised his foot to kick Aunt Jo used too much force and pulled his. He fell to the ground with his legs spread apart and his upper body prostrated in a strange and twisted split-leg posture. The green-clad dandy screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and his companions scattered in all directions. And the accident happened at this moment. At that time, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and the originally clear and bright world was suddenly filled with howling cold winds. The willow trees on the bank swayed wildly, and thick tree roots arched out from the ground like a mad snake poking its head out, or an angry dragon wagging its tail. Boom, boom, the ground cracked, and the people on the shore, whether they were rich or poor, came here on purpose or were just passing by, or were the wealthy guests on the pleasure boats who spent thousands of gold to buy smiles, or the singing girls who sang a song of red gauze. No one could escape the disaster brought about by the earth-shaking earthquake at this time. The ground cracks beside the willow-lined bank, and waves roll on the clear lake. People screamed, some fell into the lake, some fell into the cracks in the ground, and some were violently rolled up by the roots of the willow trees and pulled directly into the ground. Those who were unlucky had blood splattered 3 feet away on the spot. The lake water was boiling. However, they could climb over the waves but could not get ashore. Or once they reach shore, they are entangled by willow roots and dragged underground. Many mortals did not know that there were so many water monsters living in this clear lake. A huge column of water shot up into the sky at this moment, and rushing out from the middle of the water column was a gigantic dragon with green-gray scales. The dragon's body was so long that it was almost impossible to measure it at a glance. Its appearance caused the waves to retreat and the wind to surge. Do you think this dragon is majestic? But the next moment, a shrill dragon roar was heard. Hold head high, the dragon's roar was desolate and miserable, and he was extremely angry and frustrated. Who are you, demon? How dare you harm me? Where did you come from?
Ah!
Spare me. The last two words had not yet faded away when the dragon's cry came to an abrupt end. Was the dragon screaming "spare me"? No one knew, but countless wind blades flew out from the gloomy wind. Even the dragon's scales could not stop these seemingly thin and fragile wind blades. As the wind blades passed by, countless cuts appeared on the dragon's body in an instant. The dragon could no longer speak, only its sharp roars echoed through the sky. The heavy dark red dragon blood poured down from the sky, bang bang bang, hitting the waves on the blue lake and shaking them. The water monsters that were originally struggling to escape from the water went crazy. Dragon blood. Dragon blood is mine. I drink dragon blood today, and one day I will turn into a dragon. Squeaked at squeak, squeak. After all, there are only a few monsters that can speak human language. Most water monsters cannot speak human language, but they are just as crazy. Some water monsters were boiled to death in the boiling blue lake, while others could not bear the weight of the dragon's blood. They rushed forward with the intention of bathing in the dragon's blood, but ended up being burned to death by the dragon's blood. However, even so, the water monster in the lake still rushed towards the dragon blood madly. I am bathing in dragon blood today, so what regrets would I have even if I died? Haha, the monsters are crying and howling. The monsters are screaming and howling. The dragon in the sky would never have imagined that he used to be the king of the water creatures, but now that he is down and out, the little monsters below all want to share and eat him. And it's not just the monsters that are crazy. The incident on the Bai Bo lake happened in just a moment. It's a long story, but in fact, in this short period of time, it only caused the city god in the city god temple to rise into the air and a large seal to float above the government office. The next moment, a figure in official uniform came driving a seal, and without saying a word, he took out a long-necked jade bottle, and a suction force gushed out from the mouth of the jade bottle. The Bai Bo Lake is undergoing a huge change, but you didn't suppress it quickly, and you actually came to steal the dragon blood? Fong Jingtai, who was wearing a green robe, said calmly, "The unrest here is so strange that even a dragon can be cut into pieces. I am only a lowly 6th rank official. How can I suppress this? The city god is compassionate, so why doesn't he suppress it? Why is he collecting dragon blood as well?" Yes, a huge horse-faced monster had emerged from the body of the city god at some point in time. The horse-faced monster came running wildly from the direction of the city god temple. Each step it took was a distance of 100 feet, and suddenly it arrived at the edge of the Bai Bo Lake. It opened a gloomy pocket and collected dragon blood without hesitation. It was not just these two, but also many practitioners in the city. Seeing the dragon blood gushing out, who could resist collecting it? However, the others did not have the momentum of these two, and some were not fast enough, or were too far away. They could only watch the dragon blood gushing out from afar, but could not rush over to get a share, so they beat their chests and stamped their feet. Thousands of miles away from Seong City, on the misty top of Xianling Mountain, a white-bearded old man suddenly opened his eyes that were empty like the abyss. He looked beyond the endless clouds, at the boundless and boundless stars that were invisible in the daytime. A deep voice echoed from the top of the mountain. "Great Zhou, the era of falling stars is about to begin." The next moment, dozens of brilliant figures rose from all directions of the Xianling Mountains. These figures controlled their own unique escape lights. Some were flying swords, some were stepping on clouds, some were riding cranes, some were wearing cloud boards and jade gates, some were surrounded by flowers, and some were accompanied by stars and moons. Everyone looks ethereal, yet extremely agile. It was as if the stars in this fairy mountain broke through the sky, and in an instant they all fell towards the Haori Peak in the center of the Xianling Mountains. These brilliant figures are the 13 Xianling immortals who are famous throughout the Great Zhou dynasty and even in the 100,000 demon countries. Among the 13 immortals, the Xianling sect's head, Yunhe Jinren, who was the leader, asked in surprise, "Master Shi, what does the era of falling stars mean?" On the mountain top, a white-bearded old man with empty eyes stretched out his hand towards the south and said slowly, "In the south of the sky, a dragon shed blood, and disasters arise from deep love." That's all. It is a general trend after all. It has been 8,000 years, and no one can escape it. The long-lasting words could not be heard outside the distant Xianling Mountain. But at the same time, it was not just the patriarch Shi in Xianling Mountain who was alarmed. Deep in the East China Sea, a real dragon in the Crystal Palace turned over, with antlers sticking out. The old dragon raised his head and said, "The retribution of the dragon in the Bai Bo Lake has come." The dragon head spoke, the sea waves shook, and countless water monsters turned their bellies upside down at this moment. However, the old dragon didn't care about these, but suddenly opened his mouth, and an endless and terrifying suction force arose from his mouth.
Ah, ah.
Countless sirens screamed, but eventually they turned into the humblest food in the whirlpool of the deep sea and fell into the huge mouth of the real dragon that was like a bottomless abyss. The real dragon took a few bites and exhaled, and then dozens or even hundreds of figures were spewed out from its nostrils. These food that survived the disaster didn't even have time to steady their bodies in the rolling waves, or to be thankful for having escaped death, before they were pushed thousands or tens of thousands of miles away by the airwaves of the real dragon's breath. The true dragon returns to its hiding place, and the sea becomes calm again. A lingering echo of shock seemed to arise from this moment and slowly spread to the entire world. At that time, some people were horrified, some were at a loss, some knew the result but not the reason, and some thought they had a plan after seeing a little bit of it, but in fact they were just running around in the net like a headless fly. In the demon country, groups of demons gather and roar. In the devil's realm, monsters are dancing wildly. There are many more people who only see a glimpse of the whole picture. In this world, they do not consider the long term, but only the present. How far is the long term? Those who don't stand on the top of the mountain often can't see it no matter how hard they try. Suyang City, by Bo Lake. Song Sawan collected about 100 pounds of dragon blood and hurriedly put away the scale of heaven and earth. He used the time and night escape to the fullest extent and flew quickly towards the direction where Aunt Zhou was in the puppet mark. It's not that she didn't want to get more, it's just that she sensed that the paper soul puppet was touched for the third time. No matter what, saving Aunt Zhou is more important to Song Sawan at this time. For this reason, she would never give up even an opportunity like dragon blood. This is a trade-off. But this doesn't mean that Song Sawan lost out, because just as Song Sawan swam away from the lake and dived into the cracks on the shore, the dragon in the sky, which was being chopped by the wind blades and lost its voice, suddenly took a breath again. For some reason the dragon opened its mouth and suddenly said in a shrill voice, "It's you, Mingzhu." The dragon groaned miserably before he could finish his sentence. Then, all you could see was golden blood dripping from the dragon's mouth. Previously, thousands of dragon blood poured down, but that dragon blood was dark red in color. Although the amount is large, the dark red dragon blood is actually just ordinary dragon blood. For the huge Bai Bo Lake dragon that can snake for dozens of miles, even if it is spilled for a few days, it can only hurt its vitality at most, but cannot harm its essence and foundation. However, the golden dragon blood at this moment is different. Golden dragon blood is the essence of the dragon. Although the Dragon King of Bai Bo Lake looks huge, he has only produced hundreds of drops of golden blood over the past thousands of years. Every drop lost would greatly weaken him fundamentally. The weight of golden blood is beyond the ability of ordinary people to bear. Don't you see? Even the horse-faced demon, the incarnation of the city god, let out a strange cry when the golden blood fell, and instantly put away his gloomy gray bag, turned around and ran away in a hurry. The horse-faced demon didn't care about his image and ran away screaming. Another official, Fong Jingtai, the sixth-rank county master of Suyang City, was pitiful. He could not react as fast as the city god, but was brushed by a drop of golden blood in an instant. His arm was corroded. If the official seal he was controlling had not released a brilliant light in an instant, blocking more damage from the golden blood, Fong Jingtai would have paid more than just an arm. Fong Jingtai also screamed and fled in panic. These two have escaped, let alone the other cultivators and the other water monsters. When the golden blood fell, the water in the clear lake evaporated quickly. The water monsters that had survived by bathing in ordinary dragon blood could not bear the weight of the golden blood, and they were killed or injured in a moment. Ordinary monks also died tragically in large numbers and had no way to escape or hide. When Fong Jingtai flew away, the city god returned to his horse-faced form. His rough voice rumbled through the sky, with a hint of panic that was hard to detect. Bai Bo Lake is about to turn into a ghost. Fong Jingtai, why don't you quickly use the seal to form a formation? Do you really want to let all the people in the city be swallowed by the ghost? Fong Jingtai fled in a panic and was provoked by the city god, so he had long lost his previous calm and composure. But he dared to be angry but did not dare to delay, and he just couldn't help but burst out with a curse. Who said that I would let the people be harmed? As he spoke, the official seal that he was controlling rose high into the air, and bursts of brilliant light poured down from the seal. In the clear light, the shadow of the entire Suyang city was vaguely revealed. To the west, the Bai Bo Lake was turbulent, swaying left and right as if it was about to break through the cover of the clear light. Fong Jingtai bit his tongue, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and shouted, "Correct the fate of the country, protect our people, use my seal to bind this square inch."
Ding.
An unprecedented contest that shook the heavens and the earth and changed the situation drastically. The grandeur of the scene is something that many ordinary people cannot even imagine, even if they spend their entire lives listening to books in tea houses. In the past, some people, when listening to books, lamented that in a small southern town like Suyang, there were not many practitioners, and the existence of top masters was even rarer, so people's lives were poor, and the stories around them were all old-fashioned, boring, and uninteresting. Until this moment, people saw the dragon being tortured and the blue lake evaporating. Between that official seal, the mountains and rivers were as small as an inch, and the flag was waved, and the ghost soldiers were rampant in the world. Only then did they know that in many cases, mediocrity is also a kind of happiness. When the catastrophe comes, all heroic stories are illusions. So how do people survive? I don't know, it's hard to say. Maybe it depends on who has better luck. The area around Bai Bo Lake is already riddled with holes, countless houses have collapsed, and more people are being whipped and beaten by the wildly growing willow roots, and then fall into the cracks in the ground in despair. The sky fell, and the earth collapsed due to the cries. Some of the people who were a little further away and had not yet been affected were fleeing for their lives. As for where to escape to, I also don't know, but the farther away from the Bai Bo Lake, the better.
Dad.
Save me. My dear. Shaoling, second brother. Wow. Oh my God, what sin have I committed?
Why?
People screamed and shouted. The passing of the evil soldiers brought with them waves of coldness. Some people lost their limbs without noticing, or suddenly sprained their feet, or were hit by a fallen beam, or were beaten to death by some evil people who took advantage of the chaos while trying to save their belongings. There are all kinds of tragedies in the world, and there are hundreds of thousands of pagodas in the world. It is difficult to describe and hard to describe. There are also touching stories of mutual help and love, whether it is parents for their children, children for their parents, brothers and sisters, close friends, or even just a hand reaching out when meeting by chance. In the chaos, panicked people find it difficult to notice that those who love each other and help each other, even if they have to face all kinds of dangers, can always survive. It was as if there was some kind of aura of luck enveloping them, making their lives tougher and allowing them to live longer. On the Bai Bo Lake, The dragon flying in the air has had its flesh and blood peeled off, leaving only its bones visible. The golden blood burned the lake dry, and countless water monsters were killed or injured and turned into charcoal, lying on the dry and cracked bottom of the lake. Dark golden lines were formed at the bottom of the lake, crisscrossing and winding, looking weird at first glance, but if you look closely, it's even weirder. What does it look like? It looks like a map of the meridians in the human body. This sentence was said by Fairy Chihua. When the dragon was spilling blood, she rushed to the center of Baibo Lake to collect the dragon blood. Later, the golden blood of the dragon dripped, and she was a little slower and failed to escape in time. But she was protected by the sword energy of Beichen's sword immortal, and the dripping golden blood could not harm her life. She even managed to collect a drop of golden blood thanks to the treasure in her possession. But that's all. 1 drop of golden blood is the limit of Fairy Chihua. Although the treasure is powerful, her own realm is limited, and she cannot unleash the true power of the treasure. So in the next moment, when she murmured the words, "It looks like a human meridian map," a dark golden light rushed straight towards her from the human meridian map. Fairy Chihua was wrapped in the golden light and fell into an unknown space. In fact, it was not just Fairy Chihua. In fact, all those who were dragged underground in this incident and luckily survived fell into the unnamed space together at this moment. What kind of space is that? It is a world with red clouds all over the sky and barren land for thousands of miles. In the 127th year of the Yun Kingdom, there was a severe drought throughout the country. People fled from north to south. At first they brought their families with them, but later they suffered casualties along the way, and later, most of those who survived became lone wolves. They lost their loved ones, their homes, and everything they depended on for survival. These refugees gathered together again, and like a snowball, their numbers grew larger as they moved southwards, eventually forming a terrifying trend like a locust plague. Every time they passed a place, they ate up all the food there. The locals either died or became refugees, joining the locust plague group and continuing to move towards the next place to survive. Fairy Chihua fell into that unnamed space and became one of the refugees. She was dressed in bright and beautiful robes and should have been out of place among these refugees. However, neither she nor the other refugees were aware of this. In the eyes of others, Fairy Chihua was in a mess and dirty state, and the same was true in her own eyes. Not only that, she also forgot her original origins and only remembered her identity as a refugee and her experience of fleeing famine. It's not just her. In fact, the same is true for everyone who survived this famine. Yes, there are no such things as famine refugees. Aren't these people who survived the famine the same people who survived the Baibo Lake sinkhole? The same is true for Song Sawan. Before the golden blood landed, she sensed that the paper soul puppet on Aunt Jo's body was touched 3 times, so she immediately used her escape technique to chase after Aunt Jo. And at the moment when she found Aunt Jo in a crack in the ground, at the same time, a dark golden light burst out from the center of Baibo Lake, sweeping over everyone in the range. Song Sawan only had time to grab Aunt Jo's hand before he fell into the dizziness of time and space transition in a trance. After she regained consciousness, she vaguely felt as if she had forgotten many things. And there was a memory that did not belong to her, which was vaguely drilling into her mind. Who was she? Where was she? Oh, she is an ordinary villager in Bishi village. With both parents dead, life is hard, but it's plain and seems like I can still get by. Until one day, a group of refugees from the north rushed into Bishi village. Those look like humans, but actually they are not humans. They are jackals, tigers, leopards, insects, and devils. They looted everything in the village, ate all the food, stole all the things, and killed everyone. Oh, actually they didn't kill everyone. If someone gave up everything he had and joined the ranks of those fleeing famine with just a tattered bag, then that person would become one of the refugees and naturally would not have to be killed. Song Sawan survived in this confused way, and her neighbor Aunt Jo also survived with her. Aunt Jo has always helped her a lot, and the two of them support each other and survive with difficulty. 127th year of Yun Kingdom, On this day, Song Sawan opened his eyes in a daze. The crowd around her was bustling and bustling. A small village appeared in front of us, with green mountains and clear water, full of life. There were rows of houses in the village, and wisps of smoke rising from the roofs. The smell of food drifted in with the wind, making people's stomachs beat like drums and their appetites flared up. A village, a village. A village with living people. People screamed, and some of them who were wearing heavy clothes even tore off their cumbersome robes and outer garments on the spot and rushed towards the village with almost crazy looks. Yes, the majority are crazy. How would a group of people who had fled thousands of miles to escape famine suddenly see an oasis in the midst of devastated mountains and rivers react? Therefore, most of them must have gone crazy. Only those who had recently been swept into the group, like Song Sawan and Aunt Zhou, might still retain some rationality. But they had to rush because everyone around them was rushing. If they didn't rush, it would not just be a matter of being left behind. You might also be pushed, trampled, and killed on the spot. Song Sawan pulled Aunt Zhou, and Aunt Zhou held her hand, and the two of them followed the crowd. There were obviously many people around them, but they were like a small boat drifting in the vast ocean, panicked and lonely. There were so many people that they were squeezed and that all they could hear were chaotic screams and many excited shouts mixed in. Such shouts always bring back some bad memories in people's hearts. Aunt Zhou sighed and said sadly, "Mother Yu, this village will be destroyed just like our Bishi village." Just as he finished speaking, a deafening sound of gongs and drums suddenly rang out from the village ahead. Ding, 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 clang, 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 what happens? But amid the sound of gongs and drums, a tall ladder was built. There was a strong man who was 9 feet tall, like a giant, carrying a pig on his left shoulder and another pig on his right shoulder. He walked up the high ladder with a long and loud laugh. What a shocking sight! The strong man was seen carrying the pig and stomping on the ground with every step he took. The platform was shaking so much that people were worried that it would fall apart at any time. The fleeing teams couldn't help but stop their running steps. People were almost stunned. All kinds of chaotic sounds disappeared unconsciously. The crowd was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Only the strong man on the high platform smiled and said loudly, "It is fate that we meet. You have all traveled a long way and worked hard. Now that you have come to our Fugue village today, there is no need to talk too much. The villagers will certainly entertain you well. Come on, children, let's start the pig-killing feast." As soon as he finished speaking, a line of strong men came out of the village. Although these strong men were not as strong as the giants on the platform, they were all strong. More importantly, each of them was carrying a fat pig. So many pigs, dozens of them. The people in the group began to say something incredulous. What do they mean? Did I hear it right? It seems to be true. They are going to kill a pig to entertain us. There are such fools?
Ugh.
There are such good people. But the reality is, no matter whether he is a fool or a good person, no matter what, the other side is really killing pigs. Dozens of pigs were killed cleanly by the strong men in the large open space in front of the village with their knives. Men, women, young and old from the village all came out, some carrying buckets of water, some setting up pots and making fire, and some waving iron spoons ready to show off their cooking skills. There were also many children running and shouting among the stoves. This peaceful, abundant, warm, and inclusive scene made the refugees feel as if they were in a dream and they were happy for no reason. The ancient said, "When the granaries are full, one will know etiquette, which is always a good principle." The disaster victims were accustomed to looting, smashing, and robbing, and they were indeed vicious and ferocious, even more terrifying than bandits. However, people's hearts actually yearn for light. Or to be more precise, no matter how evil a person is, he or she often does not necessarily want others to think that he or she is evil. Maybe they even hope that they are actually decent and good people in the eyes of others. Therefore, if it is possible to be respectable, who would not want to be respectable? Therefore, under the warm hospitality of the villagers of Fugue village, most of the victims unknowingly let go of their original anger. They only think of themselves as poor people who are suffering and completely forget what evil things they have done along the way. At the invitation of the villagers, they sat at the table and enjoyed the pig-killing banquet happily. During the dinner, everyone clinked glasses and laughed. Everyone introduced their origins to each other, told stories, and gradually began to become familiar with each other. The villager asked, "Is it true that there is no one left in your family? Are you the only one left alive?" The victim sighed, "It's been more than 1,000 miles from Shawnee County. I couldn't hold on and died of thirst on the road. My wife secretly cut her finger and fed the blood to my son. In the end, she bled to death and my son died of fever. It was so painful. Speaking of this, I couldn't help but choke up with emotion." The villagers persuaded him, "No matter how much hardship you have gone through, it will eventually pass. Fortunately, you have come to our Fugue village and settled down here. Eat more food first to nourish your spirit and body. Later, our village chief will arrange a house for you, find you a wife, and have a bunch of children. Then you can live a good life, right?" The villagers' persuasion was very effective, and the disaster victim couldn't help but said in surprise, "Settling down in Fugue village? Can I? The villagers said, "Of course you can. Not only you, but everyone here today can do it." On the other side, the giant-like man laughed again and said, "Yes. We all meet because of fate, and we are all relatives and friends when we get together. Since everyone is here, let's all stay in our Fugue village. In our wealthy village, everyone who comes is a guest, and we welcome everyone. Come on. Eat and drink as much as you want. We have plenty of big fat pigs in our village, and if there are not enough, we can kill more, haha." He is the village chief of Fugue village. The giant village chief's words completely livened up the atmosphere. The victims were excited and moved. The aroma of the food was intoxicating. They didn't even need to drink alcohol. They just needed to stuff the fragrant pork into their mouths one bite at a time, and the laughter would go on forever. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, the whole village was filled with laughter. Song Sawan and Aunt Jo were also brought to the table. They were surrounded by other disaster victims and the aunts and wives of the wealthy village. The enthusiasm of the aunts and wives was the same as that of other villagers. They picked up meat for Song Sawan and also for Aunt Jo. He kept urging us, come on, eat more. Look how thin you are. I'm afraid you must have suffered a lot on this journey, right?" They spoke in gentle and kind tones. The way they looked at Song Sawan was not like they were looking at someone they just met, but rather like they were looking at a treasured item of their own. A trembling piece of boiled meat with fat and lean ingredients fell into the food bowl in front of Song Sawan. Yes, what was placed in front of her was not an ordinary-sized bowl, not even a common soup bowl, but a large basin that looked like a wash basin. Therefore, when Song Sawan first saw it, she silently thought of it as a food bowl. The food bowl was already filled with white rice, and the villagers next to her kept helping her pick up some meat. While picking up the food, he continued to persuade her to eat. "Poor thing, look at how skinny it is. There's only a handful left. Come on, eat as much as you can. Eat quickly." The tempting aroma of food mingled with each other, and someone's hungry stomach made a rumbling sound in response. The other victims sitting at the same table with Song Sawan couldn't hold it in any longer, and they didn't need anyone to persuade them. They were already slouching and eating. In front of them was a large food bowl that was also as big as a wash basin. They picked up their chopsticks and started to eat. The more they ate, the more delicious the food became. The more delicious it became, the more they ate. Song Sawan was sitting in the middle and couldn't help but sway his body uncomfortably. She also had a pair of chopsticks in her hand, ready for her to eat at any time. But Song Sawan finally controlled her hunger instinct, and her sense of shame made her maintain the proper etiquette at this moment. Song Sawan touched his stomach and thanked the villagers who had encouraged him to eat. "Thank you, Annie, and thank you to the uncles and brothers in the village for your hospitality, but I have nothing." At this point, she looked ashamed. She had nothing. How could she repay the kindness? It was not good to eat for free, right? Aunt Jo, who was sitting on the left of Song Sawan, had already picked up her chopsticks, but when she heard what Song Sawan said, she stopped immediately. The female villager who persuaded Song Sawan to eat said, "Hey, young lady, Why are you still worried? It's said that guests are guests. I see how hard it has been for you. As your aunt, I really pity you. Just eat with peace of mind." As she spoke, she grabbed a spoon nearby, scooped out a large spoonful of rice as if food was free, and fed it directly into Song Sawon's mouth. While feeding, she showed a loving smile full of expectation on her face. It is so kind that it makes people's hearts tremble and their hair stand on end. Song Sawon dodged subconsciously and blurted out, "And I know everyone is kind-hearted, but no matter what, I can't eat for free." Freeloader were uttered. The whole place suddenly fell silent. The disaster victims who were originally eating lavishly were still eating lavishly, but the villagers of Fugue village who were originally enthusiastically urging them to eat suddenly turned their heads and looked in the direction of Song Sawon. There were no more calls for food, no more laughter, and the only sound left in this huge open space in front of the village was the frantic chewing of the victims. Snoring, 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 and invisible, unspeakable, terrifying pressure, along with all these gazes, weighed heavily on Song Sawon. What is that? It is an invisible force that invites you to be turbid, as the whole world is turbid. These are terrifying doubts that exist everywhere, in the sky and on the ground, front and back, left and right, and in all directions. Those eyes were silent, but they seemed to be asking in unison, why not? Why not eat? Look, everyone is eating, everyone is eating. Only you are not eating, so there must be something wrong with you. It is you who has a problem. You have a problem. The questioning voices were like an echo, binding Song Sawon tightly and making it almost impossible for her to escape. He could only watch as the female villager sitting next to him stretched out her arm and put the rice spoon into his mouth again. She wanted to hide, but the invisible pressure made her unable to move. She wanted to refute, but if she opened her mouth, the spoonful of rice would be fed into her mouth. For some reason, although she was still confused and hungry, Song Sawon became more and more determined at this time. The rice and meat in Fugue village must not be eaten. In a flash, seeing that the rice spoon was almost at his lips, Song Sawon suddenly looked up. She couldn't move left or right, couldn't dodge, but miraculously, she managed to raise her head. At this time, Song Sawon naturally did not realize that if he lowered his head he would lose his dignity, so raising his head was the only way out. The moment she looked up, she repeated loudly, "I won't eat. I won't eat for free. I won't eat for free. I have no money, but I can work for pay. I have hands and feet. I don't eat other people's food. I can still support myself." As her words came out, her voice became louder and louder, while the invisible pressure that bound her inexplicably became smaller and smaller. Later, she even stood up all of a sudden. Opposite Song Sawon, the female villager who was handing over the rice spoon missed her move, and her face suddenly froze. The loving smile from before disappeared, and only gloom remained. While she was sitting there, Song Sawon stood up straight, so she even had to look up at Song Sawon. "You really don't want to eat?" Her voice no longer had the original enthusiasm, and she repeated the question in a cold tone. Song Sawon stood and said firmly, "No." It was this firm voice and strong belief that finally connected and ignited the mysterious thin line in the void at this moment. Just like waving a pipa dong. The lingering sound is long. In the void of space, a black and white scale slowly emerged in front of Song Sawon's eyes. On the scale, there was a ball of air. Village level weird ghost spirit. Hate, hate, hate. 1 catty and 7 ounces can be traded. No one knew what Song Sawon had been through at this moment. The fog in his mind was cleared, and the veil covering his eyes shattered into pieces. At the moment when the scale of heaven and earth appeared, the old memories that had been lost deep in Song Sawon's mind suddenly surged like a tide and returned to their original places. Song Sawon woke up, and she suddenly realized, where is the Bishi village villager Song Nyangzi? Where is the Yin kingdom? What about fleeing from famine? All of this should be caused by the disaster in Bibo Lake. Is the dragon on Bibo Lake dead now? Song Sawon didn't know. Why did they end up here again after falling into the cracks underground? Song Sawon didn't know. But at least she could tell that the world before her was clearly a huge and strange world. Weird, as the name suggests, is more unpredictable and indescribable than demons. In this world, not only are people afraid of weirdness, but even demons are afraid of weirdness. All inexplicable things always scare living beings. To be honest, Song Soo-won didn't really understand what weirdness was. Fortunately, when she bought the records of Great Jo Fengwu before, she glanced over some of the introductions to weirdness. The weirdness levels are usually divided from low to high: wilderness level, village level, small city level, big city level, ruined country level, natural disaster level. I don't know if there will be another Song Soo-won later, as Records of the Scenery of the Great Jo does not introduce him. This book briefly introduces. Although the weirdness is unpredictable, there are actually rules for the weirdness. All weirdness must follow the rules, so once you fall into a weird situation, finding the correct weird rules is the only way to survive. All I saw was the blue-gray sky like a huge dome covering the mountain village in front of me. During the long banquet, the villagers who had been staring at Song Soo-won all retracted their horrified gazes at some point. They no longer looked at Song Soo-won, but instead focused their attention back on the victims around them, continuing to enthusiastically urge them to eat.
Come, eat quickly.
Don't worry about not having enough food. Yes, there's more after you finish eating. The enthusiastic voice was filled with smiles, even affection. The banquet became lively again, and the atmosphere was harmonious, yet revealing an indescribable weirdness. Some victims who ate quickly were not even satisfied with using chopsticks alone to eat. They threw away their chopsticks, raised their hands, and buried their heads in the basin. They ate rice and meat with their hands, huffing and puffing. As they ate, their mouths grew bigger, their faces began to swell slightly, and their bellies gradually bulged. An indescribable feeling of horror quickly ran up Song Soo-won's spine. At this glance, she saw so many things. Next to her, the female villager who had been staring at her and persuading her to eat just looked at her resentfully, but turned the spoon in her hand and suddenly stuffed it viciously into the mouth of a disaster victim who was eating on the other side of her. Song Soo-won's heart skipped a beat. The disaster victim took it. Not only did he take the meal, he also ate it while laughing foolishly and saying, "It's delicious." His voice was silly, with an indescribable ambiguity, as if his language ability was beginning to degenerate. It was clear that not long ago, Song Soo-won had heard him talk about his experience of fleeing famine with his own ears. At that time, his logic was clear and his language was very fluent. Song Soo-won gradually began to understand something. She thought she must have touched upon the strange rules of Fugue Village. In a strange world, people must abide by the rules of the strange world, and the strange things must also abide by the rules. At present, it seems that the greatest ability of the villagers in Fugue Village is to persuade people to eat. If someone has strong willpower, strong resistance, and refuses to eat a single bite from the beginning, then they can break free from their control. This does not seem difficult, but one premise must be made clear. All the people present have lost their original identities and memories since they fell into this strange world and have turned into hungry refugees. People are prone to losing their rationality when they are extremely hungry. How many people can resist eating a bite when coaxed and persuaded by the villagers who seem warm and generous? Song Soo-won was able to hold back because she truly possessed a will and belief that surpassed that of ordinary people. But even so, when she stood up, although her memory was restored, the hunger in her stomach still did not ease at all. Instead of reducing her hunger, it was rapidly increasing. A large amount of gastric acid was secreted and spread rapidly, causing Song Soo-won to feel a burning pain in all his internal organs. This feeling was even more painful than having one's heart and liver dug out. Obviously, if Song Soo-won didn't eat quickly, her stomach and intestines would even eat itself, causing her to digest herself. Eating herself, what a horrible feeling that would be. Song Soo-won's scale did store food, but at this moment, could she take it out and eat it? Obviously not. No, not because he was afraid that the villagers of Fugue Village would riot, But Song Suwan had a feeling that according to the rules of this strange world, foreign food was not allowed to be eaten. Either he starves to death by eating himself, or he gives up his principles and beliefs and eats the charity provided by the villagers of Fugue village. One is to die immediately while awake, the other is to delay death while confused. Neither is a good outcome, but most people will instinctively choose the latter. During the banquet, the conversations became less and less, and the sound of communication over cups and glasses disappeared. Most of the disaster victims no longer needed anyone to urge them to eat. They ate voraciously on their own initiative. More and more people threw away their chopsticks and ate with their hands. Puff, puff, sizzle. The villagers of Fugue village smiled. They sat there calmly, occasionally helping the victims whose rice bowls were empty to add more food. Song Suwan stood in the middle of such a crowd and noticed one important point. There were 90 tables in the open space in front of the village, each of which could accommodate 3 disaster victims, and a villager from Fugue village would sit with them. What does this look like? It looks like every villager can get a 3-headed disaster victim, mark them, and tame them. The same was true at the table in front of Song Suwan. There were 3 victims, her, Aunt Jo, and a strange male victim. Now, the male disaster victim's face has become swollen and looks like a pig due to the food he was fed by the green-clad female villager sitting at the same table with him. Aunt Jo held up the chopsticks and slowly pretended to pick up food, but in fact she didn't eat a single bite. Her movements were not as conspicuous as Song Suwan's. The green-clad villagers at the same table were feeding the male victims while keeping their sinister eyes on Song Suwan. They did not notice that Aunt Jo was pretending to eat. This is a good thing. Song Suwan's mind raced, and he decided that no matter what, he would try to walk out of the banquet. As she lifted her foot, the green-clad female villager's gaze followed her like a shadow. She whispered, "You don't have to eat, but you can't leave. Young lady, you can't leave. The banquet has started, and we can only stay here. Children who run away without permission are not good children. They will be punished by the village chief." Village head. It was the man who was as tall and strong as a giant. As soon as the green-clad female villager finished speaking, the giant village chief who was sitting in the center of the banquet suddenly turned his head, and across the heavy tables, his eyes fell on Song Suwan. A wild aura seemed to linger around him, making Song Suwan feel a huge threat again. It turns out that this is the 3rd crisis of Fugue village. If you leave the table, you will die. This is a dead end. How to solve the deadlock? Song Suwan thought about everything he had just observed, extracted key words in his mind, and immediately replied to the female villager. "Annie, I don't want to leave the table. I just learned good cooking skills at home since I was a child. Look, the uncles and aunts who are cooking over there are also tired, aren't they? I'll go over and help." Help? Yes, helping does not mean leaving the table, so Song Suwan did not break the rules. The female villager in green tilted her head, her gloomy eyes still falling on Song Suwan, but she seemed unable to refuse this so-called help. After Song Suwan finished speaking, she didn't respond. Song Suwan made up his mind and walked out again. The moment Song Suwan left the table, he successfully operated the scale and completed a sale. The next moment, the fog that originally shrouded Song Suwan's dantian seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer, and a hole quickly opened up. The gurgling true energy was like mist, leaping out from the blockade, quickly flowing back into her dantian, and then flowing into her limbs and bones, and she was able to control it again. Before this, although Song Suwan had recovered her memory, her chi cultivation was suppressed invisibly by strange rules. She couldn't contact her dantian, couldn't mobilize her own true chi, and her body felt so empty that she seemed to have turned back into the mortal who had never practiced cultivation. That kind of weakness was actually quite frightening, but fortunately at this moment his true energy was flowing back, and Song Suwan suddenly felt more confident. Although she only had 17 years of cultivation left, which was not even 1/10 of her peak period, it was a good start. The sale of the heaven and earth scale made Song Suwan look differently at the villagers of Fugue village around him. The female villager in green was still looking at her sinisterly, and Song Suwon took another step forward. The moment he stepped out, Song Suwon suddenly turned around, grabbed Aunt Jo, who was still pretending to eat, and said quickly, "There is not enough food at the banquet. I can cook, and Aunt Jo can light the fire. Let's go together to contribute to the village." Aunt Jo immediately threw away her chopsticks and hurriedly stood up with Song Suwon, continuing her conversation. "Yes, I am a very good fire maker. I will go with Miss Song to help the village." After she said this, she was able to move again. Song Suwon pulled her along and walked away without delay. The green-clad female villager next to them was so angry that her eyes were red with anger. She finally reacted and rushed over to grab Aunt Jo's hand in an instant, saying grimly, "You want to leave too?" She stared at Aunt Jo with grim eyes, and bloodshot streaks appeared at the corners of her eyes. It can be seen that each villager in Fugue village can get exactly 3 taming quotas, and the green-clothed female villager will not only lose Song Suwon, but also Aunt Jo. How can she bear such a loss of 2 out of 3? Therefore, she was anxious and confused. She reached out and grabbed Aunt Jo, and hairs on the back of her hand slowly grew out like steel needles. Aunt Jo suddenly felt a chill down her spine, and her legs subconsciously went limp. Song Suwon held her firmly beside her and whispered in her ear, "Auntie Jo, think about Sister Jinyoung. Aren't you going to look for her?" Jinyoung was the name of Aunt Jo's daughter. Song Suwon had heard it once before and remembered it in his heart. It was Aunt Jo herself. Because she entered this strange world, her memory was suppressed invisibly, and she forgot the existence of her daughter. But she still had a mother's instinct. When Jinyoung's name was mentioned, her heart was immediately touched. Her legs became weak, and she began to pull her hands back. "I'm not leaving." Aunt Jo couldn't help but raise her voice and say, "I'm doing something for the village." As she spoke, she struggled. This struggle seemed to anger the green-clad villagers. The hair on the back of her hands grew faster, and her nails became sharper and sharper, suddenly digging deeply into Aunt Jo's flesh. At this moment, a shrill howl broke through the air.
Ah!
It wasn't Aunt Jo who screamed, but the green-clad villager who hurt Aunt Jo with her nails. It wasn't Song Suwon who hurt her, but a mysterious force that came from nowhere. At the moment when the skin on Aunt Jo's wrist was broken by the green-clad villager's nails, a bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere and struck the green-clad villager. "Zila? Zila." The green-clad villagers were immediately electrocuted and convulsed all over, with black smoke coming out of their mouths. Aunt Jo was startled, and Song Suwon took the opportunity to pull her away, secretly shocked. But Song Suwon soon realized that this should be the 4th rule of the current strange world. Unless the visitor has violated the rules, the villagers of Fugue village cannot take the initiative to cause physical harm to him. Look at what happened to this green-clad villager. She was not dead, but she was frozen in place. She opened her mouth, and not only was there black smoke coming out of it, but there were also many tiny lightning bolts flashing back and forth. You guys, amidst the black smoke and sparks, the green-clad villager glared at Song Suwon and Aunt Jo, her dark eyeballs shaking in her sockets. The scale of heaven and earth reappeared and collected another ball of chi from her. Village-level weird ghost spirit, hate, 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 2 caddies and 3 ounces can be traded. 2 caddies and 3 ounces, it can be seen how strong his hatred is. Song Suwon suppressed the joy in his heart, and without stopping, he quickly pulled Aunt Jo to the row of stoves at the edge of the open space. Passing by many tables, the victims were still busy eating, and the villagers of Fugue village were still looking at them with affection. Occasionally, a villager's eyes swept over Song Suwon and Aunt Jo, but immediately became expressionless and indifferent. Aunt Jo was terrified and clung to Song Suwon to seek a sense of security. The 2 of them seemed to have walked a very long way before they finally passed through the numerous tables and came to the edge of the stove. The stove was very lively. Most of the people doing odd jobs were girls and wives. There were shirtless men and women wearing headscarves cooking. There were also many children running and laughing around, and occasionally they would come up to the stove and ask for a bite of meat with a smile. Song Sawan and Aunt Jo came over, and the people working at the stove smiled at them, as if they had no idea that they were newcomers, and greeted them warmly. "You're here. I heard that you're a good cook, Madam Song. Come, this pot is divided between you. Madam Song, you cook, and Madam Jo, you light the fire. Hurry up, we have to prepare a pot of delicious food in a quarter of an hour. If you're slow, you'll be punished." The person who spoke was a villager who looked like an overseer. He was big and strong, and although his face was friendly and smiling, and his tone was also very gentle, he had a black iron whip on his waist. How powerful this iron whip will be when he carries out the so-called punishment. Did they just escape from the tiger's mouth and fall into the wolf's den again? No, they had always been in the wolf's den and had never really escaped from danger. Song Sawan didn't say anything and buried his head in work. Aunt Jo was also very diligent. She picked up the dry firewood nearby and started to quickly make the fire burn. There was a special butcher chopping meat on the chopping board on the other side. Song Sawan brought a lot of meat paste over to boil water and make meatballs. While cooking, she was starving, and so was Aunt Jo. The aroma of the food made their stomachs churn. Aunt Jo couldn't help but whisper to Song Sawan, "Xiao Song, if we were to eat for free, we really couldn't eat the food on the table. But we are working, so if we work to get a bite to eat, do you think it's okay?" Song Sawan had also thought about this question, but she also had no answer. If we understand it from the perspective of rules, Song Sawan thinks that what Aunt Jo imagined should be correct. But the biggest question now is, can these foods in the pot really be eaten? Song Sawan waved the iron spoon and stirred the meatballs floating in the pot up and down. Hot steam rushed out of the pot, some of it blowing onto her face, bringing with it an enticing aroma of meat. Aunt Jo squatted under the stove, swallowing her saliva while making a fire. Song Sawan frowned and pondered over Aunt Jo's question just now, while operating the scale to quickly sell the second ball of chi obtained from the green-clothed villagers. "You sold a village-level weird ghost spirit. Hate, hate, hate. 2 caddies and 3 ounces. You received a reminder of the current weird environment." This time, what she received was not feedback on her cultivation, but a hint about a strange place. At the same time, a vague message fell into Song Sawan's mind. The strange world reminded him, to gain something without working is not human. To work hard and gain something is civilization. Those who eat meat are livestock, those who eat vegetables are primates, and those who eat air are gods. Song Sawan chewed over these words, feeling both surprised and enlightened. According to the rules of this strange world, meat cannot be eaten. But vegetarian food obtained through labor should be edible. Song Sawan immediately sped up and served the meatballs out of the pot before the deadline of a quarter of an hour. By this time, she was so hungry that her face turned pale, and when she opened her mouth, the acid in her stomach even surged into her esophagus. During this period, Aunt Jo asked Song Sawan to serve her meat several times. Because she was even more intolerant of hunger than Song Sawan was just experiencing acid reflux in his esophagus, but when Aunt Jo opened her mouth, blood even flowed out of her mouth. It was Song Sawan who kept saying to her, "Annie Jo, hold it in. You can't eat this. Think about Xinjiang. Xinjiang is waiting for you." When it comes to Xinjiang, Aunt Jo has infinite patience and perseverance. She actually didn't quite understand what kind of strange place this wealthy village was, but she also had simple observation skills. In one village, when the villagers saw the famine refugees coming in like bandits, instead of being afraid, they killed pigs, cooked meals, and warmly entertained them. This is the first level of unreasonableness. Look at those people who are eating happily at the table. Can they really be called human beings now? I saw that the part that ate the fastest had begun to show signs of twisting, swelling, and deformation. Their bellies swelled their ears grew like palm leaf fans, their noses became longer, their mouths became wider, short and dense white hair began to grow on their faces, and the 5 fingers of their hands that they used to dig rice were brought together, changing from flexible human fingers to animal paws. This clearly looks like a pig's trotter. Aunt Jo is not very knowledgeable, but she is neither blind nor stupid. How could you not understand after reading this? The trap of this wealthy village was actually laid out clearly from the beginning. What good can a freeloader have? If we think about it carefully again, since people who eat for free will turn from humans into pigs as they eat, then were these fragrant pork at the table really pork originally? If it wasn't pork, then what could it be? Aunt Jo shuddered and immediately stopped her unbridled thoughts, not daring to think any further. Then she smelled the meat aroma emanating from the stove. Due to her body's instinct, Aunt Jo still felt that the meat aroma was very tempting, but emotionally, she had developed an infinite resistance. Now, there was no need for Song Sawan to mention Jinyoung to motivate her. Aunt Jo seemed to have opened her eyes from a nightmare and had never been as clear-headed as she was at that moment. Aunt Jo stuttered to remind Song Sawan. Madam Song. Look. She signaled with her eyes, and Song Sawan nodded slightly. The meatballs were all put into the basin. The villager who was supervising came over with a steel whip in his hand and a kind smile on his face. He squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "Wow, it's really good. Madam Song, your cooking speed is worthy of that of a master chef." Song Sawan's speed was indeed fast. As for why she was so fast, it was mainly due to the recovery of part of her internal chi. With this small amount of true energy, Song Sawan naturally became stronger, more physically fit, and faster. How can you cook a big pot of food quickly and well without a lot of strength? Song Sawan smiled and replied, "Uncle, the meatballs are ready, but do you want to serve them?" The supervising villager said, "Of course we have to serve the food. Madam Song, you take the meatballs to the village chief's table. If you do it well, the village chief will reward you. Do you understand? Village head." Song Sawan's eyes moved slightly, and he glanced at the giant village chief in the middle of the table. At a glance, he saw the village chief suddenly turned around. The eyes of both parties met each other at this moment. The giant village chief had a savage aura and a ferocious face, but at this moment, he actually forced out a kind smile to Song Sawan. Is it because Song Sawan helped them cook a pot of food that the attitude of the giant village chief changed? Song Sawan thought about the strange hint he had received earlier. Hard work pays off, and so does civilization. He immediately responded to the supervisor's words and called Auntie Jo. The two of them carried a pot of meatballs together and walked towards the direction of the giant village chief. Passing by many tables, we found that many of the victims no longer looked like humans, and the villagers had placed their food bowls on the ground. Those who did not look like humans bent their heads and lay on the ground, stretching their mouths to eat directly from the bowls. "It's like a pig." Aunt Jo and Song Sawan carried the large basin together, walking tremblingly. By the time she reached the giant village chief, Aunt Jo's back was soaked with cold sweat, and blood was dripping from the corners of her mouth. She was too hungry. Looking at the blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, it was not difficult to imagine that this might be a sign that her gastrointestinal tract was beginning to autophagy. The blood somewhat irritated the villagers of Fugue village around them. As Aunt Jo and Song Sawan walked along, they were followed by the cold and sticky gazes of the villagers of Fugue village. In comparison, the giant village chief who was sitting at the middle table waiting for the two to arrive always had a smile on his face, and his eyes were not gloomy. Instead, he had the best attitude. Song Sawan and Aunt Jo followed the instructions of the giant village chief and placed the large bowl full of meatballs in the middle of the square table. The giant village chief sat there with a strong smile on his face and said to Song Sawan and Aunt Jo, "You have done a good job. The rule of our Fugue village is that you must be rewarded for doing good things. What do you want?" Aunt Jo was a little embarrassed, but she still followed the words she had discussed quietly with Song Sawan on the road and answered, I want to pick wild vegetables near the village to eat." She only wants wild vegetables. The smile on the giant village chief's face froze for a moment, then he laughed and said, "It's just a few handfuls of wild vegetables. If you want to eat them, just go pick them yourself." Aunt Jo breathed a sigh of relief after getting the confirmation. When it was Song Sawan's turn, he said, "I have an uncle who is a villager of Yofu village, south of Fugue village. I want to go to him for help. Please ask the village chief to show me the way." In fact, Song Suan certainly didn't have any uncle, nor did he have any villagers from Yofu village. Even Song Suan didn't know whether there was such a place as Yofu village in this strange world. After all, what she said just now was just fabricated. Although it was fabricated, it was the result of Song Suan's careful consideration. Rules of the strange realm. Work hard and you will be rewarded. That is civilization. In other words, if you work hard, you must be rewarded. What would happen if the giant village chief could not pay? The giant village chief sat there, looking a little stuck at the time. A strange green light flashed across his face, and his already bulging muscles swelled even larger at this moment. It was like a wild beast that had forced itself into human clothes. It was clearly pretending to be friendly, but it couldn't hide its ferocious appearance. Aunt Jo was startled and couldn't help but tightly grasp the hand of Song Suan next to her. Song Suan held her hand in return, and seeing the giant village chief's reaction, he felt slightly happy. The giant village chief stared at Song Suan with his eyes bulging and asked in a muffled voice, "You want to find someone? You don't want to exchange for food? Have you thought it through? Aren't you afraid of hunger?" Song Suan said, "My uncle is my closest relative. How can a momentary desire for food compare to looking for my closest relative? If I don't eat, I will just be hungry." The giant village chief raised his muscular hands from his side and placed them on the square table next to him. He said in a slightly cold voice, "You will starve to death if you don't eat. Even so, you still don't want food? Are you going to look for that blessed village?" Song Suan said, "The village chief has repeatedly asked this question, but he still refuses to tell me how to get to Yofu village. Could it be that the village chief is reluctant to give out the reward? There is no such thing as a third-time village chief. If that's the case." Before Song Suan finished his words, a flash of green light suddenly appeared on the giant village chief's face. It was also at this moment that Song Suan clearly felt that the giant village chief's aura was fading.
Why?
Because of the phrase 3 times is the limit? Or because of Song Suan's question about the village chief being reluctant to give out the reward? At the same time, a wisp of invisible but textured green air separated from the giant village chief and suddenly floated towards Song Suan. The strange thing is that this wisp of air was not collected by the scale of heaven and earth, but more like Song Suan directly absorb it from the giant village chief. But Song Suan didn't originally have such an ability in a flash. Song Suan's mind flashed again with the rules she had gotten before. Those who eat air are gods. She understood the rules of this strange world. Eating meat is the worst option, equivalent to chronic suicide. Eating vegetarian food is neither good nor bad, and may barely save one's life. And if one does not eat anything, then under certain circumstances, one may inhale the strange air in the village. Eating qi may be the key to breaking the impasse. Seeing that the wisp of green qi was about to fall on Song Suan, the giant village chief who had been sitting at the table could no longer hold back. He suddenly shouted and stood up in anger. "Your reward! Little thief, give me back my energy." The giant village chief who suddenly stood up seemed to have transformed into a savage beast. His speed was as fast as lightning, which was incomparable to the previous green-clad villagers. Needless to say, he was very strong. With just this one pounce, before he even arrived, a gust of cold wind had already brought a chill and blew towards Song Suan's head. Logically speaking, the monsters in Fugue village cannot easily attack creatures that have not violated the rules, otherwise they will be punished by the rules. However, the giant village chief was too fast, and the punishment had not yet arrived. Song Suan could not gamble. She could not be sure that the punishment would definitely come, nor could she be sure that the speed of the punishment would be faster than the giant village chief's attack speed. In the flash of lightning, there is a fine line between life and death. Song Suan pushed Aunt Jo away with one hand and raised the other hand high, using his palm as a knife. The primary magical power of Taoism was immense, and the not-so-thick true energy flowed quickly through her meridians, greatly increasing her strength at this moment. Her body looked extremely thin, completely different from the tall and strong giant village chief, but when her palm blade chopped down, there was also a sound of breaking wind. Aunt Jo was pushed away and staggered back a few steps.
Bang!
The next moment, Song Sawon's palm knife collided with the giant village chief's beast-like body.
Ah!
The giant village chief roared angrily. The two sides collided, and the one who cried out in pain was actually the giant village chief, who looked extremely strong. Song Sawon held a beam of air between her palm blades. This green air was exactly the one that floated out from the giant village chief. Holding this beam of air, Song Sawon seemed to be holding a magical weapon that was specifically designed to restrain the giant village chief. She already had powerful magical powers, and with the blessing of this beam of air, Song Sawon's strength increased by more than 10 times on the basis of her magical powers and Taoism. Her primary magical power can increase her strength tenfold. What does it mean to increase her strength tenfold? This is not 10 plus 10, nor is it simply 10 times 10. The power increased horribly. Song Sawon had never tried such a physical fighting method. She practiced Taoism and always claimed to be a long-range fighter. But here she was, using her fists and palm blades to pin down a sturdy man who was more than twice her height, beating him so hard that he screamed in pain, and his head was covered with lumps. The giant village chief tried to resist again and again, but as the saying goes, force can defeat skill. When the power reaches a certain level, all the fighting skills, Taoist magic, and sorcery are just paper tigers. The giant village chief screamed, "Bang, bang, bang." The fists collided with each other, causing bursts of air to explode. Above Fugue village, the blue sky seemed to be shaking because of this. Beside the table, several fat pigs that were originally lying on the ground and eating with a snort had already been affected by the battle. Their food bowls were overturned by the aftermath of the battle between Song Sawon and the giant village chief, and several fat pigs rolled to the side, howling. More fat pigs were frightened, overturned their food bowls, and ran away in all directions. The villagers of Fugue village also stood up from the table one after another, with different expressions of shock on their pale faces. They didn't bother to care about the fleeing fat pigs. They just crowded together and gathered towards the direction where Song Sawon was fighting with the giant village chief. The sky was shaking even more violently, and Song Sawon fought more and more vigorously. The internal energy surged in her body, and a feeling of excitement she had never experienced before arose from her body. While the punches were hitting each other, Tiandi Lu also collected the emotions of the giant village chief several times. Village level weird ghost spirit, hate, 2 pounds and 6 ounces. Village level weird ghost spirit, resentment, 2. 7 gene. Village level weird ghost, sad, 2 pounds and 8 ounces. The giant village chief had thick skin and tough flesh, and was very resistant to beatings, but even so, in the end his body was beaten to pieces, his hands were broken, his legs were broken, his waist and abdomen were punctured, and his head was crooked. The only difference between him and ordinary people is that although the giant village chief was seriously injured, he recovered very quickly. His hand was broken one moment, and it grew back automatically the next moment. His head was crooked one moment, and he straightened it the next moment. When he straightened his head, blue clouds gathered in the sky, and the giant village chief roared, "I don't accept it. I don't accept it. God's will is so unfair. I don't accept it." Song Sawon's palm struck down again with great force amid the sound of thunder.
Bang!
At the same time, red light and green air flashed slightly in Song Sawon's palm. The green gas was the strange green gas absorbed from the giant village chief himself, while the red light came from the blazing fire technique. When Song Sawon discovered that no matter how strong she was, even if she pinned the giant village chief down and beat him beyond recognition, he could always recover on his own, she decided to try the blazing flame technique. She wanted to try using spiritual fire to attack and see what the results would be. The result was gratifying. The giant village chief screamed, and a raging flame suddenly ignited in his chest. The villagers from Fugue village gathered closer and closer. They took stiff steps and surrounded Song Sawon at an extremely slow speed. To be honest, at this slow speed, If Song Sawan wanted to hide, she only needed to give up attacking the giant village chief immediately, and she would be able to escape from the encirclement in an instant. But she decided not to dodge or evade and take a gamble. In such a confusing and strange place, it was too difficult to find a way out. Once she found a breakthrough, she must go all out and try it to the end. With one hand of green energy and the other of spiritual fire, Song Sawan burned the giant village chief's body with fire all over, and he screamed even more miserably.
Ah.
One sound after another. Until the flames burned from the giant village chief's chest to his head, he raised his broken hands with flames and suddenly held his head. With a click, he twisted his hands and took his head off. A headless torso with fire all over it, holding its own head, appeared in front of Song Sawan. Such a scene is truly indescribably horrifying. But this is not the end yet. The head that was plucked off is still alive. He roared to the sky again. God bullies me, and the younger generation also bullies me.
Why?
Since you have entered my Fugué village, you are my villager. No one can leave. No one can leave.
Ah.
This roar was different from the previous ones, with more chaos and disorder.
Bang.
The head fell down and rolled on the ground. At this moment, a puff of gray-black smoke rolled out from the headless neck like a huge mouth and suddenly wrapped the head that fell to the ground in it, and a horrible chewing sound was heard. In the sky, thunder was still rolling, but it was reluctant to fall. On the ground, wrapped in gray-black smoke, the giant village chief knelt on all fours. Under the chewing and wear of the gray smoke, the giant village chief's limbs began to twist and change. Needle-like hairs began to grow on his hands, feet, and torso, and the soles of his hands and feet turned into hoof claws. The head wrapped in black smoke was spit out again and rolled to the ground, but it was clearly transformed from a human head into a pig head with protruding fangs. It's a long story to describe, but in reality it all happened in a flash. In an instant, the giant village chief changed from a human to a pig. He was not much different from other ordinary victims except that he had longer fangs and looked more ferocious. Song Sawan watched all these changes with his own eyes and was actually somewhat shocked inside. She wanted to use the blazing fire technique and the great strength to continue attacking the giant village chief who was transforming, and she also wanted to suppress him with the green energy in her hand. But the gray-black smoke coming out of the other party gave her a feeling of extreme danger and that he must not be touched. The god who eats air is a rule of this strange world. It seems that it is about to fail in the giant village chief after transformation. The green air kept fading in her hands, and a sense of danger and horror was growing rapidly. Song Sawan knew that the sense of danger that came from time to time was the effect of the magical power of clairvoyance. Although the first level of the clairvoyance technique is seeing oneself, once this clairvoyance technique is practiced, it will invisibly enhance her ability to sense danger. Song Sawan felt a palpitation for a moment, and at that moment, she suddenly turned around and took a wrong step. A strong wind that seemed to be able to tear the air apart passed by her side. It was the giant village chief who launched the attack. He had transformed into a pig, and his movements were just like a pig's. The wild boar charged, arched its back, roared, and spoke in human language. "Little thief, don't run away. Now that you have entered my rich village, if you don't eat with my villagers, then you will die." Song Sawan dodged again. The true energy in her body circulated. With a slight movement of her mind, she performed the flying on the grass kung fu, and her whole body became exceptionally light, as if she had turned into a wisp of wind. The wild boar's charge created a strong wind, and she drifted with the wind. In the sky, thunder seemed to be brewing. The encirclement of the villagers from Fugué village was getting tighter and tighter, and Song Sawan's room to dodge began to shrink. The true energy in her body was still being consumed rapidly and was about to be exhausted. Song Sawan was distracted and continued to operate the scale of heaven and earth to sell. You sold the village-level weird ghost spirit, hate, 2 caddies and 6 ounces, and received 26 years of cultivation feedback. The cultivation level was fed back again. A long stream of true energy flowed in like a stream of water, instantly filling Song Sawon's dantian that was about to be exhausted. With the power of this true energy, Song Sawon finally performed another magic that he had been brewing for a long time, the Void Magic Sword. Yes, it was the Void Magic Sword. Song Sawon had actually been thinking about this for a long time. Even when she couldn't kill the giant village chief no matter how hard she tried, she had been thinking in her mind how to completely eliminate him and prevent him from being resurrected. Everything she had learned flowed through her mind. If even the blazing flame technique didn't work, what else could she do? What will be the consequences if it backfires? Song Sawon weighed the pros and cons, but in the end she still chose this technique. This technique is not easy to perform. After one sword was launched, Song Sawon's internal energy was once again on the verge of exhaustion. And an invisible sword shadow penetrated the barrier of the gray fog, and at this moment, it hit the huge wild boar in the gray fog. The giant village chief couldn't dodge, and he didn't even have the concept of dodging. The next moment, his rushing body froze and his roar began to slow down. He suddenly raised his head, his pig face facing the sky. What no one knew was that at the moment the giant village chief was stabbed by the sword, an invisible backlash force also hit Song Sawon at the same time. The Sword of Evil Thoughts is a double-edged sword. It may only hurt the enemy but not yourself, or it may hurt both the enemy and yourself. Song Sawon stood in the present moment, and reality was only a moment. Driven by the devil's thoughts, she seemed to have spent someone else's life in another world. In the 127th year of Yun country, there was a severe drought. The disaster victims in the north rushed southward like locusts. Fugue village is located at the foot of a large mountain in the south, surrounded by mountains and rivers. The villagers originally lived a rich and peaceful life. Until that day, the village chief's mother, Sun, received her sworn sister and her family who had come from the north to seek refuge. The group of people, more than 30 people, all rushed into Fugue village, waiting for the arrangements made by the village chief, Pang Shogue. Feeling sorry for them and following his mother's instructions, Pang Shogue used his status as the village chief and his own money to arrange for these 30-odd people to live in the homes of various villagers. He also received a few guests at home, mainly his mother's sworn sister Gua and her little grandson Maodan. Gua was very good at talking and could always make Pang's mother, Sun, smile. But her little grandson Maodan was an extremely domineering and greedy child. He strives to have the most and the best food, the best and the most complete clothes. Pang Shogue had a 5-year-old daughter, Xiaoya. The 7-year-old Maodan always took advantage of the adults' inattention to secretly bully Xiaoya, snatching her toys and snacks, tearing her clothes and hair, and beating her and making her cry. Pang's mother, Mrs. Sun, favors boys over girls and has never liked Xiaoya. She always felt that she was blocking her way to having a grandson. Maodan hid the bullying of Xiaoya at the beginning, but later found out that Xiaoya's grandmother, Sun, didn't care, and his own grandmother, Gua, sided with her. Xiaoya's parents worked outside during the day, and when they came back at night, Xiaoya was taken to bed by her grandmother, Sunday. He had no way of understanding all this. Most importantly, Xiaoya herself did not complain. She was a silent child. Although her parents never lacked food and clothing, she was raised by her grandmother and was beaten and insulted by her grandmother since she was a child. She had lost the ability to complain and ask for help. And others just think she is well-behaved and quiet by nature. 10 days passed in a flash, and although Fugue village seemed to be doing fine on the surface, it was actually undercurrents and troubles arose frequently. More and more refugees came from the north. When they saw this green mountain and clear water, they were like thirsty travelers in the desert who saw an oasis. They stayed here, hunted in the mountains, fished in the rivers, and destroyed and plundered everything around them. This is one of them. The famine refugees' behavior squeezed out the living space of the villagers in Fugue village and several surrounding villages, which led to dozens of conflicts of varying sizes with the surrounding villagers. Some were injured, some lost things, and some fell out with their relatives and friends during the quarrels. This is the second one. In Fugue village, the disaster victims who came with the Gua family were causing trouble frequently. Or if they had a quarrel with the villagers, or someone was accused of dirty tricks, or a young girl or a young wife in a certain family endured humiliation and shame, although they dared not speak loudly, they would secretly inform their fathers and brothers and ask them not to take in outside villagers. In addition, the silver money originally given by the village chief Pang Shogui had already been spent in the past 10 days. The other villagers couldn't support some irrelevant people for nothing, and the loss of food and property would never end, right? This doesn't make sense, and it's really unaffordable. All kinds of trivial troubles were piled on Pang Shogui. At this time of worry and anxiety, Pang Shogui returned home in the evening one day and found that Xiaoya was missing again. Maodan was throwing a tantrum at home, crying and asking for a pig to be killed and eaten. Pang Shogui's family raised 2 half-grown fat pigs, which had to wait until the Chinese New Year before they could be slaughtered or sold. No matter how much Maodan cried and wanted to be killed, Pang Shogui could not let him. Besides, he still had to find his daughter, so he didn't want to pay attention to Maodan at the moment. Unexpectedly, Maodan was spoiled by the 2 old ladies, grandmother Gua and Pang's mother-son, and he refused to give in and cried loudly, which attracted the noisy onlookers from the neighbors and victims of the same village. Pang Shogui actually couldn't remember clearly how chaotic the scene was. He only remembered that it was dark, there were many people, and there were noisy sounds everywhere, children crying, women shouting, and his wife holding a kitchen knife in one hand and a small drum in the other. There were tears and blood in her eyes, and her expression was the most horrible he had ever seen. She walked up to the crying Maodan and asked him, "You want to kill the pig? Do you really want to eat pork? Are you afraid of pigs?" Maodan stopped crying immediately, as if he was frightened, and just stared at Pang's wife. Pang Shogui's wife asked, "Why are you afraid of pigs?" Maodan shook his head and didn't answer. Pang's wife asked again, "What did you do to the pig?" Maodan still didn't answer, but his face turned pale. However, his expression had already begun to make Pang Shogui feel very uneasy. Mrs. Pang continued to ask, "What did you do to my daughter Xiaoya?" Maodan still didn't answer. Maodan's grandmother, Gua, who had been arguing with other villagers, came to her senses, rushed over and started beating Pang's wife. "You are such a rascal. You have no conscience. You, an adult, are forcing a little kid to scare someone. Who are you trying to scare? I swore brotherhood with your mother-in-law and spent all my wealth to help her. Now that we are in trouble, you, a young man, are bullying me like this." Guo was crying and beating, and Pang's wife suddenly raised a kitchen knife, crying and laughing. "Just asking a few questions, can it be considered bullying? You must not dare to say what real bullying is." As she said this, she pushed Guo away, turned around and ran towards the pig pen. In the pigsty, the trough was empty, and 2 half-grown fat pigs were huddled together, panting and grunting in anxiety. There seemed to be a small terracotta shoe dropped under the trough. Pang's wife opened the door of the pig pen, raised her knife, and started chopping at the 2 fat pigs. This action shocked everyone. Killing a pig is not an easy task. How could a woman rush into the pig pen with a kitchen knife to kill a pig? This was not killing a pig, but suicide, right? Some of the people who chased after her shouted, "Shogui, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive." Someone shouted, "Quick, pull it out for her." There were also children crying, "Dad, Mom,
I'm scared."
are you afraid yet you still come? Go away, go home quickly. Who told you to come and watch the fun? Pa pa pa, his parents slapped him twice. Amidst all the chaotic sounds, the only sound was the fat pig's long and shrill howl. I don't know where Pang's wife got the strength from. She only held a kitchen knife, but she actually killed the 2 fat pigs with the knife. The kitchen knife cut the pigs' necks, and the fat pigs injured Pang's wife. Amidst the screams and cries, the man and the pig fought to the death. Blood splattered all over the pigsty, and it was impossible to tell whose blood belonged to whom. Until one moment, the screaming stopped and the 2 fat pigs were gutted. The chaotic noises from the onlookers also stopped. People were actually stunned and unable to make any sound. What did they see? In addition to some pickled food, they also found a pile of tattered children's clothes, scattered bones, and undigested hair. In the extreme silence, Pang's wife let out a howl of despair and terror.
Ah!
A long, shrill howl, and in the gray sky, the evening clouds seemed to be shaking. "It's you." She rushed out of the pig pen covered in blood, raised the kitchen knife, and chopped at Maodan. "It's you. You are the one who locked Xiaoya in the pigsty, right?" she asked while chopping. Her speech was fast, and the chopping speed was even faster. "At noon, I asked you if you had seen Xiaoya, and you lied to me and said she went to the river. You were still laughing at that time, so I should have known you were lying to me. You lied to me, you bullied Xiaoya, you stole her things, and you even forced her to sleep in the pigsty. How could you be so vicious at such a young age?" Maodan was hit by the sword. He screamed in pain and fell to the ground. He was shocked, panicked, and scared, and kept crying, "No, don't kill me. I don't mean to hurt anyone. It was Grandma's son who told me that girls are born to be lowly and are meant to be played with by men. I just wanted to play with her, and she kept crying and screaming until she saw the pigs, so I let her stay with the pigs. Grandma's son also knows about this. She said it doesn't matter. Pigs recognize people. So she let Xiaoya rest in the pigsty for a while. It's not my fault, it's not me."
Ah!
He cried and screamed, crawling while crying, trying to escape from Pang's wife's pursuit and hacking, but he was small and weak. Pang's wife was already crazy and had gutted a fat pig, let alone a small man like him. He couldn't hide or escape. With one cut after another, more blood splattered, and his struggles and cries gradually became weaker. His grandmother, Gua, wailed and kept chasing Pang's wife, trying to save his life, but all this was in vain due to Pang's wife's madness. Everyone likes to sympathize with the weak, but there were also people who thought that Pang's wife was going too far and shouted at her to stop. However, Pang's wife acted very quickly, and when more people came forward to pull the man away, Maodan was already dead. Guo was also chopped and wounded by Pang's wife during the chase. Then, everything went haywire. Gua and Maodan were not alone. The more than 30 people who fled with them were all from the same clan, and most of them were young and strong. As soon as Maodan died, these young and strong men rushed over and shouted for Pang's wife to pay with her life. Pang Shogui refused and was the first to step forward to stop them. He is the village chief of Fugui village, a native of the village with more fellow tribesmen. Now, with a call from the local villagers, a head-on conflict broke out between more than 30 young and strong men from other places. This is actually a conflict that has been brewing for a long time. The local villagers have long been dissatisfied with the disaster victims from other places. Now that they have a reason and an opportunity, an outbreak can no longer be stopped. From that moment on, the shouts of killing resounded throughout the entire Fugui village. People pushed and shoved, hurled insults, some started using fists, and some even picked up sticks, hoes, hatchets, and other weapons that could be used to attack. Some people tremble with fear at the sight of blood, while others become more excited. Everything became even more chaotic, and at this critical moment, more victims who had been spying outside for a long time gathered and made a noise and poured into Fugui village like a tide. Now the real nightmare really begins. What else happened next? Pang Shogui's memory became more and more confusing. He only remembered that foreign victims rushed into the village. They poured into every house, beating, smashing, and robbing. At his house, his wife took advantage of the chaos and suddenly stabbed his mother with a knife. Pang Shogui was caught in a group fight and could only watch helplessly. He didn't even have time to say anything to stop it. Then he saw his wife turning around and stabbing her again, killing Mao Dan's grandmother Gua. Finally, she stabbed herself again. "Little girl, I am sorry for you. I am here to find you. In the next life, we will not be mother and daughter. Let me be a cat or dog raised by your family." Pang's wife was covered in blood and died. Pang Shogui stood there in a daze, his heart and soul broken, and was hit by a hatchet thrown by a nearby victim. You. Song Sawan was completely immersed in that unspeakable past event, grief, pain, resentment, unwillingness. Strong emotions conflicted in her heart. Who could not hate such an old love? Hate. 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 Thunder and lightning are angry, the sky is sad, and people are weeping. Calling the stars to summon ghosts to enjoy the cups and plates, the mountain spirits eat and people feel cold. There are ghosts in the world, so it's no wonder that there are devil's dens in the world. How can I get rid of this deep anger? How can I get rid of it? It turns out that so many of the weird things in the world are caused by humans. When he became weird, he was possessed by a demon. When Song Sawan put himself in his shoes, he felt like the person in the story. He was angry at what he was angry about, hated what he hated, saw what he suffered, and fell into the same demon as he did. This is the danger of the Void Demon Sword. If you move it, you will be hurt, and you will feel the same sorrow as others. Of course, as the person who performed this technique, Song Sawan still has the home advantage after all. The first level of the Void Demon Sword is the phantom movement of the heart demon. When she starts practicing, an illusory heart demon seed will be planted in her heart. This demon seed is named after the heart demon and also feeds on the heart demon. If she can defeat the demon in her heart, the demon seed will grow. The growth of the demon seed can also make her heart pure and protect the gods. When one thing rises, that thing falls, and it also has an invisible restraining effect on the inner demons. Now, in the display of Song Sawan's Dongzhao panel, the unconventional Taoist technique, Void Phantom Demon Sword, the first level of Heart Demon Phantom Movement, proficiency 328/1000. The skilled level of the inner demon's phantom movement caused the inner demon seed in Song Sawan's Naiwan Palace to grow to the size of a fingernail. Small but exquisite, illusory and hazy, with a sense of transparency. There was also a faint clear light shining through it, illuminating Song Sawan's soul, so that even though she was filled with indignation and endless anger, she still had a trace of clarity in her mind. She was not Peng Shogui, nor was she Peng's wife, nor was she anyone in this wealthy village. She was not a treacherous, disaster-stricken victim from the south, nor was she a human-skinned animal that killed the weak. The evil of others could not make her punish herself. Amid the thunder, the giant village chief, who was transformed into a tusked wild boar, stood up. He looked up to the sky, his body surrounded by gray mist, and the muffled human voice came out of the beast's head with an infinite tone of grief and resentment. He questioned the sky, just like he was questioning his inner demon, questioning Song Sawan. What have I done wrong? Is it wrong for me to pity the weak and the poor and to help the disaster victims who came from afar? There were still lightning snakes flying around in the sky, as if they were responding. The invisible sword of the inner demon is pulling between illusion and reality. Song Sawan said, "You are not wrong to pity the weak and the suffering and to save people in distress." The wild boar continued, "I go out early and come back late, work hard, and never slack off to support my family. I also care about the villagers and try to handle disputes fairly. Although I am just a small village chief, I never show partiality to anyone. Am I wrong?" Song Sawan said, "You are not wrong in working hard to support your family and being fair in your dealings." The wild boar got approval, but became even angrier. "Then I took in my mother's benefactor, respected my elders, and treated them kindly. Is that wrong?" Song Sawan said quietly, "Filial piety comes first among all virtues, and there is nothing wrong with that." The wild boar pawed with its front hooves, trying to get out of the gray fog. Its anger became more and more unbearable. "I did nothing wrong, so why did God treat me like this? I took them in out of kindness, so why did they kill the villagers in my village? My little girl, she was eaten by a pig." The wild boar cried loudly, and his speech became increasingly confused. "I don't have a son, but I'm not incapable of having another one. I saw someone's grandchild was well born, so I just praised him a few words. I didn't ask him to bully the little girl." Madam, why are you so impulsive?
Mom.
God, I have a grudge. I will not rest in peace until I die. Even if I become a ghost, I will eat those evil people. I am a ghost, but aren't those things more evil than ghosts? What's wrong with me taking revenge? Why? Why am I the one who is trapped here in the end, unable to be reborn? I don't accept it, I don't accept it. Wild boars howled and moaned, and lightning snakes flew through the sky. A blue-gray dome loomed over this small village lost in the cracks of time and space. Looking closely, it actually looked like a cage. At this moment, Song Siwon suddenly understood that the villagers of Fugue village had turned into strange creatures after experiencing the tragedy and instead devoured and killed all the victims who had massacred the village. This is not the end, but rather another beginning. The strange world was formed. For the creatures from outside, it was a Hades on earth, a terrifying and hopeless place. But for the villagers of Fugue village, it was actually a purgatory cage from which they could never escape. Therefore, they hate, and hate. Only endless hatred can perhaps express their feelings.
Why?
The wild boar, transformed by the giant village chief, was still looking up to the sky and asking questions. Every question seemed to become a giant hammer, beating Song Siwon's heart. Why is it? Why is the heaven deceiving me? I don't accept it. Kill, kill, kill. All of you die, die. He rushed forward, with gray smoke billowing from his body. Amid the hideous rolling, it seemed as if something even more terrifying was struggling and brewing. Song Siwon summoned up the remaining true energy in his dantian and dodged unsteadily. The hatred filled by the giant village chief was still affecting her, but her thoughts seemed to have escaped from the chaos of this sea of hatred and evil, as if illuminated by the bright moon, and everything was clear and pure. She spoke very quickly, but without any confusion, saying one sentence after another. You are not wrong to pity the poor and the suffering, but it is a big mistake not to know your own ability. It is even more wrong to be distant from relatives. As the village chief, knowing full well that the number of disaster victims in the north is endless and the conflicts between the parties are intensifying, you still insist on inviting the wolf into the house. Are you really right? As a father, you always emphasize that your child has enough food and clothing, but you never pay attention to her real living conditions. She has been bullied, beaten, and scolded for a long time, and you see her every day, but you didn't notice anything. Are you really doing nothing wrong? As a son, you only know how to obey your mother and think that is filial piety. But you turn a blind eye to your mother's partiality. Is this really good? Why did you die and become a ghost, while your wife killed several people and finally committed suicide, but she is not here and has not become a ghost? Have you ever thought about the reason? The gray fog was rolling, and the huge body in the mist appeared to be hunched over. Even though it was full of resentment and had a strange immortal body, it seemed like a lost lamb that could not find its way back or where to go. In addition to hatred, he also felt despair. Song Siwon's voice began to have a firm strength, like still waters running deep. She said, because your hatred has too many incomprehensible things, while her hatred has a clear target. She knew who her enemies were, so she killed them. She also hated herself, so she killed herself too. Once dead, all grudges are over. There is no place for her to stay here anymore. Why would she want to transform into a ghost? She probably wishes she would never see you again in her lifetime. The beast's body in the gray fog was shaking. Although the thunder in the sky was not yet activated, he felt as if he was hit by a huge thunderbolt. Why ask the heavens? Why blame the heavens? Heaven and earth are left to nature, without action or creation. What has the joy and sorrow of the human world to do with heaven? You just don't dare to admit it. Because of your fault, you invited tigers and wolves into your house. Because of your indulgence, you raised your child to be timid. Because of your indifference, your daughter was bullied. Because of your foolish filial piety, your husband and wife became alienated. Do you dare to ask the heavens, ask the ghosts? Do you dare to ask yourself? You don't dare. You are afraid. You can only blame the heavens and the earth, and blame all the injustices. Even if there is injustice in the world, the wicked should bow their heads. There is nothing wrong with revenge, but it is the heaven and earth that have trapped you here and prevented you from being freed. That's obviously you. It's you. It's you. Song Sawon's words didn't actually repeat themselves too much, but the last sentence, it's you yourself, seemed to naturally generate countless echoes. The echoes vibrated between heaven and earth, causing the giant beast in the gray fog to hold its head with its front hooves, and he howled miserably again. It's not the roar of an animal, it's the cry of a human. In the contest between human hearts, the void magic sword pierced through the hearts and souls, piercing the long-lost souls lingering here and breaking up the deep obsession that could not be shaken off. It's my fault, is it my fault? A muffled human voice began to cry from within the beast's head. Little girl, Daddy is sorry for you. Sunyang, I'm sorry for you too. Uncle Senjuang, the elders and fellow villagers, I'm sorry for you. Mom, I'm sorry for you too. But God, you don't give people a way to live. First there are natural disasters, then there are man-made disasters. The officials don't provide disaster relief, and we are still being punished for our sins.
Why?
I still hate it. I hate it so much, so much. Even if the obsession disappears, I still feel uneasy. Above the sky, the thunder that had been brewing for a long time finally crackled and fell.
Boom.
Electric snakes streaked across the sky, and thunder lit up the sky. The giant village chief in the gray fog roared to the sky and danced with the electric snakes. Thunder was everywhere, and fire was blazing. This time, the giant beast in the flames did not regenerate. He roared, whimpered, and cried bitterly, but he hugged his head and curled up in the flames and was finally burned to ashes. Even if it's hard to accept, you have to let go of yourself and others in the end. The group of disaster victims who caused the disaster in Fugue village many years ago were indeed guilty of their crimes, but the ordinary residents of Suyang City who have now fallen into the strange world and have been transformed into disaster victims by the blurred memories of the strange world are actually innocent. There is nothing wrong with bizarre revenge, but if you kill people over and over again, who can still say that it is not wrong? As the giant village chief turned into ashes, flames gradually began to appear under the feet of other villagers in the wealthy village. This strange world should be centered around the giant village chief. When he disappears, the strangeness of the other villagers will naturally be freed. The strange fire ignites spontaneously and gradually connects into one. In the flames, some faces were very peaceful, some were distorted, and some were crying silently with tears. A simple folk song seemed to float in the flames. The spring breeze is warm in March. Poplar flowers fall to the ground and bamboo shoots grow. The boy holds the oar, and the girl lets the boat go, not afraid of the difficulty of traveling on the rivers and lakes. The singing voice is melodious and ethereal, faintly echoing at the other end of time and space. At that time, the sky was blue and the sun was warm. People were smiling, the spring flowers were bright, and the days were long. A tiny drop of water wraps a small village. On the long river of time and space, they splash with the waves for a moment, and then disappear in the ruthless torrent in the next moment. The flames burned out, and the thunder in the sky died down. The sky was still the same gray sky, but it seemed a little different. But the scene of Fugue village before his eyes had obviously changed a lot. What originally appeared in Song Sawon's eyes was a beautiful, peaceful, and prosperous mountain village, but after the fire, all that was left was a piece of withered yellow scorched earth. The mountain is still the same mountain, but there are only rugged rocks on it and no green grass or trees. The river is still the same river, but the riverbed has long since dried up and cracked, and naturally the gurgling water is no longer there. The small village nestled against the mountain and by the river is left with only broken walls and some messy house frames, weathered by the erosion of time. The strangeness of Fugue village was also burned into nothingness, but there were many swollen humans lying on the ground. These are naturally the residents of Suyang City who were inexplicably lost here following the drastic changes in Baibo Lake. The weirdness dissipated, and some people's memories were restored. Those whose memories recovered the fastest were those who had previously eaten meat slowly and in small quantities. For example, Aunt Jo, before she had eaten a single bite, cried out in surprise as the strangeness disappeared. Where is this? How did I get here? No, that's not right. Isn't this Fugue Village? She had not forgotten her experience in Fugue Village, but her memory was a little confused, and Aunt Jo could not recover for a while. As she exclaimed, more and more people stood up and exclaimed as well. Unlike Aunt Jo, the memories of those who ate the meat became a little fuzzy since they started eating the meat, so what they recovered were the memories before they fell into the strange world. Most people only know that they were inexplicably dragged into this place by the Baibo Lake. As for what happened afterwards, they are actually confused. Someone, with a big belly sticking out, exclaimed, "Why am I here? Ugh." As he was speaking, he suddenly felt a foreign object in his throat. He opened his mouth and started vomiting. As he spit, a pile of white stuff poured out of his mouth. Looking closely, the fat white objects that fell on the ground were still piling up and twisting, and an indescribable stench of decay was emanating from them. Someone shouted in panic, "Aw, it's maggots. You actually vomited out maggots."
Ugh.
Before the man who exclaimed could say more words of disgust, he also vomited. With a loud crash, a pile of fat white stuff poured out of this person's mouth. Then more and more exclamations were heard, accompanied by vomiting sounds one after another and more fat white objects. Aunt Jo's scalp tingled, and she quickly moved away from the crowd. But outside the crowd, a plain-looking young lady had quietly stood there. This young lady was none other than Song Sawan. She had just retreated behind everyone while the crowd was not paying attention, and quickly pinched a new face for herself. When Aunt Jo came over, she was checking the several harvests that the heavenly and earthly scale had just collected. The wealthy village disappeared mysteriously, and at that moment, a tiny firework the size of a bean seemed to have some spirituality and flew rapidly towards the center of Song Sawan's eyebrows. Song Sawan didn't know what this thing was, so his first reaction to the unknown was to summon the scale of heaven and earth. With a turn of the chi-gathering technique, he quickly put the tiny bean-sized flame into the scale pan. A brief explanation of this item suddenly appeared on the scale. The netherworld demonic flame, 3-star level, gathers the greed, anger, ignorance, hatred, and resentment of the human world, and burns with strange spirit in the filth of heaven and earth. The demonic flame burns the soul, has a pollution effect, and can be traded. After reading the explanation, Song Sawan suddenly felt that it was just as he expected. It was right not to take it in my hand just now. This magic flame is 3 stars, and it is the first time for Song Sawan to touch a 3-star thing. It is hard to say how powerful it is, but it must be dangerous to touch it directly, without the correct way to deal with it. Of course, now that this magic flame has been stored in the scale of heaven and earth, it can only be sold as a bargain. Song Sawan has no way of taking it out again. Therefore, there is nothing to study, just sell it directly. You sold a 3-star netherworld flame and obtained one of the 3 Samadhi true fires, the Heart Sutra fire. The Samadhi true fire has 3 types: upper Samadhi, middle Samadhi, and lower Samadhi. Although the names are different and the effects are different, there is no difference in essence. If the 3 Samadhis are united, there will definitely be a qualitative change. But that is a distant thing, so there is no need to think too much about it now. What Song Sawan obtained here was the Shangmi Heart Fire. At this moment, a wisp of invisible and tangible slender flame gathered from the void and slowly fell into the Naiwan Palace between Song Sawan's eyebrows. The Naiwan Palace is the residence of the soul. Song Sawan couldn't see within her soul yet, but she could clearly sense that when the flame fell, the inner demon seed that was also located in the Naiwan Palace suddenly shook slightly. This inner demon seed had devoured the inner demon of the giant village chief and had grown from the size of a fingernail to the size of half a copper coin. Its shape is still illusory. If you look closely, you can see that the inside of the seed is a little turbid. The fire of the Heart Sutra fell under the demon seed, and the flame silently and gently wrapped the illusory seed. As it burned slowly, Song Sawan felt a sense of ease and comfort, as if the dust had been cleansed. It's really wonderful. The panel of the clairvoyance technique shows that the unconventional Taoist technique is Void Magic Sword, the first level of Heart Demon Magic Movement, proficiency 536/1000. Intermediate Taoist Magic, Samadhi True Fire, incomplete, Fire of the Heart Sutra, entry level, 5 out of 100. At this time, Aunt Zhou quietly withdrew from the crowd and came to Song Sawan. She looked at Song Sawan with a hesitant and confused expression. Just because Song Sawan's appearance has changed. At the beginning, when Song Sawan followed the guidance of the paper soul puppet and chased to the edge of the Bai Bo Lake, she actually transformed herself into the appearance of a yellow-faced boy. Later, Bai Bo Lake underwent a drastic change, and Song Sawan and Aunt Zhou fell into a strange world. At this time, her memory and skills were all suppressed, her magic spells became ineffective, and naturally, she turned back to her original appearance. Her original appearance, without a vest, always made Song Sawan feel habitually uneasy, so when no one was paying attention, she quietly changed her face. Her face now resembled her original appearance by about 30%, but compared to her original appearance, her current face looked even more ordinary. Coupled with the blessing of a drop in the ocean, she would be hard to find even if thrown into a crowd of people. But Aunt Zhou did not lose her memory was just a little confused. Now looking at Song Sawan, she fell into deep self-doubt.
Who am I?
Where am I? Is everything I just saw real or fake? Is it a dream or an illusion? Is the Miss Song who shared hardships with me the one in front of me? Song Sawan smiled at her and raised his finger to his lips as a gesture of silence. A wisp of the aura of the dream-entering method leaked out and circled around Aunt Zhou, making her already confused memory even more hazy. Aunt Zhou was a little confused, but she nodded subconsciously and gave Song Sawan a smile in return. She was now certain that the young lady in men's clothes in front of her should be the Miss Song who had shared hardships with her before. She was confused and couldn't even remember the face clearly. It was also because everything in front of her was too terrifying and confusing. Aunt Zhou was terrified. She moved closer to Song Sawan and carefully glanced at the group of people lying on the ground and vomiting. Some people just vomited and crawled to run out from the middle, but there were too many fat white things on the ground, and as they ran, all they could hear was the crunching sound of fat being stepped on and bursting.
Ah.
Help!
Puff.
The man who was shouting for help fell to the ground again, his head and face covered with exploding white maggots. It's so disgusting that it's unbearable to watch. More people shouted in fear, and some who had not yet woken up rolled over with their swollen and twisted bodies, arched their deformed heads, and groaned among the pile of white objects. Aunt Zhou turned her head away, panicking and bewildered. Madam Song, what should we do? These people, can they still be saved? To be honest, Song Sawan didn't know how to deal with this situation. Although the weirdness in Fugue village had disappeared, some of the negative effects brought by the weirdness were obviously still continuing. She also had no idea how to leave this strange place. Song Sawan whispered, "Annie Zhou, don't worry, just wait and see. What are you looking at?" But in the chaotic crowd, there was a slender and graceful woman who was particularly different from others, being pushed and squeezed. Her expression was confused at first, then sudden realization, then shock and anger, and finally, a blush covered her pretty face. That's Fairy Chihua. She was injured by the shock from collecting the golden dragon blood before, so when she fell into this strange place, she was completely unable to react and was directly trapped. Her memory and magic power were all suppressed, and in a daze, she was persuaded to pick up her chopsticks even though she didn't eat much.
Ugh.
Fairy Chihua had never been so embarrassed in her life. She put her hands on her chest and retched uncontrollably. Of course, nothing came out. In fact, those filth were burned away by the magic power in her body the moment she woke up. Even so, a feeling of shame and humiliation still occupied her entire mind at the moment. After vomiting twice, she raised her hand and took out a jade talisman. Xianyuan Heaven and Earth. The red fire is brilliant. The spiritual treasure talisman is in charge, and the filth is removed. Her face was flushed, her eyebrows were raised. She raised her fingers and made hand gestures and shouted softly, "Shuh." With a wave of the jade talisman, red flames burst out and transformed into countless flying red petals under the blue-gray sky. These petals fell to the ground, and the fat, white, filthy stuff on the ground instantly turned into smoke. These petals fell into people's bodies again, and those who were covered in petals straightened up from their vomiting. Their swollen bodies gradually shrank under the effect of the petals, and the painful expressions on their faces gradually calmed down. Besides Song Sawan, Aunt Jo was stunned. Song Sawan was also amazed. It turned out that fire could be used in this way. This was the difference between a wild person like her and a master disciple of a sect. She had learned a lot of magic, but it seemed that she always lacked an application at some point. But it doesn't matter. She can still learn. You sold a village-level weird ghost spirit, grudge, 2.7 gene, and received a 2-star rare item, the 5 poison jar. Song Sawan sold the resentment he had collected from the giant village chief. This time, he did not get any feedback on his cultivation but the 5 poison jar. The 5 poison jar, made from the strange stones of the abyss, it can collect 5 poisonous insects. After recognizing the master and refining them, it can feed itself by eating people and swallowing ghosts. There is a certain possibility of losing control, so it needs to be handled with caution. You sold a village-level weird ghost spirit, sad, 2 pounds and 8 ounces, and received a special item, a 3-star ghost road guide. Guide to the netherworld, a pass to the strange world, usable once. You sold the village-level weird ghost spirit. Regret. 3 pounds and 6 ounces. You got the Ghost Gate Talisman and a 3-star Spirit Talisman for creating an animal. Just as Song Sawan was silently operating the scale of heaven and earth and Fairy Chihua was using red fire to remove filth, the golden blood of the dragon on the Bai Bo Lake dried up, and its flesh and blood were gone, leaving only a skeleton. The area of several miles around Bai Bo Lake was covered by the official seal of Suyang County Magistrate Fong Jingtai, and outside, 8,000 ghost soldiers of the city god formed a formation to provide assistance. More and more people fled to the 4 city gates with their families. The city gates were not closed, and people could leave the city freely. But not many people actually escaped from the city, as most of the people were reluctant to leave their homeland. The most important thing is that it is not safe outside the city. Although there are often demons in the city and minor officials die from demons every now and then, it is actually a low-probability event for the people of the entire city. People always have a lucky mentality. As long as misfortune doesn't happen to them, they will pretend that it doesn't exist. But it's different outside the city. There is no large formation guarding the city, and the wilderness is full of small demons and monsters, which are countless. Some villages may be protected by ancestral halls, but for ordinary people who are used to living in the city, there are still many problems. Frightened people crowded at the city gate, gathering more and more, crying, quarreling, and even pushing and trampling on each other, creating a chaotic scene. No one noticed that above the heads of the panicked and terrified people, wisps of invisible air were flying into the sky and gathering towards the direction of the Bai Bo Lake in the west of the city. The clear light shield cast by the county magistrate Fong Jingtai with his official seal was unable to stop the gathering of these airs at all. They were invisible and penetrated the clear light shield silently, like water mist seeping through a mud wall, just like a young swallow flying into the forest, and soon merged into the dark clouds and strong wind above the Bai Bo Lake. The clouds howled and the wind cried, and the dragon's body, reduced to only bones, was surrounded by wind blades and slowly fell towards the dried-up Bai Bo Lake below. He seemed to have lost all his sound, except for a green dragon ball floating in the dragon head's bones, with a light on it that flickered. In the unnamed strange world, Song Sawan conducted the last trade of this round. You sold the village-level strange ghost spirit, love and separation, unattainable, resentment and resentment, 2 caddies and 3 ounces, and obtained a rare item, a fragment of the tracing light mirror. Tracing mirror fragments, Magical light and shadow fragments that can trace back a cause and effect and solve a mystery. Can only be used once. This thing immediately cheered up Song Soo-won, and he started to think. It was at this time that Fairy Chi-hwa used red fire to eliminate all the filth in front of her eyes. The next moment, she raised her hand and cut the tip of her right index finger, forcing out a drop of blood from her fingertips.
Ding.
The blood and essence shot out into the air, as if plucking the strings of a musical instrument. She pointed the jade talisman in her hand toward the sky, and then a ray of red light shot out from it, instantly catching up with the drop of blood in midair.
Boom.
When the two touched each other, a strange reaction occurred. The red light exploded in the air, dispersing into pieces of flaming blades. The blades spun and made a creaking sound. What was being cut? It turned out to be the blue-gray sky. As the flame blade cut, cracks began to appear on the sky. Then, tiny pieces of earth and rocks fell from the sky. There was a loud crash and gravel fell like rain. The people on the ground were stunned. Some of them were quick to cover their heads and avoid the rubble. Others exclaimed, "Isn't this the sky? What is this? Is it a cave?" The sky peeled off, the gravel was spread out, and the originally hazy and strange world finally revealed its true appearance. I saw that the ruins of the mountain village in front were still there, but the high sky had changed. It is not that high, only about 3 meters, which is a height that some people can touch with their hands by jumping up. The barren mountain disappeared, the riverbed also disappeared, the sky pressed down and turned into a narrow tunnel. The ruined Fugue village twisted in this tunnel, and one could see the cracked soil and rocks, and the weathered brick walls. The faint moss grows on the corners of the walls and on the rocks, emitting a hazy blue-gray light. This is the only source of light in this long tunnel. As the earth and rocks above the tunnel continued to fall, the Fairy Chi-hwa flicked her sleeves and her cold voice echoed in people's ears. Mulberry fields and seas. 1,000 years ago, the village of Yunguo was buried deep under the Baibo Lake due to the change of the landform. This place may collapse. You should escape as soon as possible. Take care of yourselves. Before she finished her words, her pretty face, still rosy with a tense look, turned into a beam of fire and quickly fled deep into the tunnel. Someone in the back called out, "Fairy." Some people knew that shouting was useless, so they gritted their teeth and ran away. The gravel fell more and more, and people covered their heads, taking one deep step and one shallow step, and hurriedly chased in the direction where Fairy Chi-hwa disappeared. Song Soo-won pulled Aunt Jo along, and as soon as Fairy Chi-hwa disappeared, he used his lightness skills to catch up with her. Aunt Jo was led by her, feeling panic and gratitude. "Madam Song, this is still at the bottom of the Baibo Lake? Then how do we get up?" Song Soo-won said, "Keep going. If there is no way out at the end, then we can talk later." As she spoke, she quietly flicked out a lightning talisman and stuck it on Aunt Jo. Aunt Jo suddenly felt her feet lighten, and she followed Song Soo-won, passing through one winding road after another in the dark tunnel. The scene in the tunnel kept changing. There are various, even many broken, Buddha statues scattered in the soil and rocks of the tunnel. It is hard to imagine what the scene here was like in the past. Only the mosses that emit a bluish-gray glow have never changed from beginning to end. They have been growing in every corner of the tunnel, silently illuminating all the creatures passing by. I don't know how long I ran. The sound of falling earth and rocks behind me gradually became inaudible. The screams and running sounds of other people behind me also became distant. Song Soo-won suddenly stopped. Song Soo-won and Aunt Jo stopped in front of the inverted Buddha statue. The upside-down Buddha is blocking the road. Is it still possible to move forward? Zing-jong, zing-jong. The silk ribbons were twitching, and the crisp sound made her heart beat wildly. Aunt Jo put her hand on her chest and gasped with difficulty. "Hey, should we go forward? Did that fairy just pass by here?" Song Soo-won responded by flipping her hand, and a small bronze mirror with a ghost pattern on the back appeared in her hand. It was the mirror that she had stored in the heaven and earth scale. This mirror could reflect low-level ghosts, in-chi, and strange entities at the village level and below. Song Sawan held the mirror in his hand, exhaled his true energy, and shone the mirror at the inverted Buddha. After a moment, a distorted shadow emerged from the inverted Buddha's head. The shadow seemed to be in the shape of a human head and a scorpion tail. At the moment when the mirror shone through it, the shadow in the Buddha's statue seemed to sense something.
Ah!
Aunt Jo screamed and stepped back. Song Sawan turned the Tongyu mirror and flicked his fingertips. A ray of blazing flame accompanied by the Heart Sutra fire of Samadhi True Fire was projected out. This ray of flame was blazing white in color, and it looked inconspicuous at first glance as a thin line, but its speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to count. Just as Aunt Jo screamed, the flames had already penetrated the space and ignited the scorpion-shaped shadow in the Buddha's statue. When the spiritual fire and the real fire combined, their power miraculously multiplied. In just a moment, the shadow scorpion's tail stood upside down and was burned to nothingness amid screams.
Puff!
The upside-down Buddha statue fell to the ground. The many silk ribbons hanging beside it also changed color, like lifeless hay, falling to the ground with a rustling sound. In the dim light of the moss, one could see the mottled paint on the Buddha's face. On the Buddha's head, there was a single stone eye left, its pupil lifeless as it stared at the world. Aunt Jo had just calmed down from the shock and couldn't help but ask in panic, "Madam Song, what was that just now?"
What was that?
"Don't panic. I've killed it. Go quickly." The Buddha statue is a Buddha statue, but the one living in the Buddha statue is not the real Buddha, but a ghost. The scale of heaven and earth emerges, gray wandering strange ghost spirit, the aura of wrongful death, 8 tails and 2 coins, can be sold. After hearing her words, Aunt Jo hurriedly and carefully stepped over the fallen Buddha statue and took a few steps forward. After she walked past, Song Sawan followed behind. While Aunt Jo was out of sight, Song Sawan once again summoned the scales of heaven and earth, and with a turn of the chi-gathering technique, he silently put the prostrate Buddha statue on the ground into the scales of heaven and earth. In addition to this Buddha statue, the discolored red silk ribbons on the cave wall were also taken away by her like scraping the ground 3 feet deep. No matter what it is, whether it is useful or not, just take it back and sell it when it is convenient. It was also this experience that opened the door to a new world for Song Sawan. She suddenly realized that her previous thinking was too limited. Since everything can be sold, why not open up her mind a little more? On the way, Song Sawan dragged Aunt Jo and encountered several gray level monsters. She didn't even let go of the mud, sand, and gravel that were stained with strange smells. This was also to clear the way for those who came later. Who can say that Song Sawan was not benefiting herself and others? In this way, I don't know how far I walked, how long I walked, the terrain of the tunnel suddenly changed, from a gentle twist to a twist upward. After walking for a while, she suddenly felt a rolling heat wave coming from the front. Along with the heat wave, there seemed to be a red light and the sound of bells and drums that seemed far and near.
Jong, jong, dong.
Heavy and profound, with some kind of ancient rhythm, it struck deep underground in this winding road, so shocking and yet so mysterious and remote. Madame Jo followed her obediently and gradually learned not to exclaim or talk too much, but at this moment she couldn't help but ask, "Madame Song, is that way up? A way out? Is this the right way for us?" The bizarre things she experienced today were the extreme of what she could imagine in her life. But all of this actually happened. As a result, Aunt Jo gradually seemed to be a little different from before. She began to think more and began to dare to ask questions. Song Sawan did not answer her question because her hearing was stronger than Aunt Jo's. Amid the heavy sounds of bells and drums, she could vaguely hear a man and a woman, seemingly having a conversation in the depths of the red light. The female voice said, "Xiao Lang, humans and demons have different paths, and I have failed you after all. In this case, we will say goodbye today and end our relationship." The man immediately pleaded painfully, "No, Mingzhu. 10 years ago, we met. You said that you had shown me a favor, and now you wanted to repay me. We were meant to be together. So I went against my sister-in-law's wishes for you and rejected the marriage she had arranged for me several times. 5 years ago, I was attacked by the scorpion demon and almost died of poison. It was you who spat out the dragon ball and cut it in half, willing to sacrifice 1,000 years of cultivation to save me. 3 years ago, you were called back to the Dragon Palace, and the Dragon King forced you to marry into the East Sea. The three Kunlun immortals and I borrowed the sea walking fan and made a scene in the Dragon Palace before we got you back. 2 years ago, when I was going through the five elements thunder tribulation, you sacrificed half of your blood and energy to rescue me from the evil thoughts that burned my soul. Mingzhu, you and I know each other well, and we have countless connections. You have been part of me, and I have been part of you. How can you bear to say goodbye to me like this? I absolutely cannot agree to this. If I break up with you, I will have my heart and bones cut out, and I will be cut into pieces and bleed to death. Mingzhu, do you really want to kill me? It was a long conversation, and every word the man said was sincere and tender. The woman's voice softened, and she said sadly, Xiaolang, I don't want to part with you either, but she hesitated for a long time, but still couldn't tell the real reason for saying goodbye. The male voice waited for a long time, but could not get a positive answer, so he asked anxiously, Mingzhu, is the Dragon King forcing you again? I don't believe the saying that humans and demons are on different paths. Don't be afraid. I was able to borrow the Daohai fan back then, so why not borrow it again now? Mingzhu, if not, you can give birth to 2 children for me. When our child is born, the Dragon King will be able to calm down when he sees our cute and adorable little one. Mingzhu, come back with me now. I will ask my sister-in-law to arrange the wedding for us immediately. Song Sawan and Aunt Zhou stood at the corner of the tunnel and stayed there for a while. In the depths of the red light, a conversation between a man and a woman was intense. Suddenly, the sound of drums became louder.
Boom, 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 boom.
The thunderous sound interrupted the conversation between the man and the woman, and then the tunnel began to shake. Deep around the corner, there was the sound of waves surging, and another cold female voice said with shock and anger, Tian Junhong, you are a great demon-killing general, with treasures in your possession, but you don't think about saving the people, but instead take the opportunity to grab the Earth's vitality. Are you going to destroy Siang City? This is the voice of Fairy Chihua. Another male voice said slowly, Fairy, you are from a famous family. You should know that no matter what you and I do today, the Bai Bo Lake Dragon died here, and Siang City is doomed to be lost. In that case, why don't I take this opportunity to extract the vital energy? Perhaps when my Lan Ke Chun Xiu 2 is upgraded to a magic weapon, it can even accompaniment the fleeing people. If the fairy is unwilling to give up, you can also seize the time to take some vitality. I am not.
Who?
Here, as soon as the word who is spoken, a dark gray vine appeared from the depths of the red light and rolled over like a dragon or snake. While Song Sawan was thinking, he resisted the urge to run away immediately and was caught by the vine together with Aunt Zhou. After a moment, the vines wrapped around the two of them and carried them through a winding tunnel. With a bang, they both fell onto a pile of earth and rocks. Aunt Zhou screamed, "Ah," and said softly, "It's so hot." Song Sawan supported her, and when they looked up, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. The red light deep in the tunnel actually came from a pool of magma, but I saw a wide expanse in front of me. Unlike the cramped tunnel before, the cave in front of me was more than 10 feet high, and its length and width were countless. Right in front of him, there was a man in armor sitting cross-legged. In front of him, an unfolded scroll was floating in the air. On the scroll, there were mountains, rivers, bamboo forests, and dozens or even hundreds of beauties in various postures playing chess leisurely. The vines that had previously wrapped the two of them were stretched out from the scroll. The two of them fell to the ground, and the vines retracted into the scroll on their own. Everything in the scroll seems vivid and full of life, and faintly, there seems to be the laughter of a beautiful woman coming from the scroll. On the opposite side of the scroll is a huge pool of magma. The magma in the pool was rolling and surging. Song Sawan had heard the sound of water waves before. It turned out that it was not because of the water flowing deep in the tunnel, but because of the magma rolling. Deeper in the tunnel, you can see the red rock wall and a huge egg-shaped object in front of the rock wall. It is oval, bulging and arching like a crystal film, and then shrinking rhythmically, and then expanding and jumping continuously.
Jump, dong, dong, dong.
He couldn't tell what it was, but when he saw it, Song Sawan immediately understood. It turned out that the drumming sound he heard earlier was made by this thing. The scorching heat was rising in the cave. Fairy Chihua was holding a jade talisman, standing opposite the man in armor. She had a slight anger on her face and cold eyes. As for the conversation between the man and woman that Song Sawan had heard before Xiaolang and Mingzhu in that conversation, they were nowhere to be seen. In this cave, there were only the Fairy Chihua and the armored demon slaying General Tian Junhong. When Song Sawan and Aunt Zhou were thrown to the ground, Fairy Chihua raised her eyes slightly and glanced over. Tian Junhong sneered and said, "So they're just two mortals. This dragon blood and dragon heart is beyond their ability to bear. It would be better for me to send them off to avoid this suffering." As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed, and a woman in the scroll floating in front of him suddenly picked up a black chess piece. The chess piece passed through the barrier between illusion and reality and shot out from the painting at this moment. The jade talisman in the hand of Fairy Chihua shook, and a red light shot out, instantly intercepting the chess piece and smashing it into pieces. Tian Junhong's calm voice began to show anger. He said angrily, "Chihua, do you really want to go against me?" Fairy Chihua said, "General Tian, please use the Lan Ke Chun Xiu Tu to intercept the Dragon Girl's transformation and fulfill your own duties." Tian Junhong sneered, "You are just daydreaming. The Dragon Girl hasn't turned into a ghost yet, but she can skin the dragon alive. What I have in my hand is just a replica of the spring and autumn painting of Lan Ke, and even if it is the original painting of Hong Yen by the great scholar, what does it matter? If the great scholar doesn't come, what can you and I do?" Fairy Chihua said coldly, "At least you shouldn't take advantage of this crisis to grab the Earth's vitality. When the Yang energy disappears, the Yin energy will increase. If the vitality is completely absorbed, will there be anyone alive in Xiang City?" Tian Junhong said, "The Dragon Girl has turned into a ghost. Xiang City is no longer suitable for living people to live in." Fairy Chihua said angrily, "You are making up stories. You are not a human being." During the conversation between the two sides, Tian Junhong repeatedly commanded the woman in the scroll to attack the chess pieces, and she fought back and forth with Fairy Chihua. In an instant, the two had tested and fought each other for several rounds. Deep in the cave, the giant egg's swelling frequency became faster and faster. Boom, 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 one sound after another. The magma below was rolling, and vaguely, the conversation between Mingzhu and Xiaolang appeared again. "Mingzhu, if not, you can give birth to 2 children for me. Mingzhu, come back with me now. I will immediately ask my sister-in-law to arrange a wedding for us." The conversation was repeated, like a mechanical image, vague and ethereal, coming from some unknown time and space. Song Sawan looked around, but Aunt Zhou didn't react at all. She just looked at the fight between Fairy Chihua and Tian Junhong in panic, her eyes full of anxiety. Fairy Chihua tilted her head slightly, her eyes solemn. Tian Junhong still had an annoyed expression on his face, but there seemed to be a dark light flashing in the depths of his pupils. Song Sawan immediately judged that the conversation between Mingzhu and Xiaolang might not be heard by mortals. Is this what they mentioned in their conversation, that the Dragon Girl will transform into a ghost? The situation is obviously very critical, and Song Sawan's eyes light up again, and the strange Taoist technique of measurement is performed. At this moment, a virtual ruler appeared in Song Sawan's vision, measuring Tian Junhong. Tian Junhong, 72 years old, a congenital warrior. Song Sawan didn't know which stage of immortal cultivators the innate warrior with 72 orifices corresponded to, but she could sense from the aura that Tian Junhong was much stronger than Fairy Chihua. As for herself, she was only in the late stage of qi transformation, while Fairy Qihua should be in the middle stage of qi refining. She was far inferior to Fairy Qihua, let alone Tian Junhong. The reason why Tian Junhong was restrained by Fairy Qihua and seemed to be able to fight her only on equal terms was mainly because his real energy was actually focused on the painting of Lan Ke Chunqiu. To be honest, if it is measured by strength, Song Sawan feels that the best thing to do now is to die quickly. She also carried 3 substitute puppets with her. As long as she died, she could be immediately teleported out of the underground world. No matter which Peachwood puppet she was teleported to, she would be considered to have escaped. But when people live in this world, they should always know what to do and what not to do. Not squandering your own life is a respect for this chaotic world. Then taking action when the time is right is a respect for your own personality.
Boom, boom, boom.
Deep in the rock wall, the giant egg was beating more and more violently. Something wrapped in the clear film seemed to be struggling to break out of the wall. A strange smell spread in the hot air. Aunt Zhou looked exhausted, and gradually she looked like she was having trouble breathing. Song Sawan moved her fingers, and the 3-star animal creating talisman stored in the scale of heaven and earth shot out from her fingertips. At that time, Tian Junhong was sitting cross-legged on the spot, unable to move. He controlled the characters in the Lan Ke Chunqiu 2 to fight with the Fairy Qihua through the air. He pressed his other hand on the ground and used his left hand as a bridge to transport the Earth's vital energy. He had nowhere to hide, and he could not have imagined what the mortal whom he had never taken seriously could do to him at this moment. The Animal Creation Talisman is a type of Ghost Gate talisman, and its main characteristic is its strangeness. In just a moment, the seemingly light and weak Animal Creation Talisman crossed the barrier of space, passed through the blood barrier of Tian Junhong's body, and landed squarely on the Dazui point on his back. Tian Junhong only had time to utter one word in shock, "You." But under the effect of the Animal Creating Talisman, at this moment he was transformed from a living person into a living giant moth. What are the characteristics of a fluttering moth? Without a doubt, it flies into fire. With Tian Junhong's strength, even if the animal-making talisman could affect him, it would only affect him for a few breaths at most. However, Tian Junhong was extracting the essence of the earth veins to improve the Lan Ke Chunqiu 2 at the critical moment, but the Animal Creation Talisman interrupted the process, and Tian Junhong suffered backlash instantly. He subconsciously wanted to wave his hands, but what actually moved were the pair of heavy moth wings. Like a moth to a flame. But when he heard the moth's silent cry, Tian Junhong was caught off guard, and his moth's nature emerged. He transformed into a big fluttering moth and pounced forward with his whole body. Gulp, he leaped into the rolling magma in front of him. Fairy Qihua was stunned. The hot magma wrapped around the moth, and Tian Junhong struggled to float in it. Gulp, gulp.
Ah!
A shrill hissing sound was heard, and his head returned to its original state, and his body also returned to its original state. The animal-creating effect of the animal-creating talisman only lasted for a moment. Although Tian Junhong in the magma regained his human body, his flesh and blood were melted by the magma in an instant. He stared with his hollow eyes wide open, and only had time to utter one more word. "You." Finally, he pointed in the direction of Song Sawan, and his whole body sank again.
Gulp.
The magma swallowed the bones and turned them into ashes in an instant. Infinite ambitions and endless scenery will eventually melt away along with the raging fire of magma. Only 4 of air were silently absorbed by the scale of heaven and earth. Human desires, the greed, anger, and ignorance of the innate warriors in the Tongming realm, 2 caddies and 2 ounces, can be traded. Human desires, hatred, anger, and regrets of a Tongming realm Xiantian warrior, 3 caddies and 6 ounces, can be traded. Death Qi, the death of a Xiantian warrior in the Tongming realm, 8 taels and 3 coins, can be used as collateral. Soul Locking Spell, the death mark of a congenital warrior in the Tongming realm, 2 taels and 7 coins, can be traded. Song Sawan took 4 steps back at that moment, and the soul-locking curse fell on Song Soo-won silently at the moment when Tion Juinhong's breath disappeared and he died. She didn't even notice the arrival of the soul-locking curse. It was the scale of heaven and earth that moved spontaneously, drawing a large amount of true energy from her body to block the soul-locking curse. Only then did she suddenly understand what Tion Juinhong's look before his death meant. It wasn't as terrifying as the spiritual master's prying, but it also drained all the true energy in Song Soo-won's body in an instant. At the same time, the scroll of Lan Ke Chunchyo map floating in the void suddenly fell down due to the death of its owner. Seeing that the treasure map was about to fall into the magma, Fairy Chi Hua raised her hand and a diamond-shaped petal popped out from her palm. The petal spun rapidly and was lifted up from under the treasure map like a flying saucer.
Boom.
Deep inside the cave wall, the giant egg shook again. It was this shock that caused the diamond-shaped petal that Fairy Chi Hua had ejected to become crooked, and at this moment, the scroll of the Lan Ke Chunchyo too suddenly retracted. It seemed to have a spirit, a living thing, and it rolled up by itself. The scroll moved, and it leaped through the void and disappeared in an instant. In Suyong City, on the dried-up by Bo Lake, a huge human meridian map was still being drawn, with dragon blood flowing, leaving behind a series of curved red lines. As the red lines continued to increase, the bottom of Bai Bo Lake seemed to be arched by a giant. The ground trembled, and the dragon's bones sank. The county magistrate Fong Jingtai's face turned pale, and the official seal in his hand was constantly vibrating, and the clear light shield emitted by the official seal was also vibrating. Lu Chenghuang commanded 8,000 ghost soldiers to constantly change their formations. The Yin energy was rolling around, but it could not stop the continuous weakening of the official seal's shield. Fong Jingtai said anxiously, "Old Lu, you and I can only hold out for an incense stick of time at most. What should we do?" The one with the surname Lu, Lu Chenghuang, Old Lu. Fong Jingtai has changed the name of Lu Chenghuang 3 times. What should we do? Lu Chenghuang's rough voice shook the sky. What else can we do? Before he finished speaking, a thin scroll suddenly appeared from the sky above the Bai Bo Lake. The scroll moved and instantly made another leap. The clear light shield under the official seal was pierced by the scroll. At this moment, the angry voice of Lu Chenghuang resounded throughout the entire Suyong City. The spring and autumn picture of Lan Ke Tion Juinhong's entire ancestry. What responded to him was the faint, overlapping, ethereal, and fleeting laughter of countless women.
Hee 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 hee. Ha.
The official is so irritable. The painting of Lan Ke Chunchyo passed through the heavy dark wind without waiting for city god Lu and county magistrate Fong to stop it. It leaped and moved and disappeared from people's sight in the blink of an eye. This treasure was truly spiritualized by Tion Juinhong. It could actually escape on its own, and no one could stop it. People screamed in fear, some fell down while running, and were trampled by those who came after them, while others fell to the ground but were pulled up by those who came after them.
Ban, ban, ban.
They fled, with gravel splashing down along the way. People were desperate and asked, "Is there really a way out ahead? Why does it seem to be getting hotter up ahead? The terrain is rising.
Come on.
Let's climb up. Can we get out of the underground if we climb up?" The desperate people were ecstatic and climbed hard. At this moment, they could never have imagined what was waiting for them ahead. By the magma pool, Fairy Chi Hua had just regretfully retracted her petal-flying disc, and the next moment, her face changed again.
Boom.
Deep in the rock wall, the giant membrane egg burst with a loud bang in the vibration. Amidst the splashing flames, a soft, boneless figure flew out from the raging magma. The woman had white hair and red clothes, antlers on her head, bare feet, and a white face. Fairy Chi Hua took several steps back until she was beside Song Soo-won and Aunt Zhou. Song Soo-won supported Aunt Zhou and held up her trembling body. The Lan Ke Chunchyo too flew away on its own, but the dragon girl had already transformed into a ghost. The vibration at the bottom of the Bai Bo Lake became more and more intense. Song Soo-won and the other two were at the center of the vibration. Although Aunt Zhou was supported by her, she spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. Fairy Chihua turned her head and moved her fingertips. An armor amulet flew out of her hand and landed on Aunt Zhou in a moment, turning into a hazy light shield that blocked her entire body. "This armor amulet won't last long," Fairy Chihua said, her tone calm and indifferent. "You and I won't last long either. The one in front of me. Who knows what this faceless woman is going to do?" Before he finished speaking, a gentle voice rang out in the vibrating cave. "Xiaoling, you and I have been married for 3 years, but I still can't get pregnant. What should I do?" It's the voice of Pearl. The soft sobs were like a wisp of smoke or a fine mist, floating and echoing in the lava cave, repeating again and again, vaguely sounding in the present, yet as if coming from long ago. Fairy Chihua took a deep breath and focused her eyes, quietly putting one hand behind her back, while Song Sawan stood aside and continued to operate the scale of heaven and earth silently. Who knows if the blind box of Tiandi's scale can give her any surprises? However, the daily limit of Tiandi's scale is 10 times, and today, including the time when she obtained the measure of the side door Taoist magic, she has sold it 9 times. There were piles of things that could be sold on the scale, but she only had one chance. What to sell? Which one to sell? Song Sawan did not hesitate for too long and quickly made a decision. You sold the death energy, the death of the innate warrior in the Tongming realm, 8 taels and 3 coins, and obtained the rare item, the imitation Xuandu life and death seal. Xuandu's seal of life and death. This item is a replica and can be used 3 times. If you sacrifice blood and lifespan to it, life and death will be reversed with 1 seal. Its power depends on the amount of blood and lifespan injected. Xuandu's seal of life and death. This is a strange object with strange usage, but also extremely powerful. Song Sawan was extremely surprised. She immediately moved her palm and took out the Xuandu seal of life and death from the scale of heaven and earth under the cover of her sleeve. According to Song Sawan's idea, if she had this strange object, she would use it immediately. If she didn't use it, would she keep it and wait for the dragon girl to brew a more terrifying trick? While she was holding the Xuandu life and death seal, carefully comprehending the method of using the strange object conveyed by the seal and quickly refining it, on the other side, the faceless woman floating on the magma pool sighed faintly. She had no mouth or nose, but her sighs were so clear that people could hear them clearly. That was still Mingzhu's voice. Perhaps there was no need to doubt it anymore. She was the Mingzhu of today. The East China Sea is drying up, and you said that only the Kunlun sword can save it. I have been unable to conceive a child with Xiaolang. You said it was because my dragon body was too strong and humans and demons were on different paths, so our bloodlines could never be combined. Why not ask the 3 Kunlun immortals to transform my demon body into a human form and then start practicing the great Tao again? I can exchange my dragon blood and dragon body with the 3 Kunlun immortals for the sword of passing water and leave the dragon ball to my father to fulfill my filial duty. But Xiaolang, what are you doing? I was tortured to death on Mount Kunlun. My bones turned into flesh and blood. My spirit was shattered, and you bathed in my dragon blood and consumed my dragon ball in the Yaoqi. I became a human. You turned into a monster.
Ha 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 ha.
She no longer sighed or cried, but just smiled softly. The laughter floated and penetrated the underground world. The wind howled over the clear lake. The woman's voice surged out from the wind and clouds, and then echoed throughout the city. Lu Qinghuang's face changed color furiously. In just that moment, 3,000 of the 8,000 ghost soldiers were killed, and the rest were either dead or disabled. At the city gate, many civilians screamed and fell to the ground, and those who still had strength to spare immediately shouted, "No, we can't stay in the city anymore. Let's run. Run." I don't know who ran first, but one person ran away, and then hundreds or thousands of people followed. People rushed out of the city gate. Some people did not want to leave the city at all, shouting at the top of their lungs, "Don't push. Don't push. I won't leave. I won't leave." However, the huge crowd was more than a few people could resist, and those who did not want to leave the city were eventually swept out. There were more cries, shouts, and cries. Some people were holding chickens, and some were holding geese. The one holding the goose said, "I bought this goose at a high price. I can't throw it away. I will rely on it to protect my family after we leave the city." Roosters are crowing, dogs are barking, cats are meowing. Cats are meowing, and rats and insects are running around under the city wall. The soldiers guarding the city ignored the people and allowed them to rush out. In fact, not only the people wanted to leave, the soldiers defending the city were also afraid. Why wouldn't they want to leave too? The gate officer's eyes were filled with sorrow as he murmured, "Will Suyang City be annihilated in this Xianyuan land from today?" At the bottom of the Baibo Lake, beside the magma pool, Song Suan took another step back, her back leaning against the scorching wall of the cave. In just a moment, the clothes on her back were curled up by the heat. The Xuandu seal of life and death in her hand had not yet been completed. Song Suan hurriedly took another step forward, moving a little further away from the cave wall. The faceless woman didn't care about her little actions. She was just immersed in her own world. She just laughed and said, "Xiaolang, it said that people are afraid of monsters, but it turns out that monsters are afraid of people. Fortunately, God never deceives me. You once swore to God that if you betray me, I would tear your heart out, dig out your bones, cut you into pieces, and bleed you to death. You can't cheat God. I'll help you. Heaven cannot be deceived. I will help you." The last sentence once again penetrated the deep blue bottom of the lake, pierced through the dark clouds above the lake, and spread throughout the city. In the city, some weak mortals died suddenly, while some cockroaches and low-level rat monsters hiding in the darkness had their souls shattered and died instantly. In the center of Baibo Lake, where the dragon skull fell to the ground cracked again. Rumble. Snap, snap. The cracks in the ground became wider and deeper, and the earth's vital energy leaked out crazily. The faceless woman was suspended above the rolling lava, looking up and smiling. Above her head, the cave wall cracked open, leading directly to the outside world. A beam of light fell, and the scene outside the Baibo Lake was connected to the boiling magma pool. The knuckles of the hand holding the official seal of County Magistrate Fong Jingtai were cracked, blood fell into the seal, and his arm quickly dried up. Another 3,000 of Lu Qinghuang's ghost soldiers died, and he roared, "I really can't hold on any longer. Lao Fong, give me the official seal, and you lead the people out of the city." Fong Jingtai also yelled, "I gave you the official seal, but can you use it?
Bah.
You'd better get out of here. I've studied hard for 10 years and served as an official for 10 years. Although I'm not a perfect person, I'm definitely not the kind of person who would abandon the city and run away." Lu Qinghuang said, "Pa, you pale-faced scholar, you have only been an official for 10 years and you dare to brag about it. I was stationed at Jinyao Pass for 60 years. What did I brag about? I'm afraid I have seen more monsters than you have read in the books, you rascal."
Snap.
Before he finished speaking, he saw that on the edge of the clear light shield below the official seal, tiny cracks had begun to appear and were extending with a crackling sound. Where the dragon landed, the dragon ball in the dragon head skull rolled out from the cracks in the skull and fell into the magma pool below that looked like a sinkhole. Right below, the faceless woman raised her head. The mouth opened, and the dragon ball was facing the mouth, ready to roll in. It is different from ordinary dragon blood, or even golden blood. It is known that this faceless woman might be the dragon girl Mingzhu, who once shed her own dragon bones and died as a result of being punished by having her dragon pearl cut open. It is very likely that this dragon pearl of the Baibo Lake originally belonged to her. There was nothing wrong with the dragon girl taking back her things, but the scary thing was that the dragon girl in front of her was not the dragon girl when she was alive, but the one who had died and turned into a weird one. Before she turned into a weird one, she had already skinned the dragon alive, dried up the green lake, and caused the sky and the earth to shake. If the dragon were combined again, who knows what would happen? Beside the magma pool, the Chihua fairy, who had been observing for a long time, bit her tongue at this moment, spurted out blood, and pulled out the fairy sword hidden in the spine behind her. Yes, her immortal sword is hidden in her spine. This is not an ordinary sword. This sword is made of heavenly and earthly spiritual materials, such as the crystal of the Milky Way, the ice soul of the bright moon, and the Kunwu immortal sand. It has been refined in the extreme land for 7,749 years. Before Fairy Chihua was born, someone had already started to forge this sword for her. Later, the sword immortal Beichun injected 3 sword energies into it, both using his body to nourish the sword and using the sword to protect his body. The most precious treasure to protect the body, this sword is the magic weapon of the Fairy Chihua. Earlier, in the gate of Julu State, the Red Flower Fairy set fire to the gate, which attracted a great monster to attack. It was the sword fairy Beichun who used this sword energy to repel the great monster from a distance. This time, Fairy Chihua sprayed out her essence and blood to actively awaken the sword. "Please draw your sword, ancestor," she shouted. The sword came out, the dark clouds in the sky broke, and the strong wind stopped temporarily. It seemed as if a star appeared in the daytime, and a river in the sky hung upside down, suddenly hitting the faceless woman who was about to swallow the Dragon Ball into her mouth. Can the dragon girl resist such a sword? In a flash, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly twisted and changed shape, and a dark dragon claw stretched out from it. Between the claws, the turbid waves were emptied, and in the endless waves, there seemed to be countless aquatic creatures shouting wildly, shrimp soldiers holding spears, crab generals playing with knives, squids spraying ink, and giant whales swallowing the sky.
Kill.
Kill, kill, kill. 10,000 demons gather together to kill, and the immortal sword splits the sky. A loud voice resounded through the sky. "Beichun's sword immortal, spare his life." In an instant, the two sides fought together, and countless broken stars seemed to flash in the upside-down sword light, which cut off the dragon claw along with the countless water monsters in the dragon claw. However, the purpose of the dragon claw's obstruction was achieved. At the edge of the magma pool below, Fairy Chihua was terrified and raised her head and shouted angrily, "Hengshui Dragon King?" It turned out that the dragon claw that suddenly stretched out belonged to the Hengshui Dragon King. The Hengshui Dragon King had secretly spied on this place at some point, and his obstruction at the critical moment caused the Dragon Ball to was the Dragon Ball swallowed by the Dragon Girl? No, that's not right.
No.
Dragon Ball. Fairy Chihua was shocked to find that the Dragon Ball was gone. The Dragon Girl who was waiting for the entrance of the Dragon Ball. She has no eyes, ears, or nose, and only a small cherry mouth on her pale face. She is so strange and enchanting that it makes people feel uneasy when they see her. But at this moment, this charming cherry mouth was open in confusion. Where was her Dragon Ball? Of course, Song Sawan, who had also been waiting for the opportunity, used the Xuandu life and death seal to move the Dragon Ball into the scale of heaven and earth with his ability to move through the sky and earth. At this moment, no one knew how much of Song Sawan's lifespan he had consumed. Only Aunt Zhou, who was protected by Fairy Chihua with an armor amulet, noticed that the black hair of Miss Song seemed to be faintly mixed with some white hair. The Dragon Girl's Dragon Ball was lost. It was lost without a sound or trace. In the sky, the immortal sword and the dragon claw were fighting fiercely. The dragon claw was cut off several times, but it turned into a shadow and then grew out again. A huge voice shook the wind and clouds in the endless waves. "Beichun, you have no moral principles, and you are bullying the minority with your numbers. Who is this rat who stole the Dragon Ball?" The immortal sword slashed through the air, leaving a star-like tail, and the Beichun sword immortal laughed heartily. His voice was as distant and wild as always. "Old Dragon King, if you were to come in your true form, I would really want to try to outnumber the minority and besiege the Hengshui Dragon King. But it's a pity that you are such a coward, old dragon. You only came in an incarnation. Why would I need to besiege you to kill you? Just one sword." Before he finished his words, an extremely strong light suddenly burst out from the sword. This light blocked out the sky and made the heaven and earth silent, making it seem as if this light was the only thing that everyone could see.
What is that light?
It is the light of the stars beyond the 9 heavens and the light of human hearts in the world of mortals. It is the light that cuts through all obstacles, moves forward courageously, and fights against heaven and earth. The sword light appeared, and the Dragon King remained silent. The sword light disappeared, and the dragon claws disappeared without a trace. The dark clouds in the sky disappeared, and the strong winds ceased. The Hengshui Dragon King disappeared without leaving a single word. The magic sword also disappeared, as if it had never been there. However, at the bottom of the lake, the skeleton of a dragon was still lying on the dry land, but it had lost its luster, as if it had been weathered for thousands of years. On the lakeside, people like Fong Jingtai and Lu Qinghuang had already fallen to the ground because they could not bear the aftermath of the battle between the immortal sword and the dragon claw. Fong Jingtai's official seal was also taken away. He looked pale, and his whole body was almost exhausted. But his eyes were so bright that it was frightening. Is the crisis of Baibo Lake resolved? Fong Jingtai and Lu Qinghuang looked at each other, and they both moved immediately. In fact, only Lu Qinghuang was the one who really moved, because County Magistrate Fong had already lost his strength, and he was about to fall forward as soon as he took a step. Lu Qinghuang cursed. The pale-faced scholar is really useless. He ignored the fact that he had changed from a physical body to an illusory soul and grabbed the square mirror and dragged him towards the huge pit in the center of the lake bottom. In the huge pit, beside the magma pool, with the disappearance of the fairy sword, the fairy Qihua also disappeared. The dragon girl lost the dragon ball and seemed to have been brushed by the sword energy, and now she was completely stagnant there. Song Sawan immediately took the opportunity to pick up Aunt Zhou and use the time and night escape technique. With a flash of his body, he followed the shadows on the walls of the pit and rushed quickly towards the pit entrance above. While rushing, she swallowed the qi-regulating pill with her mouth closed. The dried-up true energy was slowly recovering, and within a few breaths, she rushed out from the deep bottom of the cave. The dragon girl did not react at all, and the whole world was filled with a strange silence at this moment. Until Song Sawan and Aunt Zhou stepped foot on solid ground and landed on the dry lake bed of Baibo Lake. When I raised my head, what I saw was no longer the depressing cave, but the clear and vast boundless blue sky, the world where people were crying and laughing, and the wind was blowing. At this time, Lu Qinghuang just walked over dragging Fong County Magistrate. Lu Qinghuang was a little confused. He turned to look at County Magistrate Fong and said in a dry voice, "Who was that person just now? Do you know who he was?" Fong Jingtai said with a stern face, "I don't know. I can't understand. One is immortal, and the other has a hidden aura. But they were able to survive the Dragon Girl's transformation. Can he really be an ordinary person if he survived such a dangerous situation?" Lu Qinghuang asked again, "What about Fairy Qihua? Where is Senior Beichen?" As he spoke, he leaned his head over the hole in the center of the lake and looked carefully down. At the bottom of the deep pit, there was only a pool of magma rolling, and red light shone from the ground, almost blinding Lu Qinghuang's eyes. Lu Qinghuang screamed "Ah," stepped back several steps, and his soul became weaker. Fong Jingtai fell beside him with a bang, but his condition was even worse than his. The two people who were comparing their misery looked at each other in bewilderment, naturally not knowing that the fairy Qihua and the sword immortal Beichen, whom they were concerned about at this moment, were actually more miserable than them. It is said that the sword of the sword immortal Beichen is named Skylight. The word simple sounds plain, but this sword is extremely difficult to practice and wield. After killing the incarnation of Hengshui Dragon King with one sword, the magic sword wrapped around Fairy Qihua and instantly escaped from the city hundreds of miles away. Fairy Qihua appeared at the foot of a mountain, fell to the ground with a thud, and spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Looking inward with divine consciousness, the magical sword seemed to have returned to the body, but it was dim and lifeless, as if it had lost its spirituality. "Grandfather?" She was both frightened and anxious, and called out hurriedly, Grandfather, grandfather. The old ancestor did not respond to her. He opened his eyes thousands of miles away, vomited blood, and jumped up and down. You are so reckless. You have caused me so much harm. Oh no. The star-leveling disc is ineffective again.
Punlai.
Where exactly is Punlai? No, I can't let anyone know that I was attacked. I only killed one incarnation of the Hengshui Dragon King, and there was also a half-transformed little dragon. I couldn't even kill it with one sword. Shame on you.
Pa, who are you shameful about?
If you have to shame someone, it's the little girl Chihua. What does it have to do with me? The immortal Lord Beichen. But the guy who stole the Dragon Ball. Was it some old ghost who really did it? There is no breath leaking out. Hiss. As long as the Dragon Ball is in my hand, it should not be able to escape the old dragon senses. Who on earth is so capable? Could it be that those old guys from the Wonderful Goods Pavilion took action? No, that's not right. Although those guys in the Chihua Pavilion are cunning, they don't necessarily have the ability to do it with nothing. The capable one. Wasn't he already dead back then?
Could it be that?
That guy is not dead. Oh, who cares? Beichen's sword immortal was still happy to show off his prowess in front of others. As for the afterlife, who knows? Songling County, Pinglan City. The Hengshui River surges like a huge, gorgeous jade belt rushing past the outside of Pinglan City. Beside the city gate, facing the water, a 7-story Dingbua Tower stands majestically. On that day, the Hengshui Dragon King attacked Pinglan City and created a huge wave hundreds of feet high near the Dingbua Tower. He was also repelled by many human masters here at the Dingbua Tower. Yi Heng, the demon slayer of Songling County and the 7 Treasures spirit officer, is now stationed here day and night, and it has been more than half a year. The Hengshui River was rushing, seemingly no different from usual. However, on the roof of Dingbua Tower, a little green leaf man about a foot tall suddenly walked out from the side of Yi Lingguan. Yi Lingguan closed his eyes without moving. The little green leaf man bowed slightly to him, then leaped into the void and disappeared in a moment. Deep in the Hengshui River, the black dragon lying in the Crystal Palace opened its eyes lazily. A green leaf appeared beside him and transformed into a little green leaf man, looking into the eyes of the Hengshui Dragon King. The black dragon opened its mouth, stirring the water. Yi Lingguan, are you here to see me laugh? The green leaf fell inside and said, No, I am here to express my admiration to the Dragon King. When the Dragon King was angry, the water flooded Pinglan. We gathered all the masters in the county, and even more people came to help us. Only then did we invite the Dragon King back to the Crystal Palace. I thought you and I had reached a consensus this time that the human race would fish appropriately and the dragon race would reign appropriately, so that the weather would be favorable and that Songling would prosper. But I didn't know that you had planted such a disaster in Siang City. Dragon King, if a mortal turns into a ghost, it will only bring disaster to a few people, and if a cultivator turns into a ghost, it will only bring disaster to a place. But if the dragon girl turns into a ghost, it will not only bring disaster to Siang. Have you ever thought about the 1,000 years of resentment, the catalysis of the Dragon Ball, and the Dragon Girl's ghost, once it becomes a climate? How terrible it will be. Destroying the city is just a small matter, but I am afraid that the strange territory will expand and bring disaster to the country. The people of this county have offered endless incense and worship to us, and even the Hengshui Dragon Palace. Dragon King, don't you want them anymore? The black dragon sneered and said, Yi Lingguan is overestimating the little dragon girl. In the Great Zhou dynasty, there are countless powerful people, immortals in the palace, and saints preaching. How can it be a danger to the country? Besides, didn't you send someone to steal the Dragon Ball? The dragon girl turned into a ghost. It was the result of past actions. Whoever created the evil will have to pay for it. Why does Yi Lingguan have to bring up the people? Although I eat offerings from the people and receive incense on a daily basis, my dragon clan has never slacked off in controlling the clouds and rain and adjusting the weather. It was the human race who fished in vain and hunted indiscriminately, which angered my water generals and caused conflicts to escalate. Otherwise, I have nothing better to do. Do you really think I like to stir up trouble? I am not that little dragon with horns. 100 years for ordinary people is but a snap of a finger for me. Well, this chess game was a mistake. I am willing to admit defeat. There are so many disputes in the world. Why not just close your eyes and sleep? Having said this, Black Dragon really closed his eyes and stopped talking. On the roof of Dingwa Tower, the little green leaf man walked back in the air and landed on the corner of Yilingwan's clothes and disappeared. There was a gentle knock on the door of the quiet room. Yilingwan opened his eyes and said, "Come in." A tall and handsome young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes walked in. The young man wore a jade crown on his head and a wide-sleeved Taoist robe with a green collar and embroidered bamboo. Although his face was still a little childish, he had a lively and energetic look that made people happy to see him. He is Yilingwan's most beloved disciple, Yisheng. As soon as Yisheng walked in, he knelt down in front of Yilingwan and said, "Master, I have heard about the incident of the dragon girl in Xiang City." Yilingwan asked, "Is this the news from the mountain and river mirror?" "What did it say?" "This disaster has been brewing for thousands of years and has led to today's disaster. My senior brothers and sisters all have their own opinions on this. My senior sister said that no matter if they are human or demon, they should have the right to seek revenge. Big brother said that weird things are neither human nor demonic. As long as they exist, they are disasters and must not be let go. Big brother intends to go to Xiang to check on the follow-up of this matter." "Master, I just don't understand. The three Kunlun immortals are so highly respected. Why would they help a villain like Xiao Hong?" He had many questions, and Yilingwan said, "Shenger, you know that the water monsters and our human race have always had conflicts, and it is not uncommon for water monsters to eat people. Why does the court still want to enthrone various dragon kings? Is it better to recruit them than to attack them?" Yisheng said with a little reluctance, "Master, is it because of the dragon clan's ability to control the clouds and rain?" Many houses collapsed, and all kinds of debris fell on the ground. In the distance, there seemed to be faint sounds of human cries, but the streets were desolate and empty. She put Aunt Jo down at a corner that looked slightly cleaner. The light shield of the armor talisman on Aunt Jo's body had become so dim that it was almost invisible. After landing, Aunt Jo still looked a little dazed. Song Sawan couldn't hide his excitement, and the vision technique panel unfolded. Song Sawan. Age: 15, lifespan 63 years, main technique, Zhuang Heart Sutra, first level proficiency 359/10,000, cultivation level, refining essence into Qi, late stage of Qi transformation 9566/10,000. Her lifespan was greatly shortened, but it didn't matter. The key point was that she had made a breakthrough in her Zhuang Heart Sutra. From the entry level 999 points, it directly breaks through to the proficient level 359 points. This may be because of the selfless sacrifice at a certain moment, which made Song Sawan's state of mind at that moment fit the certain principle of the Zhuang Heart Sutra. Thinking back now, the thrilling feeling is still there and many emotions are hard to avoid. A wise man does not fall in love. A man is innocent, but guilty of possessing a treasure. Isn't the dragon girl pitiful? So pitiful. But the people of Xiang City are also very pitiful. If there is a way to have the best of both worlds, Song Sawan hopes that the dragon girl can regain her sanity and that everything in the world will be rewarded with good and punished with evil. She helped Aunt Jo sit against the wall and took out another portion of Shaojin powder and Xingjuan powder from her sleeve. Shaojin powder is not as strong as Shuepa pills. Ordinary people can take it directly with a reduced dosage, and it can treat various internal and external injuries. Xingjunsen replenishes qi and restores essence, which is somewhat similar to Bigu pills, but it has not reached the level of Bigu pills. The protective shield on Aunt Jo's body completely dissipated. She obediently took Shaojin powder and Xingjuan powder. After a while, her energy began to recover and her pale complexion also improved. The scale of heaven and earth emerged, and it was at this time that some of Aunt Jo's energy was collected. Human desires, respect, love, gratitude, and fear 1 catty and 3 ounces can be traded. The scales of heaven and earth will not collect other people's emotions at will. It must be that this person has strong emotional fluctuations towards Song Sawan, and this emotion is reflected on Song Sawan. Then the scales of heaven and earth will collect it. Aunt Zhou was exhausted at the moment, but she still had a lot of human desire, which shows how intense her emotions were. She turned her head and looked at the dilapidated streets on all sides, muttering, "Madam Song, is this Siang City still habitable?" Song Sawan couldn't answer this question. After Fairy Chihua and her protective sword left, the dragon girl also disappeared. Is the dragon girl dead? Was she killed by the sword fairy? If she is not annihilated, then what will become of the dragon girl who lost the Dragon Ball? It is said that the body of the weirdness cannot leave the place where it was born, but the weirdness can spread and may upgrade. Therefore, either another powerful person comes and sweeps the entire Baibo Lake clean again.
Or,
if you can leave the city, it is better to leave as much as possible. Song Sawan asked, "Where do you want to go, ma'am?" Aunt Zhou said, "Whether Siang City is still habitable or not, I will not leave. I have a little girl, and she is lost from me. I will find her, and if I can't find her, I will stay here and wait for her." As she spoke, her eyes dimmed. I think in Aunt Zhou's heart, her daughter should be lost. But she was unwilling to admit it, so she would rather stay in this city and wait with the determination to die. At this time, the sky was slightly light. There was no sunshine in the sky, but there were no dark clouds. The air was a little cold, and a gust of wind blew, mixed with the cruelty of fine blades. The world is a good place, but you know how it feels. Song Sawan quietly glanced at the Dragon Ball lying quietly in the scale of heaven and earth, feeling a little regretful. Unfortunately, the number of times the Tiandi scale can be traded has reached its limit today, so there is no way of knowing what one can get if one sells this Dragon Ball. The world is good, but strength is the most important thing. Song Sawan calculated with his fingers and found that it was the early hours of the afternoon, which was a little after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. She went out in the morning to buy talisman paper, preparing to make a tracking paper crane to help Aunt Zhou find her daughter. Later, the talisman paper was bought and the tracking talisman was made, but she did not expect the Baibo Lake incident, and she and Aunt Zhou were both involved. Now that we have left Baibo Lake, only half a day has passed, but those who are still here can't help but feel as if they were in another world. Song Sawan said, "Annie Zhou, I have a magic called paper crane tracking technique. If you use the blood of your closest relatives as a guide, you may be able to find the person you want to see." Aunt Zhou raised her head suddenly. She was so surprised that she even suspected that she had heard it wrongly. She asked carefully, "Madam Song, are you saying you have magic that can help me find someone?" Song Sawan nodded. Aunt Zhou stood up and spoke incoherently. This is great. Madam Song, please help me, please."
bloodline, right?
I have it. I'm sorry. I don't have anything to repay you. I still have some money on me." As she spoke, she frantically touched her body. Strong emotions surged, and the scales of heaven and earth emerged again. Human desires, joy, sorrow, and love, 2 catties and 3 ounces, can be traded. Song Sawan accepted this human desire with a smile, and also took 3 copper coins from Aunt Zhou. Aunt Zhou found these copper coins from her tightly tied bun, which contained 10 coins in total. When she took out these 10 polished copper coins, her face was full of shame. She knew that these 10 small copper coins were nothing and could not repay even a fraction of the kindness Lady Song had shown her. However, this is all she has. Song Sawan then took the 3 coins and took out a paper crane he had folded in advance from his arms. The clothes on her back were burnt, but luckily the paper crane was originally tucked inside her belt and was not lost. There was no one around, and in the distance one could faintly hear people crying and talking. These sounds came from farther away and were now gradually approaching. Song Sawan did not waste any time. She took the blood from Aunt Zhou's index finger, and then urged the paper crane to move, pinching her fingers and chanting, "The thread of fate is a thread, thousands of miles away. The paper crane is looking for the trail. Hurry." With a wave of her true chi, The paper crane in her palm seemed to suddenly come alive. Its little pointed head moved slightly, and the paper crane flapped its wings and flew eastward. Song Soo-won breathed a sigh of relief. The paper crane flew up, which at least proved that Aunt Jo's daughter was not dead. The paper crane tracking technique would only react if the person was alive. If the person was dead, with Song Soo-won's current very basic tracking technique, the paper crane would not move at all. She grabbed Aunt Jo and used her escape technique again, quickly catching up with the paper crane flying in front of her. The paper cranes flapped their wings lightly, and a halo of light appeared as they flew. A breeze followed them in the shadows among the dilapidated streets. The further east we went, the less houses collapsed we saw, and various large mansions appeared one after another. This area in the east of the city is the richest place in the entire Suyeong city. The houses of the rich and powerful not only have deeper foundations and more solid materials, but some families even set up formations to protect their houses. The Soo family has two innate talents. In Suyeong, a city that is neither big nor small and is located in the south of the country, they can be considered a powerful family. There is an entire street in Yudongfang that belongs to the Soo family. From the inner house to the outer house, from the rockery to the courtyard, from the garden to the Taoist temple, every place is luxurious and exquisite. There are 3,000 servants, including guards and doormen, countless maids and old women, and many concubines and maids who never go out of the main door and decorate the mansion with splendor, gentleness, and charm. So prosperous, so grand. But when Bo Lake was in turmoil and Suyeong City was on the verge of destruction, the Soo family, which was so powerful, could not help but lose its rules in the turmoil. The point that most directly affected the Soo family was that when the dragon rose into the sky and shed blood, the two innate masters of the Soo family, from the head of the family Soo Zongliang to the young master Soo Feng, all rushed to the Bo Lake. They first collected ordinary dragon blood, and later Soo Zongliang greedily wanted to collect golden blood. As a result, in just a moment, he was burned to death by the golden blood. Soo Feng was so frightened at that time that he didn't even dare to take back his father's remains. He crawled away from the Bo Lake. At the same time, Soo Feng was also seriously injured, with half of his arm burned off by the golden blood. Song Soo-won led Aunt Jo to follow the paper crane tracking talisman all the way east until the paper crane stopped outside the Soo family's courtyard wall. The paper crane flapped its wings and hovered around, but did not fly into the wall. Song Soo-won sensed it carefully and understood a little bit. There must be a protective formation in this house, so paper cranes could not enter. She immediately took Aunt Jo and quickly left Yudongfang, and then dropped Aunt Jo off in an empty house not far from Yudongfang. Song Soo-won asked Aunt Jo to hide here and told her, "It's not easy to enter the Soo family. You stay here and wait for my news." Aunt Jo was a little nervous, but she also knew that she couldn't cause trouble for Song Soo-won. She clenched her hands at her side involuntarily and said repeatedly, Okay, I will wait here and will not wander around." When Song Soo-won turned around, she couldn't help but say, "Madam Song, if my Jinyang is really in the Soo family, if it's convenient for you, bring her out, then do it. If there are any inconveniences, that's her fate. We won't force it. The Soo family is a wealthy family. There's nothing wrong with staying there." When she said the last sentence, her voice gradually became weaker, and her tone was full of self-doubt that even she could not believe. Song Soo-won waved his hand without saying anything else, then quickly fled away. The Soo family is actually in chaos right now. How chaotic is it? Although the turbulence in Bo Lake did not destroy the Soo family's house on a large scale, it did cause a lot of things to collapse. For example, a pavilion in the garden, a waterside pavilion beside a pond in the inner house, or a greenhouse frame in a garden, or a servant's room that was not built so solidly. When a building collapses, there will inevitably be injuries. Some weak people were directly killed and lost their lives when the Dragon Girl's roar resounded throughout the city. For example, a delicate concubine who was recently favored by Soo Feng died on the spot. For example, Soo Feng's wife, Yen, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Soo family. Yen was pregnant, and her body was weak. She didn't die, but she had a miscarriage and was now lying on the bed, taking urgent medicine to preserve the pregnancy. In the deep house, the servants were running around. The doctors in the mansion were also dragged around running around, and all kinds of screams could be heard everywhere. Even if Su Feng came back, even if he temporarily concealed the news of Su Zongliang's death, the chaos in the Su family could not be sorted out at all. Because Su Feng had half of his arm broken, he went straight into the secret room to practice martial arts as soon as he returned to the mansion and had no time to take care of the chaos in the mansion. The servants became even more panicked, and some people couldn't help but whisper, "Many people have left the city. Why do we insist on staying in this mansion and not running away?" Escape. Who doesn't want to escape? But the threat of the Xiantian family is still there. Although some people quietly left the house, they were just a few scattered people, not a large-scale one. Song Sawan then squatted outside the courtyard wall of the Su family, carefully observing the servants of the Su family who slipped out from the corner gate. The guards at the corner gate were a few stout women with rudimentary martial arts skills. One of them loved to drink, and the other loved money. If any of the Su family servants wanted to sneak out, they only needed to bring good wine or enough money to pass through this corner gate. Song Sawan finally set his eyes on a handsome young man with lively eyes and eyebrows. Hearing the conversation between the young man and the old woman said, "Oh, it's Brother Yushu. Why don't you stay in the young master's study? Where are you going? You're not going to leave the mansion too, are you?" The servant named Yushu said, "What did Granny Lai say? What did she mean by that I should leave the house too? Did anyone leave the house today? I just saw that the ink incense in the study was running low, and I was afraid of neglecting the young master, so I hurried out to buy some." As he spoke, he naturally slipped a purse out of his sleeve and handed it to Granny Lai. Granny Lai took it with a smile and said quickly, "My dear boy, you are right. I am old and stupid. My eyes are dim, and I am confused about everything. Go ahead, and come back soon." Yushu straightened his clothes and strode out of the corner door with his head held high. Song Sawan knocked him out silently when he went out of the corner gate, walked through a long alley, and finally came to a corner. This book boy actually has some skills. He looks handsome, but he has actually reached the stage of tendon training. At his age, his level of cultivation is quite good compared to ordinary mortals. However, Song Sawan is no longer the same Song Sawan as before. Not only does she have a higher level of cultivation, she also has more methods. For her to deal with such a person in the tendon refining stage is a piece of cake, needless to say. Song Sawan found another empty room, put the rain book in it, and then used his dream entering technique to wake the man up from his dream. Yushu woke up in a daze. The moment he woke up, he was overwhelmed by an inexplicable joy for some reason. Where am I? Why is this place so beautiful? In the dim light, one seems to hear the gurgling sound of a quiet spring, and there are also forests of jade trees surrounded by mist. When the flowers and trees are lush, you can seem to see the eaves and corners and the sound of bells. When I looked up again, I heard the cry of a crane in the clear sky, and an immortal in a yellow robe came riding a crane. Yushu was stunned. He did not suspect that he was dreaming, but felt that he had had a miracle and stepped into a fairyland out of thin air. "Master." Yushu plopped down and knelt on the ground. "Master, teach me." "Master, are you here to guide me to become a master?" Song Sawan said, "You are stained with sins, and you have mistakenly come here. Why don't you leave quickly?" The last two words, "leave," were unusual, and were accompanied by thunder when they came out of their mouths. In an instant, thunderclouds gathered in the sky, and the sound of muffled thunder rolled in, shaking Yushu's internal organs as if they were about to shift. Yushu fell to the ground in panic, then quickly got up. He was both in awe and admiration of the immortal's power. He hurriedly defended himself. "Master, I have always been diligent and kind." Somehow, when Yushu uttered the word good, his tongue got tied. He actually wanted to say that he was diligent and kind, but after being tongue-tied for a long time, he couldn't say the word good no matter what. At this point, How could Yushu not understand that immortals can see through everything, and there is nothing in mortal life that they cannot see through? What's the point of his empty words? Thinking that he had a chance to be immortal, but he had to miss it, Yushu was really sad, hurt, and regretful. He had a little trick of his own, and he opened his mouth again but burst into tears. Master, I didn't mean to do anything evil. It's just that I have been in the mansion since I was a child, and I was born a servant. How dare I disobey the master's order? I really had no choice. Master, I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance to make amends. From today on, I will turn over a new leaf and become a new man. Yellow Robe Immortal nodded slightly and said, if you want to correct your mistakes, you must first know your mistakes. You said you were wrong, so why don't you carefully identify where you were wrong? Yushu opened his mouth, but paused. In Song Sawan's sight, the scale of heaven and earth slowly emerged. Human desires, greed, stupidity, and joy, 2 caddies and 3 ounces, can be traded. Human desires, worries, fears, and regrets, 1 pound and 8 ounces, can be traded. Song Sawan looked at the 2 of energy and was not surprised, but also a little happy. She originally just wanted to catch a suitable person and search for his life experience to facilitate her to impersonate and enter the mansion. This person actually provides her with rich emotional value, which is an added benefit. Not only should we ask for additional benefits, we can also ask for more. So, next, Song Sawan played the role of Yellow Robe Immortal to the fullest. She always paid attention to guiding Yushu's emotions, making him happy, sad, fearful, and scared at times. Sometimes he beats his chest and stamps his feet, regretting his past actions. The next moment, he cries bitterly, feeling resentful and regretful. How can human emotions be so rich? No, human emotions can be even richer. Who said this guy is really bad? Listen to what he said. That little girl is just stupid. I just gave her a handful of candy, and she followed me to the mansion. I can't bear it, but the young master prefers the young ones. He doesn't like the ones bought into the mansion, and he also dislikes the ones brought in with betrothal gifts. Only those around 10 years old, kidnapped or cheated, the young master says are the most interesting. Wow, 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 I really can't bear it. But if I don't take action, the young master will take action against my little sister. I have no choice. I don't want to. A strong emotion was once again collected by the scale of heaven and earth. But at this moment, Song Sawan's emotions were even more intense than his. His anger was like a volcano in the abyss, erupting and rushing straight to his head. Song Sawan had never been so angry before. She practiced the Zhuang Heart Sutra, and her emotions had become more stable. The first person who could make her so angry was Master Su. Yushu beat his hands to pieces and said, Master loves those fresh skins. After he used people, he would peel off the skins and make them into beautiful clothes to hang in the secret room. I am only responsible for transporting the flesh to Ziyuan. Song Sawan didn't understand it the first time, so he asked, What is Ziyuan? Yushu said carefully, It was opened by the young master, and is used to raise various insects. Insects eat people to increase their evil spirits, and insects can become poisonous when they eat each other. I have never been to the insect garden to see it myself. I have only heard about it. The people who are responsible for raising insects in the insect garden are all the young master's confidants. Song Sawan said, Aren't you his confidant? Yushu paused and felt a little embarrassed. Naturally, he can be considered a confidant. If he wasn't a confidant, how could he know so many secrets? Song Sawan said again, Go on. This time her tone was much calmer and indifferent, but the raging anger in her heart was growing deeper and heavier. Yushu said, My young mistress was actually pregnant before. When the palace doctor found out, the master didn't allow him to make it public. He then ordered me to send a burner of incense. After using the incense, the young mistress miscarried. The young mistress didn't know about this either. She just thought that she was not feeling well that month. This sin can be considered a sin beyond human ethics, but if compared with the previous ones, it seems nothing. So much, so that Yushu spoke of it in a calm and nonchalant manner, only mentioning it in one sentence. He continued, after that, the young lady had difficulty getting pregnant and had not been pregnant for many years. The young master often asked me to send incense. The Yen family had fallen into decline, but one day, the uncle of the Yen family got a recipe for MSG. The MSG was amazing. Any dish could be cooked with MSG, and it would be very delicious. Even an ordinary chef with unskilled cooking skills could make an extraordinary delicacy with MSG. The Yen family gradually regained some vitality. After the young master knew about the MSG incident, he ordered me to stop sending incense to the young lady. Later, the young master said that Uncle Yan's recipe was originally obtained from a Shinto monk. The master ordered me to deliver the talisman to Uncle Yan.
Kid,
This talisman is not a good one. It is used to monitor Uncle Yan. Young master is very interested in the Shinto monk who gave the formula to Uncle Yan. I can't do anything. Having said this, Yushu started wiping away tears again. This time the tears seemed somewhat fake. After all, the scales of heaven and earth did not move. Perhaps in Yushu's view, his son's plot against the Shinto monk was not a serious evil. If Song Soo-won hadn't asked him to tell all the evil things he had done in detail, Yushu probably wouldn't have bothered to bring this up. Yushu naturally couldn't see it. When he mentioned Uncle Yen, the MSG formula, and the Shinto monks, the immortal who was flying high above him on a crane was actually shocked and enlightened behind her mask. Yushu was unable to resist the void magic sword at all. He shouted wildly in his devilish thoughts, "Su Feng, when I become an immortal, I will kill you 1,000,000 times. I don't have a sister. I deceived the immortal. I can gain your trust by just catching a few girls. Why not? I won't do it. There are plenty of people who will do it. Su Feng, go to Hades. It's all your fault. You forced me to commit a crime. That what immortal? When I become an immortal, even the immortals will bow down to me." Song Soo-won regulated his breathing and internal energy, silently reciting the Heart Sutra of Zhuang, and watched coldly as Yushu breathed his last in madness. Until he lost his breath and fell to the ground, Song Soo-won shot out a ray of scorching flames, burning away all his sins in this world. The scale of heaven and earth appeared, dead chi, the death of a mortal warrior in the tendon refining stage, 7 taels and 9 coins, can be traded. Human nature is so complicated. Even a little book boy has so many thoughts. If you don't look closely at him, he seems to be just a name, a symbol, a tablet, but if you look deeper, the bad nature of some people is shocking. Song Soo-won used the technique of changing his form to steal the identity card left by Yushu, and then put on Yushu's outer clothes. In an instant, he became another living Yushu in this world. As the sky darkened, she carried a box of ink sticks in her hand and swaggered into Sue's house through the corner door. Granny Lai, who was guarding the gate, was surprised and worried. "Hey, brother Yushu, why are you back again?" Song Soo-won smiled and said, "I bought the Xiang, so I'm back now, right?" Granny Lai felt a little embarrassed. Yushu actually came back. He was the young master servant. Now that he was back, could she still keep the purse? Her hand involuntarily reached for the secret pocket on her sleeve. Song Soo-won noticed this detail and also carefully brought her a handful of candies. Then, with Grandma Lai's smiling face sending her off, they walked step by step towards the inner courtyard of the Su family's mansion. As he walked, Song Soo-won memorized the terrain and verified it with what he had learned from previous interrogations. Su Feng's secret training room is made of Tianyuan heavy crystal as the main material. It is heavily guarded. Except for Su's father and son, no one knows how to open it. Now, Song Soo-won's most important task is to find out the strengths and weaknesses of the Su family's protective formation. This house protection formation is interconnected with the identity card on her body. If she didn't carry this card, the fetal transformation is so magical that it can even imitate Yushu's aura. At this moment, this house protection formation would not have no reaction to Song Soo-won. The world of spiritual practice is truly rich and infinite, with techniques, spells, magical arts, Taoist techniques, elixirs, instruments, formations, talismans, and all kinds of them. There are only things you can't think of, but no unconventional methods that some people can't do. Song So-won always felt that he had learned a lot, but in the blink of an eye he found that he was still too poor. As she observed along the way, she also used her unconventional Taoist techniques of weights and measures to silently measure everyone in the house. Most of the Su family's guards and servants have lower cultivation levels than her, so there is no need to worry about the backlash of the measurement. But among them, there are some people whose aura is particularly ferocious. Even from a distance, you can feel the violent and bloody feeling without having to look closely. Most of these people were carrying weapons with various insect logos on them. He glared at Song So-won and shouted in a rough voice, "What are you looking at? Pale-faced boy, if your eyes are restless, why not dig them out and feed them to my precious golden centipede?" After hearing this shout, the giant centipede on his body stretched out half of its body, raised its terrifying head, and spread out countless thin legs in the air, making a hissing sound at Song So-won. Song So-won did not dodge, but raised his head, imitating Yu Shu's arrogance, and said, "How dare you, a multi-legged stink bug, wander around in front of me? When I was serving the young master, you, a centipede, didn't even open your eyes." The leopard-eyed man immediately glared at him and was about to walk over. His companions beside him quickly pulled him back and said, "This is someone close to the young master. Don't get angry with him. Go quickly. We still have to feed the worms at night." After finally pulling him away, Song So-won continued to tour Su's mansion openly. Most of the Su family servants she met thereafter were either respectful, fawning, or avoided her. Song So-won took out the paper crane tracking talisman stained with Aunt Jo's blood and put it in a sleeve. While walking around Su's house, he also carefully sensed the movement of the tracking talisman. The further southeast you go, the hotter the wings of the tracking talisman become. Interestingly, this southeast direction is exactly where Su Jiaji Garden is located. From afar, before getting close, the first thing that catches your eye is the dense and continuous tall trees of various kinds. Countless deep green and light green trees surround the sky and earth, as if a small world has been independently encircled within the big world. However, those lush green trees did not make people feel bright and refreshing. Instead, they invisibly released a strange atmosphere of gloom, damp and cold. Faintly, there seemed to be the chirping of insects and the rustling of sounds. The piles of things are so numerous that they make your scalp tingle. The next moment, the closed green trees in front suddenly opened, and the leopard-eyed man who had glared at Song So-won before suddenly rushed out from it. He screamed, "Help! Help!" Before he finished uttering the second word, help, a bunch of tiny centipedes swarmed out of his mouth. These centipedes were colorful, with thousands of legs wiggling and entwining around his sturdy body. Their thin legs were like sharp blades, spinning rapidly and scraping his muscles and bones. Countless centipedes poured out of his mouth, and countless centipedes covered his body. The centipede in his mouth was trying to get out, and the centipede on his body was rapidly opening up his muscles and bones and squeezing into his body. Being attacked from both inside and outside, it took only a few moments for the man to be completely eaten up, and he fell to the ground with only a pile of bones left. Then these centipedes changed direction and rushed towards Song So-won like a tide. Ji Garden, the insects in Ji Garden, they are all rebelling. More screams came from inside Ji Garden, and Song So-won, who was standing at the gate of Ji Garden, quickly took out the 5 poison jars from the heaven and earth scale. 5 poison pot. It is made of strange stones from the abyss and can collect the 5 poisonous insects. After they recognize their master and refine them, they will eat people and monsters and feed themselves in return. This 5 poison jar obtained by selling the giant village chief's resentment came in handy. Song So-won's hair stood on end. She didn't know why Su's Ziyuan suddenly went out of control. Maybe it was karma, or maybe it was some other reason, but now is not the time to pursue this. She mobilized her true energy and slapped the 5 poison jar in her hand. The 5 poison jar flew upside down, and a suction force surged out of it. Maybe there really is karma in this world. Su Feng, who is hiding himself tightly in a secret room underground, is experiencing his karma. Ziyuan is in chaos, even more chaotic than the Su family outside. Countless insects of various strange shapes emerged from underground, from houses, from bushes, and even from people's bodies. Originally, those who guarded the Ji garden were all strong men with strong muscles and bones, but now, these strong men have been eaten by insects and turned into dried bodies. All kinds of screams rang out one after another. When the Ji garden was in chaos, these people who used to train and play with insects were not able to match the crazy and violent insects. Amid the chaotic voices of people and the chirping of insects, there was also the squeaking of rats. Song Sewon used the art of escape to move around, his breath hidden, like a breeze passing through the sea of insects. The sound of rats echoed deep in the green trees. Song Sewon followed the sound and saw a giant gray rat that was 3 feet tall. The gray rat stood up, waving a morning stick with its claws, squeaking and spitting out fine sand. It spit out puffs of fine sand, and a large number of insects died under the attack of the fine sand. However, more insects came, either jumping up or flapping their wings and fluttering down on it, or gnawing at its fur or drilling into its eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and other orifices. The rat demon's fur was torn and covered in blood. It squeaked while hitting insects with a morning stick, occasionally using one of its claws to scoop out the insects on its body. It grabbed a handful of the insects and stuffed them into its mouth, chewing them up with a crunching sound before swallowing them into its stomach. Behind it was a bamboo house with its doors and windows sealed shut. There were talismans on the walls, but the talismans were now dull in color. There were also countless strange insects clinging to the corners of the bamboo house, arching and gnawing at the bamboo walls, making them thinner and thinner. The rat demon quickly sprayed fine sand at the bamboo wall, and a large number of insects at the base of the wall died immediately. However, although the fine sand killed the insects, it also destroyed the bamboo wall. The bamboo wall became thinner and thinner, and it looked like it would break and collapse at any time. The rat demon was immediately furious and started to scream at the insects beside the bamboo house. Song Sewon couldn't understand the demon language and didn't know what the rat demon was saying. But at this moment, a clear, soft, and slightly nervous girl's voice came from the bamboo house. "Agwai, don't worry, I'm not afraid. They are just a few bugs. How can I, a grown-up like me, be afraid of little bugs?" As she spoke, the woman was actually trying to comfort the rat demon. The rat demon is protecting the people in the house. Deep houses, dense forests, bamboo houses, countless insects, and rat demons protecting human girls. Such a scene is really strange and absurd. What's even more absurd is that the temperature of the paper crane in Song Sewon's hand reached its peak at this moment. Could it be that the woman in the room was Aunt Zhou's daughter Jinyang? All doubts can be solved with strength. Song Sewon did not delay. He raised the 5 poison jar and started to use all his strength. In the eyes of the rat demon, there was a gust of strange wind, and then a hazy human figure appeared. A dark jar flew upside down in the air, and a huge suction force was transmitted. Then, those strange insects that had scarred it rushed into the jar in waves. The tiny jar, only the size of 2 palms, seems to have infinite capacity when it comes to absorbing insects, with no one knowing how deep or wide it is. The rat demon held the morning stick and screamed in fear. Song Sewon ignored it and focused on clearing out the strange insects in the Ji garden. If she didn't clean up these rioting insects, she wouldn't even be able to find a place to stay. The girl's voice in the bamboo house sounded again. "Agwai, is something going on?"
Rat demon, squeak.
It yelled and continued to spit out fine sand, actually cooperating with Song Sewon to kill insects. The scene was even more absurd. But the man and the rat could kill the strange insects in the Ji garden, but they could not stop the escaped insects from crawling out of the Ji garden and crawling towards the larger Su family mansion. In the mansion, the servants were already in chaos. In the room of Su Feng's dead concubine, the maids and old women who had served her saw that they could not save their master. The news of the concubine's death was reported to the mistress, who was weak and lying in bed and was unable to take care of her. When the report was made to the front yard, Su Feng became even more closed off and ignored everyone. Since both sides ignore him, people began to become restless. Someone tried to steal the jewelry from the concubine's dressing table, but seeing that no one cared, he secretly rummaged through her purse. Seeing that no one cared either, he then secretly rummaged through her wardrobe, her boxes, and all her things. Nothing was spared. One person took it, then another person took it, then the third person, the fourth person. When everyone took it, it was the same as if no one took it. These people who were busy and rummaging through drawers did not notice that, while they were looting and stealing, a group of tiny ants as delicate as hairs lined up and crawled across the corridor, over the threshold, and onto the instep of a person's foot. The old woman felt a sudden pain in the back of her foot as if pricked by a needle, and then her whole body stiffened, and she fell to the ground. The black lines started from her legs and spread all the way, breaking through her skin and penetrating into her blood vessels and bones. Someone hurried past her holding something and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, Aunt Zhang, why did you fall to the ground?" He just asked this question, but he was not willing to help her. Help her? Wouldn't that be a waste of time to search for things? Black lines were brewing in Zhang Po's body, multiplying madly with her flesh and blood as nutrients, but in the blink of an eye, Zhang Po's body swelled up. Black lines moved under her thin skin, moving faster and faster. Until one moment, there was a sudden bang. Zhang Po's skin exploded and screams rang out in the concubine's room. In the Su family mansion, black lines soon became a disaster. And Su Feng in the underground secret room had another experience. Half of his arm was broken and his blood and energy were seriously damaged, so he went straight to the secret room as soon as he returned home. In the center of his secret room, a pool of blood was built. The main body of this blood pool is made up of the blood of a young and fresh girl, supplemented by various spiritual materials and rare medicines. After refining, it not only has no bloody smell, but is instead refreshing and translucent. At first glance, it does not look like a blood pool, but rather like a red gemstone mirror. Su Feng likes to practice martial arts by immersing himself in this blood pool. Not only can it catalyze the qi and blood, but most importantly, this blood pool can help him capture the innate qi and temper his spirit. He has been trapped in the Five Apertures realm for more than a year. A genius's time is so precious, he can't afford to wait. Su Feng walked to the edge of the blood pool, touched his broken arm and murmured, "Don't worry, I have dragon blood now. If I inject dragon blood into this blood pool today, it will surely help me quickly open up to the 36 orifices. By then, I can reshape my body and regenerate my broken limbs." As he spoke, he took out a jade box hanging from his waist and carefully opened the lid. During the process, he said with some pain, "It's a pity that my father was burned to death by the golden blood of the dragon, and even the storage bag he carried with him was damaged. Storage equipment is too expensive, and my father was not willing to buy one for me." He did not notice that he had opened the lid of the box for too long and talked too much, nor did he realize that the human skin garment he had hung on the side of the secret room suddenly opened its eyes. The 7th update. This is the 7th update. Oops, the chapter title is wrong, but the content is correct. I will find a way to change the chapter title later. Thank you for your support. I could vaguely make out that there seemed to be a smiling face of a little girl in the light and shadow. Su Feng opened half of the jade box containing dragon blood in his hand, and then walked to the blood pool in small steps. He muttered to himself, "It doesn't matter if I don't have a storage bag. Isn't this jade box more beautiful than a storage bag? Compared to a storage bag, it suits me perfectly." As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile that was just the right amount of sweetness. Look at the curve of the corner of his mouth. It is exactly the same as the smile of the little girl in the light and shadow. Su Feng was still unaware. He stretched his head and put his huge head into the small jade box that was no bigger than 2 palms, and said as he stretched it, "If I live directly in this jade box, I can always be bathed in dragon blood and quickly open my mind. 36 orifices, 72 orifices, 108 orifices." His tone gradually became excited. Even if I can get on the list of the 10,000 spiritual prodigies, I can have a direct conversation with those once famous prodigies from various races and glorify an era. Not only 108 orifices, I can even open up to 200, 300, and 365 orifices. Become a peerless martial saint.
Ha ha ha.
He laughed shrilly, and as the laughter echoed, his head actually squeezed into the small jade box. The small jade box, as big as a palm, seemed to contain a mysterious space that was inconsistent with its appearance. Su Feng's head and shoulders were squeezed in, and his intact left hand and broken right arm were both squeezed in. Standing on the edge of the jade box, he fell upside down and squeezed in hard. The jade box fell to the edge of the blood pool at some point. The row of human leather clothes hanging on the side of the secret room all turned around and looked at it with faint eyes. After a while, Su Feng's entire body was squeezed into the small jade box. At some point, the lid of the jade box was closed, and a hole suddenly appeared somewhere on the side. With a puff sound, Su Feng's head suddenly popped out of the hole. The tiny hole stuck Su Feng's neck tightly, and his head was huge, especially compared to the small jade box. In this way, at first glance, it seems that Su Feng's entire body is gone, and only his head is left alive. It is both funny and terrifying. The people in human skin clothes on the side of the secret room all laughed. Hee 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 hee. The laughter awakened Su Feng's mind. He blinked and suddenly realized his current situation. At that moment, a heart-wrenching scream echoed in the secret room.
Laugh.
Su Feng screamed miserably, but the people in human skin clothes were laughing happily. The laughter and screams reverberated in the secret room, swaying and overlapping, and were extremely eerie. This secret room is extremely well sealed, and the sounds are trapped in the sealed space. Not a single sound can get out. Only the echoes continue to spread, as if there is no end. Finally, the people in human skin clothes said in unison, "Mr. Su, do you know about the box torture?" "Yes, you must know. It was you who told us about the box torture." They locked a living person in a sealed box, holding him by the neck with only his head exposed. Although he didn't die immediately, his limbs and body had to be curled up in the box, unable to move at all. After a long time, his breathing and blood circulation became blocked, and he became useless. But he is still alive. Someone is feeding him outside. He has to excrete after eating. His excrement will gradually increase, first just covering his ankles, then pile up to his knees, then to his waist, until it covers his entire body. It stinks, it stinks. The people in human skin clothes stretched out their snow-white arms, which were only skin but no muscles or bones, and fanned them in front of their noses. Hee hee hee, it's okay if it stinks, but if those pickled things are left there for a long time, they will breed insects. I don't know how long Master Su can hold on, but you are a congenital master, so I'm sure you can hold on for a long time. Hee 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 hee. The laughter was lost in the secret room. No one came to save Su Feng, just like no one came to save the girls who were tortured by him. His wives and concubines were all unable to take care of themselves, and the retainers and servants he kept either died or escaped. The Su mansion is about to be flooded by an insect plague. No matter how powerful the innate master's deterrent power is, if he doesn't show up, people will of course have to take care of their own lives first in the face of life and death crisis. At this moment, the Ji garden that was emptied by Song Sawan with the 5 poison jars has become a rare piece of pure land in the Su mansion. After a period of time, there were no more strange insects in the Ji garden. The rat demon that was killing insects with her exhausted its power and finally spat out a mouthful of fine sand. Finally, its legs and feet became weak, and it sat down on the ground exhausted. Song Sawan put away the 5 poison jar and looked at the rat demon in front of him that was covered in wounds. The rat demon clenched the morning stick tightly and squeaked weakly and nervously. In the strange atmosphere, the girl's gentle voice rang out again in the bamboo house. "Agwai, how are you?" The insects were all gone, and the rat demon in front of them didn't seem to be a big deal. Song Sawan walked towards the bamboo house and said, "Is that Shin Yang in the house? I'm acquainted with Aunt Zhou, and I'm here to find her daughter. The insect plague has been eliminated. If you are Xinjiang, then open the door and come out to meet me. I'll be waiting for you at the door. As he spoke, Song Suwan stopped at the closed door of the bamboo house. The rat demon was still sitting there, but he turned his head and stared at Song Suwan without blinking, still making a squeaking sound with his mouth. The girl in the room was silent for a moment, and then she said in surprise and anxiety, "Oh, you are invited. I'll be waiting for you at the door." As he spoke, Song Suwan stopped at the closed door of the bamboo house. The rat demon was still sitting there, but he turned his head and stared at Song Suwan without blinking, still making a squeaking sound with his mouth. The girl in the room was silent for a moment, and then she said in surprise and anxiety, "Oh." She was about 28 years old and was very pretty. Although there were some freckles on her face, her skin was fair. Her lively eyes were especially eye-catching, with the tenderness and purity of a young girl. She was wearing the moon-white short shirt and sandalwood skirt that the maids in the Su family often wore. Her hair was combed neatly and smoothly, and she did not look like she had been tortured. This was much better than Song Suwan had originally expected, and a relaxed expression appeared on her face. Just as he was about to speak, he remembered that he was facing Yushu's face, which was a bit embarrassing. Song Suwan then took out the old hairband that Aunt Zhou usually used from her sleeve, and Xinjiang exclaimed, "It's my mother's hairband." She moved her feet and couldn't help but take another step forward. Song Suwan put away the hairband and said, "It's not advisable to stay here for long. Come with me first, and I'll take you to see your mother." This rat. She didn't know what to call the rat demon, so she paused here. Unexpectedly, Xinjiang opened her mouth and said, "It was Guai who saved me. Guai has been protecting me these past 2 days. Sir, please take me to see my mother and take Guai with you as well." Today is the 8th chapter. Sorry for being late. There are 2 more chapters. It seems difficult to finish them today. I will continue tomorrow. The rat demon's cultivation level is about 70 to 80 years, and it is still a little far from the spiritual realm. Xinjiang is an ordinary mortal, but she is in good health and seems to be fine. She then took Xinjiang's hand through her sleeve, performed her escape technique, and immediately passed through the heavy shadows of the Su mansion and disappeared like the wind. The rat demon falls behind, and it can catch up on its own. As for the relationship between the rat demon and Xinjiang, Song Suwan still didn't know the cause and effect, so she had no intention of commenting. She was only responsible for helping Aunt Zhou find her daughter, and she respected and blessed everything else. The Su mansion was abnormally quiet. When Song Suwan and Xinjiang passed through the wall of the Su mansion, they felt a weak resistance from the protective formation. This time, Song Suwan did not choose to take a detour. Instead, he stretched out his hand and shot out the blazing flame technique and the Heart Sutra fire of Samadhi True Fire at the same time. The combination of the 2 fires increased their power several times. With a puff, there was a sound as if there was a gas explosion, and the resistance in front was invisibly weakened for a moment. Song Suwan took Xinjiang away from Su's house and quickly walked through the streets and alleys to where Aunt Zhou was. In the empty house on the corner, Aunt Zhou was pacing by the door with her back hunched. When Song Suwan landed with Xinjiang, she seemed to sense something and suddenly turned her head away. Then, 2 figures gradually appeared in the dim light and shadow. One of them was Xinjiang, the person she thought about day and night. Aunt Zhou opened her mouth and wanted to shout for joy, but when the words reached her lips, she was unable to utter them. She could only open and close her mouth, excited but silent, but 2 lines of hot tears flowed from her eyes, wetting her cheeks. Until Xinjiang called out nervously and weakly, "Mother." Aunt Zhou finally burst into tears. You child, your mother has been looking for you so hard." She cried and turned around to find Song Suwan to thank him, but she saw that the house was empty and there was no sign of Song Suwan. In fact, Song Suwan did not go far. She was just still wearing the face of Yushu, a servant of the Su residence. She was unwilling to change her face in front of Aunt Zhou and Xinjiang, nor did she want to explain her transformation skills to them. So she took advantage of the meeting between mother and daughter and used the escape technique to leave their sight. Song Suwan stopped behind a wall that was several buildings away from the 2 of them. The scale of heaven and earth emerged, and when the mother and daughter met just now, Aunt Zhou provided Song Siwan with a ball of emotions and desires. Human desires. Love, worry, and joy, 5 caddies and 3 ounces, can be traded. The more you buy, the more surprises you'll often get when you sell it. Song Siwan took back the scale and waited until midnight so that she could sell all the items she had collected today. She listened to the conversation between Aunt Zhou and her daughter from behind the wall. Aunt Zhou said with melancholy and annoyance, "Oh, Miss Song is gone. She found you, but didn't stay for a moment, not even a word of thanks from me. This is really... What is the truth?" Aunt Zhou couldn't say it. She was a little short of words. After a long pause, she finally said, "I often hear storytellers preach that there are knights in the market who travel all over the world, doing good deeds without leaving their names. Miss Song must be such a knight." Xinjiang asked, "Mother, you are asking for a favor from a lady? Isn't it a young man?" Aunt Zhou said, "It was a lady who shared my suffering, whom I met on the road. She was a very nice person, very nice." She originally wanted to say that Madame Song had shared hardships with her, but when the words came to her lips, she felt that she should not mention the hardships, lest she say too much and cause her daughter to worry. So, he immediately changed the subject and said, "Mrs. Song is a very good person. She has done a great favor to my mother and me. I will offer incense to her morning and night in the future, and wish that Mrs. Song will be successful in her practice and enjoy eternal happiness." She clasped her hands together and bowed to the sky, then said in a serious voice, "Xinjiang, tell me carefully, what did you go through after the flower god of Jilu Kingdom took you away?" "You, alas." She sighed, "Child, do you think there will be any good things like pie in the sky? What about the flower goddess, the second prince? Xinjiang, the 10 carts of betrothal gifts. It turns out they were all made of shredded paper. And you still want to marry you?" Aunt Zhou had been through a lot and could no longer bear to blame her daughter too much, but when she talked about the past, she still couldn't help feeling regretful and sad. She then asked about Xinjiang's experience after she left with the rat demon and the flower god. Xinjiang said, "The flower god was indeed a rat demon in disguise, and he had no good intentions. But later I was saved by Aguai. Mother, although Aguai is also a rat demon, he is not the same as the flower god and other evil demons." She briefly said that she saw the prototype of the flower god rat demon in a dark alley, and when she was frightened to death, another rat demon Aguai appeared at the right time. Aguai and the flower god rat demon seemed to have an old grudge, and the 2 rats started a dispute at that time. Fortunately, Aguai was bigger and more powerful, and after a fight, he beat the flower god rat demon away, and then Aguai took her to Sue's house. Aunt Zhou felt strange and couldn't help asking, "This monster, can there be good monsters and evil monsters? Monsters can save people? Why did it save you? After saving you, why didn't it let you go home, but took you to the Sue family?" This was also Song Siwan's question, and that was why she did not leave immediately, but hid behind the wall and listened in a corner. But Shenyang stamped her feet and said angrily, "Mother, aren't you happy that your daughter was saved? There are good and bad people among humans, so why can't there be good and bad monsters?"
I guess avec me.
After saying this, her voice dropped again. "Mother, my daughter has been married for a year, but she still hasn't been engaged. My brother and sister-in-law have long thought that I am an eyesore at home, so they forced you to go to the laundry room. How can I stay at home any longer? Now that I'm married, Mother, you can breathe a sigh of relief. You don't have to bear the burden anymore, and you don't have to work in the laundry room every day. I didn't know, that you would come out to find me." When she said this, Zhenyang choked up a little.
Mom,
"I'm sorry." She threw herself into Aunt Zhou's arms, and the mother and daughter hugged each other and cried bitterly. In the distance, the squeaking sound of the rat demon Aguai was getting closer. Song Siwan sighed secretly behind the wall. Nothing in the world can be as torturous as the word poverty. Since there is nothing wrong with Xinjiang, then whatever choice they make is their own business. It is impossible for Song Siwan to bear the burden of someone else's life. She heard the rat demon knocking on the door, and heard Jinyang opening the door. She heard Jinyang joyfully introducing the rat demon to Aunt Zhou, and heard Aunt Zhou say reservedly but patiently, "Thank you, Mr. Aguai." The rat demon squeaked, squeak, squeak, also in a low and reserved voice. Finally, Song Siwan left a basket of dry flour cakes in the kitchen of the empty house, and under the cakes was a small bag of loose silver weighing about 5 taels. She used her escape technique again, and left quietly. She missed the big white goose at home, and also wanted time to go quickly to tomorrow, so that she could happily open the blind box to see what Tyndaikin could sell, and what she could get. Under the plaque hanging high like a bright mirror, County Magistrate Fong had a broken arm, and the soul of city god Lu was dim. The two people who disliked each other before have now become brothers in distress. County Magistrate Fong pinched his fingers and threw out a handful of crystal-clear yuan beads. The yuan beads hit the plaque hanging high above the mirror. The plaque, which seemed to be made of wood, suddenly rippled like water waves, and the yuan beads sank into the plaque along the ripples. This is naturally not an ordinary plaque, but a humanitarian magic weapon with the aura of a mountain and river mirror. Throughout the Great Zhou dynasty, every bright mirror hanging high hung in government offices had this function, which was mainly used to convey messages. However, because Suyong is just a small city, the clear mirror hanging high in the Suyong County government is a super castrated version. Not only can information be transmitted only once every 10 days, but each time it is transmitted, a sufficient amount of yuanju must be swallowed. Fong Jingtai no longer cared about his image. He took a breath with a pale face and waited for a long time before he tremblingly received a message from the plaque hanging high above the mirror. The message was projected down and landed on a blank talisman paper in his hand. Fong Jingtai read it and handed it to Lu Qinghuang, the county government's demon slayer, Duan Xinghuan. Lu Qinghuang's voice became heavier, as if he was slightly happy and sighing. It is said that this person broke through to the god transformation at the beginning of the year. On the 10,000 spirits prodigy list, he ranks 37th in the name of the human race. Fong Jingtai also breathed a sigh of relief and said, "The dragon girl is missing, and it is hard to tell whether she is dead or alive. The vitality of the ground veins in Suyong City is leaking seriously, and the strange aura at the bottom of Bai Bo Lake is still there. I am powerless, and this person has to come." Hardly had he finished speaking when a bailiff came in to report that most of the people who had already left the city were still determined to stay away, and only a small number who were reluctant to leave their homes and property were willing to come back. Fong Jingtai was silent for a moment and looked at Lu Qinghuang. Lu Qinghuang waved his hand, and Fong Jingtai chuckled and glared at him. Then he turned back to the Yamen runners and said, "Send someone to persuade the people. Tell them that the danger in the city has been resolved. It is not safe in the wild. Please do not walk blindly at night. Even if you want to leave, it is best to wait until tomorrow, pack your bags, and travel far away during the day." The bailiff received the order, but did not leave, with an expression of hesitation and embarrassment on his face. Fong Jingtai frowned and asked, "What?" The Yamen runner said hurriedly, "Sir, it's the alchemists from the demon refining platform who have also said they want to leave the city. We dare not persuade them. Look at this. Square mirror stand. Whoever wants to be the 7th rank county magistrate can do it, but he quits." Of course, quitting is just an angry remark. As a local official with the official seal in hand, he can't escape from his duties. Unlike Song Siwan, who was just a small servant and nothing at all, he naturally had no worries or concerns. Especially after the matter with Aunt Zhou came to an end, Song Siwan suddenly felt an extreme relaxation in his mind and soul. The true energy in the body is lively and harmonious, as if it has received a different kind of cleansing. In life, only after experiencing hardships can one appreciate the value of peaceful days. Only after understanding the daily necessities of life can one especially appreciate how poetry and distant places can truly cleanse the soul. Why should we cultivate immortality? This cultivation is clearly a kind of confidence that is unrestrained by the world. The various scriptures and mysteries of the Zhuang Heart Sutra flowed through Song Suwan's heart, and the panel of the vision illumination technique unfolded. Song Suwan, age 15, lifespan 63 years, main technique. Zhuang Heart Sutra, first level mastery 1968/10,000, cultivation level, refining essence into qi, late stage of qi transformation 9999/10,000. She hadn't practiced yet, but on her way home, her experience in the Zhuang Heart Sutra had naturally increased. From the original proficiency level of 359 points to 1968 points. No wonder people often say that if you have an epiphany, you will instantly become an immortal. On the road of cultivation, 99 steps depend on practice, but the key step still requires enlightenment. As for the realm of cultivation, the increase this time is not much, from 9566 to 9999. He was stuck at this point in the late stage and had no breakthrough, one reason being that Song Suwan was using the escape technique to hurry on his way, and the other reason being that the spiritual energy in Siang City was really thin. Song Suwan's true energy was flowing, and she felt that absorbing spiritual energy from the outside world was much more difficult than before. She understood something in her heart. During the great changes in the Bai Bo Lake, the dragon girl opened the earth veins, and the demon-slaying General Tian Junhong took the opportunity to steal a large amount of earth vein energy. As a result, the ground veins of Siang City have been damaged from the foundation, and the current thinning of spiritual energy may be just the beginning. In the future, I wonder if it can be repaired? With the breeze blowing, Song Suwan walked through the streets and alleys and soon returned to Jishinfang. Jishinfang, which used to be bustling, now feels particularly deserted. The beams of some houses have collapsed, the doors of some houses have collapsed, and there are many scattered objects on the street, and even pots and pans have fallen to the ground. I don't know whose house these things fell from. I guess it was impossible to carry so many things while fleeing. This is the unpredictability of life. No one knows what they will face tomorrow, or even the next moment. Song Suwan walked through 2 more streets and finally stopped in front of his own gate. The gate was still intact and had not collapsed, so it was considered to be quite sturdy. The yard was very quiet and there was no movement. Song Suwan took a deep breath, unlocked the door, and pushed open the gate. With a creaking sound, the gate suddenly swung backwards. Then there was a sudden gust of wind from behind the door, followed by the loud cry of a goose. Ong. Ong ong ong, the snow-white wings flapped, and the proud goose neck was raised. The big white goose was so excited that even the call changed from the usual quack to upright. Song Suwan originally thought that she should be calm and indifferent, but the enthusiasm of the big white goose directly ruined her plan.
Goodbye, she said.
Before she could finish her sentence, the fat goose flew up and rushed into her arms. Song Suwan hurriedly hugged the goose, flapping its big, white wings. The goose's head with a red crown kept nudging her arms, rubbing its face against hers, causing Song Suwan to be unable to hold back any longer and burst into crisp laughter. She laughed. Dubai, haha. The hair on your back hasn't grown out yet. Can you please stop twisting like that? Ha. The last time the big white goose fought with the cockroaches, it lost a lot of feathers on its body, and now there are still bumps and holes on its body, and it has not fully recovered. It didn't care at all when Song Suwan didn't say anything, but when Song Suwan said that, it was really serious. The big white goose immediately stretched out its wings, raised its neck, and pecked at the bald spot on its back with its long beak. This temper is really great. Song Suwan quickly grabbed its flat beak and quickly took out a basket of soybean meal from the scale. The big white goose's eyes straightened, and it stopped pecking with its beak.
Ha!
It flapped its wings and jumped off Song Suwan, running quickly towards its favorite food. Seeing that it was eating happily, Song Suwan walked aside and started to clean up the yard. The gate of her house did not collapse, but the kitchen did, and the clothes drying rack in the yard also collapsed. There are also some odds and ends that I won't list in detail. Song Suwan had finished cleaning up, and the big white goose had also eaten and drunk its fill. Song Suwan didn't want to cook today, so he took some of the food that had been stored in the scale and ate it. It was the broken rice porridge. she used to buy by selling fried rice with eggs. Broken rice porridge was not enough to fill her up, and Song Soo-won had not yet started a fast, so she took a strengthening pill. After resting, Song Soo-won played with the goose for a while. At night, she returned to her room to meditate. Regulate your breathing and accumulate your energy, then you can contemplate your gains. She could only make 10 sales a day, and she couldn't sell all these things in one day, so she started picking them up. What to sell first? Oh, dragon blood. When the dragon spilled blood earlier, Song Soo-won also collected a lot of it. Although there was no golden blood, ordinary dragon blood was also a treasure. There were a total of 132 kilograms of dragon blood in the scales of heaven and earth. Song Soo-won thought about it and decided to try selling 1 kilogram first. You sold a pound of dragon blood of a 1,000-year-old dragon in the dragon transformation stage and obtained 10 3-star elixir Red Yang pills. Red Yang pill. This pill can be used by cultivators in the middle stage of qi refining or those with more than 36 innate orifices. It is second only to replenishing qi and first to replenishing blood. It can assist in spiritual practice and help to strengthen the body and spirit. Those with insufficient skills should take it with caution. It can be used by monsters. Song Soo-won took a deep breath. The qi-moving pill that was just right for her, at the moment, was only a 1-star elixir. The blood and soul pill is a 2-star pill, but it is a healing pill. As for the zhuangqi pills and yangqi pills and the like, they are not even worthy of being classified as stars, so there is no need to compare them. Although this red sun pill is good, Song Soo-won has no use for it at the moment. She thought about it and changed her way of selling. You sold 1 ounce of dragon blood of a 1,000-year-old dragon in the dragon transformation stage and received 10 2-star Fuyuan pills. Fuyuan pill. This pill can be used by warriors who have completed the qi transformation or are in the early stages of qi refining, as well as innate warriors. It can replenish true essence and strengthen the body. It can also be used by monsters. Just 1 or 2 ounces of dragon blood can be exchanged for 10 Fuyuan pills. The dragon's body was so huge that the more than 100 kilograms of blood that Song Soo-won collected was just a drop in the bucket. Most of the dragon's blood was actually recovered by the dragon girl. Thinking in this way, the strength of the dragon girl is simply immeasurable. So how strong is Beichen Sword Immortal? How strong is Hengshui Dragon King? It's unimaginable. Just like a summer insect can't talk about ice. But don't worry, take your time. One day she'll be able to see the scenery on their mountaintop. Continue to operate the scale. You sold human desires, the greed, anger, and ignorance of the innate warriors in the Tongming realm, 2 pounds and 2 ounces, and obtained the body tempering technique, the first 2 levels of the thunder and fire-devouring body art. This is the human desire provided by the demon-killing General Tian Junhong. Suddenly, a series of martial arts formulas flooded into Song Soo-won's mind like a tide. The true energy in her body circulated rapidly, and the panel of the clairvoyance technique opened. Body tempering technique, thunder and fire-devouring body art, first level entry 0 out of 1,000. The practice of this technique is extremely cruel. Song Soo-won has only memorized the mantra so far. If he wants to practice it, he needs to find another safe place. You sold human desires, the hatred, anger, and regret of a Tongming realm innate warrior, 3 pounds and 6 ounces, and gained 36 years of cultivation.
Boom.
Song Soo-won seemed to have entered a time jump. She was only in the world for a moment, but in a certain realm of nothingness, she had been practicing for 36 years without stopping. Although there was no elixir to assist, the spiritual energy around was weak, just like in the present world, but this was 36 years after all. During the 36 years, Song Soo-won's cultivation had broken through. It directly breaks through from the late stage of qi transformation to the perfect stage of qi transformation, and is still growing. In her dantian, the sticky true energy was like lead and mercury. Every drop and every strand seemed to have a different weight. These true qi flow and gather in the meridians. Whenever the circulation is completed, it will rush and flow in the dantian, as if trying to break some shackles. In fact, at this point, Song Sawan can try to break through the qi refining stage. But from the stage of qi transformation to qi refining, this foundation is very important. Since Song Sawan does not need to race against time, he does not need to be anxious and can lay a firmer foundation. The clairvoyance panel opens. Main training method, Zhuang Heart Sutra, first level proficiency 2120/10,000, cultivation level, refining essence into qi, qi transformation perfection 1035/10,000. A sense of perfection flowed through Song Sawan's heart. She closed her eyes and silently comprehended it for a moment before she calmed herself down and continued to operate the scale. You sold the soul-locking curse, the death mark of a congenital warrior in the clear realm, for 2 taels and 7 cents, and obtained a 3-star array plate, the Yin-Yang Heart Protection Array. Liangyi Heart Protection Formation. After it is activated, a protective shield will be generated. The larger the range of the protective shield, the more dispersed the protection will be, and the smaller the range, the stronger the protection will be. It needs to be activated by true qi or yuanju. If there is a formation flag to cooperate, the power can be further enhanced. Song Sawan was delighted. As expected of Tian Junhong, this demon-slaying general was truly extraordinary. She immediately took out the array plate of the Liangyi Heart Protection Array and held it in her hand to carefully observe its usage. This array plate is only half the size of a palm, and the main body is in the shape of Tai Chi and Yin and Yang. It is black and white, with a kind of dynamic beauty like ink painting. There are holes at the 2 eyes of the Tai Chi fish. Song Sawan can put yuan beads in the holes, or inject his own true energy here. She then tried to inject true qi into the black fish eyes. As the true qi was injected, the fish eyes gradually lit up. At the same time, a strong suction force also came from the fish's eyes. Song Sawan's expression suddenly became slightly solemn. She felt that the fish eye of this array plate was like a bottomless pit. Her true energy was almost used up, but the fish eye did not seem satisfied. Song Sawan immediately took the Fuyuan pill to replenish his true energy while continuing to try to activate the formation. After swallowing 3 pills in succession, the suction at the fish eye finally stopped. As Song Sawan's mind moved, the array flew up lightly and finally landed on the beam above her head. A light shield dropped down, protecting her 3 feet around. Now, I feel especially safe when meditating and practicing. Song Sawan continued to sell dragon blood 3 more times, selling 1 or 2 ounces each time, and received another 30 Fuyuan pills. Together with the remaining ones, a total of 37 Fuyuan pills were stored in the Tiandi scale, and the sense of security was once again strengthened. Song Sawan stood up. She had bathed and changed clothes before. This time, she washed her face and hands with a basin of water. Then, Song Sawan lit a stick of incense on the table and sat cross-legged in the shield of the Liangyi Heart Protection Formation again. Selling Dragon Ball. You sold a 1,000-year-old Dragon Ball of the Dragon Transformation stage and obtained a special spiritual treasure, Songhai Dongtian. A cave in the sea. A dragon is born in the sea, and the moon rises from the clouds. Mulberry fields are visible, but how long will the sea be empty? A tiny pearl is a hole in the sky. Under the cover of the Yin-Yang Heart Protection Formation, Song Sawan flipped his palm and took out a tiny pearl that was no bigger than a small yellow rice. This pearl is not only inconspicuous, it is so small that if you don't look closely, you can hardly see it at all. But at the same time, a long section of subtle and detailed ritual formulas surged into Song Sawan's sea of consciousness, like a wave. The treasure is self-concealing. This thing looks small, but it contains a cave. Song Sawan immediately cut his fingertips and dripped out the blood from his heart. At the same time, he held the Fuyuan pill in his mouth and began to mobilize his true energy to sacrifice this cave. Initially, the interior of the cave was only 3 cubic meters in size, surrounded by clouds and mist on all sides, with a piece of moist land underneath and a drop of heavy water suspended in the center. What is heavy water? A drop of water can weigh thousands of pounds, can turn into a raging flood, and can create huge waves. It can also avert disasters and protect the way, connecting with water and sky. The crisp knock on the door echoed in the somewhat deserted street. Song Soo-won opened his eyes, his mind moved slightly, and a subtle sensation extended to the outside of the door. Song Soo-won practiced the Heart Sutra of sitting and forgetting to cultivate both his body and mind, and reached perfection in the Qi transformation stage. Not only did his true Qi become more powerful and solid, but he also had a vague feeling that his soul was about to give birth to a physical form from nothingness. In the terminology of the Heart Sutra of Zwang, it is called clear vision. Although at present, the vision is still very blurry, and the sensing range is about 100 feet around Song Soo-won. So, who's knocking at the door? Her clear vision extended out, and she vaguely sensed that it was Aunt Jinhua who was knocking on the door. Song Soo-won immediately turned her palm over, and the pearl-like Songhai Dongtian disappeared from her palm and was taken into her Dantian instead. She stood up and walked out, opening the gate. Aunt Jinhua, who was outside the door, was holding her hands up. When she saw Song Soo-won coming out, she immediately showed a relieved expression. Luanyang, you are really at home. This is great. Quick, pack your luggage and leave the city with Auntie. The escorts from the Sidong Accompaniment Agency have agreed to leave at 2:45 p.m. Song Soo-won was surprised and asked, Aunt, what did you say? Aunt Jinhua said hurriedly, we can't stay in Suyang City any longer.
Too many people have left.
My old man said it's not suitable to travel at night, so we stayed one more night. Good boy, hurry up, we must follow the Sidong Accompaniment Agency. After giving her instructions, she turned around and left, adding one more sentence, Yumyang, don't hesitate, okay? The alchemists at the demon refining platform have all left, and you don't have to go there again. Hurry up, hurry up. Come to your aunt's house when you're done. She came and left in a hurry, but the message she left behind made Song Soo-won a little stunned for a moment. It's not because the alchemist of the demon refining platform is leaving. Although this is a bit unexpected, it is actually reasonable. What really made Song Soo-won feel mixed emotions was that Aunt Jinhua would actually come to her house to find her at such a time and invite her to go with her. Song Soo-won stayed there for a moment, then turned around and went home to quickly pack up his things. First, take the spirit tablets of Song's father and mother, wrap them up, and put them in the Songhai Cave. She had to be thankful that she had obtained the Songhai Cave heaven earlier, otherwise it would be really inconvenient without a storage device. The things collected by the scale can only be sold after being put in. Song Soo-won can't sell her parents' spirit tablets. She had a lot of food and various daily necessities stored in her cellar, and Song Soo-won also put them into the Songhai Cave heaven. After tidying up the house, she packed up some things that needed to be put out in the open and put them into a long bamboo backpack. The others are divided into two categories. Those that are of little use and take up space are all thrown into the scale, and will be sold when it is convenient. The others are selectively put into the Cave of the Sea. There are currently only 3 cubic meters in Songhai Cave Heaven, and Song Soo-won needs to use it in a planned way. She cleaned up the house, which only took her half a quarter of an hour. Then she picked up the bamboo basket, picked up the big white goose, locked the door, and left. The moment of leaving, Song Soo-won looked back at his home. This place is her first and only home since she came to this world. It has everything she is familiar with and carries too many memories of her past and present lives. But from today on, she will eventually leave. One person, one goose. Go to a future that no one knows, to find the freedom of immortals and the poetry of the world. From now on, wherever she is, there is home. The big white goose stretched out its neck in her arms and suddenly called out Zia in a hoarse voice. Song Soo-won didn't realize until then that geese have such a rich variety of calls. There are Gia, Kong Kong, Ong Ong, and Zia. Seemed particularly serious when it called Zia, as if it understood that it was about to leave, so it said goodbye to its old home. Song Soo-won gently stroked the goose's head and neck, with a smile on his face. She turned and strode away, leaving her melancholy behind and keeping happiness in her heart. I am going on a long journey. Why don't you sing in return? Soon. Song Soo-won arrived at Aunt Jinhwa's house. Before I got closer, I saw a carriage wrapped in indigo cloth parked in front of the door, and a strong brown horse was waiting anxiously with its hooves pedaling. Aunt Jinhwa was carrying things back and forth from home. A little girl about 10 years old followed her, and was also busy helping her carry things. There was also a tall young man who was carrying a large bundle that was half his height. He stuffed it into the carriage with a bang, then immediately jumped onto the shaft and turned around to shout, "Mom, don't move anymore. Sister Yunyong is here. Let's go." It was winter, and Aunt Jinhwa's hair was a little disheveled, with a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. She was busy as she waved at Song Soo-won, who was walking over. "Yunyong is here. Come quickly." While stuffing the last package into the carriage, he gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it, just take these. Yunyong, get in the car quickly, let's go." The streets were really empty. There were a few families loading things, but most people just carried their own bags. There were also people pulling flatbed carts, but the only ones driving a horse-drawn carriage were Aunt Jinhwa's family. A neighbor was looking over here with a cart and said with some envy, "Captain Yu's family, your carriage can even carry that evil star, so why can't it carry my little kid? We are all neighbors, shouldn't we help each other when we go out?" Aunt Jinhwa said Pa quickly. "What do you mean by helping each other? I only help you, but have you ever helped me? Yunyong, get in the car." Song Soo-won got into the car immediately and pulled the little girl who was following Aunt Jinhwa with him. This is Aunt Jinhwa's youngest daughter, whose nickname is Akan. Because she was born with a black birthmark on her left cheek, she rarely appears in public. Even when they appear in public, they are often timid and very pitiful. Aunt Jinhwa's eldest son is named Yulin. Yulin and Achan are two extremes of each other. Yulin was sent to a master's house to learn martial arts when he was young. After years of hard training, he has achieved great skills and is the pride of the Yu couple. Song Soo-won actually knew him, but he was not familiar with him. After getting in the car, Yulin quickly whipped the horsewhip and drove away quickly. Song Soo-won was holding the goose, sitting in the narrow carriage that was squeezed by all kinds of packages. She looked around and found something wrong. She asked, "Aunt, why can't I see Uncle Yu?" Yes, Aunt Jinhwa's family, she and her two children were all there, but Captain Yu was not there. "Your Uncle Yu." Aunt Jinhwa wiped the sweat from her forehead again, sighed, but smiled bitterly. "Yuanyang, your Uncle Yu said he can't leave. The county magistrate is still here, and he is the captain of the police, holding the official bowl. How can he just leave?" After saying this, she forced herself to cheer up and said, "He asked me to take your brother A Lin and sister Chan Er to go first. Let's go to the county town, to Pinglon City. There are countless masters in Pinglon City. A Lin practices martial arts, so he will definitely make a breakthrough in Pinglon." When talking about Yulin's breakthrough, Aunt Jinhwa's gloomy face suddenly brightened up again. What else does she want at her age? Isn't it just to have a future for her children? Carriages can move and the city gates are open. Soon the area ahead opened up, and a lot of people gathered at the city gate. A feeling of excitement came over them again. The flags of the Sidong Accompaniment Agency fluttered in the wind. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "It's snowing." At the beginning of the morning hour, light snow fell. Those who are supposed to leave will eventually leave, and some of those who don't want to leave will stand at the city gate and cry. Song Soo-won sat in the carriage, listening to the sound of the wheels rolling, as well as the hundreds of thousands of people and hundreds of thousands of conversations in the world. "Brother, you go to the county town and I'll stay in Seong. Although we are separated, our roots are not. We just have one more road. I'll take care of Dad and Mom here." "Boss, you are a cruel person. If you insist on leaving, then go ahead. I am old now, so I will stay in Seong. This is my route. Zhao Lang, I can't abandon my parents, so I will return this jade hairpin to you. From now on, we will say goodbye. I wish you all the best." "Oh, let's go. If we don't go now, we'll waste our time on the journey and won't be able to reach the next city before dark." The convoy of Sitong Accompaniment Agency walked in the front, raising the accompaniment flag and leading the way. Following behind were first the wealthy families in the city, with their servants, guards, and luggage, of course. These wealthy families were mostly from the second tier, and the top families from the first tier had already left yesterday. Situations like the Su families are actually very rare. Small families like Aunt Jinhua's family walked at the back of the team. As for those at the end, they had no cars and could only walk on foot. There are actually the most people like this, and in response to this, the people from the Sidong Accompaniment Agency said, "Those who can keep up, and those who can't should not blame our accompaniment agency for not waiting for anyone. Our chief accompaniment is willing to lead the way in front. That is his kindness and righteousness. If there are those who drag their feet or cause trouble, you can just walk by yourself. Don't disturb everyone's way forward, understand?" Some people responded noisily, while others responded with flattering words. But no one noticed that at the end of the team, a group of 3 people quietly followed. There was an elderly woman, a beautiful young girl, and another man who was much shorter, only 3 feet tall, wrapped in a tightly covered black cloak. He held a strange-looking stick in his hand and followed the girl closely, as if he was guarding her or following her. The girl called him Agwai. When leaving the city gate, the girl staggered, and Agwai immediately rushed forward to help her. Although Agwai is short in stature, he is very strong and can hold the girl steady. The 3 of them left the city smoothly and followed the team from Sidong Accompaniment Agency. The advantage of having an accompaniment to lead the way is that no one needs to worry about side roads along the way. The escorts are living maps and have rich experience. They know which way is the most convenient and which way is the safest. They also have a principle, which is to go around mountains and rivers and cross bridges. In short, I will never take the mountain road or go through the water by boat. Song Soo-won followed the team silently, feeling that he had learned a lot. When we took a break for lunch, the fine snow had already stopped, and the escorts chose an open area by the river. Before setting up camp, 3 sticks of incense should be offered by the river, and 3 cooked animals should be thrown into the river. After worshipping, everyone is allowed to bury pots and make rice. Of course, not many people actually make fires to cook. It is winter now, the food can be stored for a long time, and everyone has just left the city not far away, so they basically have enough dry food. If it is not necessary, most people do not want to go through too much trouble. Aunt Jinhua didn't want to make any more trouble, so she took out some pancakes from the carriage and shared them with Yulin, Achan, and Song Soo-won. Song Soo-won did not refuse, but after taking the pancake, she immediately took out 4 cooked eggs from her backpack and shared them with Aunt Jinhua's family of 3. Aunt Jinhua, who had been feeling melancholy all the way, suddenly showed a reproachful smile. "What's wrong with you, little girl? Are you afraid that if you eat one more pancake from me, I will sell you off later?" Song Soo-won smiled and said, "Don't worry, Auntie can't sell me out. I have Dubai to protect me." The big white goose stayed close to Song Soo-won, holding its head high and making a quack sound. As it quacked, it also raised its chest high. After doing this, it lowered its head and stretched out its powerful beak to poke at the grass leaves on the ground and eat them. After eating a few bites, a small insect suddenly jumped out of the grass. The big white goose opened its mouth and grabbed the little bug. Then the goose's beak opened and closed, and the little bug was swallowed into its mouth and eaten into its stomach. This arrogant look attracted a lot of attention. Aunt Jinhua said with admiration, "You really took good care of this white goose. It's worth it that you took it with you when you left the city." Chan also looked at the big white goose with shy and curious eyes, and one hand moved again and again at his side, as if he wanted to touch the goose, but was too shy to get close. At this moment, Song Soo-won's heart moved slightly. She discovered that the big white goose actually loves to eat insects. Before, she raised big white geese at home and fed them grains. Later, Fairy Chihua reminded her that she could feed the big white geese meat. At first, she only fed some cooked fish to the big white geese, but never thought of feeding them insects. She was inexperienced and ignored the nature of birds. Geese are not pure vegetarians. They eat fish and insects. However, the number of insects collected in Song Soo-won's 5 poison jar was simply countless. Isn't this exactly the reserve granary for the big white geese? Song Soo-won immediately thought about it and took out a small insect with the weakest breath from the 5 poison jar. He released it quietly from his side, taking advantage of the cover of the short grass on the ground. This little bug was badly wounded by other bugs in the 5 poison jar, and it jumped as soon as it came out. Song Soo-won was practicing the chi concentration technique, ready to catch the bug at any time. But the moment the bug jumped, the big white goose flapped its wings, stretched out its head, and quickly caught the bug.
Quack.
The big white goose suddenly became excited after the little insect entered its stomach. It seemed to like the taste of this little insect very much. After eating one, it immediately flapped its wings and was so excited that it almost spun around. Song Soo-won did not want to let it down and released 5 more small insects in succession. Seeing the big white goose eating them one by one, and every time it moved its mouth, it was able to catch the insects accurately, he immediately rewarded it with a bowl of soybean meal. But after eating the insects, the white goose didn't even like the soybean meal. It took a bite of soybean meal and looked around, as if it was still obsessed with the insects it had just eaten. But Song Soo-won was not going to feed it anymore. The insects in Sue's yuan were particularly ferocious. Even if he wanted to use these insects to promote the transformation of the big white goose, he should do it step by step and not be impatient. The carriages continued to move forward in the afternoon, and the atmosphere in the convoy was much more relaxed than before. People came and went, chatting and talking, until the carriage moved forward and passed a mountain in the evening. The escort shouted in front, "The front is Hancho Mountain. Everyone remember to follow the team and go forward. Do not look back or talk, do not respond to anyone shouting, and do not enter the mountain. In short, you must rush through the road at the foot of the mountain in one breath." After rushing through this road, Huiling City is not far ahead, do you understand? Even if you understand, don't answer. Don't nod. Just let everyone know in their hearts. Okay, from now on, no one is going to talk. Let's go. When the wind blew, a hand stretched out from nowhere and placed its hand on the shoulder of a person at the back of the team. The man couldn't help but looked back subconsciously. What did he see? No one knew, but at the moment he turned around, he suddenly widened his eyes, then screamed out in a heart-wrenching voice. "Ah!" The horrified screams echoed in the back of the team, and the crowd suddenly became chaotic. Even though the accompaniment from the Sidong Accompaniment Agency had just reminded us not to look back or talk, not to respond to anyone shouting, and not to enter the mountain, but to rush forward. However, human instincts are not easily controlled. Some people simply lack willpower, and even if they understand the situation in their hearts, they still cannot help but make mistakes. One scream led to more screams, and in the chaos, panicked people began to run and rush around. Under the gloomy sky, the accompaniment flags fluttered in the cold wind, and the escorts and porters of the Sidong Accompaniment Agency protected their escorts. What kind of accompaniment? It was to several wealthy families who had delivered a large amount of gold, silver, and treasures. These people were urging their mounts, driving horses and carriages in front, galloping forward without stopping. The chief accompaniment whole body was filled with blood, like rising wolf smoke. In one hand he held a spear with a cold glow on the tip, while in his other hand he held a slender, white candle. There was a tiny flame the size of a bean burning faintly on the top of the slender, white candle. As everyone ran, the wind blew and the shadows moved, and the flame on the top of the candle also swayed with the wind, as if it could be extinguished at any time. A panic began to spread among the team, which was inevitable. Some people disobeyed the escort's warnings in the chaos and were forced into the mountains in a panic by some indescribable feeling of terror. It is beyond words. Song Soo-won, who was in the carriage, pulled open the curtain in front of him and saw Yulin, who was sitting on the shaft, with his muscles bulging. The brown horse pulling the carriage was galloping with all 4 hooves, and it seemed that their carriage was about to deviate from its direction. Yulin was unaware of this. He remembered the escort's words clearly. He must not look back, must not shout, must not go into the mountains, and must rush forward in one breath. He did it. He really rushed forward in one breath. There were all kinds of chaotic sounds ringing in his ears, as if someone was shouting and screaming, as if there were inexplicable voices crying and whispering softly, and there seemed to be pairs of gentle hands dragging him, and a sweet voice calling out to him, "Come on, my dear, come here." Yulin's blood was boiling, but he just kept his mouth tightly shut and ignored everything. However, in the dim light, two roads appeared in front of him. One road went straight forward, and the other road forked to the left. Yulin's face flushed, his eyes were dizzy, and his whole body was hot. Without thinking, he whipped the horse and galloped forward. Herod the horse screamed and ran away. Yulin didn't realize that the direction had already deviated after the horse neighed. He thought the carriage was still galloping forward, but in fact it was rushing towards the hill next to it. In a flash, Song Sawan raised his hand and flicked it, and the chi-gathering technique was activated, and a wisp of wind from his finger hit the horse's head. The horse felt pain and involuntarily raised its front hooves and turned back to the right track. Song Sawan moved his fingers again and gently made a gesture. A ray of blazing flames, along with the Heart Sutra fire of the Samadhi True Fire, shot out immediately, and the flames were like red ribbons, stretching in the air like flowing clouds and water. There was a sudden hissing sound of burning in the air, and an indistinct, strange, and indescribable scream of pain. Yulin suddenly woke up and subconsciously opened his mouth to shout. Another breath of air gently touched Yulin's throat, and Yulin's scream was forced back into his throat. He shut his mouth tightly at the moment, but a cold sweat broke out on his back. The wheels rolled, and the convoy galloped. Yulin drove the carriage back on the right track. He no longer dared to listen to the sounds around him. He just held the reins tightly and drove hard. Yulin discovered that the road ahead did not seem so difficult to travel. In the hazy and dim sky, there seemed to be a little bright light guiding the direction ahead. He naturally didn't know that the reason why he had such a feeling was mainly because Song Sawan continued to use the blazing flame technique and the Heart Sutra fire in the back. In the carriage, Song Sawan sat closest to the door. Behind her, Aunt Jinhua hugged Akan tightly, covering her eyes with one hand and her mouth with the other. Both mother and daughter were trembling with fear. But they also remembered the escort's reminders and did not turn their heads or shout. The carriage was galloping, so they didn't need to hurry, which was at least much better than those people behind who still had to walk. Song Sawan also did the same thing without shouting or looking back. Although she has some skills, she is not so arrogant as to ignore the reminders of the escorts. There are many strange things in this world. It is better to remain in awe of things that you don't understand. Song Sawan felt very depressed by the Hanchio mountain. It seemed as if there were some unspeakable taboos deep in the mountain that must not be touched easily. But Song Sawan did not do nothing. The escorts only said that they could not look back or talk, but they did not say that they could not set fire. The chief accompaniment leader led the way in front, his blood and energy burning hot, and wherever he passed, a strange burnt smell could be faintly smelled in the air. Song Sawan first tried to release the flames in small bursts. Later, when she released the flames again, the scales of heaven and earth appeared. Collected a ball of chi, scattered mountain spirit, 2 tails and 3 coins can be sold. Those invisible, intangible, disturbing, and confusing things in the air turned out to be mountain spirits. Once the mystery is revealed, it seems no longer so scary. Song Sawan set fires one after another, and the scales of heaven and earth collected them one after another. Scattered and disordered spirits, 1 tail and 5 coins, can be sold. Disordered and violent spirits, 3 tails and 2 cents can be sold. The scattered mountain ghost dead spirit, 2 tails and 1 chien, can be sold as collateral. The scattered and disordered yin chi can be sold at 3 liang and 1 chien. Song Sawan's eyes lit up slightly, and he quietly increased the fire. A band of light formed by spiritual flames floated in the hazy and dark mountain path. When the people in the rear saw the fire in front, those who reacted quickly immediately ran towards the fire. Some people could not contain their excitement and shouted in surprise, "There is a light over there. Hurry up." Before he could finish his cry of surprise, he suddenly fell down without a sound. Some people learned their lesson and quickly covered their mouths and ran away, while others became more panicked and screamed, creating more chaos. In the mountains, there seemed to be a melancholy cry echoing in the air, "Come on, What's so good about the world? It's all mediocrity and misery. Why don't you stay and share this mountain of peace and quiet with me? Stay, stay.
Hee hee hee.
Among the hazy mountain shadows, there seemed to be a figure emerging faintly, wearing gorgeous clothes with wide sleeves, pale skin, a high bun on his head, and black lips. He wore a pair of cloud-plated shoes and waved a golden round fan in his hand. He looked light and ethereal, yet heavy and stiff. She walked from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain with one unsteady step. But she could not walk out of the line at the foot of the mountain, nor could she walk onto the road of the human world. She could only look around with melancholy in the smoke, fanning herself and sighing. I don't know how much time passed. It seemed as if those chaotic pleas were still ringing in my ears. The sky in front suddenly brightened, and the dark clouds dispersed. The white candle in the chief accompanist's hand burned out at this moment. He sighed softly and looked back. For the rest of your life, some people laugh and some people cry. The team only rested for about half a quarter of an hour before the escorts raised the accompaniment flags again and set off. Whoever stays at the foot of Hanchio Mountain will stay there forever. Those who survived have to move on. Fortunately, Huailing City was not far away. After walking about 10 miles forward, the group saw a city rising from the ground in the open area ahead. It is not tall, nor is it particularly magnificent, but bathed in the evening glow, it is so steady and dignified. From a distance, one could see that in addition to the soldiers guarding the city, there were also 5 or 6 people dressed as clerks and yamen runners standing at the city gate. There was a table placed on the side of the city gate, and behind the table sat a man wearing a light green official uniform. The light green color represented the 9th rank. But no matter whether it was the 9th rank or any other rank, no matter how low it was still an official. The people from the Sidong Accompaniment Agency went over first to inquire, and after a moment, the agency sent back the news. The escorts urged everyone, "Hurry up, let's hurry up and get the household cards to exchange for the license plates and go into the city. Don't keep the master waiting for too long." What's going on? It turned out that the government in Huailing had already made preparations to receive the people of Siang. The man sitting by the city gate was an envoy sent by the county government to resettle the people of Siang. According to the escorts, this was because while the people were trudging through the journey, Siang County Magistrate Fong Jingtai had already dispatched personnel to several places to communicate with the surrounding cities and request the local government to resettle the people. This news touched the softest part of the hearts of the people who had just experienced a great disaster, and cheers came from the crowd. Aunt Jinhua burst into tears. She hugged Yu Chan tightly in her arms and said to Song Suwan beside her, "Yunyang, it's only been 1 day since we left Siang, but I don't know why, but I feel like it's been a long time. It seems like half a lifetime." Yu Chan in her arms was trembling, and she also trembled a little as she said, "There were at least 2,000 or 3,000 people in our group who followed the Sidong Accompaniment Agency. However, if you count the people lining up here carefully, aren't there a lot less?" Aunt Jinhua couldn't count exactly how much less it was. Yu Lin, who was sitting on the shaft of the cart in front, wiped the cold sweat off his face and said, "Mom, there are probably hundreds of people missing, and more than half of those who are walking bare-legged in the back are gone." Aunt Jinhua cried and laughed and said, "There are so many fewer people, but at least we survived. No wonder people say it's hard to go out. If we had known this earlier, wouldn't everyone prefer to stay in Siang and die rather than leave?" Song Suwan asked, "Aunt, do you regret leaving the city?" Aunt Jinhua sighed and said, "Whether I regret it or not, I have no choice. Your Uncle Yu insisted that I take the child away. He said that it won't be long before he catches up with us." When she said this, her tone became even more depressed, and she no longer had the previous spirit and alertness. It is already so difficult to get from Siang to Huailing. How difficult would it be if you have to cross several cities to get to Pinglan City? Do they really have to go to Pinglan? Aunt Jinhua is not the only one who thinks this way. Most of the people in the team had already thought about staying in Huailing from the moment they escaped death from the foot of Hanchio Mountain. "We have all left our hometowns, so where to go doesn't matter. It would be better to stay in Huailing. At least it is closer to Siang." The accents of the two cities are not much different, and it is easier to integrate. The most important thing is that the Huailing government really accommodated the people. Later, the people received their own number plates at the city gate. Those who were short of money and had no place to live basically followed the government to the government-run Didion. They could stay there temporarily, with large bunk beds, and the price was very cheap. Huailing has provided several methods to resettle the people. Those who plan to stay in Huailing have 3 days to choose a plan, and those who do not plan to stay can also exchange their license plates for passes.
Yulin also drove to the Didion.
On the way, Aunt Jinhua said to Yulin, "Alin, when the car stops, take the money and buy 2 gifts. Also take our 10-year-old ginseng and ask your Uncle Wei from the Sidong Accompaniment Agency how many people are left in Huailing. Also, ask the accompaniment agency if there is any way to get the message to Siang. If it can be sent, ask them to help tell your father that we are not going to Pinglan City for now, and we will wait for him in Huailing. When he comes to see us, we'll decide whether to go to Pinglan or not." Aunt Jinhua's decision was decisive. Yulin was stunned for a moment, then quickly responded loudly. With the whip cracking, Yulin's driving movements seemed to be lighter. Aunt Jinhua also breathed a sigh of relief. She seemed to have put down a huge burden in her heart. She smiled again and said to Song Sawan, "Yuanyang, you should stay in Huailing too. It was my fault for not thinking carefully enough to ask you to go to Pinglan. This long journey is really not something that ordinary people like us can do." Song Sawan said, "What Aunt said makes sense, but since there's a road ahead, I still want to walk it." Her words shocked Aunt Jinhua and Yuchan. She said, "Aunt, I was saved. Now that I have left Suyang, the world is my home. In this case, why don't I go further away to see the scenery farther away and the wider world? You said that Pinglan has many major immortal sects and countless masters. If I go there, maybe I can get a chance to become an immortal, right?" She turned her head and winked at Aunt Jinhua playfully. Aunt Jinhua was so shocked that she was speechless. After a long while, she stammered, We are ordinary people. You are still a young lady. Why don't you find a stable place to get married and have children?
You. Fate.
Who hasn't had it in their dreams? But how many people really dare to risk their lives to pursue it? This overturned Aunt Jinhua's outlook on life. Although she let Yulin practice martial arts, that was Yulin. She never thought of letting Yuchan practice martial arts. Yuchan half showed his head in Aunt Jinhua's arms, and his pair of watery eyes looked at Song Sawan with curiosity and admiration like a little deer. The scale between heaven and earth emerged and collected 2 of energy in succession. Human desires, shock, worry, and fear can be exchanged for 3 caddies and 2 ounces. Human desire, love, respect, yearning, 2 caddies and 1 ounce can be traded. 1 ball comes from Aunt Jinhua, and the other ball comes from the cicada. This is really unexpected. If Song Sawan had known that making some unconventional remarks could get such strong emotional feedback, wouldn't he have made a fortune long ago? Aunt Jinhua pointed at Song Sawan, almost annoyed, and said, "Girl, why are you so crazy? If your parents knew that you don't take care of yourself, I'm afraid they would want to jump up and beat you a few times." You ouch. You are really. She covered her chest, looking like she couldn't speak or breathe. Song Sawan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he quickly supported her and patted her back to calm her down. At the same time, he said, "Aunt, since I have been to the laundry room, I will not consider getting married and having children in the future. Although I don't say it and you don't say it, maybe no one will know about it in the future. But I can deceive others, but I can't deceive myself. If I get married and have children when I am infected with evil spirits, it will hurt others and myself. Why bother?" Song Sawan actually made up these words. She didn't actually have any violent temper. If she did have any, she would have sold it out to the scales of heaven and earth long ago. But it is true that I don't plan to get married and have children. Immortality is a road that is destined to be lonely. Song Sawan has already embarked on this road and will continue to move forward. Then some things will inevitably be abandoned by her. Song Sawan may not have achieved a perfect Tao heart yet, but at least her Tao heart is firm. The scale of heaven and earth reappeared, and this time it received another ball of qi. Human desires, love, worry, and regret, 1 kadi and 2 ounces, can be traded. This ball of air came from Yulin outside the car. He also heard what Song Sawan said, and thus contributed a strong emotion. The young man Muai, at this moment, the young Yulin felt a moment of excitement. But he obviously also understood that sometimes, love should die the moment it sprouts, so in addition to regret, he also felt silence. Aunt Jinhua did not remain silent. She sighed repeatedly and said, "Well, since you have made up your mind, you can go with Yulin when he goes to look for his Uncle Wei. Follow the Sidong accompaniment agency and ask them to take better care of you. It's better for you to rush around without knowing the direction." Song Sawan responded, feeling warm in his heart. In the past, she felt resentful because Captain Yu had taken Song Yid's pension, but now she thought that there were so many helplessness for mortals living in this world. Aunt Jinhua had actually returned the 5 taels of silver as pension to her in disguise a long time ago, and her subsequent care for her was also sincere. After all, the world is not black and white. Learning to let go may also be a form of practice. The carriage drove to the side of the inn, and a waiter came over to lead the horses and unload the carriage, but he saw a crowd of people in front, and it was very lively. Yulin asked, and the waiter answered enthusiastically, "It's the Wanling Tianjiao ranking." It was the last time the ranking was changed before the new year. Today, a copy of the ranking was sent to our Huailing, and everyone is rushing to pass it around to have a look. The waiter was very excited and said with a proud expression, "This time, a genius from our Huailing city has made the list." The 10,000 Spirits Prodigy ranking includes 100 prodigies from all races. Only those under 50 years old are selected from the human race, and those under 100 years old are selected from the demon race. The ranking is changed every 3 months. On the Chongqing platform in the capital of our Great Zhou, the list of prodigies is hung day and night. Every time the list is changed, the names on the list are washed away like a waterfall. No one needs to handle it, it will change automatically. It's incredible. No one knows how the Wanling Tianjiao list collected information about the various Tianjiao, but it must be the most fair. This time, a genius from our Huailing city has made the list, and that's Fairy Qihua. It turned out to be Fairy Qihua. Fairy Qihua turned out to be from Huailing? Song Sawan had just started to wonder when Yulin asked, "I know Fairy Qihua too. She went to Siang to exorcise demons some time ago. But I heard that the fairy came from the county town. How come?" The waiter raised his neck and immediately said loudly, "Although Fairy Qihua is the true descendant of Cheonghua Pavilion, her ancestral home is Huailing, which is recorded on the Tianjiao list. If you don't believe it, you can buy a copy of the list and see it. It's written in black and white. How can I lie to you?" Yulin was a good-tempered person. He scratched his head and said, "It's not that I don't believe it. I'm just asking casually. I don't know where I can buy this list. I want to buy a copy." As soon as she got it, she unfolded it and took a quick glance. Sure enough, she saw the name of Fairy Qihua at the 98th position at the back. Fang Yingxia. In the late stage of qi refining, his Taoist name is Qihua. He is a true disciple of Cheonghua Pavilion and a direct descendant of Beichun's sword immortal. Main magic weapon, Sky Suspended Sword, spiritual sword level. Battle record, reached the late stage of qi refining, killed 72 monsters in the 100 Souls Cave, fought against the core formation stage mountain spider monster with the cultivation base of the late stage of qi refining, and achieved the Xian level of combat power, which allowed him to be ranked 98th on the Wanling Tianjiao list. Fairy Qihua had just experienced the Battle of Baibo Lake yesterday. At that time, Song Suwan used the unconventional Taoist technique of weights and measures to measure that her cultivation level was in the middle stage of qi training. I didn't realize that only 1 day had passed, maybe even less than 1 day. According to the waiter, there is a certain delay in the transmission of the Wanling Tianjiao list. In short, at this moment, Fairy Qihua not only has greatly improved her cultivation, but also her strength has soared, and she is no longer the same as before. I don't know what she has experienced in this short period of time, but Song Suwan is still sincerely happy for her. Let's look at the people at the top of the list. The one ranked first is Tu Shanjing, the nine-tailed fox, the genius of the demon clan. Tu Shanjing, the holy son of the fox clan, with a body that can change into anything, the blood of a celestial demon, in the early stage of the Demon King, with the cultivation level of 6 tails. Main magic weapons, Frosty Sky of all things, for symbols Wheel of Reincarnation. Battle record, defeated the human race's Return to the Void, and defeated the late stage of the same race's Demon King. The second one is the human race's Tianjiao Yunliuguang. Yunliuguang, late stage of the spiritualization realm, Taoist named Fuguang, Taoist of the Xuanqin sect, pure yang sword body, practicing the ruthless Tao, destroying heart sword technique. Main magic weapon, immortal sword to save people from disasters. Battle record, killed the demon race's genius, the Demon King level golden winged Dapeng, with the late stage of transformation. Yun Liuguang had many achievements in battle. Song Sawan could see that they were basically all about killing various monsters. The most eye-catching achievement was naturally the killing of the golden winged roc. Going down, the third is still the demon race, the fourth is the human race, the 5th to 8th are also the human race, and the 9th and 10th are the demon race. In general, among the top 10 on the Wanling Tianjia list, there are 6 humans and 4 demons. But the first place was from the demon race. Song Sawan couldn't deny that when she saw this list, her heart actually skipped a beat. For a moment, she felt a sense of heaviness and pressure. This list is said to be the list of the geniuses of all spirits, but in fact, the main people on the list are humans and demons. The human race, however, failed to take the first place on the list of geniuses. As a human, how can we be without emotions? Is the human race weak? Not necessarily. Blame Yun Liuguang? No need to blame him. He ranked second on the list. Who can blame him? Blame it on him. You might as well try to reach the top yourself. Song Sawan calmed down and began to look at the list from a more objective perspective. The content of this list is very rich. From another perspective, it is also clearly an introduction to all races. Song Sawan saw many kinds of monsters. For example, the nine-tailed fox, the golden-winged roc, the dragon clan, the golden crow, etc., are well-known creatures that are often mentioned in mythological stories. Although they are very powerful, they lack a sense of mystery. The truly mysterious and bizarre ones include the dream taper, the mirage spirit, the mountain spirit, or the night lantern, the book god, the paper ghost, the faceless insect, etc. Song Sawan was greatly enlightened by what she saw, but she felt that her imagination was too poor after all. This world was so rich and wonderful that she might not even have seen the tip of the iceberg yet. In addition, the directions of human cultivation are also diverse and extremely numerous. Song Sawan saw many Dharma bodies on the list, such as the pure Yang sword body with flowing clouds, as well as other human geniuses, such as the Xianming demon body, the innate saint body, the great sun thunder body, the starry Tao body, etc. People with outstanding Dharma bodies are often more likely to stand out. But there are also people who are neither able to gain the body nor cultivate immortality, but simply practice martial arts. As a martial artist, they open 168 acupoints and become among the geniuses. There are also scholars whose names are on the list, for example, the human race Jinsher Tanhualang Su Bai, who ranks 4th on the Wanling Tianjia list. Also a pure female warrior, Du Xingheng, a true disciple of Lingwu sect, who can break all laws with one force, split mountains and seas with a pair of flesh palms, slay demons and exorcise monsters, and ranks 5th on the Wanling Tianjia list. There is also a Buddhist Arhat Lingkong who walks in the world and leaves a name in the world. There was also a disciple of Moism named Mo Xingyi, who attracted worldwide attention with his mechanical skills. Every name and every deed will surely be glorious as long as they are on the list. Song Sawan was so overwhelmed by the sight that even Aunt Jinhua and Yu Chan couldn't help but come over to her and watch with her. Aunt Jinhua is basically illiterate, but Yu Chan can recognize hundreds of common characters. Yu Chan read the book aloud to Aunt Jinhua as she read, and when she came across a word she didn't recognize, she would immediately ask Song Sawan. The two of them exclaimed in amazement and sighed at the same time, with such rich expressions that they could have gone on stage to act as supporting actors. Yulin pricked up one ear to listen, while watching the waiter leading the horse to unload the cart. The waiter over there received 4 cents, happily arranged for the Yu family's carriages and horses, and then led people to the lobby to allocate rooms. In the lobby, a wave of heat hit one's face, and the hustle and bustle of the world immediately brought all the imagination and reverie brought about by the 10,000 spirits pride list back to the world of mortals. Aunt Jinhua came to her senses and immediately cried out ouch and slapped her thigh. There were so many people squeezing into the inn that the big bunk beds had to be snatched up. The single room number 1 rooms were available, but they were very expensive. It cost half a tael of silver per room, and one could only stay for 1 night. While Aunt Jinhua was hesitating, Song Suwon quietly walked aside, booked 2 rooms with the shopkeeper, and paid for 3 days' stay. After Aunt Jinhua found out, she no longer cared about imagining those geniuses. She just said to Song Suwon in a hurry, "Child, you are away from home. Where do you need to save money?"
You.
Song Suwon raised his finger to his lips and smiled softly. "Shuh." She gestured for silence, took Aunt Jinhua's hand and said, "Aunt, when we go out, our safety comes first." This left Aunt Jinhua speechless. Later, she wanted to give Song Suwon money. Song Suwon said, "Aunt, I borrowed money from you before, but you didn't let me pay it back. Now I want to live in this room, but you don't let me pay. Are you planning to let my parents blame me to death when I go to burn incense with them?" Aunt Jinhua, "Bah. What's the use of talking about death? Don't talk nonsense." Her focus was quite interesting, as it was immediately focused on the word death that Song Suwon blurted out. Song Suwon burst out laughing and Aunt Jinhua sighed. After nightfall, they had dinner together. They still had dry food, which was the pancakes that Aunt Jinhua brought from home. This time, Song Suwon generously accepted the pancake she gave him and did not take out eggs from the basket to share. Aunt Jinhua, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief and quickly picked out 2 meat-filled pancakes for Song Suwon to eat and advised her, "Don't worry about eating. You originally planned to travel far to Pinglan, and I have prepared enough pancakes." Song Suwon said, "Aunt, I promised to observe a 3-year mourning period for my parents. Now that I have said it, I must do it. Aunt, I want to eat vegetarian pancakes. Give me 3 vegetarian pancakes." Aunt Jinhua had nothing to say but to take away the 2 meat pancakes and exchange them for 3 vegetarian pancakes for Song Suwon. After dinner and cleaning up, lights were lit everywhere in Huailing City. When the night was deep and lively, Aunt Jinhua called Yulin to her side, gave him ginseng and silver, and asked him to bring Song Suwon with him to meet Master Wei of the Sidong Accompaniment Agency. Song Suwon left the backpack and the big white goose at the inn, and went out with Yulin carrying a saddlebag. After leaving the room upstairs and entering the lobby, the first thing that hit me was a bustling scene and the smell of alcohol. The people on the journey may have experienced hard times, but that does not stop them from talking and discussing the country under the influence of alcohol. Someone said loudly, "The main disadvantage of our human race's genius is that the time of cultivation is too short. Otherwise, in another 3 to 5 years, you'll see that our Fu Guangjinjuan will definitely be able to reach the top." This is a discussion about the 10,000 spirits prodigy list. Some people did not say this, but whispered the story of Hanqiu Mountain with people around them. I saw some friends asked about updates, so I would like to explain here that there will be at least 2 updates per day, and additional updates will be added from time to time. The time is still being adjusted. After the adjustment, the updates will be fixed at around 12 noon and around 6 p.m. Thank you for your support, and thank you friends for your reminders. Love you guys. Pencore also, let me explain, the heroine is focused on cultivating immortals. There will not be a hero, not now and not in the future. Some male characters can be wonderful, but that's just because there are countless kinds of people in a living world. Song Suwon heard someone say as he was walking through the lobby, in the previous dynasty, Hanqiu Mountain was originally a Buddhist mountain. There were countless ancestral temples of wealthy families built on the mountain. The people living in the ancestral temples were all the women of the wealthy families who had become nuns. This simple passage sounds ordinary, but somehow it gives off an indescribable sense of horror that makes the listener stop involuntarily and want to hear more of the story. Yulin was one of the people who stopped. Seeing him standing there, listening attentively, Song Suan stopped and listened carefully with him. The storyteller had a weathered face. He had drunk a few cups of wine, and there were a few drops of wine on his messy beard. Others called him Master Luo-san. Master Luo-san was drunk and sat at the table. He slapped the table with his hand and said, "Hey, ancestral temple, do you know what kind of life the people living in it led? In winter, I wear thin clothes, and in summer, I wear cotton padded jackets. I carry water, chop wood, water the garden, and grow vegetables. I no longer have the wealth and luxury of the past, and I don't even need to call servants." They chanted Buddha's name every day in front of the green lamp and copied scriptures after beating the wooden fish. It was common for them to kneel and face the wall as punishment, and stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat was a daily side dish. The newcomers were always bullied by the old ones, but they didn't know that the old ones were once newcomers and were also bullied by the old ones at that time. Mr. Luo-san told stories fluently, and his choice of words and sentences made people feel as if they were actually there. More importantly, there was always an indescribable strange atmosphere between his words, which caused all the noise in the hall to pause. More and more people put aside their own topics and turned to listen carefully to his storytelling. At this time, a simpleton suddenly asked, "Stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat? This isn't a family temple. How can you stir-fry meat?" People became even quieter, and after a moment, a burst of laughter broke out in the lobby. The fool was still confused when someone told him, "Stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat is not really stir-fried meat. It's like beating someone with a bamboo stick. There's no injury on the face, but the body is in excruciating pain. It is painful, but it is the people in the past who are feeling the pain, not the people in the lobby today." Therefore, as soon as this person finished speaking, there was immediately a burst of ha-ha-ha-ha laughter, and the eerie atmosphere inexplicably became warmer. The hall was still filled with the smell of alcohol. Third Master Luo also laughed and continued, "Stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat is just the usual trick. There are some tricks you can't even imagine. For example, inserting a needle under the fingernail, covering your eyes, ears, mouth, and nose with wet paper so that you can't breathe and are about to die, and then the paper is reluctantly removed. There were also those who failed to evacuate in time, and those who died immediately were killed. What should we do if they died? Hey, that's not a big deal. They enter the family temple to practice in seclusion, and they say to the outside world that they are actively practicing and praying for their families. In fact, they are all criminals who have been punished to go deep into the mountains. What's the big deal if a few criminals die?" Someone shuddered as he heard this and said, "Master Luo-san, you said that those who were punished to enter the ancestral temple were originally the daughters of wealthy families. If that's the case, then they must have come from good families. What on earth did they do wrong to deserve such punishment?" Master Luo-san took a sip of wine and said with a smile as if drunk, "The charges are many. Married people may be jealous and unvirtuous, or have no children for many years, or be disrespectful to elders, or hinder their husbands. There are some more, and there is no need to have a specific name. Just say that the zodiac signs are not compatible, the attributes are incompatible, so I ask you to practice in the family temple for a period of time. Can you not go? There are also unmarried women, concubine daughters being oppressed by their stepmothers, legitimate daughters being oppressed by their stepmothers, and those whose parents have both passed away being oppressed by their relatives. There are countless reasons for that. There are also some people whose biological parents are still alive, but they are suspected by their biological parents. It's a bad fate. Hey, it's just a bad fate." The Xianyuan land at that time was not like ours today, where the whole world was unified and the 9 states had one ruler. At that time, our Huailing area was governed by a country called Yungwa. At the end of the Yun Kingdom, there was a severe drought. 3,000 miles of land was barren. From north to south, it was a mess. I don't know how many heroes raised the banner of rebellion. They killed people incessantly, and blood flowed like a river. As Mr. Luo-sen spoke, he gestured with his hands. There was a young lady who practiced asceticism in Hanchio Mountain. One day, when she was chopping wood in the back mountain, she met a wounded young man. She saw that the man was covered in wounds. Although she was in a difficult situation herself, she also felt sympathy for him. The young lady rescued the young man and hid him in the back mountain. She also saved her own drinking water and food every day and waited until she chopped wood to secretly hide the food in her arms and bring it to the back mountain to feed the young man. From this young man, the young lady heard a completely different world. I heard that someone saw injustice and drew his sword to fight. He killed the evildoer but was wanted, so he rebelled against the court and joined the rebel army. A woman from a noble family felt sorry for the boy, so she gave him a cake and a pot of water. But she was reported to her family, saying that she had an affair with a man outside her family, and the family sentenced her to death by drowning her in a pond. Although some people mentioned that the child was only 8 years old, boys and girls aged 7 are not allowed to sit at the same table. If a girl gave a noodle cake to an 8-year-old boy, it would be a private transaction.
Oh.
He laughed, and the people who were listening attentively couldn't help asking, what happened next? Master Luo-sen said, Young man, tell the young lady that the woman fought back against the clan and had a dagger hidden on her body. She stabbed the clan leader, who sentenced her to death. After stabbing the clan leader to death, she took advantage of the chaos to flee. Not long after, she encountered a fortuitous encounter outside, practiced martial arts and gained energy, and later joined the rebel army. That woman is the famous General Shueiyun in the rebel army, the Red Eyebrow Lady. People exclaimed in admiration, and some said, the Red Eyebrows Goddess temple still exists in our place. Mr. Luo-san continued, the young lady often talked with young people, and thus learned that if people are oppressed, they can resist. She also understood that the world is big, and it is not just the courtyard of the back house and the gloomy Hanchio Mountain. The young lady has made an appointment with the young man. Once his injury heals, she will escape from Hanchio Mountain with him to join the rebel army, see the scenery of the world, and see what the world is like without the constraints of clans. Unfortunately, although everything was going well, the young lady was followed by the nun in the same room and discovered something before the young man recovered from his injury. Later, you all know that the young lady was sentenced to death by the clan. She wanted to imitate the Red Eyebrows Queen and assassinate the clan leader and escape in the chaos. However, with the example of the Red Eyebrows Queen, these people later learned from her. They cut the tendons of the young lady's hands and feet in advance, stripped her body, and tied her up tightly. The young lady was humiliated and drowned in the pond, but the young man escaped. Not long after, the rebel army broke through Shumling City and wiped out several large families in the surrounding area. Someone also set fire to Hanchio Mountain and burned down the ancestral temple on the mountain. From then on, the voices of nuns chanting sutras were no longer heard on Hanchio Mountain, but mist began to descend from the mountaintop. If someone passes by Hanchio Mountain, he can always hear a woman calling out, "Stay, stay with me." He pinched his throat and said the last sentence in an ethereal and delicate female voice. When everyone in the hall heard this, they all got goosebumps. Someone screamed in horror. "Ah!" Mr. Luo-san slammed the table with a bang and burst into laughter. After laughing a few times, he suddenly burped, fell on the table, snored, and fell asleep. Everyone in the hall was still listening to it, but Master Luo-san was drunk. Who could wake him up at this time? People couldn't wake Master Luo-san, but they could continue to discuss. Although we, the peasants, also know the difference between men and women, fortunately we are not as scary as some of the big families. In this way, our lives are actually better. Hey, you are dreaming. What do you eat and what do others eat? You eat one pancake, but others can eat a basket of pancakes.
Ha ha ha.
People laughed again. Yulin woke up as if from a dream and walked out quickly. When he reached the door of the store, he blushed and said to Song Sawan, "I'm sorry, Sister Yunyang. I wasted your time." Song Sawan smiled and said, "Brother A Lin, don't you know that I want to hear it too?" Yulin scratched his head, and this time he smiled in relief. The two of them first went to a store outside to buy snacks, dried fruits, wine, stews, and other gifts. While Yulin was not paying attention, Song Soo-won quietly put a small porcelain bottle in the snack box, which contained a chi-moving pill. The Sitong Accompaniment Agency did not stay at the official inn, but went to the branch they opened in Huailing City. In fact, the headquarters of Sitong Accompaniment Agency is in Pinglon City, and their branches are spread all over Songling County. It is precisely because of this that Sitong Accompaniment Agency has the courage to cross several cities and take people to Pinglon from thousands of miles away. When he arrived at the Sitong Accompaniment Agency, Yulin reported the name of Master Wei, and soon he saw the man. Although the people in the accompaniment agency were all resting, no one was drinking or indulging themselves. The lights in the accompaniment agency were bright, and everyone was busy packing things they would need for the journey in an orderly manner. Yulin and Song Soo-won followed accompaniment Master Wei into the small reception hall of the accompaniment agency. Accompaniment Master Wei glanced at the things Yulin brought and said with a smile, "Nephew, you are tempting me. Our accompaniment agency has a rule that you are not allowed to drink alcohol while on the road." Yulin said a little awkwardly, "Then Uncle Wei will take it with him, and we can drink it when we get to Pinglon." Accompaniment Master Wei burst out laughing. "My nephew, I will accept your words. When we get to Pinglon, I will drink this jar of wine with you." Yulin said with a blushing face, "Uncle Wei, I'm sorry. I came here because my mother has made a decision. We will not go to Pinglon. My mother wants to ask Uncle Wei if the accompaniment agency can still send news to Siang. If it is convenient, please help me pass a message to my father." As he spoke, he took out a brocade bag containing ginseng from his arms. The brocade bag does not need to be opened. The aroma of ginseng can already permeate the bag. Accompaniment Master Wei's face turned serious, and he asked, "You guys are going to take a message to Siang?" Yulin's face was full of anxiety and shame, and he was too embarrassed to say more. Accompaniment Wei placed his hands on the small table and tapped lightly with his fingers. After a moment, he sighed and said, "Forget it. It is reasonable for you not to go to Pinglon anymore. But I cannot promise you that you can pass on the message to Siang. I can only say that you should write down the message you want to pass on. If there is a chance, the message can be passed on naturally." Yulin was delighted and stood up and said respectfully, "Thank you, Uncle Wei." He also mentioned that Song Soo-won needed to continue his journey to Pinglon and requested Master Yue to take care of him when convenient. Accompaniment Wei was not embarrassed and agreed readily. Song Soo-won didn't say a word during the whole process, just stood there quietly like a pendant. Accompaniment Wei recognized her face and did not ask her why a young lady did not stay in Huailing like the Yu family, but instead traveled thousands of miles to Pinglon. Finally, he asked his porter apprentice to see Lin and Song Soo-won out. After the two men left, Accompaniment Wei opened the box of snacks in the small hall. He picked up a piece of Manhwa cake and threw it into his mouth. After taking a bite, he noticed the small porcelain bottle in the box. He frowned, opened the porcelain bottle, poured out the pills inside, and took a look, and then the Manhwa cake in his mouth fell to the ground in shock.
Ouch.
Accompaniment Wei shouted, frantically trying to protect the bouncing pill in his hand. It was just his fault that he was too careless just now, so that the pill almost fell to the ground. Although he almost failed, he used his martial arts skills to quickly and gently put the pill back into the bottle. It happened that his apprentice came back after sending Yulin off. Seeing his master in a hurry, he couldn't help but ask, "Master, what's wrong with you?" Accompaniment Wei quickly stuffed the porcelain bottle into his arms and said with a serious expression, "Did you personally send my nephew back to the inn?" The disciple exclaimed, I only sent him to the door. Should I send him to the store?" Accompaniment Master Wei immediately said with a stern face, "Of course we have to send him back to the inn. Even though we are in the city, do you think it is safe at night? Hurry up and go." Seeing that he was serious, the apprentice immediately agreed and ran out. He went to chase someone, leaving Accompaniment Wei in the small hall with a grin on his face. Accompaniment Wei took the rest of the gifts back to his room and then began to actively inquire about the matter of delivering the message to the Yu family. He also went to find other familiar escorts and helped Song Soo-won get a seat in the carriage in the accompaniment team. Song Soo-won and Yulin were caught up by Master Wei's apprentice, and Yulin felt flattered at the time. So, one strictly followed the master's orders, the other was grateful and tried to please, and with the quiet pendant Song Soo-won, the three of them returned to the inn easily and happily. Master Wei's apprentice said goodbye and left, and Yulin's steps were still a little light. I saw that many people who were talking loudly in the store had dispersed, and the topic of Hanchio Mountain had been passed over. Someone else said, I heard that the Demon King level originally corresponds to the spirit refining stage, but our Fuguang Jinjuan was able to kill a Demon King in the late stage of spirit transformation. That was not an ordinary Demon King, but a golden-winged rock. Our Master Fuguang suffers from the fact that he has practiced for too short a time. Only humans under 50 years old can be included in the list. Is Master Fuguang 30 years old? Only the demons under 100 years old are included in the list. How unfair. People talk to each other and express their opinions with great vigor, as if they themselves had become the peerless geniuses standing at the pinnacle of the world. The night is so noisy, and the lights of the world always make people linger. Song Soo-won shared a room with Aunt Jinhua and Yuchan. When it was late at night, and they fell asleep, she used her dream-entering technique to make their dreams more wonderful and profound. Then she practiced while waiting for midnight. The light shield of the Liangyi heart protection array can be invisible and has a certain warning function. It can be said to be an indispensable item during travel practice. Then Song Soo-won began to take inventory of the scale, which now contained many items for sale. The number was far more than 10, and she couldn't sell them all in 2 or 3 days. Song Soo-won then picked carefully. Generally speaking, people whose emotional aura was collected by the Tiandi scale for the first time would often provide her with a small spell. The level of spells sold will vary depending on the other party's level of cultivation. Whether it is practical or not depends on luck. Except for the first time, if the emotional aura provided by the same person is sold again later, it can often be sold for the time of cultivation. For ordinary people, 1 pound of qi can be exchanged for 1 year of cultivation. Practitioners are different. For example, Song Soo-won once collected energy from Tian Junhong. This innate warrior with 72 orifices opened up his body. With 3.5 kilograms of hatred, anger, and regret, he provided Song Soo-won with 36 years of cultivation. Unfortunately, people like Tian Junhong are hard to come by, and it is difficult for ordinary masters to provide such strong emotions like him. If Tian Junhong had not died so miserably, he probably would not have revealed such strong emotions before his death. Don't you see? Song Soo-won and Fairy Chihua met at the bottom of Bibo Lake. Although the two did not have direct communication, they actually shared hardships. However, during this period, Fairy Chihua did not let Song Soo-won collect even a little bit of emotion. A master holds the yuan and guards the heart. Even if there are emotional fluctuations, it is difficult to reach the collection standard of the scale of heaven and earth. At this moment, Song Soo-won couldn't help but miss her ex-fiancé Wang Yi, who she had treated like a crooked-mouthed lamb and had repeatedly pulled at him. I don't know how Wang Yi is doing now. Is he still alive? Has his cultivation improved? If Wang Yi can reach a higher level, then his emotional value will be great. As for now, it is naturally because there are not enough masters, so mortals come to make up. Song Soo-won first sold the emotional heir that she had obtained from Aunt Jo, but had not had time to sell. There were 3 in total, and she sold the first 2 first. They obtained 1 year and 3 months of cultivation and 2 years and 3 months of cultivation respectively. After jumping through time and space, he appeared in the world for 2/4 of an hour. In the empty cultivation space, Song Soo-won had already been practicing for 3 years and 6 months. This time, perhaps because the spiritual energy of Huailing City had not been damaged, her cultivation effect was significantly better than last night in Suyang City. In the void cultivation space, the concentration of spiritual energy was exactly the same as her current environment, but she could not use elixirs in the void space. After practicing like this for 2 consecutive periods, Song Suwon woke up again and opened the panel of the cave illumination technique to take a look. Song Suwon, age 15, lifespan 63 years, main technique, Zwang Heart Sutra, first level proficiency 2210/10,000, cultivation level, refining essence into Qi transformation perfection 1859/10,000. Compared with the original, it is equivalent to 3 years of non-stop hard practice. Song Suwon's proficiency in the Zwang Heart Sutra has increased by 90 points, and his cultivation has increased by 824 points. Song Suwon didn't know whether this speed was fast or slow, but think about the prodigies on the Wanling prodigy ranking, such as Yun Liuguang, who was not yet 30 years old, but had already reached the late stage of the spiritualization realm. And if we count the time Song Suwon spent practicing in the void space, it would have been more than 30 years. Is there something wrong with her qualifications? Or do these geniuses have other unknown ways of practicing? Song Suwon has many questions, and she hopes to answer all these questions with a new perspective after arriving in Pinglan. Continuing with the sales, this time Song Suwon decided to sell some of the harvest from Hanqiu Mountain to see what he could get. You sold your scattered, disordered, and violent energy for 3 ounces and 2 cents and gained a lifespan of 32 years. Life expectancy is finally starting to increase again. Age 15, lifespan 95 years. You sold the scattered mountain spirit ghost for 2 taels and 3 coins and received a 2-star rare item puppet paper clothing. Puppet paper clothes. Put on this paper clothes and you will become invisible. The clothes are made of paper and can only be used once for a quarter of an hour. Song Suwon's heart skipped a beat. The mountain spirit had a surprise for him. Sell again. You sold the scattered mountain spirit's death energy for 2 taels and 1 coin and received a 2-star wonder, a white candle. White candle. Light it, and the weirdness will unconsciously retreat towards you. The burning speed of the candle depends on the strength of the weirdness, and it will no longer be usable once it burns out. Continue to sell. You sold the scattered and disordered Yin Qi for 3 taels and 1 chien and received a 1-star low-grade Yin Soul Pearl. Yin Paju, a kind of refining material, a consumable, commonly used by evil monks. So far, 6 sales have been used today. Song Suwon slowed down and decided to change the way of selling. Before, outside the gate of Su's house, she caught Yu Shu, a servant of Su's house. This little lamb was plucked bald by her and provided so many emotions that Song Suwon didn't have to worry about his practice for the next few nights. And when he first sold this person's human desire, Song Suwon should have also learned a technique. You sold the desires of a mortal warrior in the tendon refining stage, greed, stupidity, and joy, 2 caddies and 3 ounces, and obtained the side door Taoist technique, the first level of the transmission method. Side door Taoist magic. Transmission, first level entry 5 of 100. A series of profound incantations were injected into Song Suwon's mind, and her hands began to make hand gestures. While she was comprehending and remembering, she was carefully thinking about the effect of this Taoist method. As the name suggests, when this Taoist art is performed, the caster can gain a passive ability similar to the blessing of a teacher's halo. Under the aura of passing on the Dharma, all the methods, principles, techniques, and skills she talks about will have the special effect of doubling people's wisdom. As for how strong this increase can be, it mainly depends on the extent to which Song Suwon can practice the Dharma. At first glance, this Taoist technique seems to benefit others rather than oneself, but in fact, if it is applied to life, it will be a very powerful persuasive skill. If used in battle, would it be able to shake the enemy's morale? If combined with the doubt secret learned from Wang Yi, wow, this Taoist magic will become very interesting. Going a step further and opening up the perspective a little bit, the art of passing on the Dharma is clearly an art of educating people. For example, the great religions of the time, or the gods and Buddhas, who wouldn't give a lecture when they attained enlightenment. They would talk about the sky falling, the sun and the moon rising, the stars moving, and the changes in the world. It's too scary to imagine. Surprises always appear unexpectedly. Of course, just the first level of teaching is definitely nothing. No, it is definitely far from those fantastic things, but this thing is still wonderful. Song Sawan silently recited the mental method and practiced the art of passing on the Dharma for a while. It was discovered that although this Taoist art could be improved through hard practice, the progress was extremely slow and the true method of practicing it still had to be achieved through actual application. There have been 7 offers for today's sale, and there are 3 more opportunities left. You sold human desires, love, respect, and yearning, £2 and 1 ounce, and obtained the low-level Taoist spell of Sweet Rain, the first level. Sweet Rain Curse. Use true qi to transform into sweet rain, which can have a certain restorative and healing effect when it falls, and is effective for both humans and monsters. The incantation formula came down from nothingness, and Song Sawan quickly memorized it all and gained the basic understanding. The panel of the illumination technique shows that she has one more skill. Primary Taoist technique, Rain of Dew. First level entry 2 out of 100, Song Sawan slowed down and silently digested this new discovery. Then he turned around and made a hand gesture towards Yu Chan, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. Under his finger gesture, a thin cloud the size of an egg appeared and came to Yu Chan's head and face. Soon, clear and sweet rain began to fall. Yu Chan seemed to feel extra comfortable in his sleep. He closed his eyes and hummed softly. The sweet rain did not wet her head and face, but instead blended into her skin texture without a trace. There were some tiny frost marks on Yu Chan's face due to the cold weather, but they were quickly smoothed out by the gentle rain. However, the dark blue birthmark on her face could not be cured by the rain. Song Sawan silently comprehended the feeling of casting the sweet rain curse for a moment. This Taoist method was not difficult and did not consume much true energy. It was just that in the initial entry level, the healing ability was a little weak. I don't know how much its healing power will increase after I practice it to a deeper level. Song Sawan cast the Sweet Rain curse on Aunt Jinhua again, and while he was comprehending it, the experience gained from the Sweet Rain curse increased by 1 point. Finally, she cast the rain spell on herself, and the gentle and cool feeling made her relax instantly. In short, it tastes great. Song Sawan continued to sell happily. You sold human desires, love, sorrow, and regret for £1 and 2 ounces and obtained the yellow-level martial arts technique, the Mountain Breaking Fist. Breaking Mountain Fist. This method is from the outside to the inside. It is heavy and simple. There are rules between opening and closing, and when practiced to a high level, the fist can break a mountain. Compared to the inferior Chao Shang Fei, Pashan Quan is much more powerful, and it is just right for Song Sawan's primary magical power. Song Sawan finally sold another group of human desires from Yu Shu, the servant of Su Mansion. You sold human desires, worry, fear, regret, 1 caddy and 8 tails, and gained 1 year and 8 months of cultivation. While jumping through time and space, Song Sawan once again entered a state of cultivation in nothingness. This time, she did not choose to practice the Zhuang Heart Sutra, but instead practiced the Shattering Mountain Fist with all her strength in that indescribable void. Shattering Mountain Fist First Form, Shattering Mountain Fist Second Form, Shattering Mountain Fist Third Form. A yellow-level martial art. Although Song Sawan does not have a complete martial arts foundation, the Zhuang Heart Sutra is suitable for most techniques in the world, including martial arts. She practiced without stopping for 1 year and 8 months, and her technique of breaking the mountain fist had already gone from being unfamiliar at the beginning to being proficient in it later. The ancients said that if you read a book 100 times, its meaning will become clear. Isn't it the same for martial arts practice? When Song Sawan opened his eyes again, he fell out of the wonderland of nothingness and opened the panel of the whole illumination technique to see. Martial arts, breaking mountain fist, Mastery 2158/10,000. With all the mysteries of boxing flowing through his mind, Song Sawan stood up and changed his face with his bare hands. He then put on a human skin mask with rough stitching, changed his clothes, and put on the iconic black cloak of the bulk messenger. With a pinch of her fingers, the time and night escape technique was activated, and she turned into a shadow in the night and swam out from the gap in the window. The night wind in Huailing City was very cold, and the streets were under curfew late at night. Only people from the city patrol and night watchmen were walking in the silent streets. The shadow in the night circled half of the city and finally entered from another window on the other side of the official residence. In the room, Yulin slept a little uneasily. He experienced a lot in this one day, whether it was being forced to leave his hometown or settling in Huailing, which made the 17-year-old boy deeply feel the impermanence of fate and the helplessness of reality. The experience at Hanqiu Mountain was even more bizarre and terrifying, so Yulin had actually been suppressing a deep sense of panic in his heart. He just had no one to confide in, because he understood very well that from the moment he left his homeland, he was no longer the boy who could stay peacefully under the protection of his father. On the contrary, he has to spread his wings, straighten his shoulders, and become the big tree that can shelter his mother and sister from wind and rain. Can he do it? Yulin didn't know, and he was very frightened. It was under such circumstances that Yulin had a bizarre dream. It's hard to describe the first half of the dream. It seemed like there were floating islands, flying ships, lingering fairy mist, and deep, bottomless ravines. What else? There was also a thin figure on the top of the mountain, wearing a silver mask and short, tight clothes, standing straight, like a pine tree standing upright, like a mountain standing still in the abyss. Yulin heard the man say, "I am the Starlight God envoy under the seat of the righteous and righteous, nameless God. Because the God has compassion for the sufferings of the world, he has ordered me to go down to the world to find someone who is destined to teach me. Today I will teach you the mountain-breaking fist. You can watch it carefully, but don't make any noise or say too much." After he finished speaking, without waiting for Lin to reply, the Starlight Messenger on the mountain top stretched out his hand, clenched it into a fist, and began to perform a set of majestic boxing techniques. At that time, sand and rocks were flying, the earth was shaking, it was really like thunder was raging and the mountains were breaking, lightning was striking the peaks. I only suspected that this person was not from this world. It turned out to be a messenger of God. Yulin knew that his talent was average, it was good among ordinary people, maybe even a little bit excellent, but if he really put it in the vast world of cultivation, what would he be? He had practiced martial arts since he was a child, and he was only at the tendon training stage. It was impossible for him to learn ordinary boxing techniques by watching them once. If they were more advanced, it would be even more difficult for him to understand. But now, at this moment, all I could hear was the divine messenger demonstrating his boxing skills while reciting the formula. Boxing is about speed, and the force should be released quickly. The momentum is like a stretched crossbow, and the rhythm is like a trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Where the fist wind rose, there were numerous explosions in the air. It's really like a stretched crossbow and a fired machine. Yulin was dazzled and intoxicated by what he saw, and it seemed as if he had understood something. An unknown amount of time passed until the divine messenger suddenly flicked his sleeves, causing Yulin's eyes to blur, and he suddenly woke up from his dream. He sat up from the bed, only to find that he was soaked all over. The mysterious scenes of the islands, ships, etc. in his dreams seemed to be blurred, but the boxing techniques he had seen and the formulas he had heard were clearly imprinted in his mind. The God is a real God, and the God's messenger is a real God's messenger. He really had an adventure in his dream. Yulin was overwhelmed with joy. Song Sawan, who left at the right time, also gained a lot. Human desires, joy, worry, and fear, 1 catty and 5 ounces, can be traded. Human desires, joy, sorrow, and stupidity, 2 catties and 3 ounces, can be traded. Human desires, joy, sorrow, and stupidity, 3 pounds and 1 ounce, can be traded. In addition to the emotional aura provided by Yulin, there has also been obvious progress in the art of passing on the Dharma. Side door Taoist magic. Teaching, first level entry 15 out of 100. Each teaching increases the experience by 10 points. The night wind blew through the inn. Song Sawan was trying to comprehend the various tricks of the art of passing on the law while preparing to make another circle outside and then return to his room to rest. Just at this moment, a cool breeze suddenly blew towards me. The wind blew from the front, passing over the shadow she had transformed into, but a faint voice sounded behind her. Song Sewon was horrified. There was actually someone leaning silently behind her. At this moment, Song Sewon subconsciously made two actions. One was to accelerate his escape technique, and the other was to immediately mobilize his spiritual power and use his clear vision. Clear vision allows her to naturally sense the various states of qi within 100 feet around her without having to look back. However, the terrifying thing is that both the acceleration of the escape technique and the use of clear vision have failed at this moment. She seemed to be trapped in an invisible quagmire. The sticky air seemed to have become a huge water tank, and heavy pressure pressed towards her from all directions. His clear vision was suppressed to about 1 foot around him, so Song Sewon could only vaguely sense that there seemed to be a shadow of a woman behind him. She was wearing gorgeous clothes and a high bun, with a white face and black lips, a delicate dress, and sorrow in her eyes. She seemed to have no bones, and she lay on Song Sewon's back. An indescribable, mysterious aura slowly spread. Song Sewon felt it. This was weird. This strange aura was very similar to the one the convoy encountered when passing through Hanchio Mountain. A strange night appearance in Huiling City? But can't weirdness leave the place where it was born? Hanchio Mountain is not only a strange place of practice, but it should also be her prison. How did she escape from the cage and walk into the city at night? His mind raced, and Song Sewon clenched his left hand into a fist at his side, ready to summon the Xuandu seal of life and death at any time, while silently practicing the art of passing on the Dharma. She no longer tried to look back, but stood where she was and suddenly sighed, "Fool." The word simple is like the morning bell and evening drum, carrying a simple and long-lasting sound, spreading into the night. The art of passing on the Dharma is slowly working. Behind Song Sewon, the woman looked dazed. Song Sewon said, "The gods have descended, and there are lower ways, middle ways, and upper ways. I wonder which way you want to hear?" The woman asked, "What is the lower way? What is the middle way? And what is the upper way?" Her tone was deep and her voice was mysterious, but it was also very gentle and elegant. She sounded like a person who had truly lost her way, asking the gentleman a question. But Song Sewon knew that the person behind him was not a good person, and if he gave a bad answer, he would suffer backlash. The night wind blew by, bringing with it a chill. Song Sewon concentrated and calmed his breath, slowing down his tone and saying, "This is a technique of praying and cursing. When people are powerless, they pray to the gods, offer sacrifices to the heavens, curse their enemies, and hope for a miracle from heaven. Of course, the final result can only depend on God's will. Is this the lower way?" The strange woman frowned and said, "The will of heaven is cold and indifferent. No wonder it is said that asking heaven for help is the lower way." Then she continued in a daze, "But those people pray to the gods every day, they worship Buddha every day, and they complain about the heavens and others every day. Don't they know that this is the lower path?" Song Sewon did not comment, but only said, "The middle way is the art of seeking help from others. If people can seek help from the right person, with the help of others, they may be able to get out of trouble and relieve suffering. However, other people's minds are also fickle and difficult to determine. They can help you or harm you at any time. Although they have the intention, they may not be able to do it." The strange woman said, "Yes, although he has the will, he may not be able to do anything. He really has the will, but not the power to do anything." The tone of the last sentence became increasingly sharp. The air was getting increasingly chilly. The strange woman's emotions began to fluctuate, and her gentleness just now seemed like a thin paper mask that could be torn into pieces at any time. Song Sewon didn't know when she would lose control, so he immediately said, "So, do you know? Even if the rain is heavy, it can't moisten the grass without roots. Even if the Tao is broad, it can only save those who are destined to be saved. If people don't save themselves, it's hard for God to bless them." "What did you say? You said I couldn't save myself?" Finally, the woman's eyes rolled, and after a moment, she suddenly screamed. She lay on Song Sewon's back, and her originally ethereal body suddenly became extremely heavy, like a boulder, or even more like a hill, as if it was about to bend Song Sawan's back and crush his bones. Song Sawan stood firm in the present moment, her powerful magical arts working vigorously. She straightened her back and said proudly, "Self-rescue is the way of heaven, the supreme way, and also the way that we, the gods' messengers, want to spread to the world. As heaven moves forward, a gentleman should constantly strive to improve himself. Heaven has toiled my body, I shall replenish it by resting my mind. Heaven has sent me this fate, but I will follow my own path to overcome it. When heaven is about to confer a great responsibility on a man, it will first test his mind and will, exhaust his muscles and bones, starve his body, deprive him of all want, and make his plans frustrated. This is to stimulate his heart and harden his nature, and to enable him to do what he was not capable of before. Layman, although the Tao is broad, it only saves those who are predestined to be saved. Do you blame others? Or do you strive for self-improvement? Do you only seek help from others? Or do you seek the right path and realize that it is better to seek help from yourself than from others? You ask the God what path he can pass on to you. The God is passing on the path to you. Will you listen? One sound, one sentence at a time. In Song Sawan's body, the true energy from the Zhuang Heart Sutra was being consumed rapidly, while the invisible waves formed by the technique of passing on the law almost shattered all the meridians in her body. She is preaching to the weirdness, but isn't she also preaching to herself? Heaven moves forward, and a gentleman should constantly strive to improve himself. This is the real right path. Song Sawan listened, but did she want to hear the weirdness behind her? The scale of heaven and earth emerged and collected several groups of chi in succession. Big city-level mutant weird ghost spirit, hatred, sorrow, evil, one catty and 9 tails, can be traded. A city-level mutant, strange and mysterious spirit, confused, happy, sad and hateful, 2 pounds and 1 ounce, can be traded. A city-level mutant, strange and mysterious ghost, sorrow, hatred, pain, and joy, 2.8 kilograms, can be traded. A city-level mutant, strange and mysterious spirit, woo, 3 tails and 7 coins, can be traded. Song Sawan was almost unable to hold on. He had some understanding of the weirdness, but the pressure behind him was getting heavier. It's like it turned from 1 mountain into 2 mountains. She whispered, almost shouting through her teeth, "Foolish child, let go of the past and redeem yourself, which is also a way to save yourself. If you suffer yourself, God will not pity you. If you save yourself, God will respect you. Do you understand?"
Boom.
As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared in the dark sky. Dark clouds gathered in the deep night. Behind Song Sawan, the strange woman let out a silent scream. She covered her face with her hands and kept shouting. The scream was inaudible to mortals, but it almost pierced Song Sawan's eardrums. The scale of heaven and earth reappeared. Big city-level mutant weird ghost, sadness, joy, sadness, 1 catty and 1 ounce, can be traded. The ghost escaped before the lightning lit up the night. At that moment, the strange woman disappeared. Song Sawan staggered, fell forward, and almost fell to the ground. Then, a loud thunder struck from the sky, and along with the lightning, there was also a seemingly inconspicuous ray of light, which suddenly fell on Song Sawan. Song Sawan felt pain all over her body, but she was stunned. Song Sawan is not a scholar, but at this moment, in this night, when the spiritual light descended, a bright green light actually swayed in her sea of consciousness. In her sea of consciousness, there was the fire of the Heart Sutra of Samadhi, true fire, the illusory magic seeds of the void magic sword, and her own unformed soul power. And now, there was an inch of spiritual light in her sea of consciousness. When the spiritual light was generated, her natal magic text also appeared at the same time. Song Sawan spread out his palm, and 2 light golden seal characters slowly emerged in the center of his palm. Dao, Chang. It is not about self-strengthening, but about Tao and strength. Does this mean that heaven and earth also recognize her saying that the highest way is to strengthen oneself? Yes, why wouldn't heaven and earth recognize it? All things in the world are born and strive to move forward. For example, a tiny ant can lift hundreds of times its own weight to survive. Wild grass can grow on the open ground or in the cracks of rocks under heavy pressure, and mayflies, although they live in the morning and die in the evening, are they not always pursuing the brilliance of time in their short lives? On the Bai Bo Lake, when the dragon sheds blood, those water monsters who rush to bathe in the dragon's blood even if they die, are also struggling to move upward. This is the nature of a demon, but isn't it also the nature of things? The words Tao and Chong fell back into Song Suan's palm. Tao disappeared silently, but the word Chong radiated a strange power, which fell into Song Suan's whole body, gradually soothing her aching body. Her skin, bones, flesh, meridians. Every part of her was nourished and quickly strengthened, including the heart fire in her sea of consciousness, the illusory demon seed, the inch of spiritual light, and even her own soul, gained significant strength when the innate phantom word strong returned to its place. Song Suan took a breath, then immediately made hand gestures again and began to perform the time and night escape technique. She fled into the shadows that were everywhere in the night and disappeared from the spot at a high speed. Her speed was obviously more than 30% faster than before. The thunder in the sky subsided and the clouds dispersed, leaving only the inn in the night, still standing in the world as before. At the back of the hotel, in one of the barbarically built dorm rooms, a weathered man reeking of alcohol suddenly sat up. He looked drunk when he was lying down, but when he sat up, his eyes were surprisingly clear and sharp. "Where did you go just now?" he asked in a low voice, his hand gently touching the top of an old gourd at his waist. The gourd did not move. The weathered Master Luo-san said in a deep voice, "All cities in the Great Zhou are monitored by magic arrays. Mountain and river mirrors are everywhere. If you are too presumptuous, you will definitely be captured. Then I will not be able to protect you." After he finished speaking, the gourd suddenly vibrated slightly. Then a faint voice came out. "Someone told me that there are 3 ways of heaven, the upper way, the middle way, and the lower way. Asking for help is the middle way, not the upper way. It is also the way of heaven that you cannot protect me, so how can I place my hopes on you?" Master Luo was startled and asked casually, "What is the way?" The Yu voice laughed softly. "I won't tell you. Master Luo-san." Song Suan, who escaped using the escape technique, wandered around the city for another half-circle. In fact, her heart was not calm yet, and she felt like she was on edge. Her strange appearance before was really too terrifying. I don't know where she came from and how she knew about the God's Messenger's teachings. You know, Song Suan taught Yulin boxing not in reality, but in a dream. In reality, it was just that the God's Messenger stood at the bedside of Yulin, a mortal boy, and remained silent for a while. Did Gi also enter Yulin's dream? Or did Gi spy on Yulin's dream from the outside world? In addition to knowing that Song Suan is a God's messenger, did she also discover Song Suan's real identity? Although Song Suan coaxed her away by teaching her a method, would she appear again later? All these questions made people anxious. This is something that even a moment of enlightenment cannot heal. Song Suan could only leave the inn and think while wandering around. In the scholar's fantasy writing, the word Tao circulated invisibly, forming a strange aura in the dark, which soothed Song Suan's inner anxieties. Yes, the weird thing should be that she had not discovered her true identity. What alarmed the weird thing was not anything else, but the technique of passing on the law that Song Suan used when he taught Yulin the boxing method in the dream. The law should not be passed on lightly, and the sages did not deceive me. Half an hour later, Song Suan returned to the gate of the hotel again. This time, she did not expand her vision, nor did she use any measuring instruments, nor did she take out the Tongyu mirror. The Tongyu mirror could only reveal the weirdness and evil spirits at the village level and below, and was useless when facing a more powerful opponent. She felt like she saw something, right behind the store, in the courtyard where a row of large bunk beds were built. But after just one glance, Song Suan immediately looked away. She turned around and used the time and night escape technique again to escape from the inn. After a moment, Song Soo-won put on his new puppet paper clothes and used the escape technique again to return to the inn. Her voice, breath, and even the shadow created by her escape technique were all invisible in the night, truly leaving no trace. This is the effect of the puppet paper clothes. Although it is only 2-star, its invisibility ability actually exceeds its own star level. Coupled with the blessing of Song Soo-won's strong magic text, the ability of this puppet paper clothes is still very satisfactory. The only pity is that this thing can only be used once, and it will automatically become invalid after a quarter of an hour. Fortunately, although there were some thrilling experiences tonight, the gains were considerable. Song Soo-won returned to the room of the hotel silently. Aunt Jinhwa and Yu-chan were still sleeping in the guest room. This night was so rich and wonderful. On the panel of the clairvoyance technique, the unconventional Taoist technique, the transmission of the law, first level, proficiency 515 out of 1000. After preaching to the big city level, her teaching skills jumped directly from entry level to proficient. As for those strange ghosts that were harvested, they can only be sold after midnight tomorrow night. The next day, Song Soo-won said goodbye to Aunt Jinhwa and others. The Sidong accompaniment agency will only stay in Hwiling for one night and will set out for Pinglon the next day. Sometimes the interactions between people are so brief and shallow that once the wind blows, they become passers-by to each other. Aunt Jinhwa was reluctant to let him go, but she did not try to persuade him to stay. She stuffed all the remaining dozen or so vegetarian pancakes in her bag to Song Soo-won, who did not refuse them this time, but accepted them wholeheartedly. She held the goose in her arms and took out 2 purses from her saddlebag. She put the purse into Aunt Jinhwa's hand and said, "The purse contains a talisman to ward off evil spirits. I got it from the city god temple in Seong. Aunt, you and Sister Akan will each wear one." Aunt Jinhwa opened her mouth and was about to refuse, but Song Soo-won put down his purse, picked up his goose, turned around and walked away. She walked towards the convoy of Sitong accompaniment agency and saw Mr. Luo-san, who had been telling stories last night, in the crowd. Song Soo-won didn't care. She just glanced at it casually and then met the accompaniment way, who came to pick her up in person. However, the heaven and earth scale reappeared and once again collected the emotional aura from Aunt Jinhwa's family. In Songling County, on the winding south bank of the Hengshui River, an official road runs from southwest to northeast, extending far into the distance. At the turning point of the official road, there was a convoy stretching for hundreds of meters, driving out in a mighty manner from the southwest edge of the city. On the leading dart flag, the word Sitong was written in freehand strokes, and the cloud pattern embroidered with gold thread below was shining brightly in the morning sun. Song Soo-won sat in a carriage loaded with goods at the rear of the Sidong accompaniment agency, holding a white goose and admiring the scenery along the way. Seeing the long mountains and wide rivers, the vast world, he naturally felt a sense of vastness and openness in his heart. The person driving the carriage was a female warrior from the Sidong accompaniment agency. Accompaniment Master Wei specially arranged Song Soo-won to sit in this carriage because this female warrior was actually one of Accompaniment Master Wei's nieces. The female warrior's name was Lan Chioyen, and she was at the bone-tempering stage. She only needed to follow the accompaniment team for 1 or 2 more trips before she could officially become a bronze medal accompaniment. By then, she would no longer have to do the work of driving a carriage. She has a quick temper. Although she is not a passionate person, she has a clear distinction between what she likes and dislikes. This kind of person is actually quite easy to get along with. Accompaniment Master Wei introduced her to Song Soo-won. The two had been in the same car for half a month and had become quite familiar with each other. Yes, counting from the day he left Hwiling City, Song Soo-won had been traveling with a Sidong accompaniment agency for more than half a month. During this half month, the accompaniment team passed through 7 cities in succession. Some cities are close to each other, such as Suyang and Hwiling, which are only 100 miles apart and can be reached in one day. Some cities are far apart, and it often takes 2 or 3 days or even 4 or 5 days to walk in the wild. In this case, camping in the wild is extremely particular. There are some taboos, especially at night, that must be observed. For example, at night, 9 bonfires must be lit, and someone must stand guard by the bonfire to ensure that it does not go out all night. Sometimes at night, some unconscious gray-level creatures would be attracted by the breath of living people and approach the convoy in a daze. At this time, don't look at it. Just keep your mind focused, control your emotional fluctuations, and then keep throwing a plant called Zyanguiko into the fire, and slowly this low-level weirdness will go away on its own. This is also the most effective and peaceful way for ordinary mortals to deal with low-level weirdness. Wan Qiuyan would often explain to Song Suan, some people in the countryside, when they inevitably have to walk at night, often light torches mixed with fragrant grass. Of course, they usually don't walk at night. Look at the manors we passed by. They basically have walls built and ancestral halls guarding them. Or there are temples for the gods of the land, or for the gods of the mountains. People also often go to the temples of the gods of the cities nearby to ask for talismans to bring back for worship. If it's an extremely remote and impoverished place, we escorts will never go there. Awan, I advise you not to go there either. Song Suan nodded repeatedly after listening to this. She had been following the accompaniment team for the past half-month and felt that she had broadened her horizons, learned a lot, and had a rich experience. For example, there was one time when the accompaniment team set up camp at dusk. Hundreds of people were busy washing and cooking. In the midst of the excitement, a couple who looked extremely pitiful came walking on the road at the foot of the mountain in the distance. The husband was blind, and his wife had a broken leg. The blind husband carried his wife with a broken leg on his back, and his wife showed him the way. The two of them seemed like one, holding rice bowls and approaching the dart team. The escorts were not given any instructions, and were just on guard. However, there was a young man in the family of Zhang, a wealthy family traveling with the accompaniment team. He felt sympathy for them and said to the servant beside him, "Although this couple is in hardship, they are obviously affectionate and loyal. Quick, bring a bowl of porridge and a bowl of eggs to give to them." These words were spoken very quickly, and by the time the escorts from the Sidong accompaniment agency wanted to speak out against it, it was already too late. The blind and legless couple had already stepped into the protective circle of the accompaniment team. Suddenly, the wife opened her mouth, and countless long snake-like flesh ropes spurted out of her mouth. The first one was directed at the young man who wanted to give her some porridge. Fortunately, the Zhang family is a major client of the Sidong accompaniment agency, and the young man is always protected by a silver metal accompaniment. The accompaniment immediately gathered his energy and blood, pulled out a pair of meteor sticks from his waist, and crackled the flying meat ropes. Then, the dart team started a fierce battle with the uninvited guests. Song Suan stood outside the circle and witnessed not only the variety of fighting styles of the folk warriors, but also the strangeness and weirdness of the monsters. Yes, this strange couple are demons, not weird. There are many types of monsters. Not only animals can become monsters, but also objects and plants can become monsters. Sometimes, even some inexplicable, strange, and weird things can become monsters. For example, the night watchman's clepsydra that Song Suan had cleaned on the demon refining platform, or the scholar's scroll and the makeup lady's bronze mirror that she had heard of. This type of thing is basically an object turning into a monster. Monsters have their own monster aura, and strange people have their own strange aura. This is often the most fundamental way to distinguish them. Later, the escorts killed the blind and legless demon couple. After they died and fell to the ground, they turned into two skeletons entangled together. Chief Accompaniment Co. from the Seong branch of the Sidong Accompaniment Agency came over and sighed. "It's the skeletons that turned into demons. I think the original owners of these two skeletons must have been very loving when they were alive. Now that they are dead, let's bury these two skeletons properly." After hearing the order, the escorts found a secluded open space not far away and buried the bodies of the monsters deeply there. Chief Accompaniment Co. personally walked over to the corpse pit and poured a jar of Liang wine into it, causing smoke to sizzle above the pair of skeletons, and all the burnt and stinking smell of corpse demons was expelled. Only then did they cover them with soil and truly bury the evil couple together. In this way, amidst all kinds of unpredictable and strange encounters, the accompaniment team traveled one journey after another until the wind and snow stopped again, the sun shone through the clouds, and they left Suiyuan City. Suiyuan City is surrounded by the Hengshui River. 100 miles along the river is the county seat of Songling County, Pinglan City. At this point, most of the accompaniment team's escorts had relaxed smiles on their faces. Lan Chuyan smiled and said to Song Sawan while driving the carriage, "Awan, our accompaniment team should be able to reach Pinglan before dusk today. The journey from Suiyuan City to Pinglan is basically safe, and we don't have to worry about anything." Song Sawan also nodded with a smile, and when he was about to answer her, the convoy in front suddenly stopped. Why stop? The weather was sunny and bright by the Hengshui River. The fox demon stood with his hands behind his back, looking gentle and polite. For some reason, this scene seemed particularly magnificent and romantic to the members of the accompaniment team. But when the fox demon asked questions, no one dared to answer. No matter how polite he behaves, he is a demon after all. Those who can speak human language are not ordinary demons. Can you answer questions from a demon like this casually? On the accompaniment team side, everyone was silent for a long time. Even the young master of the Zhang family, who had always been a bit reckless and naive, was now quietly staying in the crowd. The atmosphere gradually began to become a little weird. Among the accompaniment team, the first noises made were from the horses pulling the carts. Animal sense of touch is sometimes more sensitive than humans. I don't know which horse snorted first. Then, some horses began to shake their heads and kick their hooves, and some horses suddenly raised their hooves and neighed. Zilula the horses neighed loudly, and one of the drivers suddenly lost control of his horse and fell off the shaft of the cart. He cried out in pain. On the official road ahead, the fox demon who had been waiting patiently and quietly spoke slowly. "Dear driver, why are you panicking? Why are you in pain? Why are you screaming?" The porter, who fell to the ground, was called by name. He didn't know why, but he didn't want to answer, but he answered involuntarily. I saw you were scared and the horse was shaking, so I was naturally panicked. I was so frightened that I couldn't control myself and fell to the ground. I am made of flesh and blood, not unconscious. It was natural that I would feel pain when I fell to the ground, and I screamed when I felt pain. After saying this, the fox demon turned his back to everyone and nodded, saying, "What you said makes a lot of sense. People are afraid of what they fear, and that's human nature. Humans are made of flesh and blood, and screaming when they feel pain is a natural reaction, and it's also human nature. But panic, pain, and shouting are not just for humans. Look, the horse beside you and the insects under you are also like this, aren't they? Bugs under you?" These words were quite confusing. After hearing the fox demon's words, the porter lying on the ground subconsciously moved his hips and lowered his head to look under himself. When he looked over, he saw a small grasshopper with half of its leg broken, lying on the spot where he had sat down. Obviously, the grasshopper was injured by him. The injured grasshopper was almost dying from being crushed, but the move of the carrier gave it a chance of survival. It immediately flapped its wings vigorously, making a buzzing sound, and flew away from the porter's sight.
Ah!
The porter couldn't help but let out another scream. He felt inexplicably panicked and crawled away from the scene with his hands. The place where he fell was not far from Song Sawan, and he immediately crawled to the carriage where Song Sawan was sitting. He also bumped into the shaft of the cart and was held up by Lan Chuyan. Lan Chuyan couldn't help but ask, "Brother Feng, are you okay?" The porter named Feng stammered. His tongue was tied for a long time, and he was so panicked that he couldn't answer. In front of us, the fox demon sighed softly and said, "Look, when people panic, they scream. When insects panic, they also scream. How are people different from insects, beasts, birds, and all creatures with fur and horns? Why did nature choose humans as the most primate among all creatures? Why are birds and beasts born in the mountains and raised in nature, but not favored by nature? If an animal wants to develop wisdom, even among thousands and millions of them, not one can do it. But humans are born with intelligence. Humans are born with intelligence. They can learn to talk and walk at an early age. They can develop wisdom and reason. They can wear clothes to cover their body and build houses to keep out the cold. They can light fires to cook food and use birds, beasts, and all things as their diet. When it came to the last sentence, everything is a recipe, the fox demon's tone, which had always been calm and gentle, finally rose slightly. His emotions seemed to be getting agitated. The grass and stones on both sides of the official road were shaking, and the west wind was getting stronger. In a person's lifetime, how many insects and living creatures will be crushed to death by just lifting one's foot? People eat plants, birds, and beasts. That is the nature of heaven and earth, and it is the way of life. But why is it that demons eating human flesh is not tolerated by heaven and is considered evil and heretical?
Why? Why?
His voice became louder and louder, and the word why floated in the small space where the accompaniment team was, bringing up a strong wind that made people dizzy. At the back of the dart team, someone couldn't help but shout in panic again. There was a burst of noisy chaos among the crowd. The fox demon did not look back, but said, "Driver, since you stepped on an insect leg and broke it, you can exchange your arm for this insect leg." Before he finished speaking, the right hand of senior brother Foam, who was supported by Lan Chuyen, disappeared. Instead, there was an enlarged green insect leg. Lan Chuyen was so frightened that she screamed, "Ah!" The fox demon said, "Lady, you screamed so loudly. Are you pitying him?" Lan Chuyen opened her mouth and was about to answer like senior brother Foam, but from the side, Song Suan stretched out a hand and patted Lan Chuyen lightly on the shoulder. This shot was really thrilling. Somehow, Lan Chuyen's urge to answer was immediately suppressed. Song Suan put his hand on Lan Chuyen's shoulder and got out of the car. She stood in front of the car, and the art of teaching was unfolding invisibly. Fellow Taoist, Song Suan said, "Since you are asking, among all the creatures created by heaven, why do we choose humans as the most primate? You should know that compassion is also human nature. May I ask, do plants, insects, birds, and beasts have compassion?" This question stumped the fox demon. The fox demon paused for a moment and said, "Sheep know to kneel down to suckle their mothers. Crows know to repay their parents. So how can birds and beasts not have a heart of compassion?" Song Suan said, "Ordinary birds and beasts know how to show mercy. Daoyu has cultivated a human body with a fox body and now speaks human language, seeking the truth, so I think you will naturally have more compassion. If so, do you know that replacing a human arm with an insect leg will cause great harm to this person, and what consequences will it cause?" The fox demon said, "It's just that he deserved it. No matter what the consequences are, isn't it what he should have endured in the first place?" Song Suan sighed, "Fellow Taoist, why do sheep, rabbits, and cows eat grass? Do tigers, leopards, and other birds of prey need to be hunted? Fellow Taoist, do you eat vegetarian food and not meat?" After she finished asking a question, she added, "Daoyu, don't you like eating chicken?" There is no fox that doesn't like to eat chicken, and the fox demon was stumped again. He couldn't refute what Song Suan said. Song Suan then said, "Sunlight and rain nourish plants. Cattle, sheep, and rabbits eat plants. Tigers, leopards, and birds of prey eat cattle and sheep. All things decay and become spring mud. When the spring breeze blows the next year, plants and trees will grow vigorously again. This is the cycle of nature. What do you think, Taoist friends?" The fox demon exclaimed, "Ah," and said, "So that's how it is." Song Suan said, "Humans are also part of the living things, so eating plants, birds, and beasts is also the way of life. Insects on the ground are also born in this way. What do you think, Taoist friends?"